3,000 years ago, countless beings and terrifying beasts descended upon the world. 2,000 years ago, humans awakened their beast-taming abilities and began to tame these fierce creatures. It took another 1,000 years for humanity to finally find their footing. A dozen years ago, an unexpected journey through time brought Lin Sheng to this perilous alternate world. Inside his villa, Lin Sheng gazed at the white snake coiled around his arm with a heavy heart. The beautiful white snake, with its golden eyes, stared intently at its handsome and delicate owner, exuding an unusual intelligence. Before their untimely death, his parents left him a luxurious mansion and a vast inheritance, seemingly a perfect start, yet it couldn't withstand the harsh realities of this world. Here, money is no safeguard. Only by becoming a beast master can one truly establish themselves. This white snake, brought from Blue Star, gained remarkable intelligence due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, becoming Lin Sheng's sole connection in this foreign world. However, ordinary people keeping fierce beasts is a crime punishable by death. Lin Sheng must awaken his beast-taming abilities by his 18th birthday, or else Xiaobai will inevitably be taken away. Awakening such abilities is no simple task. Only 1/10 of Lungwa's billions of people succeed, and even fewer stand out among them. You are the only proof of my previous world. Even if not for myself, I must give it my all. Lin Sheng earnestly stroked the white snake's head. Xiaobai, however, rolled its eyes dismissively, seemingly disdainful of its owner's sentimentality. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the air. Host's age requirement met. Mythical gene system will activate upon awakening beast-taming abilities. Lin Sheng felt a spark, as if he had grasped something crucial. The sports field of Yangqing Noble High School buzzed with excitement. It's Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng is here. The ceremony is about to start. Cheers erupted around him. Even Bai He, the school beauty who had admired Lin Sheng for 3 years, was cheering for him. Yet, Lin Sheng's mind was entirely focused on the system about to activate. The homeroom teacher announced the start of the awakening ceremony, placing a mysterious tortoise shell on the awakening platform. One by one, students stepped forward, some rejoicing, others disappointed. Finally, it was Lin Sheng's turn. He placed his hand on the tortoise shell, and a prompt echoed in his mind: level talent, bloodline amplification. As Lin Sheng contemplated this seemingly decent talent, the system suddenly emitted an urgent alert. Beep beep beep. Host has awakened talent. Mythical gene system activated. Level bloodline amplification has evolved to surpass SS level talent. Sequence extraction. Finally, you're here. Even though Lin Sheng had anticipated this moment, his heart couldn't help but race. After waiting for so many years, you have finally arrived. And the highest talent level in this world is SSS? There are only a handful of people with SS level talent, but at this moment, he has awakened a talent that surpasses even SSS. What does this mean? Lin Sheng's eyes fell on his talent description. Sequence extraction, the ability to extract the genes of all living organisms and infuse them into his beasts. In an instant, Lin Sheng understood everything. Sequence extraction. In the evolution of nature, every creature evolves abilities that benefit itself, and he can extract and store all these abilities, then inject them into his beasts. This way, his beasts could gain immense power. A creature appeared in his Minda dragon. It has the body of a camel, antlers of a deer, eyes of a rabbit, ears of a cow, neck of a snake, belly of a clam, scales of a carp, claws of an eagle, palms of a tiger, and 81 scales on its back, embodying the essence of the number 9. A dragon cannot ascend to the heavens without a wooden ruler. It can breathe clouds, transform into water or fire. However, in this world, dragons do not exist, or rather, they only exist in myths and legends. If he uses this ability, could he bring true dragons, divine phoenixes, auspicious qilins, or even indescribable mythical creatures into this world? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng felt a surge of excitement. He could already envision himself creating endless mythical beasts, commanding the elements, and even recreating the myths of the celestial court. After all, even Yuhua was said to have been transformed from a snake. Lin Sheng, how are you? The teacher asked. Teacher, I've awakened in level talent, bloodline enhancement. Lin Sheng replied casually, though he was secretly contemplating that he couldn't casually reveal his talent that surpassed SSS. Moreover, no one would believe him. But it was impossible to keep it hidden because there would be tests for every student's talent, and the highest level the equipment could detect was S-level, unable to ascertain his true talent. S-level talent, the teacher exclaimed, with a look of disbelief. On second thought, Lin Sheng didn't seem to have any reason to lie, which meant he really had awakened in S-level talent. The students below were immediately shocked. In S-level talent, among the billions of people in Longwa, there are probably fewer than 100 with S-level talent. The odds are even lower than winning the lottery. And this S-level talent appeared in their school. Even as witnesses, the students were extremely excited. From now on, Lin Sheng would embark on a beast mastering path different from theirs. Seeing that he had awakened in level talent, he was genuinely happy for him. At this moment, the principal, having heard the commotion, quickly rushed over. Level talent. This has reached the highest scholarship resource limit of our school. What's your name, student? The principal, who was over 50, was so excited that the wrinkles on his face formed a pattern like a chrysanthemum. The principal smiled and said, "Very well. We will provide a scholarship of 5 million, along with a king-level beast cub for you to choose from." Hearing these rewards, the surrounding students couldn't help but drool. In this world, levels are divided into awakening, warrior, lord, king, catastrophe, emperor, and mythical. Becoming a king-level beast master qualifies one to become the ruler of a city. Once reaching the lord or catastrophe level, one can contract a second beast. At this moment, Lin Sheng's future was boundless, and obtaining a king-level cub was an incredible opportunity. The principal's eyes were full of expectation, but Lin Sheng, after a moment of thought, declined. "No, thank you, principal. I already have a beast in mind." He had long made a pact with Xiao Bai in his heart. Xiao Bai was a creature he brought from Blue Star, which might evolve into a true dragon with the system's help, a being more formidable than any beast, a terrifying creature at the top of the food chain. King? Even an emperor pales in comparison to a dragon. What? But if the beast's talent isn't enough to pass future exams, you won't be able to become a beast master. The principal was stunned. The teachers were dumbfounded, and the students were bewildered. This was a king-level cub. What creature could have more talent than a king-level cub? They knew Lin Sheng's family had some money, but buying a king-level cub was impossible, let alone a better option. With no other choice, the principal said, "All right then, we won't insist. The money will be transferred to your school account, and you can withdraw at any time." Lin Sheng gratefully replied, "Thank you, Principal Wang." Then, he turned and excitedly headed home, secretly hoping his system could create a true dragon. This is a king-level cub. My parents spent decades of savings just to buy me a lord-level cub. What better choice does he have to give up a king-level cub? The students were all discussing, filled with confusion. But he also felt that Lin Sheng was being unreasonable by making such a stubborn choice. However, the doubts of the crowd would soon be completely dispelled. The Lin family villa. A small, snow-white snake coiled around Lin Sheng's arm, moving with agility. As Lin Sheng pricked his finger, a drop of blood fell, and the little white snake opened its mouth to catch the droplet, gently sipping without revealing its fangs. A strange sensation surged in Lin Sheng's mind, marking the formal sealing of their contract. The contract was successful. Although the white snake's level, awakening talents, skills, and evolutionary path were not detailed, Lin Sheng understood that this Ancient Millennium contract was with such a weak beast, making him smile wryly. After all, this little white snake was a creature brought from Blue Star. Despite its slight intelligence awakening, it was nowhere near as powerful as the fierce beasts that battled beast tamers for territory in the wild. Nevertheless, Lin Sheng felt a hint of comfort, knowing he had a system and several million in inheritance, allowing him to purchase beast carcasses online for extraction. Without delay, Lin Sheng logged onto the internet and bought a fully awakened latest-stage silver scale fish. A knock on the door signaled the delivery's arrival. Excitedly, Lin Sheng went to the door and carried the silver scale fish, which was about his size, into the room. Thud. He dropped the fish onto the floor, wiping the sweat from his forehead and marveling at its weight. Truly a fierce beast. The silver scalefish was covered in shimmering silver scales, and its sharp teeth could bite through a 20-centimeter thick steel plate. Imposing indeed. This one alone cost 100,000, making it quite a painful purchase. Lin Sheng crouched down, gently stroking the silver scalefish, silently hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. Extract. As Lin Sheng's words fell, the silver scalefish's skin gradually shriveled, eventually turning into a skeleton. A strange feeling instantly flooded Lin Sheng's mind. During the extraction, he acquired the silver scalefish's bloodline, silver scales, water spray, and sharp teeth. Once the extraction was successful, Lin Sheng turned his gaze back to the little white snake. Words appeared on its body indicating the bestowed abilities, and without hesitation, Lin Sheng placed his hand on it, granting the silver scale fish's bloodline, silver scales, water spray, and sharp teeth. In the next moment, the little white snake coiled around Lin Sheng's arm showed a pained expression, curling up on the floor. Despite the pain, it sensed its master was acting for its benefit. This pain lasted for several minutes before finally subsiding. By then, the little white snake had undergone a complete transformation, with its scales becoming more resilient and delicate, and its eyes changing from typical snake eyes to a unique blend of fish and snake eyes. What immense power! I can feel constant feedback of abilities. Lin Sheng clenched his fist, feeling the massive strength coursing through his muscles, knowing that if he wished, he could punch through a solid wooden board. However, he didn't have time to enjoy this newfound power, as he turned his attention to the little white snake's status panel. The world of beast taming is a fascinating one, with creatures like the white snake at various levels of awakening, mid-stage talents, latest-stage skills, and evolution paths such as constriction and water spray. There are also introductions to creatures like the silver-scaled piranha and the silver python monster. Although Xiaobai is just a snake, its ability to spray water indicates a mid-stage awakening capability. Lin Sheng couldn't help but gape in amazement. To reach the mid-stage of awakening, a beast requires at least a month of specialized feeding. What is specialized feeding? For instance, an iron bear needs to consume iron bamboo, while a flame bird requires high-calorie fish. This process also demands a professional training manual to even have a slim chance of advancing a beast to the mid-stage within a month. Such an endeavor costs over 100,000. Yet, Lin Sheng merely purchased a silver-scaled fish and absorbed it, allowing Xiaobai to break through to the late stage of awakening, even acquiring the evolution path and skills of the silver-scaled fish. This was a huge gain. However, the silver python monster is not an evolution path of the silver-scaled fish. It seems that reaching certain conditions can automatically unlock new evolution paths. The skill fangs was not successfully imparted, possibly due to incompatibility with Xiaobai. Lin Sheng pondered for a moment, a bold idea forming in his mind. A snake evolving into a python into a boa into a flood dragon into a dragon into a horn dragon into an inglong, and finally, the inglong transforming into a dragon king. He decided to buy a camel's head in the east market, a fish's eye in the west market, a deer's antler in the south market, and an eagle's claw in the north market, musing to himself, how can you tell if I am a dragon or a snake? If such a transformation could truly be achieved, perhaps a dragon evolution path could be unlocked. Lin Sheng was not one to procrastinate. He acted immediately upon his thoughts. Although he couldn't currently purchase top-tier bloodlines and skill components, like the scales of a silver-scaled fish which can only resist blades and spears, while more formidable fish scales can withstand guns and cannons, and some creature scales have even more magical properties. Thus, cultivation needed to start early, and Lin Sheng had to wisely allocate and select the best creatures. Just then, ding. His bank account ending in 9527 received a deposit of 5 million yuan. The scholarship from his school had arrived. With this sum, combined with his family's savings, he had enough to make purchases. Lin Sheng immediately opened Jingmao, quickly selecting creatures that might enable Xiaobai to evolve into a dragon. The current express delivery industry is highly advanced, ensuring that once an order is successfully placed, the beast materials would arrive at your doorstep in less than half an hour, provided you have the money to buy them. Soon, the carcasses of various beasts were piled up in the courtyard of Lin Sheng's villa. In the courtyard, Xiaobai sniffed around the corpses of the fierce beasts, appearing quite interested. Lin Sheng chuckled and said, Xiaobai, these are not for you to eat? At this moment, Xiaobai's intelligence had clearly improved. After hearing its owner's words, it obediently retreated to the side. As a mid-stage awakened beast, it had suddenly become powerful but still needed time to digest and learn new abilities. However, obeying its owner's commands was an instinct it didn't need to relearn. Absorb. Lin Sheng extended his hand, and the corpses of the sharp-clawed viper, red-plumed bird, long-haired camel, iron-armored tiger, and golden-eyed eagle instantly turned into piles of bones, their bloodlines and skills absorbed by him. Seeing these latest-stage awakened beasts vanish in an instant, Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache, but he knew it was all worth it. Xiaobai, come over here. Lin Sheng called out. Xiaobai seemed to understand what was about to happen and was visibly excited. The prospect of becoming stronger naturally made it happy. Let's start by injecting a portion of the bloodline. Too much at once might be overwhelming for you, Lin Sheng cautioned. Xiaobai clearly grasped its owner's intentions. Though there would be initial pain, the gradual increase in strength would help it adapt over time. As Lin Sheng extended his hand, crimson blood shimmered in the air before falling into Xiaobai's mouth. In the next moment, Xiaobai curled up, its cells rapidly reacting to the intense stimulation. Absorbing such a massive amount of genetic material at once would be challenging for any awakened creature, but Xiaobai's transformation was evident. Its scales became more defined, and what used to be graspable with one finger now required a whole hand. Its eyes also grew more vibrant. Lin Sheng noticed that everything around him became clearer: the flowers by the roadside, the ants on the ground. Every tiny movement was more vivid than before. He then attempted to bestow the acquired skills upon Xiaobai, but most attempts failed, resulting in only the water spray, entangle, and harden skills being successfully transferred. It seems the water spray skill really suits Xiaobai. I guess I'm lucky. Lin Sheng wasn't too disappointed, knowing that this skill was only at the awakened level. Typically, an awakened creature could only possess one, or at most two skills at this level, but Xiaobai could continuously acquire skills through the system, even possessing 3 at the awakened level. As the skill level increased, Xiaobai would only become more formidable. Passing the test to become a beast master was almost a certainty. Even with Lin Sheng's calm nature, the thought of becoming a beast master stirred a slight excitement within him. Over the years, living on this planet, he had witnessed the rights and respect beast masters commanded. They were governed by a special beast master association and were not bound by current laws. In the event of any incidents, all issues are handled internally by the Beastmaster Association. If an ordinary person provokes a Beastmaster, the Beastmaster has the right to kill them under sufficient conditions. These powers stem from their battles with external beasts. Lin Sheng's family is wealthy because his parents were both Beastmasters. However, they tragically died in a battle with beasts shortly after his birth. As a result, Lin Sheng harbors no fondness for these beasts. In fact, he detests them. After all, what Beastmaster would like beasts? As time passed, Lin Sheng looked at Xiaobai, who had collapsed on the ground, and a string of information appeared in his mind. White snake level, mid-awakening phase talent, late warrior phase skills, constriction, water spray, hardening, with evolution routes including python, silver python sea monster, unicorn snake, rainbow eel, and scale snake. Xiaobai's genes are rare and powerful, making it hard to imagine how other life forms survived ages ago. The talent level had reached the late warrior phase, and the option for python had finally appeared. Lin Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although this evolution route seemed ordinary, on this planet, common snake species had nearly been wiped out, and none of the remaining species were purebred pythons. To become a dragon, one must first evolve from a snake to a python, and the python's evolution route is the simplest, requiring only continuous growth. Lin Sheng had no intention of evolving Xiaobai into other creatures like a silver python sea monster or unicorn snake, because following the genetic evolution of other creatures, although stronger, might interfere with Xiaobai's path to becoming a dragon. Despite this being the weakest evolution route, with Xiaobai's current physical toughness, skills, and strength, it could compete against creatures in the late awakening phase or even early warrior phase. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this time, Lin Sheng injected stored gene and bloodline essences into Xiaobai daily. Now, Xiaobai had reached the late awakening phase. This rate of progress was astonishing. Under normal circumstances, even with the best conditions, it would take at least 6 months, yet Lin Sheng achieved it in just 3 days. 2 small horns appeared on Xiaobai's head, which Lin Sheng gently stroked, feeling their smooth texture. Xiaobai lay contentedly in Lin Sheng's hand, coiled around his arm, looking utterly satisfied. The gene infusion for the horns proved effective, but it wasn't strong enough. Lin Sheng knew that some creatures in this world had incredibly powerful horns capable of emitting lightning to destroy everything. However, with his current strength, he was unable to acquire them. Lin Sheng said to Xiaobai, "When we go to school later, make sure to perform well." Xiaobai nodded seriously, understanding that its master had bestowed it with wisdom and power, and it was willing to give its all in whatever it did. Lin Sheng pondered how his classmates would react when they saw he had abandoned a royal-level cub to contract with an ordinary white snake. However, he quickly regained his composure. What he held in his hand was not just a snake, but a future dragon capable of summoning storms, commanding lightning, and soaring through the skies, rivaling any life form. The next morning, at Yangqing Noble High School, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and Lin Sheng was filled with anticipation. Outside the gate of Yangqing Noble School, parents gathered, eagerly discussing their children's futures. "Mrs. Liu, I heard your son contracted with a beast of latest-stage warrior talent? He must be a sure bet for this test, right?" One parent asked excitedly. "Oh, it's just good luck. If he can become a beast master, all our efforts over the years won't be in vain," Mrs. Liu sighed, her eyes filled with hope. "My son awakened a level beast talent earlier and successfully contracted a beast. I was so thrilled I couldn't sleep all night." Another parent chimed in, beaming with pride. "Did you hear about the S-level beast master from Yangqing who refused the king-level beast cub offered by the school during the awakening ceremony? Now, the cub went to the second place, a girl named Bai He. She's so lucky. Why couldn't my son have such luck?" The parents shook their heads in amazement. A king-level beast cub? No school in Yangqing can just offer that. Only Lin Sheng, the beast master with S-level talent, managed to get a king-level cub, yet he turned it down. Passing by, Lin Sheng overheard the conversation and smiled gently, like a breeze in spring. He didn't feel any loss from missing out on the king-level cub. Instead, he gently stroked the small snake in his arms, which curled up contentedly. "When I open the beast space, you'll have a place to go," Lin Sheng said to the little snake, his eyes full of tenderness. Once a beast master awakens their talent and contracts their beast, they can come to the school to open their unique beast space with special materials, officially becoming a beast master. Awakening the beast talent and contracting a pet beast almost guarantees the opening of a beast space. However, the potential of the beast space is closely tied to the talent of the beast and its master, ranging from F to SSS level. The higher the level, the more significant the growth and recovery effects for the beast. Lin Sheng, brother Lin, what a coincidence you're here too. A group of classmates approached, greeting him warmly. It's the Beast Master's graduation ceremony today. Who wouldn't be here? Lin Sheng replied with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. Come on, brother Lin. Let's go in together. Let's grab a good spot. Maybe we can unlock the beast space sooner, the excited female classmates suggested, surrounding him. Lin Sheng nodded and walked into the campus with them. His classmates were accompanied by their large beasts, making quite a scene, while the small snake in Lin Sheng's arms appeared petite and gentle. Today, they openly displayed their identity as beast masters in the city, but this was only allowed today. Normally, beast masters are not permitted to release their beasts freely in the city. As the gates of Yangsheng Noble School slowly closed, a new chapter was about to begin. As the saying goes, if you walk your dog without a leash, something is bound to happen. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, several classmates showed expressions of joy. Establishing a connection with someone as outstanding and promising as Lin Sheng, even if only for a brief conversation, made them incredibly happy. However, they couldn't help but wonder why they hadn't seen Lin Sheng's beast companion. But they didn't dwell on it, and soon everyone arrived at the school sports field. At this moment, the principal of the middle school was standing on the podium, solemnly reciting an oath, looking quite moved. Students, it is an honor for me as a principal to have nurtured such excellent beast masters like you. His voice was firm, yet carried a hint of resignation. However, once you become resilient beast masters, you'll need to solve problems on your own. Of course, when you achieve success, you're welcome to come back and visit the school, and perhaps help with some publicity. This place will always be your home. As he spoke, the principal raised his arm and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. The students below understood the principal's message. If something goes wrong, don't involve the school. If you become famous, you can help promote the school. It's like a non-stick pan, easy and without burden. Alright, students, with less than 100 days until the college entrance exams, I don't want to waste your time. The principal finished speaking and stepped aside, revealing a translucent raw stone. This is a spirit stone, a necessary material for opening a beast space. Just have your pet beast drip blood on it, and the beast master places their hand on the spirit stone to awaken the beast space. The spirit stone will react differently depending on the size of the awakened space. It is truly a remarkable material. Soon, a student stepped forward. His beast companion was a half-human hate flamingo with a warrior-level talent. As the flamingo dripped a drop of vibrant red blood, he placed his hand on it, and the spirit stone instantly emitted a thin green glow, making both the beast and the master appear exceptionally healthy, surrounded by a green aura. Clevel beast space. 100 by 100 meters in size, triple acceleration. An exclamation arose from the crowd. This was already quite a decent talent, and despite the beast master's and pet's talents not being high, he was able to awaken such a level of beast space, giving other students hope. As the ceremony continued, the spirit stone suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. The crowd below widened their eyes, and even the principal couldn't help but smile. A level space. 10 times growth boost, 500 square meters in size. She was the one who awakened an A-level talent during the ceremony and received the king-level beast cub from Senior Lin, right? No need to say more. She's been in the top 3 of our school's beauty rankings for years, and why not first? Because she already has someone in her heart, secretly admiring someone on a list that everyone wants to be on. Who is it? That person. Really, that person? How could it be anyone else? It must be that person. Lin Sheng. But he walked off the stage, her gaze fixed on Lin Sheng, her face beaming with joy. At this moment, she was secretly grateful that she could finally keep up with Lin Sheng's pace. As long as she could keep watching him, she was content. Good luck. It's your turn. Bai's encouragement made Lin Sheng nod silently, getting up and heading towards the stage. Truth be told, he wasn't sure what level of beast space he could awaken. Meanwhile, the other students were filled with curiosity about the beast Lin Sheng had contracted. What kind of beast could make him give up a king-level cub, especially that initial contract king-level cub? Typically, the first beast contracted by a beast master is an ordinary one. Since their physique is still within the human range, their level can never surpass a king-level beast. This means that a king-level cub is already the best among initial beasts. However, Lin Sheng rejected it, sparking curiosity among the students present. Many eyes focused on Lin Sheng. Even the principal and 2 strong members of the Beast Master Association showed interest. Is that Lin Sheng? Asked a middle-aged man with a chiseled face, dressed in black combat gear, from the high platform. The principal nodded respectfully, holding great admiration for this second-in-command of the Yang City Beast Master Association. This person was not only of high status, but also possessed strength at the late warrior stage, with a beast under his command that was about to break through to the lord level. Being noticed by him could bring endless benefits to a student's future. This kid is quite impressive, at least in appearance, said a woman in a black form-fitting outfit with a playful smile, seemingly interested in Lin Sheng. The principal sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, it's truly a world where looks matter. Just moments ago, he had awakened in a level beast space. Yet neither of them reacted. But as soon as Lin Sheng appeared, they inquired without even seeing the beast. However, as they conversed, an anomaly occurred. Swish, swish, swish. The spirit stone suddenly emitted green, blue, and red lights, instantly enveloping everyone present, the light shooting straight into the sky, covering the entire academy in its brilliant glow. Three-colored light, a hallmark of S-level beast space. Who is it? The three on the platform were startled, looking down. In front of the spirit stone, a young man with a thick white snake coiled around his arm gently placed his hand on the dazzling spirit stone, from which the light emanated. Lin Sheng, it really is you. The principal had already suspected, and the students below were stunned. They weren't shocked by Lin Sheng awakening in S-level beast space, as he already had top-tier S-level talent. Awakening in S-level beast space was almost inevitable as long as the beast wasn't too weak. What truly surprised them was Lin Sheng's contracted Biasta seemingly ordinary white snake. It had no horns, no legs, and not even a hint of mystical aura. Isn't it just a regular white snake? Why contract such a seemingly useless beast? Even the principal was taken aback, never expecting Lin Sheng to contract such a beast after rejecting the king-level cub. How could it compare to the king-level cub? The principal couldn't help but doubt if he had misjudged. Being so close, only a blind person would mistake it. This is just an ordinary white snake. Has this kid watched too many TV dramas and truly believes that forming a contract with a white snake will turn it into a lady? The principal was taken aback, immediately shaking his head. Impossible. Who would give up awakening a higher-level talent to contract with a worthless beast? Besides, once you become a powerful beast tamer, what kind of woman couldn't you find? Not to mention finding, many would even throw themselves at you. Such an action is simply not worth the loss. This student's talent is quite good. It's just that his beast. Instructor Liu, in his combat uniform, frowned, indeed feeling it was a bit of a hindrance. I actually think this kid has a good mindset. Forming a contract with a beast isn't about strength, but suitability, said a woman in a black tied outfit standing nearby. Well, I did hand over the king-level beast cub to him, but he refused it. The principal quickly spoke up, his face wrinkled like a bitter melon, fearing the two might think he had embezzled the king-level beast cub provided by the Beast Tamer Association. He wouldn't dare. Embezzling items from the association is a serious crime. Once discovered, he'd be hunted down by all sides. Yet, just as everyone felt it was a pity, a phenomenon occurred again. The previously separated three-colored lights suddenly converged into a golden light, enveloping Lin Sheng entirely, appearing extremely sacred. The white snake on his arm was also dyed golden. Both were bathed in this light, oblivious to what was happening outside. S-level. The students below were once again shocked. The fusion of three-colored light into golden light isn't this the phenomenon of an S-level beast space, as described in textbooks? I knew it couldn't just be S-level. S-level is what matches Lin's beast talent. A beast space of this level must be as large as a supersized villa. Everyone looked on with envy. On stage, Instructor Liu and the woman in black showed slight signs of being moved. An S-level beast space this matches an S-level talent. The principal was delighted. It seems the white snake wasn't a hindrance after all. This works. Even if you directly contracted a lady, I'd accept it. Before everyone could react, whoosh, the golden light across the sky was instantly withdrawn, all converging into the spirit stone. Seconds later, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The golden light within the transparent stone condensed into a small golden dragon roaring inside. Even Lin Sheng was a bit surprised. Isn't there supposed to be no dragons in this world? Why does the spirit stone have a small dragon forming within it? At this moment, Lin Sheng was completely unaware that the playground had fallen silent. Countless students stared wide-eyed at the spirit stone on the high platform. The principal and the two instructors could no longer remain calm, standing up with a bang. An SS-level beast space phenomenon. The dragons roar across the sky. Throughout the Dragon Nation, the total number of beast tamers who have awakened an SS-level beast space is less than 10, and among them, none have produced such a top-tier phenomenon. The woman in the tight outfit spoke excitedly, her voice slightly trembling. This means Lin Sheng before us is the only one in the Dragon Nation to produce a dragon's roar phenomenon when opening a beast space. Previously, people thought this was just a legend, but today, it has truly appeared before our eyes. And just as everyone thought it was all over, crack, dragons don't truly exist in this world. They only appear in ancient texts and passed down legends, much like those on a past version of Earth. Occasionally, creatures with traces of dragon blood, resembling reptilian lizards, lend some credibility to these tales. Thanks to the formidable combat abilities of these dragon-blooded descendants, dragons are considered the apex predators in legends. When people awaken their beast-taming abilities, they sometimes trigger visions of these mythical creatures. Such was the scene before them. The spectral image of a golden dragon appeared within a spirit stone. Upon seeing the vision, Lin Sheng instinctively used his sequence extraction skill. Immediately, a sharp cracking sound was heard, and the once solid spirit stone developed several fractures. The golden dragon emerged from the cracks, yet before it could take flight, Lin Sheng absorbed it. None of the surrounding people noticed this, as their attention remained fixed on the dragon's roar that had just echoed. My goodness, a dragon's roar phenomenon. This surpasses any anomaly an SS-grade beast-taming space could produce, exclaimed a student. This must be the first of its kind. It could be called a god-level beast-taming space, beyond SS grade. Could it be that Lin Sheng's little snake is actually a young dragon? Another joked, adding, by the way, did any of you hear something break just now? Could it be a stone monkey being born? The once quiet playground erupted into noise as students eagerly approached, hoping to bask in the dragon's aura with their beasts. Meanwhile, on the platform, two senior members of the Beast Tamer Association and the principal were stunned, not expecting such an event during a routine procedure. General Instructor Lu's eyes glinted with greed, like a hungry wolf, fixated on Lin Sheng. Principal Zhang, I want this student. As for the broken spirit stone, take this card to the Beast Tamer Association, and you'll be compensated, said a woman in a black bodysuit, handing the principal a business card. The principal accepted it with a mix of reverence and relief, no longer concerned about the loss. Though spirit stones are valuable, they are not auctioned on the market, with resources mostly controlled by the state. Rest assured, I will. No, I will immediately consult with Lin Sheng to get his opinion, the principal declared, his eyes falling on the card, which bore the words Dragon Slayer Bureau. He was taken aback, as it was widely known that the Beast Tamer Association consisted of three organizations, one overseeing the auction and resource regulation of fierce beasts, and another being the military force that controlled much of the dragon country's beast-taming power, to which General Instructor Lu belonged. The remaining top-tier experts are under the control of the Zhanlong Bureau. The woman before them is the director of the Yangqing branch of this bureau. Generally, for a student to join the Zhanlong Bureau, they must be the best among all students. Now, with the director personally inviting Lin Sheng to join, it's virtually a fast track for him. Who would refuse such an opportunity? I disagree. Lu, the chief instructor standing nearby, retorted firmly. As an SS-level beast master, he had even triggered a dragon's roar phenomenon. How could he easily give up? He must join our military. Well, I don't want to argue with you. How about I ask him myself later? The woman in the black, tight-fitting outfit replied with a confident smile. Lu glanced at her and said no more. At this point, their argument was pointless. It all depended on Lin Sheng's decision. Two significant figures were willing to clash over a single student. The principal wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead, pondering whether this was good or bad for Lin Sheng. However, for the other students, it was undoubtedly enviable. After becoming a beast master, the best paths are just three, and now two of them have extended an olive branch to Lin Sheng. Yet, this is only the beginning for Lin Sheng, highlighting the immense opportunity at hand. There was concern, though, about whether joining one organization might provoke trouble from the other. As Lin Sheng awakened his SS-level beast space, the atmosphere was electrified, and the students eagerly gathered around, hoping to open their own beast spaces and perhaps absorb some of the dragon's aura. In less than half an hour, all students had successfully opened their beast spaces, officially becoming beast masters. The proof of being a beast master would be issued by the Beast Association's designated personnel. Hello, students. I am Lu Qing, the chief instructor of the Yangqing Beast Association. Lu stood on the stage, scanning the crowd, which immediately quieted down. He nodded in satisfaction before continuing. I am here for three reasons. First, as a routine procedure, to issue your Beast Master certifications. Second, to select suitable candidates to join me or Ms. D over here in the Zhanlong Bureau. At this point, Lu paused, and excitement flashed in the student's eyes. After all, becoming a Beast Master was all about joining the Beast Association. Not only would it bring respect, but also resources and wealth. Joining the Zhanlong Bureau would be an unparalleled honor, as it was rumored to have been founded by one of humanity's top figures, a place every student aspired to join. However, the acceptance rate was always very low, with possibly not even one student being admitted per year. What about the third? Someone from the crowd asked, filled with anticipation. In previous years, the Beast Association would send representatives, but they only helped open beast spaces, never mentioning a third task. Seeing the eager faces, Lu cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. Cough, 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 cough. Instructor, are you okay? I've been having some throat issues lately. Chief Instructor Lu coughed heavily a few times before speaking, to address the complex changes in the situation, and to promote the collaborative development between beast tamers and their pets. His words were like a lullaby, quickly lulling the students below into a sleepy haze, comparable to the effect of a pet with hypnotic skills. After a few minutes of rambling, he finally got to the point. In recent years, our Beast Tamer Association has hardly seen any disaster-level beast tamers. To address this, we have decided to focus resources on a select few. Everyone is eligible to compete for this spot, but only if you are a member of our Beast Tamer Association. Even if you're a janitor or a guard, you can participate. The instructor's voice echoed through the classroom, stirring the students' spirits. We will select 100 people nationwide and provide them with resources prepared for exactly 100 individuals. This selection will take place in a month at Giant Bee City. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the classroom fell silent, but soon the students' eyes burned with determination, fists clenched, as they set their sights on the champion's goal, clearly brimming with confidence. Contending for a spot among the top 100 nationwide, the winner will be among the top young talents in Longhua. And these resources are exclusive to just 100 people. They must be incredibly substantial. Resources for cultivating a disaster-level beast tamer can't be meager, can they? The students thought to themselves, if they could secure these resources before the college entrance exam, they might really have a chance to enter one of the 5 major beast tamer academies. I've got to get those resources. Some students' eyes sparkled with determination, their hearts ignited with fighting spirit. The weakness of their beasts and lack of talent didn't mean they would always remain weak. There was once a disaster-level beast tamer whose initial beast was only at the warrior level, and his talent was not outstanding, yet he still reached great heights. Giant Beast City. I remember that place has lord-level fierce beasts roaming around, right? Lin Sheng, hidden among the crowd, murmured quietly. He had already decided to participate in this competition. After all, with his current strength, obtaining some rare resources was far easier through the Beast Tamer Association. However, surviving in such a place required more than what his beast, Xiaobai, was currently capable of. But if I can get those resources, my chances of getting into my dream university will be much higher. Lin Sheng felt a surge of excitement. He had originally come just to awaken a beast space, but unexpectedly found an opportunity that aligned perfectly with his future goals. It seemed as if fate was lending him a helping hand. Lin Sheng, congratulations. He approached, a smile on her face. Thank you, Lin Sheng replied with a smile. Xiao Bai's talent was undeniable, and with his own SS-level talent, awakening the top-tier beast space was almost guaranteed. It was just a question of what kind of phenomenon would appear. Imichim, good luck. Hearing Lin Sheng's response, he blushed slightly, lowered her head, and murmured softly. Lin Sheng was well aware of the little girl's feelings. Almost every time he achieved something, he would come to congratulate him, and even when he failed, she would come to comfort him. Her crush on Lin Sheng was known throughout the school, and he was quite gentle and charming. Lin Sheng had even considered, in his new life, why not have a passionate romance? However, the world they lived in was extremely dangerous, and in such a world, a romance was destined to end tragically. Being a close protector wouldn't suffice. One had to be a cold-blooded killer to survive. Most importantly, he already had a nominal girlfriend. Whenever he got too close to another girl, this girlfriend would appear, using her extraordinary beauty and status to make the other girl feel ashamed. As Lin Sheng was reminiscing, the principal, along with 2 tall and imposing figures, approached him directly. Lin Sheng, these are Chief Instructor Lu from the Beastmaster Association and... The principal glanced at the woman in the black tight suit, who hadn't introduced herself yet. I'm Deities, the head of the Dragon Slayers Bureau's Yang City branch, she said, extending her hand to shake Lin Sheng's. Instructor Lu, head D, what brings you two to see me? Lin Sheng inquired. Of course, we're here to invite you to join us. They both exclaimed in unison, then paused, glaring at each other. Lu, are you trying to mimic me? Who's mimicking whom? I was the one who initially wanted to recruit him, and then you suddenly jumped in. Isn't that a bit much? The tension between the two was palpable, and Lin Sheng understood that they were both trying to recruit him into the Beastmaster Association. This was precisely what Lin Sheng wanted, as becoming an internal member of the association was the first step towards participating in the Giant Beast City competition. After that, he needed to hone his skills and the synergy with his pet beast. Lin Sheng, you must have heard of our Dragon Slayers Bureau. Only rare talents can join us, and our chief is one of the top beast masters in the world. If you join us, I can promise you 30 million dragon coins and all the resources needed for your pet beast to advance to the Lord level. I can offer the same terms as the Dragon Slayers Bureau, plus a rare evolutionary path for snake-type beasts. My beast is also about to advance to the Lord level, and you can observe the process. Chief Instructor Lu was going all out, and Di Qian was momentarily taken aback. The evolutionary path of a beast was highly classified, and offering such information meant Lu was really pulling out all the stops. However, Neither of them knew that Lin Sheng didn't need such evolutionary paths. Although crucial for others, to Lin Sheng, it was just a blank sheet of paper. Unaware of this, Di Qian, determined not to lose this talent, gritted her teeth, thinking, "You forced me. Don't blame me for using my trump card. Lin Sheng, your sister is also part of our dragon-slaying bureau. I personally sent her to the headquarters back then. If you join my department, I'm confident I can cultivate another genius with skills on par with hers," Di Qian said. Chief Instructor Lu was taken aback, not expecting such a tactic. He hadn't heard anything about Lin Sheng having a sister before. If that's true, his own evolutionary path as a serpent seemed to pale in comparison to the bonds of family. But what does it matter if she was sent there? Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Whether it's the serpent evolutionary path or his sister, they were just debuffs to him, useless and uninteresting. Yet, at this moment, Di Qian and Instructor Lu were treating him like a gem, eager to recruit him. Could they show a bit of sincerity? Trading his sister for money would be nice. Lin Sheng thought to himself. After all, he did have a sister. When he crossed over into this world at the age of 10, it was nearly impossible to protect his family's assets on his own, let alone survive. Then, a person who claimed to be his older sister, 2 or 3 years his senior, came to his home, drove away all the relatives, and took charge of his living, education, and daily needs. Lin Sheng had even joked that with a genius sister and a useless brother, he must have the protagonist template. Unfortunately, both were useless. Until her obsessive control and talent began to show. He remembered asking once, "Sis, why aren't you a beast-taming genius?" After he said that, she was stunned for a long time. And then she actually became a beast-taming genius, a rare talent not seen in a century, which even made Lin Sheng wonder if his golden finger was the power of words coming true. But now, he was finally free from her. Pulling his thoughts back, Lin Sheng took a deep breath and looked seriously at the two people in front of him. "I will make my own choice. While it will be influenced by the conditions you offer, it will be more about my personal desire." The two were momentarily taken aback. This young man seemed to truly have his own ideas. "Don't worry, even if you choose her, I won't retaliate against you. I'm not that petty, especially since we're all talents of the Beast Tamer Association," Instructor Lu said. Di Qian also responded with a smile. Lin Sheng silently nodded, feeling relieved. That's good. He really feared being targeted by big shots. His small frame couldn't handle it. With that in mind, Lin Sheng began to think carefully. Joining the military would provide excellent resources and the best training, but it would also mean losing freedom and facing higher risks. In contrast, joining the Dragon Slaying Bureau would be like being a freelancer. With his own skills, he could gain more resources and training, with the level of danger being his own choice, sometimes even higher than the military. Yet, the conditions offered by both sides were identical. The Dragon Slaying Bureau? Huh? I heard the director once vowed to slay a real dragon with his beasts, and I happen to want to evolve my beast into a real dragon. So does that mean I could hide in plain sight? To avoid the director's suppression, I might have to infiltrate them. Finally, Lin Sheng decided to become the director of the Zhanglong Bureau and renamed it the Yanglong Bureau. The name sounded good, but more importantly, Lin Sheng yearned for freedom. Just like the protagonists who all craved freedom to avoid missing out on unexpected gains and not-so-bright sidekicks. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to join the Zhanglong Bureau. Chief Instructor Lu noticed this, slightly furrowing his brow, thinking to himself that young people indeed prefer the company of charming senior sisters. He should have sent other instructors. Meanwhile, Di Qian beamed with a bright smile, feeling secretly pleased that the familial approach worked. However, Captain D had reservations and did not want to send Lin Sheng to her sister, nor did she want to reveal that Lin Sheng had joined the Zhanglong Bureau. Lin Sheng's thoughts were simple. He just didn't want his sister to bother him anymore. If she found out he joined the Zhanglong Bureau, she might transfer over the next day to find him, and the thought of that was terrifying. Alright, I still need to select other talents. In 3 days, I'll relay the information to all academies and then come to find you, Di Qian instructed before she and Instructor Lu left the elite high school. Immediately, Lin Sheng was surrounded by a group of people. "Brother Lin, what does an SS level beast space look like? We've never seen one," a classmate asked excitedly. "Yeah, tell us about it. We can brag about it later," another chimed in. "Brother Lin, what breed is your beast? To awaken such a top-level phenomenon, it must at least be a king-level beast," everyone speculated. "That makes sense, but king level isn't enough. I think it must be at least a disaster level," someone added. "Are you kidding? Whose physique could handle the feedback from a disaster level beast?" The crowd eagerly discussed. What kind of pet beast was the white snake in Lin Sheng's arms that made him give up a king-level cub to form a contract with it? In reality, it was just an ordinary little snake, which no one would have guessed. "Sorry, everyone, I have to head back now." Lin Sheng hurriedly dismissed the crowd and quickly made his way home. He felt thrilled, thinking that if an awakened level beast could enable Xiao Bai to evolve, What about the genes of this dragon vein? As he quickened his pace, Yangqing made the news, with Lin Sheng himself as the main focus. Not long after Lin Sheng awakened his talent at the competition site, the news began to broadcast his story in Yang City and even reached other major base cities. In the Dragon Nation, there are three major base cities: the Imperial Capital Base City, the Magic Capital Base City, and the Everest Base City. These large base cities are surrounded by 10 to 20 smaller cities, and Yang City is a subsidiary city of the Magic Capital Base City. Despite being a subsidiary city, Yang City has a population of over 100 million, which is understandable given the larger surface area compared to the previous blue planet. Although the news spread to the major base cities, it wasn't particularly famous. Lin Sheng's sister, who resides in the main city of the Imperial Capital Base City, was unaware of this event. However, in Yang City, it was considered a significant event. At this moment, Yang City's news prominently featured several striking headlines. New SS-level beast taming space. Rumors say the contracted beast is a disaster-level talent. Does this break the restriction of initial beasts not being able to contract with anything above a king level? Take a look. This man is called Xiao Shuai. At the noble school of Yang City's beast tamer ceremony, the citizens were abuzz with discussions. Lin Sheng didn't care much about this. He found the news content rather absurd. He never claimed his contracted beast had a disaster-level talent, so how did it get labeled as such? It was as if they were forcing a narrative on him, making it hard for him to keep a low profile. Sitting on a leather sofa, Lin Sheng felt speechless. In his mind existed a beast space spanning thousands of square meters. If other people's beasts woke up on a bed in the morning, then Xiaobai woke up on a bed thousands of square meters wide, practically sleeping on a golden bed. More importantly, Lin Sheng's top-tier beast space could accelerate a beast's growth by hundreds of times. This meant that staying in the beast space for just 3 days was equivalent to a year of growth. Although the growth speed was outrageous, the cost was also high. After all, consuming 100 days' worth of food in a single day was no small feat, and Xiaobai wasn't like ordinary pets. It had high demands for food, which was not cheap. Even some wealthy individuals might go broke trying to keep up. Fortunately, there were willing sponsors who covered all of Xiaobai's food expenses from awakening to disaster level. Lin Sheng was relieved he didn't hide his strength. Otherwise, he couldn't afford the food expenses alone. Evolving from a snake to a python takes 1,000 years, and a latest-stage awakened beast takes nearly 100 years to grow, meaning only 10 are needed. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and decided to venture into the wild to battle fierce beasts. Although he could rely on his scholarship for a while, he needed to think about the future. Besides, a greenhouse environment doesn't produce strong flowers. Xiaobai also needed to hone its fighting spirit through battles with fierce beasts. Meanwhile, the funds from the Dragon Slayer Bureau had arrived. Your bank card ending in 9526 has received 50 million. Please check your account regularly. There was also a note. The extra 20 million was exchanged by your sister. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow as he thought to himself, there's actually such a benefit? I didn't expect I could make money from this. Besides receiving the payment in his bank account, Lin Sheng's information was also entered into the Zhanlong Bureau's database. With just his identification, he could access the Beastmaster Association's network. This platform was mainly used by Beastmasters to trade captured beasts and cubs. The marketplace offered everything from quick healing ointments for outdoor injuries to various types of food needed for beasts, provided one had enough money. As a member of the Zhanlong Bureau, Lin Sheng enjoyed a 10% discount on any purchases made on the Beastmaster Association's network, and this discount would increase as his status improved. Since he had a giant python, he decided to buy similar snake types to prepare adequately before heading into the wild. After all, it was a haven for fierce beasts, and beastmasters lost their lives there daily. Lin Sheng opened his computer, logged onto the website, and entered the marketplace. He saw the evolution paths for the Azure Silk Thunder Snake, with a disaster-level talent priced at 50 million, the Iron Armored Python's King-level evolution at 30 million, and the Lightning Snake's Lord-level evolution at 5 million. Lin Sheng was moved. He remembered that the owner of the Azure Silk Thunder Snake was also a disaster-level beastmaster. These evolution paths were indeed expensive, not to mention the rare resources required for the evolution. However, these were things that could change the fate of lower-level beast pets, and their high price was justified. After all, a disaster-level beastmaster could become the ruler of a city. However, Lin Sheng didn't need these evolution paths. He wanted to forge his own path, deciding to purchase some beast carcasses, preferably those of giant pythons, to extract their essence. He quickly recharged 50 million into the marketplace, converting it to points, and spent it all. In just a few minutes, he had spent 50 million, which made him slightly excited, although he knew he would get used to it since the cost of nurturing beast pets in the later stages would be astronomical. Shortly after, a large truck delivered beast carcasses worth over 50 million to his courtyard. Due to the discount, he spent an additional 5 million, and the remaining balance was used to purchase some healing ointments. These ointments, made from beast mucus, had a powerful healing effect. If wounded, applying the ointment would make even scars disappear within minutes. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng extended his hand and absorbed all the giant pythons coiled in his courtyard, obtaining the essence of the unicorn python, the colorful python, the venomous python, and more. He also acquired some repeated skills, such as the unique devouring, constriction, scale strength genes of pythons, and even the venom fang skill. Xiaobai, Lin Sheng called out, summoning Xiaobai from the beast space. Unlike before, when the small white snake could only coil around his arm, it had grown large enough to wrap around his waist. He decided to test if Xiaobai could learn new skills, which was crucial. With this in mind, Lin Sheng injected the skill genes into Xiaobai's body, but a series of failure notifications followed, which he had anticipated. Teaching skills wasn't that simple. Just then, an unexpected sound interrupted Lin Sheng's thoughts. Awakening level entanglement skill gene upgraded. The beginner level entanglement skill has been elevated to proficient level, significantly enhancing its mastery. Lin Sheng was initially surprised but soon realized it made sense. After all, the creatures he absorbed had long developed muscle memory for releasing the entanglement skill, and the process of extracting genes naturally brought along that memory. Skill proficiency is categorized into beginner, proficient, expert, perfect, and flawless levels. As a pet beast releases a skill more frequently and gains deeper understanding, its proficiency increases, thereby boosting the skill's power. To elevate a beginner-level entanglement skill to proficient level would typically require hundreds or even thousands of usages. However, Lin Sheng had bypassed this entire process. He felt a slight thrill, realizing that he no longer needed extensive training. His combat skills had already reached a proficient level. He could effortlessly use the entanglement skill to execute optimal techniques and angles, which was undoubtedly a significant advantage in battles. Remembering a few more entanglement skill memory genes, he decided to apply them several more times. After a few attempts, while the proficiency improved, it did not reach the expert level. Nonetheless, Lin Sheng was satisfied. To attain expert level, a pet beast would at least need to experience several life and death battles. He pondered silently, appreciating the free enhancement he had received. To truly reach expert level, he would likely need an entanglement skill at that level. Xiaobai opened its mouth, and Lin Sheng fed it the extracted giant python gene along with the golden gene obtained from the spirit stone. Instantly, Xiaobai shuddered, emitting a scorching white mist, and its body rapidly grew to twice its original size. Its eyes became more lively, with its former snake eyes transforming into emerald gold pupils. Lin Sheng could distinctly sense that Xiaobai's intelligence had significantly increased. Xiaobai's level advanced to the late awakening stage, with a talent level of early king stage. Its skills included proficient entanglement, water spray, and hardening, and its evolutionary paths were python, silver python sea monster, unicorn snake, rainbow electric eel, scaled snake, and dragon-blooded sea monster. The late awakening stage evolution greatly enhanced Xiaobai's talent and bloodline, thrilling Lin Sheng. It seemed that the gene extracted from the spirit stone was indeed effective. Although it didn't directly lead to a dragon evolution path, it substantially boosted Xiaobai's potential. Lin Sheng developed a keen interest in the spirit stones, eager to acquire more if possible. However, he had other matters to attend to, needing to test his strength in the wild and familiarize himself with the environment to prepare for the Beast City assessment. He calmly stated that facing beast masters from across the nation required full effort. Otherwise, he might suffer losses. Around Yang City, there are 3 secret realms. Several years ago, countless void rifts appeared in this world, from which ferocious beasts and monsters emerged, affecting existing life forms. Nowadays, some of these void rifts have already been sealed by beast masters. In the area where the void rift is located, numerous fierce beasts roam. Although these creatures are not particularly dangerous and can be used to train young beast tamers in combat, their numbers are only partially controlled and not completely eradicated. Despite this, the area remains quite perilous, as evidenced by the risk of fatalities. Lin Sheng decided to visit the lair of the lightning snakes. He quickly gathered Xiaobai, along with some wound ointments and antidotes he had purchased, and made his way to the snake's habitat. This location is in the outskirts of Yang City, and due to its relative safety, there is no guard presence. Instead, small squads of beast tamers practice here, hunting the lightning snakes to sell to the Beast Tamer Association. With few people around, Lin Sheng stepped into the dense forest. Since lightning snakes are also serpents, Lin Sheng hoped to learn a skill or two from them, which would be ideal. Xiaobai coiled around Lin Sheng, flicking its slender tongue, seemingly sensing a hint of danger in the air, and appeared quite excited. This was its first time in the forest, and its primal instincts were stirred. Meanwhile, some professional hunters noticed Lin Sheng and were surprised. They recognized this young man from a recent news report in Yang City. Wasn't it too risky for him to venture alone into the wild? Even seasoned beast tamers, at the late awakening stage or warrior level, would not dare to enter the lightning snake's territory alone. The danger for a novice was evident. Maybe you're mistaken? That beast tamer named Lin Sheng is a wealthy heir, under the watchful eyes of Yang City's major factions. He wouldn't lack resources or be pampered enough to wander into the wild alone, another responded. The group then dismissed their concerns. At the same time, Xiaobai flicked its tongue again, sensing danger ahead. Suddenly, a snake as thick as an arm darted out from the grass. A lightning snake, at the late awakening stage, equipped with paralyzing venom and constricting skills, it thrived in the forest, its speed and venomous bite instilling fear. Lin Sheng had no time to react as the lightning snake lunged at them, its venomous fangs targeting him. However, in the next moment, smack! Xiao Bai's slender tail lashed out, striking the lightning snake midair, sending it flying with such force that its head was crushed into a pulp. The blow was so powerful that it created a sonic boom, instantly killing the lightning snake. Lin Sheng was stunned, realizing that the lightning snake is a top choice for many beast tamers seeking to contract serpents, not a weak beast by any means. Yet, Xiaobai dispatched it with ease, not even giving it a chance to use its skills, clearly indicating Xiaobai's strength surpassed its appearance. If I can obtain a warrior-level skill, this trip will be worthwhile. Lin Sheng thought with growing anticipation. Well done. Hissed listening to the continuous praise from its owner. Xiaobai's tail wagged high with excitement. Was this the 7th lightning snake already? Lin Sheng carefully extracted the lightning snake's genes and injected them once more into Xiaobai. The entangling skill upgraded from proficient to expert level, although this skill seemed rarely used. Lin Sheng pondered silently. Each time Xiaobai killed a lightning snake, it was almost always a one-hit kill, leaving no chance for the enemy to resist, thus rendering the entangling skill unnecessary. The reason for the rapid skill upgrade was that this wilderness was filled with snake-like beasts, almost all possessing the entangling skill. Otherwise, even the lowest level skill would take at least several years to reach the expert level. This was not only an increase in proficiency, but also an enhancement in power. At the expert level, the entangling skill could almost certainly ensnare any opponent it touched, and could nullify any entangling attacks from creatures with a lower entangling level. In this jungle, Xiaobai had virtually no natural enemies. Lin Sheng's courage grew bolder. Merely fighting weak awakened-level creatures no longer satisfied his training needs. Only by being on the brink of death could he grasp the true essence of survival. Meanwhile, in this jungle, 3 to 4 beast masters of warrior level were surrounding a young girl, fending off a latest-stage awakened lightning snake. The girl's beast companion was a king-level cub, a thunder lion. Roar! The thunder lion let out a deafening roar, its large stature appearing somewhat fierce yet adorable. In a swift move towards the lightning snake, it seized an opportunity and bit the snake's nape, killing it instantly. Although it was only mid-awakened, it managed to kill a latest-stage awakened beast, truly worthy of being a king-level cub. Thanks to the girl's adept command, the battle ended within minutes. Seeing the girl's beast slay the lightning snake, the surrounding guardians began to shower her with praise. The girl humbly replied, "Oh, I'm still far from being good enough." If Lin Sheng were present, he would have recognized her as Bai He. As a student of a noble school, she naturally had a remarkable background, and the Bai family she belonged to held considerable influence and branches throughout Yang City. "Miss, let's hurry along. I have a hunch that the warrior-level thunder snake is nearby. When the time comes, you mustn't make a move. It's impossible for an awakened-level pet beast to defeat a warrior-level one. We'll handle retrieving the thunder snake's crystal for you." Their mission was to find the key to the thunder lion's evolution, the thunder snake's gallbladder, which was prepared in advance for the thunder lion's next evolution, while also honing Bai He's combat skills in the wild. With that, one of the beast masters summoned a hawk with a wingspan over 2 meters to scout for the warrior-level thunder snake's presence. Found it! The guardians' faces lit up with joy as they rushed towards that part of the jungle. Meanwhile, at that location, Lin Sheng's white snake was confronting a warrior-level thunder snake. This enormous, blue-scaled serpent hissed cautiously, its eyes fixed on Lin Sheng and Xiaobai. At the same time, information about the thunder snake appeared before Lin Sheng. Its warrior-level status, early-stage talents, latest-stage skills, evolution path of entanglement and electricity, and a description of the heavenly thunder snake. Lin Sheng felt a jolt of realization. Understanding the extraordinary pressure this thunder snake exerted, it was no wonder it was so formidable. He pondered whether its electrical skill could be acquired. "Xiaobai, attack!" Lin Sheng commanded decisively. Xiaobai lunged forward, and as soon as they clashed, the thunder snake attempted to ensnare Xiaobai with its entangling skill. However, the thunder snake's skill proficiency was no match for Xiaobai's, and it was instead tightly bound by Xiaobai. In the next moment, Xiaobai unleashed a water sword from its mouth, striking directly at the thunder snake's neck. With a crackling sound, the thunder snake, unable to withstand it, released a surge of electricity. Yet, for Xiaobai, this was merely a tickle. as the scales of the silver-scaled fish were resistant to electricity, prompting a smile from Lin Sheng. In an instant, Xiao Bai's water sword pierced through the thunder snake's head, and it fell lifelessly. Delighted, Lin Sheng exclaimed, "Well done. I'll reward you with treats when we get back." He gently patted Xiao Bai's forehead and began absorbing the remnants of the warrior-level thunder snake, acquiring its bloodline gene, skill gene, evolution path gene, as well as its scales, venom, and courage. Finally, only a blue crystal remained on the ground, which Lin Sheng promptly picked up, thinking it must be a valuable item dropped by a warrior-level beast that could fetch a good price in the future. After placing the blue crystal into his beast space, Lin Sheng transferred the thunder snake skills and genes to Xiao Bai. Although the thunder snake scales weren't as superior as those of the silver-scaled fish, Xiao Bai's scales became smoother, and its body gradually grew larger. Its cells were rapidly working, consuming the thunder snake's energy. Being a warrior-level thunder snake, fully absorbing its bloodline gene would take time. Unfortunately, the inheritance of the electrical skill failed. Lin Sheng contemplated that if he could continue to acquire superior genes from other creatures, he might forge the strongest scales, thereby allowing the inheritance of more skills. With these thoughts, Lin Sheng decided to leave the forest. The training was nearing its end, and absorbing the same type of gene repeatedly would no longer significantly benefit Xiao Bai's growth. Only the first absorption was effective. He needed to request some evolutionary food for Xiao Bai from the Dragon Slayer Bureau, as that was key to the pet's evolution. Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, imagining the Bureau spending money to raise a dragon. Just after Lin Sheng departed, a grand team arrived at the scene. Is the Thunder Serpent dead? Just a few minutes ago, there were signs of life. How could it have happened so quickly? A group of people surrounded a young girl, standing in shock before the skeleton of the Thunder Serpent. They had tracked its trail to this spot in just a few minutes. Yet, the Thunder Serpent was already dead. Even 3 beast tamers at the warrior level would struggle to capture a Thunder Serpent of the same level, taking at least 7 to 8 minutes to ensure it couldn't escape. But in the blink of an eye, all that remained was its skeleton. Could it have been a professional snake hunter? Impossible. No matter how skilled, it would be unlikely to strip the bones so cleanly without leaving a trace of meat. This person must be at least a latest-stage warrior-level beast tamer. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill such an agile thunder serpent in such a short time. And they took the serpent's crystal too, something the group had spent weeks trying to find. Oh well, this forest isn't our family's private land. If it was snatched, so be it. Bai he said silently. Losing this serpent crystal means it will take an unknown amount of effort to find another one. Miss, you're too kind, someone said. Some professional hunters love to snatch results from others. We've been tracking this serpent for so long, and just when we were about to catch it, someone else took it. Even Bai he was puzzled. Warrior-level beasts in the wild are not like those at the awakening level. With many materials on them that help beasts evolve to the warrior level, they are expensive and extremely rare. Getting a high-quality material is even more challenging. Moreover, her mother, Madame Bai, had mercilessly sent her to the wild to find materials. Losing this serpent crystal was undoubtedly a major blow to Bai he. We need to head back to the city immediately. There are likely hunter associations and other parties outside the city buying fierce beasts. That guy must be eager to sell. We can still catch him. Before Bai he could speak, the group quickly mounted their beasts and rushed towards the city outskirts. Hey there, have you got any rare materials? We can offer a better price than the Hunter Association. As Lin Sheng stepped out of the forest, a few people stopped him. But when they saw how young he was, they were stunned. So young and daring enough to venture into this forest alone? Of course, how much can I get for this serpent crystal? Lin Sheng pulled a blue-purple crystal from his pocket. It was of no use to him, so he might as well sell it. The moment they saw the blue crystal, their eyes lit up. It was a thunder serpent's crystal. Due to its rarity, the Hunter Association had offered $1 million for it. Hey there, we'll give you 1.3 million. How about selling that crystal to us? They looked at Lin Sheng with hopeful eyes, fearing someone else might see it and offer a higher bid. Given my current rank in the Hunter Association, even if I sell it for points, I only get a 10 discount. I might as well sell it directly to an individual. Lin Sheng quickly made his decision. After all, the Hunter Association is just a tool for profit, and whoever offers the highest price gets it. For such rare resources, individuals are likely to offer more. Just as Lin Sheng was about to agree, someone called out from a distance. Wait. A few people were taken aback and turned to look in that direction with Lin Sheng. In the distance, a few elegantly dressed beast masters were standing on a giant rhino, 2 to 3 stories tall, charging towards them. A battle general level beast master, and they seemed to be from the Bai family. The group turned pale instantly. They intended to snatch the serpent crystal from them. Lin Sheng locked eyes with the girl on the rhino's back. Isn't that Bai he? What's she doing out here? Lin Sheng silently thought. The beast master on the rhino asked, how much are they offering you for the serpent crystal? 1.3 million, Lin Sheng replied. Although the Beastmaster Association offered 1 million, the premium on this serpent crystal is very high. 1.3 million is a pipe dream. How about this, young man? Sell the serpent crystal to us, and I'll offer you 3 million. The Beastmaster on the rhino offered a much higher price. Even Lin Sheng was surprised. It was his first time selling a beast, and the price was beyond his expectations. He would have been satisfied with over 1 million, but he almost got shortchanged by 2 million. Crazy. Offering that much? Are they out of their minds? The group, realizing they were outmatched, quickly turned and left, not daring to linger. After all, they were in the wrong. Moreover, Lin Sheng hadn't verbally agreed to the transaction, so he was free to choose another buyer. Thank you, Lin Sheng said, taking out the serpent crystal and completing the transaction. It was worthless to him, and getting 3 million was more than worth it. See you at school. Lin Sheng called out to Bai He before leaving. Ma'am. Bai He nodded in response, her gaze fixed on Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng left, the group finally showed signs of being impressed. So young, yet able to kill a thunder serpent alone. No wonder he's in S-level talent. To kill a battle general level thunder serpent in under 15 minutes is truly extraordinary. Just as the rumor said, Lin Sheng's pet beast must have a disaster level talent, maybe even a late disaster level. Luckily, the young lady informed us earlier, otherwise, I might have offended him. It's truly fortunate to encounter such luck. Building a good relationship with such a genius seems beneficial. The group was full of praise for Lin Sheng, genuinely impressed. The young man's beast talent indeed exceeded their imagination. They now understood why Bai He was willing to pay a high price for the serpent crystal. It was a favor repaid. Although the serpent crystal was valuable, selling it for 3 million was still challenging. I told you, relying on my talent alone isn't enough, Bai He said proudly, hands on her hips. The attendants were confused. Miss, this guy is your opponent in the upcoming exams. Shouldn't you be worried about such a strong competitor? Why do you seem happier than him? It turned out that the snake crystal fetched a high price, proving the Bai family indeed wealthy. Lin Sheng pondered silently on his way home. He attended a prestigious school in Yangqing, where almost all the children of the city's elite and wealthy studied. Despite his good reputation there, it wasn't due to wealth, but rather his good looks. Since the passing of his parents, he was relatively one of the poorer students in his class. However, having grown up in comfort, his classmates were generally indifferent to wealth and had a simple mindset. A few casual conversations could be easily steered by Lin Sheng, who had lived 2 lifetimes. Being wealthy or not, he still owed a small debt of gratitude to those who reminded him. If given a chance, he would definitely repay it. He wasn't a heartless person. While contemplating this, Lin Sheng had already returned home. As soon as he arrived, he messaged Diqian from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. They had mentioned contracting resources up to the Lord level. How exactly should they be distributed? After a brief wait, the reply came. What breed is your pet beast? What kind of food do you need to prepare? Generally, snake's food consists of various meat mixtures, and there are 3 price levels for snake pet food on the market. 100,000, 300,000, and 500,000. I'll prepare the best quality for you. As for the materials needed for advancement, it depends on which type you need. However, food can only be advanced for up to 3 months, and the advancement materials must be applied for when the pet beast is advancing. Lin Sheng thought for a moment and replied, the energy consumption of my beast taming space is 100 times the usual rate, so it consumes 100 days worth of energy in just 1 day. As for the advancement materials, there's no need to prepare them. He didn't want others to know the method his pet beast used to advance, as it was a unique path that could easily raise suspicion if leaked. After sending the message, the other party fell silent. Diqian was completely taken aback, never expecting the energy consumption rate of an SS-level beast taming space to be so fast. 100 times? That's ridiculous. It meant consuming a year's worth of energy in just 3 days. If it cost 500,000 a month, now it required 5 million a month for food. Even Diqian couldn't help but be astonished. She regretted not handing this kid over to someone else sooner. She thought to herself, this kid sure eats a lot. But there was some humor in this thought. In reality, she was quite pleased. After all, the more a pet beast consumed, the greater its potential and the faster it grew. In fact, the resources consumed to evolve to the Lord level hadn't changed. It was just being advanced earlier. Then I'll recruit fewer people and allocate their resources to Lin Sheng, Diqian calculated. She still had some control over resource allocation, and Lin Sheng's talent qualified him to use these resources. Soon, Diqian issued this order to a few subordinates, instructing them to carry it out. She was responsible for escorting Yangqing's talents to Giant Beast City to compete for the disaster-level Beastmaster training slots, which was the main focus. The resources needed to cultivate a disaster-level Beastmaster could easily exceed 5 million a day. Lin Sheng, don't let me down. At the very least, help me secure a spot. If one of her students could secure that spot, she would naturally benefit as well. Conversely, if resources were given without any return, she would have to bear the consequences herself. It's safe to say that Diqian has placed a significant bet on Lin Sheng. Fortunately, someone is preparing these resources for me. Otherwise, selling the snake crystal for 3 million wouldn't even cover Xiao Bai's food for a few days. Lin Sheng sighed, gently stroking Xiao Bai's head beside him. His Xiao Bai seemed to sense his mood, whining pitifully as if saying, Xiao Bai can go hungry. Good grief, now it's acting all cute. Trying to provoke me? Huh? Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, you've successfully provoked me. But even if no one prepared food for him, Xiao Bai wouldn't starve. After all, only by staying in the beast space can the energy consumption be increased 100-fold, and Lin Sheng can control this speed. Your package. Soon, there was a knock at the door. It's here. Lin Sheng immediately went to the door and brought in a large box. The box had big letters on it. Premium beast food ingredients, snake-specific mix, giant rat meat, lightning snake meat, various meats and even plants mixed in, with balanced nutrition and extremely strict ingredient content requirements. No wonder it sells for such a high price. Lin Sheng was surprised. 50,000 a month is not something an average family can afford. It's a service for the wealthy. Moreover, Xiao Bai consumes 500,000 a month. Opening the package, it contained rodent-shaped meat blocks that looked adorably silly. Eating just one a day is enough to sustain a month's energy consumption. The energy content in them is unimaginable. But for Lin Sheng, one rodent strip could only last 3 days at most. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai beside him was already drooling with anticipation. Xiao Bai's eyes were fixed on the rodent strip in Lin Sheng's hand, clearly showing how enticing it was for a snake. Here. Lin Sheng didn't tease it and handed over a strip, which Xiao Bai swallowed in one gulp, looking satisfied as the energy was being digested. In the following days, Lin Sheng took Xiao Bai out to the wild during the day to train its combat abilities and upgrade skills, while at night, it stayed in the beast space to digest the consumed energy. Finally, before the competition for spots in Giant Bee City began, Xiao Bai's level reached the warrior rank. In front of Lin Sheng was a white snake coiled and about as tall as he was. The white snake was at the early warrior level, with outstanding talent. Its early king level skills included mastery of constriction, water spraying, hardening, and the dragon might evolution route, including Jiao, silver python water monster, and dragon blood water monster. Dragon might formed a domain, suppressing creatures with lower bloodlines within it. Domain abilities. And finally, a dragon-related skill appeared. My choice was indeed correct. Lin Sheng's heart stirred with excitement. With Xiao Bai at the early warrior level, he felt confident. Xiao Bai's strength lay not in its skills, but in the traits of different parts of its body. For instance, its scales allowed it to swim and resist electricity, traits taken from other creatures. In the future, the traits of its scales will only increase, making its defense even more formidable. Just then, Diqian suddenly called. Seeing Diqian's call reminder, Lin Sheng pressed the answer button. A lazy female voice came from the other end. The selection competition for half of Dragon Country's regions is about to be held in Giant Bee City. Including you, there are more than a dozen people from Yang City participating. Most of the beast masters in this competition are at the warrior level. Are you confident? Yes, but not much, Lin Sheng replied. That's good enough. Get a good night's sleep tonight, and I'll pick you up tomorrow. With that, she hung up, leaving Lin Sheng standing there in a daze. He thought to himself, you just said I don't have much confidence. How about some outside help? Despite his uncertainty, his pet, Xiao Bai, was full of fighting spirit, constantly swinging its snake fists, with its long tail making snapping sounds in the air. Xiao Bai had fully evolved into a giant python and liked to sleep curled up with Lin Sheng at night. Lin Sheng couldn't help but worry. If he dreamed of hunting fierce beasts and Xiao Bai accidentally strangled him in excitement, that would be a tragedy. However, out of concern for Xiao Bai, he never brought it up. Building a bond of affection and trust with one's pet is a beastmaster's duty. Lin Sheng hoped this competition would be both genuine and rewarding. Even before the competition started, Lin Sheng saw many related reports on TV. Since it was the first time being held, the rewards were particularly generous, with the top 100 participants receiving resources in descending order. This competition attracted a lot of attention and was considered a second life-changing opportunity, second only to the college entrance exam. Lin Sheng believed that with this opportunity and resources, he could easily pass the college entrance exam, as if stepping on the clouds of Mount Wudong, ascending to the sky. Faced with such an important event, Lin Sheng considered messaging his sister but eventually decided against it. Finally, after a long night, Lin Sheng got up the next morning, washed up, brushed Xiao Bai's teeth, dressed neatly, and headed downstairs. Diqian was leaning against an off-road vehicle, her black tight outfit outlining her slender figure, with subtle muscle lines visible, attracting the attention of many around. Neighbors looked at Lin Sheng with envy, whispering to their children, see? Even being a pretty face requires becoming a beast master now. Lin Sheng felt helpless about this. Ever since becoming a beastmaster, his hearing had become exceptionally sharp, able to clearly hear people's words and heartbeats around him. Let's go, Qilin said, opening the rear door and nodding slightly, then got into the driver's seat. Lin Sheng followed suit. Inside the car were several other beastmasters around his age, 3 men and 2 women, one of whom seemed familiar to Lin Sheng. Bai He, what are you doing here? Lin Sheng asked in surprise. Why can't I be here? I'm a new member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau now, Bai He replied with a hint of grievance. This conversation echoed inside the car, and with the impending competition, Lin Sheng felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Just the other day, we said we'd meet again, and now you've forgotten so quickly? Lin Sheng thought to himself, somewhat amused. Soon after, the others greeted him warmly, creating an enthusiastic atmosphere. We're all in this together now, so let's look out for each other. A young boy exclaimed excitedly. A girl responded with equal excitement. Yeah? I can't believe we're meeting Lin Sheng in person here. We're all dragon slayers now, huh? Clearly, everyone knew Lin Sheng, and the familiarity among them made the atmosphere even more pleasant. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, though he felt a bit awkward inside. He looked around and noticed that the only empty seat was next to Bai He, so he sat down. Bai He's heart started to race, and she seemed a bit stiff. As soon as everyone gathered, Qilin hit the gas, and the off-road vehicle shot forward like an arrow. The scenery on the street zoomed past, and a few near collisions with the car in front kept everyone on edge. Some of the young boys and girls turned pale, while Lin Sheng remained calm. He thought to himself that if they did crash, he could always rely on Xiao Bai to protect him. After all, Xiao Bai was tough and would only get a few scratches at most. At that moment, Qilin, who was in the front seat, finally spoke up. These are your identification badges. Our daily work at the Dragon Slaying Bureau isn't much different from those hunters, except the creatures we deal with are much stranger. With that, she tossed a few small booklets to them. Lin Sheng caught one and opened it, seeing his name, position, and authority listed. Lin Sheng was already aware of what Qilin was saying. The Dragon Slaying Bureau not only hunted fierce beasts in the wild, but also dealt with demons hiding among people in the city. These creatures were even more dangerous than the beasts. The Bureau also had the privilege to enter newly discovered secret realms to obtain the latest resources, although the risk was higher. There were rumors that the Bureau was searching for something in those realms. A boy nearby spoke in a low voice, sounding very mysterious. Qilin immediately warned, no spreading rumors. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out. The boy quickly shut his mouth, knowing that although the instructor was generally kind, she had a temper. She wanted them to maintain a serious attitude, especially before facing fierce beasts. Captain D, what's the content of this competition? If we can form teams, I want to team up with Senior Lin Sheng, a boy eagerly asked. Others chimed in. Me too. Please let me join. I'm not very confident. My pet beast is only at the mid-warrior level, and my own level isn't high either, just late warrior stage. I need Senior Lin Sheng's protection. They all looked at Lin Sheng expectantly, as if he were their hope. Lin Sheng felt helpless, thinking to himself, I've worked so hard to reach the early warrior stage. I thought I was doing well, but now I see I'm the clown. Xiao Bai had consumed a lot of resources to level up, costing more than ordinary creatures, but this also proved Xiao Bai's talent. Yes, definitely. Lin Sheng sat in the vehicle, trying to reassure himself. He understood that the others had higher-level companion beasts than his own. After all, not everyone started from the bottom like he did. Most people formed contracts with beasts that were already in the mid to late stages of awakening. At the very least, their beasts were in the early stages. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had no level at all, completely natural and untouched. Soon, Qilin led the group to the outskirts of Yang City. Not far from there was the giant beast city. From the towering walls of Yang City, one could see the ruins of this abandoned city. It had been completely destroyed by fierce beasts during the arrival of a secret realm. Now, many formidable beasts still roamed within Giant Beast City. You all go ahead. I'll leave you here, Qilin said before driving away. Let's go, Bai He said, summoning her towering Thunder Lion and inviting Lin Sheng to ride with her. Lin Sheng accepted without hesitation, easily mounting the beast. Xiao Bai wasn't well suited for long journeys, and the Thunder Lion, well trained by Bai He, showed no resistance. Poorly trained companion beasts could attack others, which is why summoning them was prohibited in cities. The others also summoned their beasts, a white-feathered eagle and a scorpion as robust as a horse. Together, they headed toward Giant Beast City. Bai He wore an off-shoulder outfit, revealing her graceful neck and back, which moved rhythmically in front of Lin Sheng. Feeling awkward, he turned his gaze to the distant snow-capped mountains. Noticing this, Bai He felt a twinge of disappointment. Am I not attractive? She wondered, but she didn't give up. After all, she had worked hard to get on the same side as Lin Sheng and wasn't about to give up easily. Thanks to the Thunder Lion's speed, they quickly reached the abandoned city. At the outskirts of Giant Beast City, Many students were already gathered, each accompanied by their own unique beasts. However, these beasts seemed somewhat inferior to the thunder lion. As soon as it arrived, the surrounding beasts gave way, not daring to challenge it. Why did my beast suddenly cower? Oh, it's the thunder lion, a beast with king-level talent. Which city's beast master is this? Where did they get a thunder lion cub? Someone exclaimed. I don't know, but the guy is pretty handsome, another remarked. The girl is beautiful too, but don't be fooled just because someone has a king-level beast. Character has nothing to do with looks or beasts. Are you sure? The thunder lion belongs to the girl, someone corrected. Wow, a kept man. Why don't I have such luck? Lin Sheng was accustomed to the envious and jealous stares from those around him. Back in Yang City, he had already been ranked first on some kind of list by his classmates. Sigh, being handsome can be a hassle sometimes, he thought. However, I feel that most of the time, it's because I'm just too capable. Lin Sheng sighed helplessly. In the beast space, Xiaobai rolled its eyes upon hearing this, wondering to itself, is my master being narcissistic, or is it really true? As time went on, more and more students gathered around Giant Bee City. Lin Sheng even spotted a few beast masters with S-level talents, along with some pet beasts with king-level talents like the thunder lion. He had seen creatures like the celestial eagle and the iron armor giant in the beast atlas before. Lin Sheng mused to himself, thinking the armor of the iron armor giant must be very sturdy. He wondered if he could extract it and integrate the genes into Xiaobai's scales. If he could, the strength of Xiaobai's scales would reach a new level, no longer fearing any thermal weapons. Just as everyone was waiting, a voice suddenly came over the broadcast. Please listen carefully, here are the competition rules. The unexpected announcement made everyone quiet down and turn towards the source of the sound. The competition in Giant Bee City would select 50 people to receive slots, with another 50 chosen at a different location. The rules were simple. I have placed 50 hostages in Giant Bee City, and the contestant who rescues the most hostages will win first place. Those who don't rescue any hostages will be ranked based on the number of monsters they hunt, with no other restrictions. Begin. With the end of the announcement, all the rules were laid out. Although the specifics of the hostages' situations and locations were not disclosed, the moment the voice ended, nearly everyone rushed into the town. This perilous city of beasts suddenly seemed like a paradise everyone longed for. To gain resources to become a calamity-level beast master, no one held back. Lin Sheng, do you want to join us? A group from Yang City invited Lin Sheng. Yeah, brother Lin Sheng. It's safer to act together, and we can split the rescued hostages. However, Lin Sheng shook his head. Let's act separately. You all shouldn't trust others too much in the future. After a few brief words, Lin Sheng headed towards the city. Unlike the wilderness, the city's obstructed view made it impossible to handle beasts as easily as in the open. In this city of broken walls and ruins, the beasts thrived. To get a better view, Lin Sheng went to the rooftop of a tall building. As soon as he arrived, 3 eagles patrolling the sky spotted him and dove down at him with lightning speed. Xiaobai. Lin Sheng immediately summoned Xiaobai to shield him. However, eagles are natural predators of snakes, and the 3 eagles continued their fierce descent. In the next moment, Xiaobai's tail turned earth yellow and whipped violently at the 3 beasts in the air. Bang! 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 3 explosive sounds rang out as the beasts were instantly struck and blown apart. With Xiaobai's hardened support, beasts at the awakening stage couldn't withstand such a level of attack and were instantly killed. Phew! Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden attack had almost startled him. He placed his hand on the remains of the 3 beasts and for the first time obtained the celestial eagle's bloodline, acquiring the genes for farsight, eagle claws, flight, and night vision. Another series of skill extractions took place. Compared to before, Xiaobai's abilities have vastly improved. As soon as Lin Sheng acquired the skills, he immediately injected the genetic capabilities of these fierce beasts into Xiaobai. Xiaobai gained the bloodline of an eagle, along with the skills visual focus and visual enhancement. Lin Sheng was pleased, as these were exactly the skills he needed. Eagles have incredibly powerful eyesight, capable of spotting a rabbit running on the ground from thousands of meters in the air. Xiaobai's dynamic vision and visible range are expected to improve significantly. Lin Sheng couldn't help but wonder if he could find a flying gene. If Xiaobai could fly, future operations would be much more convenient. Meanwhile, this visual ability also fed back to Lin Sheng. He keenly noticed that there were a few beast tamers observing him from a nearby tall building. Lin Sheng shifted his gaze and spotted them. Startled, they quickly stood up and said, "We're just passing by, sir. We heard hostages are usually on higher floors." With that, they hurriedly left, fearing that this powerful figure might become displeased with them and cause trouble. Lin Sheng's ability to instantly kill 3 awakened-level creatures was clearly beyond their capability to handle. Who was that just now? One of the beast tamers wondered. Despite the distance, Lin Sheng had spotted him immediately. His heart tightened. If he remembered correctly, Lin Sheng was the beast tamer who had awakened an SS-level beast space. Thankfully, they hadn't made a move earlier. Otherwise, who knows who would be lying on the ground now. Seeing the group leave, Lin Sheng had no intention of pursuing them, mainly because Xiao Bai's movement speed was too slow, making a chase unsuitable. A tall building, that's where they would be. Lin Sheng's gaze locked onto a distant skyscraper that the beast tamers had already reached. This was the advantage of his visual ability, allowing him to obtain information that was previously inaccessible. Descending the building, Lin Sheng quickly arrived at the location. Meanwhile, in a secret location in Modu, several figures were seated in a monitoring room, watching footage from various parts of the giant beast city, recording the number of fierce beasts the students had killed. The situation in the surveillance video was quietly changing. A young man stood on the shoulder of a giant clad in steel armor, frantically attacking the surrounding beast tamers. Every swing of the massive spiked club in his hand sent up clouds of dust, even severely injuring one of the beasts. Where did this formidable beast come from? And which student is he? The ironclad giant clearly possessed a king-level talent. He hailed from Iron Mountain City, near the Steel Mountains, and was S-level talent. No wonder his beast was so dominantly powerful. It's said that the beasts from around the Steel Mountains boast terrifying defenses, with even awakened-level beasts capable of withstanding a Gatling gun barrage for an hour. This student should be able to secure one of the spots, right? I want this student for training. Make sure to assign him to me, boss. A chubby man shouted. You think you can just claim him? All you do is eat. Can you really teach him well? Another retorted. Enough. Stop arguing. He'll handle the assignments after the competition. A stern-faced middle-aged man interjected, silencing the group. Despite having lost an arm and only having his right one left, he commanded great respect from those present. Even Diqian and Lu Qing, the chief instructor Lin Sheng had previously met, were there. At this moment, everyone looked to the one-armed man as their leader, and Diqian stood up with a serious expression. Diqian, I heard there's an SS-level beast space tamer from your area. Has he agreed to join us? The one-armed man asked expressionlessly. At this, everyone around showed signs of shock. An SS-level beast space? Such a rarity actually exists? Diqian quickly replied. He has agreed to join us and is currently in Giant Beast City. What's his name, and how strong is he? The one-armed man pressed further. Lin Sheng, his strength is around the early warlord level, and his beast is a white snake of unknown species, Diqian answered. Lin? Another Lin? The one-armed man muttered with a frown. Rewind the video to the earlier footage. Given the significance of an SS-level beast space owner, along with his S-level talent, he naturally warranted attention. Meanwhile, another beast tamer also focused their gaze on the screen. The video rewound to a few minutes earlier, showing Lin Sheng standing on the rooftop of a building several stories high with his white snake, seemingly observing the surroundings. The instructors commented, his combat awareness needs improvement. There are many predatory birds in Giant Beast City. Standing there just makes him a target. Sure enough, in the next moment, 3 giant eagles swooped down from above, heading straight for Lin Sheng. All 3 eagles were at the late awakening level. Although it would be straightforward for someone at the early warlord level to handle awakened level beasts, dealing with 3 at once would require some effort. However, everyone noticed that Lin Sheng managed to resolve the encounter with the 3 awakened level beasts within minutes, a feat truly deserving of the S-level designation. Despite this, there was still doubt in the minds of those watching. As long as he could make it into the top 50 in the competition, he would qualify for abundant resources and professional training, and everyone was eager to see how he would handle this attack. Just as the 3 eagles were about to reach Lin Sheng, he still hadn't given an attack order. Too close. Everyone thought, hearts racing at the difficulty of escaping unscathed. But then, a surprising scene unfolded. The snake's long tail suddenly vanished from its original position. In an instant, Xiao Bai's upright snake tail vanished like lightning, leaving only a blurred afterimage and slicing through the air with a sharp, cutting sound. Swish. Several people widened their eyes in shock. A knife? Where did a knife come from? No, it wasn't a knife. It was the snake tail, moving with immense force and speed, creating a sound as if it were a razor-sharp blade. It's incredible that a snake tail, not being a sharp blade, could produce such a sound. Yet, before they could react, bam, 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 3 loud explosions echoed from above, as 3 awakened giant eagles were struck as if hit by missiles, instantly bursting apart. This terrifying scene left everyone stunned, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Could this really be the speed of a white snake? Even the one-armed man's expression turned serious. He quickly commanded, rewind the video and play it in slow motion. Soon, the footage was rewound to the moment before Xiaobai struck and played at 10 times slower speed. However, even then, the trajectory of the snake tail was difficult to discern. Slowed to 100 times. 500 times, 1,000 times slower. Only then did the motion become clear. The long snake tail suddenly covered in a grayish keratin layer, lashed out, retracted, lashed out again, and retracted repeatedly until the three beasts were all slain. This skill level clearly indicated extensive training. Surely, he had significant combat experience before this. I can guarantee it. What kind of snake is this? Being able to instantly kill three latest-stage awakened beasts at the early warrior stage. Could it really be, as the news suggested, a catastrophic level entity? If so, it would be the best choice for training disaster level beast tamers. But no one dared celebrate too early. What if it wasn't a disaster level pet beast? Their eyes once again focused on Lin Sheng's figure on the screen, with hopeful glimmers in their eyes. If it truly was disaster level, they'd hit the jackpot. They wouldn't need to search for disaster level younglings, and could even gain a disaster level beast tamer for free. It's well known that disaster level beasts are among the top on Blue Star, and capturing their young is incredibly challenging. Originally, the plan was to select 100 candidates for special training, choosing a few for focus development to help them find disaster level gifted pet beasts. If this truly was a disaster level youngling, it would save a lot of effort. However, they didn't have high hopes, as disaster level younglings are extremely rare. At this moment, Lin Sheng seemed to be approaching the beast tamer with the armored giant. Someone called out, and all eyes turned back to the surveillance footage. Indeed, Lin Sheng, with his white snake, was now in contact with the armored giant that was rampaging through the area. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The iron armored giant is a king-level talent battle pet. Moreover, it's a special humanoid pet. Given the power the white snake just displayed, the iron armored giant shouldn't be a match, right? What are you talking about? The iron armored giant is known for its early-stage combat strength among humanoid beasts, especially a mid-stage warrior iron armored giant. Yes, just like those awakened beasts earlier. If it's the iron armored giant, as long as it can hit, it can instantly defeat them. Besides, the iron armored giant is renowned for its defense, and a creature like the white snake would have a hard time breaking through it. It's better to bide our time. A beast master should use their strengths against their opponent's weaknesses. The beast masters present analyzed the situation, and it seemed they weren't optimistic about Lin Sheng. However, Qilin was confident in him. Don't forget, he's an SS-level beast master with a beast space. Qilin said confidently, believing Lin Sheng knew what he was doing. The fact that Lin Sheng dared to come forward after the iron armored giant defeated several beast masters showed he had a plan. At this moment, in the city of giants, a young man stood on the iron armored giant's broad shoulder, looking down at Lin Sheng and asked, "Are you Lin Sheng?" Lin Sheng hid behind Xiaobai, puzzled, wondering if this guy knew him. This person was clearly not from Yang City, yet he knew Lin Sheng's name right away, indicating he had investigated him beforehand. Of course, I love making friends with the strong. Just your first beast, and you can contract a latest-stage disaster level. I want to challenge you. See the gap between my king-level pet and your disaster level. The young man was defiant, wanting to prove that the pet's talent wasn't the issue, but rather the beast master was key. With my S-level defense augmentation talent, combined with the iron armor giant's defense, there's absolutely no problem. No one can break my defense. Lin Sheng felt a pang of anxiety, glancing around to see that it was just him and Xiaobai, one man and one snake. Damn, this rumor has spread to other cities? It's getting more exaggerated. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, thinking that even if Xiaobai had absorbed the liquid from the spirit stone, his talent was merely king level, nowhere near latest-stage disaster. You must be mistaken. My pet's talent is only king level, Lin Sheng honestly replied. It's too late to hide now. Whether you accept it or not, you have to today. Iron armored giant, attack! The young man commanded, and the iron armored giant picked up its massive hammer, striding towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, thinking to himself, does this guy not listen to people? However, he suddenly sensed something and quickly instructed Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, spray water at that spot." Although Xiaobai didn't know why, he complied, spraying a puddle of water onto the ground, precisely where the iron armored giant would step. Spray water? The young man was puzzled, thinking that even though he didn't understand why a serpent would have a water spraying skill, no attack could harm his iron armored giant. Besides, the aim was terrible. Missing such a large target, how could it showcase the iron armored giant's defensive prowess? Lin Sheng's lips curled slightly, thinking to himself that not only would a cumbersome pet like the iron armored giant slip, but any creature stepping on it might slip. Moreover, Lin Sheng held an informational advantage. The opponent had never seen a serpent with a water-spraying skill. Even if they had, they wouldn't associate it with slipping, because it wasn't a serpent skill at all, but a water skill of the silver scale fish. The next moment, the arrogant armored giant stepped into a puddle, and with a thunderous crash, fell backward to the ground. The boy standing on its shoulder was caught off guard, his eyes wide open, and ended up hitting the ground as well, looking quite disheveled. He quickly got up, utterly confused, having no idea what had just happened. What kind of liquid was this? It was slipperier than a fish's water spray skill. His armor giant had only ever stumbled when dealing with silver-scaled fish, and since then, he had been extra careful. He never expected to be outsmarted by a snake today. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had already seized the opportunity to sneak behind the boy, its long tail poised to strike. As soon as Lin Sheng gave the command, the boy would be done for. I surrender. In the face of life and death, he dared not say more. It was indeed a disaster-level pet beast. However, even though my armor giant's talent isn't as good as yours, with my training, it will surely catch up to you. The boy still looked eager to fight. Well, good luck with that, Lin Sheng replied, not wanting to engage further. If this guy knew that his pet beast talent was similar to Lin Sheng's yet still lost, his morale might collapse. Of course, if he chose to challenge Lin Sheng again and ended up discouraged, that wouldn't be Lin Sheng's problem. After all, with the armor giant's hardness, trying to withstand a mastery-level constriction was just a pipe dream. Even in a heated battle, Xiaobai could easily crush his armor giant. Before leaving, Lin Sheng took a little interest from the armor giant, injecting it with some of Xiaobai's genes. This allowed the beginner-level hardening to evolve into a proficient level, changing the tail from earth yellow to black iron. Lin Sheng patted Xiaobai's sleek, black, pointed tail with satisfaction. Although only a part of it could harden, its hardness and power had increased several times over. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room somewhere in Dragon Country, everyone was amazed. To find an opponent's weakness in such a short time, and use his skills to counterattack effectively showed the initial awareness a beast master should have. Indeed, a snake pet beast fighting an armor giant wasn't likely to win easily and would usually take a long time, but with just his combat skills as a beast master, he could decide the outcome instantly. His combat quality was even stronger than some beast masters in the military. In battles between pet beasts, the beast master is indeed the biggest weakness, and Lin Sheng exploited the opponent's beast's clumsiness perfectly. If my team had this level of combat awareness, I wouldn't have to work so hard every day, the man with one arm remarked. It was normal for a disaster-level pet beast to defeat a king-level one, but the ease of it was unexpected. They thought the fight would at least be drawn out, but it turned out to be such a one-sided outcome. Qilin, once the camp opens, this student will be under your supervision. Upon hearing this, Qilin's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up to respond. This isn't right, is it? Shouldn't we be teaching students in batches? Yes. They should be redistributed. Everyone sensed that Lin Sheng was destined to become a great beast master in the Dragon Kingdom, and so the competition began. After all, having taught a disaster-level beast master would be something to boast about over drinks in the future. I know you're reluctant to part with such a promising student, but you must understand that Qilin has taken a big gamble on him. The one-armed man turned away and spoke, silencing the crowd. They had indeed heard that Qilin had invested 10 times the resources in Lin Sheng compared to others. If Lin Sheng didn't perform well, this kind of extravagance could lead to punishment or even demotion. I have no objections, one person said. I don't have any objections either, but can we have the leftover one? Even if they were eliminated, based on the Iron Armor Giant's performance of defeating several beast masters earlier, they deserve a spot. Give them to me. I still need an S-level talent beast master under my command. I also need someone to do odd jobs. A young person with such sharpness needs more honing. If the beast master of that Iron Armor Giant heard this, they would surely be infuriated. Are you picking up scraps here? What do you mean by the leftover one? I'm an S-level talent beast master, after all. I've even contracted a king-level pet beast. Can you show some respect? Fortunately, they didn't hear this. They still felt quite pleased with themselves. Brother Lin, my name is Zhang Tianzong. Remember my name. He'll come back to challenge you again. Zhang Tianzong was carried away from Giant Beast City by 2 staff members, and Lin Sheng could only smile in response. The name sounded quite imposing, but his intelligence. Did he hit his head too hard just now? But it didn't matter. Later, during training, wouldn't the people from the military camp and the Dragon Slaying Bureau train him thoroughly? After defeating the Iron Armor Giant, no other beast masters dared to challenge Lin Sheng. He smoothly made his way to the rooftop of the building. In the center stood a beast master in tattered clothes with a wooden sign around his neck that read hostage. Student, you finally made it. The hostage's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Sheng, as if he had seen a savior. He quickly removed the wooden sign from his neck and handed it to Lin Sheng. As he left, he grumbled. What a stupid idea this competition planner had. He was cursing quite harshly. These were all members of the Beast Master Association, right? Besides being hostages, they probably also played a role in ensuring the safety of beast masters in the city. Lin Sheng thought so. After all, to achieve a good ranking, battles would naturally occur around where the hostages were. These members of the Beast Master Association could also protect the students. Never mind, on to the next place. Lin Sheng, along with Xiaobai, moved from one high-rise location to another. With the previous experience, Lin Sheng found it much easier to fight. In just a few hours, he had obtained 5 tokens. Just as Lin Sheng was about to head to the next location, a bizarre aura suddenly emanated from a street he intended to pass through. Xiaobai became instantly alert. Lin Sheng immediately stopped, furrowed his brows, and cautiously walked towards the eerie street. The scene in the street left him stunned. Deep within the street where Lin Sheng found himself, the original road had vanished, replaced by a void-like darkness. From within that darkness emanated an eerie purple glow. Lin Sheng's mind raced with thoughts, as everything before him mirrored the descriptions he had read in books. Grey Mist Rift. This was a small space that might appear after a large secret realm was destroyed, essentially a tiny secret realm. The Grey Mist Rift was particularly dangerous because the creatures within could not be understood by common logic. They were bizarre creations. Despite the danger, it held immense opportunities. Breaking a secret realm could randomly yield equipment and materials, essential for the advancement of pet beasts. Some equipment could also offer protection for beastmasters, preventing them from being easily captured like the beastmaster of the Iron Armor Giant had been by Lin Sheng. Although Xiao Bai's level was still at the early stage of a warrior, its true strength was at the late stage of a warrior, or even the early stage of a lord. The strength of these small secret realms, carved from larger ones, wouldn't exceed much beyond this, at most reaching the late stage of a warrior. Lin Sheng's interest was piqued. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. The first wave of a secret realm was always the most rewarding. Even if he couldn't win, he could choose to retreat. Lin Sheng had no reason to refuse, thinking to himself, Xiaobai, let's dive into this dungeon together. If we lose, we'll work harder. If we win... Without hesitation, he stepped into the black mist. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the Dragon Nation, a group of people was monitoring the students' performance via surveillance footage. Suddenly, a staff member rushed into the room, looking anxious, and said, something's wrong. The space in Giant Bee City has suddenly become severely unstable, likely due to a rift. Everyone present tensed up immediately. Although residual space rifts from damaged secret realms occasionally appeared, having one occur during a competition was a serious oversight on their part. Moreover, such a space could potentially pull in students in the midst of the competition, with unimaginable consequences. Have you located where the space rift is? What type of rift is it? Even the one-armed man's expression turned serious. The staff quickly responded, we've located it. It's a gray mist rift, near the Tian supermarket in Giant Bee City. Everyone present gasped in shock. A gray mist rift was a gathering place for cultists. Qilin, go resolve that rift immediately. We cannot allow it to affect the selection process. The order was given, and Qilin promptly stood up, donned a black combat suit, and followed the person out. Meanwhile, within the gray mist rift, Lin Sheng was feeling a strong sense of grandeur. A colossal structure stood before them, surrounded by numerous graves. As Lin Sheng and the white snake prepared to enter, a faint voice emerged from one of the graves. Lin Sheng. The voice was weak and feeble, causing Lin Sheng's heart to race with fear. The white snake was also startled. Who's there? Lin Sheng demanded. It's us, Brother Lin. The voice replied. Still calling me Brother Lin? Could this be the legendary ghost that calls out from behind? Lin Sheng thought. But that didn't make sense. This was the world of beast tamers, where ghosts shouldn't exist. Even supernatural beasts wouldn't dare speak to him like that. After all, he was a battle master level beast tamer, not someone to be trifled with by mere spirits. Something about the voice seemed familiar. Lin Sheng frowned and walked towards the source of the sound. Rounding a hill, he discovered 5 people hidden there. They were fellow beast tamers from Yangqing, including Bai He, who had traveled with Qilin. It was Bai He who had called out to him. The 3 men and 2 women looked pale and gaunt from hunger, but seeing Lin Sheng brought them a sigh of relief. We were originally in Giant Bee City as a team, but were mysteriously sucked into this place and have been here for almost a week, Bai He explained weakly. Lin Sheng quickly understood. This was the Grey Fog Rift, where time flowed differently. Since they had been passively transported here, they couldn't leave unless they killed the lord of this place. One of the beast tamers pointed fearfully at the structure ahead, indicating where the creature was. Wait here, I'll take care of it, Lin Sheng said, handing out snacks from his beast space to the group. Their eyes lit up with gratitude, though Bai He remained composed and thanked him with a nod. Their beasts, however, would have to wait. Lin Sheng couldn't afford to feed everyone, including their pets. Giving them a little food was already generous of him. Lin Sheng, be careful. It's a demon with special abilities, Bai He warned. They had all tried to defeat it before but failed. Only Bai He's beast, the Thunder Lion, had kept the creature at bay. But if things continued, they would eventually perish there. Thankfully, Lin Sheng had arrived. One of the female beast tamers looked at his back with admiration, feeling a spark of affection amidst their dire situation. Bai He, however, remained vigilant. I'll go with him. Maybe I can help, she said, getting up to follow. Lin Sheng and the white snake entered the towering structure, climbing stairs and reaching a large hall. Suddenly, a voice echoed from ahead. More human rats have come in? Hee hee. Another human rat has come in. Lin Sheng silently mocked in his heart, knowing he had likely entered the boss's domain and triggered a cutscene. Xiaobai, who often watched Lin Sheng play games in his past life, had inherited this memory after gaining consciousness and nodded, thinking. The master makes a good point. Before Lin Sheng stood a creature as black as night, humanoid in shape. It was as robust as a bull and surprisingly taller than two people combined. However, what caught Lin Sheng's attention were the creature's antler-like horns atop its head. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Lin Sheng felt a jolt of excitement, surprised to find such a bonus in this secret realm. The demon's level wasn't very high, merely at the late warrior stage. With Xiao Bai's current strength, dealing with it would be a breeze. The demon couldn't understand Lin Sheng's words, but sensed the displeasure in them. Coldly it said, I've changed my mind. I won't give you hope anymore. I'm going to kill you now. With that, the pitch-black demon extended a hand, pointed at Lin Sheng, and leaped towards him. If this strike hit directly, it would likely shatter his internal organs. However, Lin Sheng's physical capabilities were extraordinary. He swiftly dodged with a leap and roll, with Xiao Bai closely following. They narrowly avoided the attack as the black demon landed and charged at them again. You've got some nerve. Xiao Bai was thoroughly enraged. Just before the demon reached them, Xiao Bai's tail transformed into a solid black, emitting a metallic sheen, and lashed out fiercely at the demon. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced was heard. The demon, in panic, raised an arm to block, but snap! The sound of a bone breaking echoed, and the demon's dark face turned even darker. An indescribable pain shot from its arm to its brain, as if it had struck unyielding steel. It let out a howl of agony that was neither human nor beastly. Oh! The piercing cry resounded around them. Meanwhile, all the lower-level demons in the secret realm became restless and uneasy. Outside the cluster of buildings, a few people, including Bai He, heard the sound and were startled, sensing trouble. Oh no, we need to help. That demon is getting angry, and senior brother Lin Sheng can't handle it alone. Quick, let's go in and fight with him. Yes. If we keep stalling, we're doomed anyway, so we might as well join senior brother Lin Sheng in the fight. Maybe there's a slim chance of survival. Charge! At this moment, the eyes of the two male students were red. Even though Lin Sheng had entered the secret realm willingly, not only did he not retreat, but he also chose to help them. Now that Lin Sheng was in danger, how could they stay calm? After all, this was the demon's territory, giving it a significant advantage. Even a disaster-level gifted pet would suffer against it. And outside this fissure, a striking figure of a woman in a black leather jacket suddenly darted in from outside the rift. However, just seconds after stepping into the dark mist, she was abruptly ejected as if repelled by an unseen force. Qilin was taken aback, puzzled. Had someone already entered this rift? This type of small rift space only allows one person in at a time. Could it be the instructors? The students surely know the dangers here. None of the competitors would be reckless enough to attempt this. With that thought, Qilin felt a sense of relief, trusting that the instructor's experience and skills would suffice to handle these small rifts. Nonetheless, it was best to confirm. She quickly picked up her phone and called headquarters, and the call was promptly answered. I've reached the outside of the gray mist rift but was repelled. Has someone else already gone in? The one-armed man gestured for a staff member to check, who quickly obliged. Shortly after, he looked back at the one-armed man and shook his head. No. No? Then who is inside? Qilin was bewildered. She hadn't anticipated this situation. If someone had been passively sucked in, it might be understandable, but who would voluntarily enter? Could someone really be that reckless? The critical issue is if someone is pulled in and angers the lord inside. Everyone might end up paying the price, and the casualties could be significant. Meanwhile, the mood in the monitoring room was heavy, as if a dark cloud loomed over them, pressing down and making it hard to breathe. They hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this level. The flow of time in the secret realm is vastly different from outside. Who knows how long they've already been in there? At the same time, the demon suffered a severe blow, its eyes wide, pupils filled with bloodshot veins. Entering my domain, don't expect to leave alive. It roared furiously, black flames erupting from its horns and quickly spreading over its body without harming its skin. Hiss, it's the second stage, master. Xiao Bai exclaimed excitedly. Lin Sheng patted Xiao Bai's head, responding, you've learned to jump in with answers, I'm proud. His gaze fixed on the giant antlers engulfed in black flames. However, this act further enraged the demon. It charged toward Lin Sheng, intent on tearing the human before it to pieces. This kind of flame, with the silver-scaled fish's scales, plus the reinforcement from other creatures' scales, should hold for a while. Xiaobai, start with a water spray, then immediately use the entanglement skill, Lin Sheng instructed. Xiaobai instantly spat out 3 water swords, which zipped toward the demon. The demon remained unfazed, its previously interrupted right arm restored in the flames, deflecting 1 water sword with ease. The other 2 pierced its body, creating not too large holes that healed instantly, though the black flames diminished slightly. By then, Xiaobai had already made contact with its body. As soon as Xiaobai touched the demon's body, he swiftly coiled around it like a serpent, binding it tightly. With each contraction of Xiaobai's muscles, the demon let out a cry of agony. The flames on the demon's body left only faint marks on Xiaobai's scales, barely causing any harm. However, the demon finally felt fear. When those humans had entered its domain, it had already sensed them, or rather, it had intentionally allowed them in to feed on their fear. It never expected an anomaly like this to appear, one that even its demonic fire couldn't harm. The binding force was immense, and despite its efforts, it couldn't break free. How could a mere low-level creature? Before it could finish this thought, its eyeballs, bones, and flesh exploded from its body, splattering blood across the ground. At that moment, countless imps also gathered in the palace, cackling wildly. These imps weren't very intelligent and immediately felt the urge to attack Lin Sheng upon seeing him, without considering that even their leader couldn't defeat him. What chance did they have? Meanwhile, the death of the demon lord caused the entire small space to face collapse. The beastmasters who were about to rush into the palace were startled. It seemed like this space was about to collapse. They were shocked. Could Lin Sheng have already killed that demon? Impossible, right? How could it be so fast? Otherwise, why would this space disintegrate? It only merges with the outside world when the Lord here dies. Damn. A demon's combat power is several times that of a creature of the same level. It would take at least 3 latest-stage warrior beastmasters to deal with a latest-stage warrior demon creature, right? Impressive. They were thoroughly convinced. This was the true power of a beastmaster. No wonder Brother Lin Sheng was so calm earlier. He was confident all along. They were foolish to think of going in to help. It seemed they would have only been a hindrance. Simultaneously, outside, the space gradually merged with reality. Di Qian frowned and quickly leaped backward. The space collapsed? It seemed someone had killed the space's lord, but who? Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of shock. To control such a space alone, it must at least be a latest-stage warrior demon. And demon creatures have combat power more than 3 times that of creatures of the same level. This means the person who entered this space must be at least a latest-stage warrior, possibly even a lord level. But even she was only at the lord level. And the lord beastmasters present were mostly in that monitoring room. So who was it? Cackling wildly, a large group of red-skinned imp demons surrounded Lin Sheng. They brandished long swords or weapons made from human bones, shrieking madly. And at that moment, Xiaobai's pupils gradually emitted a sacred and majestic golden light. In that instant, an invisible wave seemed to spread from its surroundings, instantly enveloping the heads of the nearby demon imps. Faced with the pressure of this ultimate creature, dozens of demon imps felt an involuntary surge of fear in their hearts, causing them to prostrate themselves on the ground, their bones and pupils trembling wildly, with no intention of resistance left in their hearts. Dragon's might. Although it was merely the name of a skill, its real effect was far less than that of a true dragon. If it were a true dragon, just a trace of its might leaking out would make all the fierce beasts in the giant beast city bow in worship. However, at this moment, Lin Sheng felt no ripples in his heart. Instead, he had a new idea. Could he create a demonic god by using the blood of demons and supernatural pet beasts? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng was thrilled. He had once heard a demon praying to its master, indicating that these supernatural creatures and demons had their own beliefs. If he could use their bloodlines to create a demonic god, wouldn't he be able to truly control these creatures, looking down from the top? Yog Sothoth, the Lord of Relia, Nyarlathotep. Which of these demonic gods wouldn't easily defeat those minor gods if they came to this world? However, the bloodlines of these imps were probably useless. Lin Sheng's gaze fell on the demon lying on the ground. Even this lord-level demon could only serve as a transitional phase at best. Fortunately, he had joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau, and he had heard that the missions executed by the Bureau involved facing extremely evil and chaotic beings, so there would be no shortage of opportunities to search for their bloodline components in the future. With that, Lin Sheng walked to the demon in front of the prostrate imps and activated the sequence extraction skill. He acquired the Demon Blood Gene, Black Flame Horn Gene, and Demon Power Gene. Black Flame Horn. It seems this thing originally didn't belong to this big demon, but now it's mine. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, injecting the Black Flame Horn Gene into Xiaobai's body, while planning to store the other genes for later use once he had collected enough bloodlines of various bizarre creatures for the demonic god. The black flame horn gene was successfully injected. Xiaobai immediately became excited. It had just witnessed the powerful healing ability of the black flame, and if it could have such an ability, wouldn't it be able to do as it pleased? Hiss. Thank you, master. Xiaobai quickly expressed its gratitude, never expecting that as a mere ordinary little snake, its master would not abandon it, but instead lead it to become increasingly powerful step by step. At this moment, Xiaobai's trust in Lin Sheng had reached its peak. Lin Sheng smiled, gently patting Xiaobai's head. This was no mere little snake, but a dragon hatchling. Meanwhile, Xiaobai's status panel appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. White snake level. Early stage warrior talent, early stage monarch skills, entangle mastery, water spray, hardening proficiency, dragon's might, black flame horn, eagle eye, enhanced vision, silver scales, thunder snake scales, unicorn snake scales, evolution path, Jiao, silver python water monster, dragon blood water monster. The number of skills was simply outrageous, and even Lin Sheng couldn't help but marvel at how they far exceeded the skill limit for ordinary pet beasts, both active and passive. At this moment, as the space completely merged with the outside world, Di Qian was stunned by the scene unfolding before her. At this moment, Di Qian was dressed in a black combat suit, her perfect figure highlighted strikingly under the lights. However, as she stood at the street corner, her face betrayed an undeniable shock. The scene before her was almost beyond belief. In the distance, surrounding a palace that had emerged from space, were dozens of demons with vivid red skin and varying forms. This was a sight one would expect in the depths of hell, yet these demons were bowing in reverence to a figure at the center. Di Qian felt no sense of respect from them, only an overwhelming fear and dread, as if they were showing reverence to the king of hell. On the perimeter of the circle, several beast tamers also wore expressions of shock. The events that had unfolded in mere seconds left their minds reeling, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What truly stunned them, however, was the figure standing among the demons Lin Sheng. His already striking appearance seemed even more devilishly charming in this setting, capturing everyone's attention. What was even more unbelievable was that Lin Sheng had not only killed the lord of this space single-handedly, but had also subdued the lord's frenzied and violent minions. Could he be the son of demons? Was this space not meant to imprison him, but to receive him? Meanwhile, the demonic artifact obtained by shattering the space appeared in Lin Sheng's hand as a red disc resembling an eyeball, evidently a valuable material needed for the advancement of eerie creatures. Lin Sheng stored it in his beast-taming space, pondering silently. At that moment, Xiao Bai's eyes were wide open, flicking its tongue, with golden light in its eyes so intense it seemed to turn into red magma. Feeling the pressure, Lin Sheng furrowed his brow and slowly retreated. Following his command, he and the snake began to slowly withdraw from the demon's encirclement. During this process, Lin Sheng clearly saw the demons groveling on the ground, their red necks and blood-red sigils on their bodies, as if he could take their lives at any moment if he wished. They trembled under the pressure, seemingly unaware of any intention to resist. Lin Sheng mused that the suppression of bloodlines and hierarchy among creatures was extremely severe, as their awareness of rank was even more pronounced than that of humans. However, once the effect of the dragon's might dissipated, these demons would immediately rebel. From a distance, Di Qian also keenly sensed this, and with a wave of her hand, in a flash of light, a slender, ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside Di Qian. This ghostly figure was entirely black, resembling a woman almost identical to Di Qian, but her hands were replaced by sharp blades, emanating a chilling aura. It was a spectral beast, one of the most difficult to tame and its power the hardest to estimate among all pet beasts. Shadow, kill all those demons, but don't harm the humans, Di Qian commanded, her voice calm and resolute. The ghostly figure let out a teeth-grinding screech and slowly approached Lin Sheng and the others. As she stepped into the space dominated by Long Wei, she paused noticeably but eventually continued onward. Even creatures of Lord level were affected. Such a domain ability was unheard of. Although Di Qian's tone was steady, she couldn't hide her astonishment. Even her Lord-level spectral creature didn't possess its own domain. Yet here was a warlord-level little snake with such a formidable domain, even capable of suppressing creatures of the same level. If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation, something to be envied. As the eerie creature with blade-like hands passed by several students, the beastmasters, and Bai He felt a chill. Once they recognized it as Captain Di Qian's beast, they felt somewhat relieved. Lin Sheng, seeing the creature with blade-like hands, had a glint in his eyes and thought to himself, she seems strong, certainly not weak. At the same time, the eerie creature was drawn to Lin Sheng's reaction. Who wouldn't avoid her gaze or stay far away? Despite everyone's efforts to conceal their inner fear, they couldn't escape her eyes. She was extremely sensitive to the negative emotion of fear. Yet at this moment, she saw no fear in Lin Sheng's eyes, only an inexplicable excitement. I'm a spectral creature. I feed on the fear of life. Are you really not going to give me any experience? Fine, I'll shift my focus. The ghostly figure let out another terrifying sound, instantly transforming into a shadow and darting forward. With the rise and fall of her blades, countless red heads flew into the air. Under Xiaobai's domain, the demons didn't even know how their lives ended before they died. In just a few seconds, as if mowing grass, all the demons were slain, their heads severed in an instant. So powerful. This is Lord level. Bai He and the others were in awe, and Lin Sheng was equally surprised, wondering when Xiaobai could reach such a level. Quickly, Lin Sheng reacted, activating sequence extraction to gather the genes of all the little ghosts around, acquiring ghost genes and demon blood genes. Di Qian walked over to Lin Sheng, retracting her ghostly figure. How did you acquire a domain skill? She asked directly. Typically, to gain a domain skill, one must awaken the beast space within a spirit stone, or have a pet beast reach lord level with the potential of a king to awaken. Lin Sheng casually replied, after awakening my beast space, Xiaobai gained the domain ability. It wasn't a lie. It was the truth. I see. So what abilities does your domain have? Di Qian's eyes showed curiosity. Any domain skill enhances one's own beasts and weakens those around, becoming more formidable with level advancement. However, Lin Sheng's beast domain ability challenged Di Qian's understanding. Currently, it seems to suppress creatures with bloodlines inferior to Xiaobai's, Lin Sheng quietly said. This ability might not be strong for others, but for Lin Sheng, it was already formidable because he could continuously enhance Xiaobai's bloodline, achieving invincibility among peers and even affecting those of higher ranks. It's quite a formidable domain. You should continue with the competition. I need to return and send a message, Di Qian said. Lin Sheng nodded, quietly watching the excited Di Qian, thinking to himself, is this considered strong? Longwei hasn't even shown its true power yet. The one-armed man asked gravely, are you sure about this? He had shattered that space on his own, and his beast even possessed domain abilities. This revelation left everyone unable to stay calm, sparking excited discussions. How long has it been since he contracted his beast, and he can already single-handedly break a small gray mist space? Such strength is enough to place him in the top 10 among the contestants. Indeed, his beast has domain abilities, possibly a disaster level or even emperor level talent. But didn't he say his beast was only king level? Do you know what it means to play the fool to catch a tiger? Every genius has secrets they don't want to reveal. Everyone nodded, pondering secretly, surprised at how well he had hidden his abilities. However, with this level of combat power and talent, he deserves their attention and increased nurturing. Who's currently in first place? The one-armed man suddenly asked. It's Du Ning. She's already collected 13 hostage tokens. The second is Lin Sheng, who, after exiting the space, gathered a few more tokens, totaling 8. But Lin Sheng doesn't seem to care much about the tokens. Instead, he's been searching the city for special fierce beasts to hunt. This kid, he's really defying expectations. Using the selection competition for training? The one-armed man spoke harshly, but his eyes revealed satisfaction. This is exactly the kind of student he wants. The rewards for the top 3 are nearly identical, so why worry about rankings when victory is secure? Improving one's strength is paramount. That Du Ning, she must be from the Du family in the Magic City, right? He mused. Yes, her beast, the ice butterfly, has been with her since childhood for cultivation, and it's now at the late stage of the battle general level. Only such prominent families can achieve this. At this moment, the surveillance screen showed a girl with delicate, cold features, accompanied by a massive ice blue butterfly resembling a snowflake. Standing with her beast, she naturally exuded an aura that kept others at a distance. The Du family, the top of the 3 major families in the Magic City, controls over a dozen Lord-level Beastmasters, and even has connections with King-level Beastmasters, truly the #1 family. It's almost time. Let's end the competition. Understood. At this moment, in Giant Beast City, the competition was halted, and the results were finalized. All Beastmasters, please gather at the starting point of Giant Beast City for the announcement of the results. The competition has ended, and the results are finalized. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng, having just hunted a gray bear with Xiaobai and absorbed its strength, heard the announcement. Is it over already? I wasn't done hunting yet. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. Since leaving that space, he had been seeking out and hunting fierce beasts related to dragons, amassing a wealth of genes for Xiaobai. Gene infusion. As Lin Sheng activated his talent skill, countless gene abilities were once again infused into Xiaobai. After acquiring the genetic traits of bear strength, snake's venom, bear paws, and eagle eyes, Xiaobai's scales became fuller and its body grew larger with the gene infusion. Its evolutionary path was that of a flood dragon, which could walk in water and had limbs. To achieve this evolution, a high level of strength and the ability to devour thousands of creatures were essential. Compared to other creatures, Xiaobai's evolution seemed much easier, as it didn't rely on a fixed diet but instead on Lin Sheng's sequence extraction skill. Additionally, Xiaobai obtained a demon's talisman, a rare item of significant value, which Lin Sheng hoped to sell for a good price. Lin Sheng and Xiaobai headed to the edge of the giant beast city. Soon, the remaining beast tamers gathered there, about 160 people in total, but only 50 could be selected. The first place was taken by Du Ning, who secured 13 spots. Second was Lin Sheng with 7 spots, and third was Zhang Ku with 3 spots. As the spots were announced, the students not mentioned turned pale, while Du Ning stood indifferently aside, unsurprised by her first-place finish, as she had always been at the top. However, something unsettled her. This guy named Lin Sheng had caught her eye during the competition. She had seen him on a building, not competing for tokens, but instead hunting fierce beasts around hostages. Even so, he still secured second place. Du Ning thought to herself, did he treat the selection test as a joke? Her slightly pale gaze turned to see Lin Sheng smiling and petting his pet beast, which sparked a flicker of anger within her. Hee, you noticed too, huh? A female instructor suddenly appeared next to Du Ning. Who is he? Du Ning asked without turning her head. Lin Sheng, he's Lin Ming's younger brother, your idol's brother. I heard his pet beast is of emperor level, just like yours, and already has its own domain. During the competition, he also discovered a gray mist space and destroyed it on his own. The instructor's words made Du Ning's pupils contract slightly. She didn't regard Lin Ming as an idol, just a senior. As for his brother, Du Ning thought to herself, I don't want the first place this time. I don't need something unworthy of its name. With that, she turned and left. The instructor watched her back with a knowing smile, thinking to herself that the young girl was still so competitive. Despite her words, she surely placed Lin Sheng at the top in her mind. She loved seeing the rivalry between geniuses and mused. Sometimes, being too confident does require a bit of humbling. But apart from this Lin Sheng from Yang City, probably no one else could humble her, right? Du Ning was filled with anger. She had never been so furious, not because she was underestimated, but because the indifference and nonchalance of it all deeply unsettled her. As someone who had always been the center of attention and consistently secured first place, this was extremely frustrating. Lin Sheng, that infuriating guy. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, never mind. When the disaster-level beast tamer training program begins, we'll have another chance to meet. Congratulations, Lin Sheng. He congratulated him with a smile. Lin Sheng was not to be outdone and replied, you too, you made it into the list of 50. He nodded, excitedly saying, I heard that our group of 50 will train with another city's 50 people, all aiming to meet the standards of a disaster-level beast master. Disaster-level beast master? Lin Sheng asked, puzzled. He had considered many possibilities, but never expected that a disaster-level beast master would lead this training. After all, a disaster-level beast master is powerful enough to contend with a major family, just like the top scorer in this test, who comes from the largest family in the Magic City, the Du family. Even the Du family would approach a disaster-level beast master with caution. Having one teach others is nearly impossible unless they are in a good mood. Lin Sheng aspired to such powerful freedom. Of course, to cultivate disaster-level beast masters, at least a disaster-level beast master must guide them, right? He nodded silently, pondering to himself. I also heard that out of those 100 people, 3 will get to choose a disaster-level pet beast cub. He became particularly excited at this mention. Those are disaster-level cubs, rare creatures that cannot be bought anywhere in the world. Ordinary people have no chance of encountering such beings. With the opportunity right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? Even the largest families in Longhua would compete fiercely for it. A disaster-level cub? Lin Sheng's heart stirred as he imagined having such a pet beast as his second beast. The key is the freedom to choose whether it's biological, elemental, spiritual, or other rare types. The options are incredibly enticing. He understood that disaster-level beast masters are highly honored and esteemed in Longhua and globally. Obtaining such a cub could significantly alter his future. And also, he suddenly spoke, seeming a bit shy, taking a few seconds before speaking with a slight blush on her face. My father wants to meet you. Do you have time? Your father? The head of the Bai family? Lin Sheng was taken aback. The head of the Bai family holds an extremely high status in Yang City, someone usually only seen on television. That such a person wanted to meet him wasn't impossible, just without apparent reason. Was it to make him a kept man? He tensed up and quickly said, better not. I haven't done anything to you. You should explain to your father. No, that's not what I meant. My father just wants to commend you as a public figure. His face turned crimson, and she lowered her head. Her cheeks and neck flushed as if ready to drip with water. Oh, I see. In that case, I can meet your father tomorrow. Lin Sheng shook his head, thinking to himself how he had misunderstood. But it wasn't his fault. But he was exceptionally beautiful. Having such a top-tier beauty around, anyone would find it hard to resist. All right, it's settled then. But he couldn't hide the excitement in her voice. Her heart was pounding. The moment of success had finally arrived. First, she needed to lure him home. But no, he had to come willingly. Lin Sheng got into the car and quickly returned to the academy. With a week left before training started, he could spend a bit more time at school. As he got out of the car and walked through the school gates, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of excited fans. Oh my gosh, it's Lin Go. It's really him, one student exclaimed excitedly. We saw him every day at school before. It's nothing special. Another replied dismissively. You don't get it. Lin Gu is now the top contestant in the selection competition. He's destined to become a master beast tamer. Even the principal would have to bow down. Top contestant? I thought he was second in the competition, someone questioned. The first place admitted he wasn't as strong as Lin Gu, so he forfeited and stepped back to second, another argued. How could someone admit they weren't strong enough? Do you know who the first place was this time? It was the ice beauty from the Du family in Modu, Du Ning. Doesn't that just prove how charming Lin Gu is? Even an ice-cold beauty like her would step down for him. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Lin Sheng's status seemed to eclipse even the most prestigious family in Modu at that moment. Listening to all the flattery, Lin Sheng felt a bit numb inside. He thought, can you guys stop spreading rumors about me? Although he didn't understand why the youngest daughter of the Du family gave up first place, he knew one thing. If the eldest daughter of the Du family heard these words, he would be in big trouble. Lin Sheng's intuition was spot on. This selection competition concerned the entire nation, and the related matters had already hit the news, with the most attention-grabbing event being the forfeit of the first place. At that moment, Du Ning sat in her family's garden, accompanied by her ice butterfly. She was so angry she was gritting her teeth, furious at the flood of news and the embarrassing words about her. The cold emanating from the ice butterfly had turned the surrounding plants into ice flowers, reflecting Du Ning's mood. Lin Sheng, how dare you spread rumors about me, she said furiously. Miss, should we have someone take down the news? The butler asked nervously. No need. I'll handle it myself, Du Ning replied, taking a deep breath. She thought to herself, deleting the news now would only backfire. It's better to leave him in the dust during training, make Lin Sheng realize the gap between us, and apologize to me. That night, at Lin Sheng's home, the phone suddenly rang, displaying the name Lin Ming, his sister, the genius beast tamer from the capital. Calling me at this time? Lin Sheng frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He decisively hung up the phone, and as expected, the uneasy feeling dissipated. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled to himself, realizing it was just a false alarm. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the capital, two young women with delicate features were anxiously watching a short-haired girl sitting at the bar. What's up with the captain? She seemed so happy when she was on the phone, but then her mood changed suddenly. I have no idea. I've never seen her so cheerful before, but judging by her current mood, some demons are probably going to suffer soon. As they spoke, they instinctively pulled their clothes tighter around them. At this moment, Lin Ming stood up from the bar counter, her right hand clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. Her breathtaking face, however, had a gentle expression. Oh well, my brother is grown up now. He should have some freedom. Although she said this, her tightly clenched hand didn't loosen at all. But where did he get that pet beast? With a pet beast of this level, it's nearly impossible to win a spot for a disaster-level cub from those big family heirs. Lin Ming thought to herself. She knew that without help, her brother Lin Sheng couldn't afford to buy a high-grade talent pet beast. His competitors were the heirs of influential families from the capital and even some descendants of disaster-level, king-level beast tamers, standing out among them and snatching the prize. Unless I could go back to those days, there might be a chance. Lin Ming whispered softly. But it doesn't matter. No matter how useless her brother is, she can always support him. Captain, what are you thinking about? One of the team members asked worriedly. Oh, nothing. Let's sell the king-level egg we obtained from the last mission. But Captain, didn't you have big plans for it? It's useless now, sell it. Understood. But there are so many people eyeing this egg. It could easily sell for over 1 billion. The team members were immediately excited. Knock, knock, knock. Your delivery has arrived. Lin Sheng's face lit up with joy. Just a few minutes ago, he had hung up the phone and listed the demonic token on the marketplace. In no time, a group of beast tamers with demonic beasts showed up, willing to buy it at a high price. The demonic token is essential for a demonic beast to evolve into a higher-tier demon. While it might be useless to others, for those who need it, it's priceless. As a result, Lin Sheng sold the demonic token for 1 billion dragon coins above the market price and then purchased everything he needed online. Soon, Lin Sheng had all the purchased items delivered to his courtyard. A giant Cobra King, latest stage warrior, 10 million dragon coins. A rainbow scaled fish, mid-stage warrior, 9 million dragon coins. A spiked armadillo, latest stage warrior, 13 million dragon coins. A total of 7 creatures. Lin Sheng had a simple reason for buying these creatures. Xiaobai needed new scales. Having acquired immense power, Lin Sheng decided to purchase higher-grade scale genes. The scales of the spiked armadillo dragon offer formidable defense, capable of withstanding missile bombardments. Meanwhile, the gene of the rainbow scale fish would allow Xiaobai to move more freely and stay longer underwater. The scales of the giant cobra king provide strong poison resistance, and upcoming volcanic creatures possess traits like flame resistance, toxic resistance, electrical insulation, and frost isolation. The streamlined scales of aerial creatures effectively reduce air resistance, greatly enhancing speed. Lin Sheng felt a sense of pride, believing that Xiaobai was now the most resilient among warrior-class creatures, even tougher than a tortoise. No attack could easily harm it. It was a culmination of all the world's resilient creatures. Moreover, he only needed to convert these genes without using their scales. Lin Sheng activated his innate ability to perform sequence extraction and gene infusion. In an instant, the warrior-class strong-scaled creatures before him were corroded, and eventually, all the genes were infused into Xiaobai's scales. Xiaobai acquired the bloodline genes of the Cobra King, Rainbow Fish, Snow-Armored Bear, Volcanic Rockworm, and more, including fire-resistant scale genes, streamlined scale genes, and aerial worm-line genes. This all happened in a flash, with countless genes surging into Xiaobai's body, causing a dramatic transformation in its scales. Although the changes weren't immediately visible, Xiaobai could feel much safer than before, as if it were invincible, ready to face any challenge. Lin Sheng secretly hoped that Xiaobai might learn to fly someday. However, the current priority was to enhance Xiaobai's bloodline genes, claws, horns, eyes, and fangs to their strongest potential. This required significant funding, which the Dragon Slayer Bureau couldn't provide. But within the disaster-level Beastmaster training program, a large amount of resources would inevitably be consumed, and this was Lin Sheng's primary goal. He aimed to continuously improve his strength to garner more resources and achieve higher rankings, catching the attention of the higher-ups, thus being able to make bold demands. Lin Sheng decided to focus on training first, enhancing Xiaobai's attack power. He set a goal, to stand out in the disaster-level Beastmaster training program. At this point, Xiaobai's horns were about to grow, and combined with its invincible scales and black flame recovery ability, it would be unbeatable in training. Furthermore, Lin Sheng sensed that during his visit to the Bai family, they would offer resources to win him over. He understood that if his strength wasn't formidable, why would anyone try to recruit him? It all depended on his own strength. Just like Captain Di Qian's lore-class pet, if Xiaobai could reach the lord level, it would earn everyone's respect, and everything would fall into place. Lin Sheng planned to visit the Bai family first, then train Xiaobai for a few days, hunting some aggressive beasts. He had everything planned out and swiftly fell asleep. The next morning, outside the Bai family villa. In the early hours of the next day, outside the Bai family villa, a young man with a handsome and refined appearance stood quietly by the gate. Beside him was an old bicycle, which seemed especially out of place amidst the luxury cars driven by the boys and girls around. He seemed like a character who didn't belong in this scene. Yet there he was. Who is that guy? Is he here to apply for a job at the Bai family? A girl asked with a gentle laugh as she leaned against a boy in a Rolls-Royce. Hearing this, the boy's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly whispered, "Keep your voice down. Don't you know who he is?" His reaction startled the girl, making her worry. Could he have just been released from prison? Does he have 100,000 brothers in prison who would come back at his command? The boy scoffed. Are you drunk? Even 100,000 brothers wouldn't be enough to take him on. With that, he slammed on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce sped away with a roar, as if afraid that staying a moment longer would result in a bruised face. When the girl saw the head of the Bai family emerging from the villa, she was startled, her inebriation fading quickly as a sense of fear settled in. Not even her boyfriend's father's powerful connections could rival the Bai family. In Yangqing, the Bai family held the position of an emperor, capable of making anyone disappear by the next day. The young man was so youthful. Could he be from the city of Shanghai? Her imagination seemed limited at that moment. Meanwhile, outside the Bai family villa, the head of the Bai family, Bai Jiogo, approached with 2 guards. Lin Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to come in person. I was planning to send someone to pick you up this afternoon, Bai Jiogo said with a smile. Lin Sheng shook his head, indicating it was no trouble, as he enjoyed riding his bicycle and didn't want to waste time. So he had come early in the morning. Bai Jiogo's appearance was quite different from the typical image of a family head that Lin Sheng had imagined. He didn't have a stern face or a large belly. Soon, Lin Sheng followed Bai Jiogo into a hall in the villa, whereby he and her mother were already seated. Lin Sheng couldn't help but admire Bai's beauty, clearly inherited from her family's good genes. Her father was handsome, and her mother still graceful. Not bad looking, Bai's mother nodded with a smile, recalling how she had agreed to Bai Jiogo's marriage proposal because of his looks. Lin Sheng was surprised to learn that the most powerful family head in Yangsheng was actually a son-in-law. Lin Sheng, Arbai, he often talks about you at home, saying you have great talent and are her goal to strive for. It seems she's right. Bai Jiogo began to discuss business. So, I plan to sponsor you with a sum of money in the name of the Bai family. It's just a small gesture to support a promising youth from Yangsheng, giving you a chance to win the Disaster Cub. He understood that the possibility was slim, as the training camp participants were usually super geniuses with prominent backgrounds, while Lin Sheng was just an ordinary person with some money. Thank you, Master Bai. Lin Sheng nodded. Bai's mother smiled at this. If Lin Sheng had continued to decline, her impression of him might have worsened. To her surprise, the young man accepted immediately, which made her somewhat fond of him. The money will be transferred to your bank account, and if you have other matters to attend to, you can leave at any time. Lin Sheng's early arrival suggested he had his own matters to handle, a notion that was instinctive for the Bai family head. As Lin Sheng bid farewell, he said, "Thank you, Master Bai and Madam Bai. I'll be on my way now." He indeed had some pressing matters. Contrary to his expectations, the Bai couple didn't engage in excessive pleasantries, which made Lin Sheng feel quite at ease. After Lin Sheng left, Bai's mother asked, "How do you plan to support him?" Bai Jiogo replied quietly, "Let's start with 25 million. After all, it's what the board requires, and it will be broadcast on TV later." He figured Lin Sheng was already aware of this. The board members and shareholders of the Bai family wanted to establish a good relationship with this gifted individual, hoping that when Lin Sheng achieved great success, the Bai family could benefit as well. Since we're giving, why not round it up? 25 million sounds odd, Bai he murmured softly. Bai's mother laughed. "You silly girl. Already siding with him after just meeting? Fine. Since it's the board's money, make it 30 million. Besides, won't the Bai family's money be his in the future anyway?" At first, Bai he didn't catch on to her mother's words, but after a moment, her face turned red with embarrassment. "Mom, haha, don't worry, Mom supports you, right, Bai Jiogo?" Bai's mother gave him a look. "Of course. I definitely agree." Bai Jiogo quickly raised his hands in surrender, thinking to himself, "Are you kidding? Who wouldn't want to connect with a genius like Lin Sheng? It's like a dream come true." If Lin Sheng becomes a disaster-level beast tamer in the future, even the whole city of Modu could be within reach. Even if not, a king level is still impressive. Besides, the young man's character is commendable, leaving both satisfied. Unexpectedly, history seems to be repeating itself. "Another one to share the wealth with me," Bai Jiogo silently joked to himself. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Sheng left the Bai family, he headed to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts. To achieve the goal of hunting 1,000 beasts, Xiao Bai's current numbers were far from enough. So, Lin Sheng spent his days hunting beasts and found a random motel to spend the nights. 3 days passed this way, and it was finally time for Lin Sheng's pet beast to level up. Mid-warrior stage. Xiao Bai curled up on the ground, its body beginning to shed a layer of white skin. As the shedding completed, the previously rough white scales became stunningly beautiful, clearly a result of genetic influence. Each perfect scale was neatly aligned on Xiao Bai's body, making it appear as a masterpiece of the world. Unable to resist, Lin Sheng reached out to touch it, but Xiao Bai flinched in pain, prompting Lin Sheng to quickly withdraw his hand. "It's okay, master. You can touch it. Xiao Bai will endure," Xiao Bai hissed. Lin Sheng, not one to take pleasure in causing his pet discomfort, chose to wait patiently nearby. After half an hour, Xiao Bai completed its shedding, its shiny white scales making Lin Sheng's eyes gleam with excitement. "Finally looks a bit like a dragon." These scales would tempt any expert to buy them for a high price. Simply perfect. Only the word perfect could describe the exquisite beauty of these snake scales. "When it doesn't hurt anymore, I'll give you a good petting," Lin Sheng smiled. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Sheng picked up the phone, and Di Qian's name appeared on the screen. "Hello, is this Captain D?" he asked. "Yes, it's me. The training plan is about to start. I assume you've seen the recent TV broadcasts?" Lin Sheng nodded, thinking to himself that indeed, almost every TV program lately was discussing this training, with experts eagerly predicting who would be able to obtain those 3 disaster-level cubs. Lin Sheng gazed out the window at the TV screen, where experts' discussions were lively and information flowed like a tide. He realized he faced many formidable opponents, some of whom were particularly challenging. If it weren't for Xiao Bai evolving its scales at a critical moment, Lin Sheng might be even more troubled now. For example, in another competition for 50 spots, the winner had a pet beast of the elemental type, which was intangible and extremely difficult to deal with. Other competitors also had rare pet beasts, with talents almost at the king level, reaching the upper limit for contracting a first pet beast. What added to Lin Sheng's pressure was the rumor about his pet beast's talent spreading externally, being labeled as disaster level or even emperor level. This made the experts on TV rave, almost causing Lin Sheng himself to doubt. Was someone targeting him from behind, Deliberately creating trouble in the training plan and sending other competitors against him? That's right, the training is about to start. It won't be long before a vehicle comes to pick you up, and this time the training location is absolutely confidential, so prepare your affairs. Captain D's voice came through the phone. Lin Sheng's eyebrows twitched, and his heart tightened. Prepare his affairs? Captain D, did you use the wrong word? He asked tentatively. No mistake. This training is indeed life-threatening, so it's better to prepare in advance. Captain D's tone was firm, and Lin Sheng's heart sank, realizing this training was truly no simple matter. After hanging up the phone, Lin Sheng's emotions were complex. He knew he had received feedback from Xiao Bai's genetic abilities, and his physique was not ordinary. In the past, a fierce beast could slap him against a wall, but now, even if hit, he'd only roll a couple of times, which was a significant improvement. With only a few months until the college entrance exams, early training was always a good idea, and Lin Sheng aimed to get into one of the 5 universities. It was said that these institutions only admitted a few hundred people each year from billions, a daunting challenge. His sister had already been accepted into the Imperial Capital Academy, which added to Lin Sheng's anxiety. Just then, a massive armored vehicle slowly came into view and stopped at the villa's entrance, drawing the attention of neighbors who came out to watch. I didn't expect Lin's little brother to have such strong talent, someone remarked. With parents who are both beastmasters, their children are naturally exceptional. It's all in the genes, another commented. Being part of the training plan means he's among the top 100 young beastmasters in the Dragon Country, right? Another neighbor sighed, perhaps regretting their daughter's past decision to pursue Lin Sheng. Did you forget? Lin's sister keeps a close watch on her brother, so even if you had agreed back then, there wouldn't have been a chance, someone replied, amid envious glances. In the midst of these looks, Lin Sheng secretly resolved to face the impending challenge. Lin Sheng boarded the massive armored vehicle and quickly left the area. The cabin was completely sealed, and the road outside was a blur. All he could feel was the vehicle jostling over the uneven terrain. Secrecy was paramount. If those with ill intentions discovered that the geniuses of Longhua were gathering in one place for training, it could lead to trouble. To maintain confidentiality, even their own people were not spared from the secrecy. After an unknown amount of time, the armored vehicle finally halted, and the rear door opened. Lin Sheng stepped out and found himself at a private airport where 3 small passenger planes were parked. Meanwhile, several beastmasters from Yangqing who had passed the test were already waiting at the airport. It's Lin Ge, brother Lin Sheng is here, exclaimed a young beastmaster, his face a mix of nerves and anticipation. I can't believe I passed the test. Keep your cool. I heard that even if you pass the test, there's still a chance of being eliminated during training, another person reminded him. Forget about elimination. I heard Instructor D say there's a risk of life-threatening danger. It scared me so much I bought a set of survival armor overnight. He shook the hardware on his body, looking confident. The group from Yangqing was excited. After all, the outskirts of Yangqing were fraught with danger and filled with fierce beasts. They had never left Yangqing before, and now they were finally stepping out of this familiar land. How could they not be thrilled? Lin Sheng. Bai he waved. Yes, Lin Sheng nodded in response. Since everyone is here, let's board the plane. Di Qian, still wearing her black combat suit, led the group onto the plane on the left. Whoosh, all 3 planes took off simultaneously, and the cabin still offered no view of the outside. As the small passenger plane flew through the air, Lin Sheng occasionally heard terrifying cries of birds and beasts from outside. However, as these creatures approached the plane, they were all swiftly taken down. Lin Sheng knew this was undoubtedly thanks to Di Qian. Typically, when a passenger plane took off, a beastmaster had to be on board to protect it, earning a handsome sum in the process. This was why beastmasters were never short of money. As Lin Sheng pondered their destination, a package was suddenly thrown his way. Get ready to parachute. If you're late, you'll be someone's dinner. Di Qian's voice came from behind, and the rear cabin door of the plane opened, letting in a rush of cold wind. Good luck, Special Forces, flashed through Lin Sheng's mind. Without hesitation, the group quickly donned their backpacks and followed Di Qian in jumping out. For the beastmasters, parachuting was a piece of cake, as their physical conditioning and learning ability were on par with professional athletes. In midair, Lin Sheng could clearly see a base surrounded by high walls within the beast-infested jungle. He was speechless. A second's delay in jumping, and he might have landed outside the base. This truly was putting oneself in harm's way. As he floated down, he even saw a few people caught by their parachutes on the tall tower in the center of the base, swaying in the wind. With a swift and graceful motion, Lin Sheng landed steadily. Several staff members quickly approached to take his parachute. On the field, 5 teams gathered rapidly, and Lin Sheng made his way to the team where Instructor Di Qian stood. A one-armed man stepped onto the open ground in front of everyone. All the students held their breath. Hello, my name is Gao Yang, and I am a king-level beastmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers erupted among the crowd. A king-level beastmaster. The strongest beastmaster in our city is only at the king level. Someone wondered, wasn't this training supposed to be conducted by a disaster-level beastmaster? Another replied, indeed. Why is it a king-level one? Though that's still impressive. Gao Liang looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. You guessed right, there is indeed a disaster-level beastmaster. But he said he only teaches the top 3, not the rest. If you can endure the upcoming training, everything will be fine. He pointed to some students hanging on the central tower, his tone becoming serious. As for them, they won't be participating in today's training, nor will they earn any points. Points? Although the students didn't quite understand the importance of points, they had a feeling it was crucial. Lin Sheng felt the same. Judging by the pitiful looks from the instructor at the students on the tower, not earning points could have serious consequences. I won't say more. In the coming days, we'll be testing your pets and your nerve reaction speed, muscle strength, and defense capabilities. Those who fail the tests won't earn any points. Gao Liang's tone turned stern, making the students tense. Summon your pets now for the nerve reaction speed test. Gao Liang's previously kind demeanor turned serious. The students exchanged looks, having just jumped off a plane and not fully rested. Yet, some remained calm, like Lin Sheng, Du Ning, and a few other beastmasters whose names weren't known. All right, they'll conduct the nerve reaction speed test. Di Qian stepped out from the crowd, summoning her ghostly pet. The appearance of the eerie-type pet made the students uneasy. I have a bad feeling. Are we supposed to dodge the ghostly attacks? A student whispered. Don't jinx it. Keep quiet. Another responded. That's a lord-level pet. How could we possibly dodge it? Feeling the chilling aura, the students turned pale. Lin Sheng pondered silently. With Xiaobai's skilled visual abilities and having absorbed the nerve reaction speed of fierce beasts like wasps and hawks, Xiaobai was nearly unmatched in nerve reaction capability. Let's begin. You, come over here. Di Qian casually pointed at a boy. The boy's face turned pale, and he thought to himself, might as well get it over with. It's inevitable anyway. With a resigned sigh, he summoned a long-limbed creature from his beastmaster space. The crowd was stunned, and even Di Qian paused in surprise. Ah, isn't that a sloth? No kidding. Sloths are known for having one of the slowest neural reaction speeds in the world. Of course, by one of the slowest, I mean at the very bottom of the list. The long-limbed sloth lay on the ground, slowly inching its way towards Di Qian. Forget it. I'll just go over there myself. Di Qian sighed, realizing that if she waited for it to reach her, the whole day would likely be over. Lightning. Go for it. The boy encouraged the sloth-like creature in front of Ghost Shadow. The sloth slowly turned its head, seemingly intending to nod at its owner. The scene almost made the others burst out laughing. Seriously? By the time it nods, its head might already be chopped off. But Di Qian clearly had no intention of waiting for it to nod. Ghost Shadow raised its long knife-wielding right arm and swiftly slashed down. Yet, surprisingly, it missed. Di Qian was momentarily stunned, and the boy finally dropped his act, revealing a sly smile. Lightning, as fast as lightning. His sloth had the skill of instantaneous acceleration. The earlier act was just to gain the instructor's trust. However, it couldn't dodge the next strike. Whoosh! Ghost Shadow's blade was so fast it was nearly invisible, leaving a mark on the sloth in the blink of an eye. Consider yourself lucky once. Pass. Thank you, instructor. Haha. Lightning, let's go. The boy quickly withdrew with his pet beast, leaving some students around them in shock. The others weren't as fortunate, as Di Qian wouldn't make any more mistakes. Whoosh! Eliminated. Whoosh! Eliminated. One passed. In just a few minutes, over 30 out of 100 beast tamers were eliminated. This meant that these 30 people would not earn any points. Damn, that attack speed is insane. Even though the instructor held back, it's still a lord-level beast. Yeah, I barely dodged one attack thanks to my beast's speed-boosting skills. Damn, you're lucky. My beast's reaction speed isn't even as fast as a sloth's. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be laughed at when I get out of here. Don't forget, the elimination list for this training will be published in the news. Public humiliation. Huh? I admit, I'm scared. Next up, Du Ning. As her name was called, a girl with icy, jade-like skin stepped forward from the line. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Such a beautiful girl, even from afar, was a sight to behold. But no matter how beautiful, she was beyond their reach. Why do I feel like she looked at me? Lin Sheng murmured. You too, brother? I felt like the goddess just looked at me too. Me too. Me too. Did you feel it too? Who's got yellow urine? Those with diabetes, stay back. Don't let him get a taste of sweetness. Whoosh. Before the crowd could continue, a chill spread out from the front. A completely ice-blue butterfly gently flapped its wings in midair. Not bad. It seems you've trained this pet well. For the first time, Di Qian nodded in approval. But I won't hold back. Please begin. Du Ning was very polite, or rather, She had a natural arrogance she herself couldn't detect. But it was precisely this subtle arrogance that gave Du Ning her unique aura. Her presence was as graceful as a goddess, inspiring awe. Lin Sheng thought to himself that at best, he could dodge a single attack, but a goddess would easily evade multiple strikes. However, the attack methods of supernatural creatures were entirely different from conventional beings. Who could predict how their wrists would twist? It was an elusive challenge. Still, it doesn't matter, he muttered to himself. If our pet beasts don't have an advantage in speed, maybe they can show different strengths in defense tests. As he pondered, swish, another long blade came slashing. In that instant, the ice butterfly's wings moved slightly, and an intense chill spread rapidly, even frosting the ghostly blade, slowing its speed abruptly. The ice butterfly easily dodged the attack, exhibiting the elegance of a goddess. Using skills, is that against the rules? Lin Sheng wondered, recalling that the pet beast had previously used acceleration skills, while this time it was deceleration. The test is about reaction speed, so it shouldn't be against the rules. After all, timing is also a skill, he consoled himself. Exactly. As the ghostly blade swung 4 times, it wasn't until the 7th strike that it finally caught the ice butterfly's mistake. 7 strikes. That was an impressive performance, and anyone could see that the ghostly blade's speed was increasing, each slash heavier than the last. Yet, the ice butterfly dodging 7 strikes had already surpassed most. Come back, ice butterfly. Du Ning recalled the ice butterfly to the beast's face, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, you passed. She walked off the platform, passing by Lin Sheng, and said softly, I'm looking forward to your performance. I wonder if your little snake can beat my ice butterfly? With that, Du Ning left. Wow, you're really something. People around started discussing. We were joking, but you were serious. Turns out the ordinary guy and the clown were us. Lin Sheng was secretly relieved. If he remembered correctly, he was the one who spread rumors about Du Ning, right? It seemed so. There weren't many as handsome as him in the entire base. Quite impressive to dare confront Du Ning face-to-face, but he should watch out for her minions. Lin Sheng remained unfazed by the chatter, not even paying much attention to Du Ning's words. He admired her looks, but didn't hold her in higher regard because of it. Next, Cheng Gao. A sullen-looking boy stepped forward, summoning a blazing flame demon dog from the beast's space. An elemental pet. The crowd gasped, as elemental pets were extremely rare. It was known that the lowest tier of such pets had lord-level talents. In the subsequent test, Cheng Gao didn't disappoint, successfully evading 5 attacks. After all, being a mass of fire, the target area was large, making it easy to be hit if not controlled well, naturally not as adept at slowing opponents as the ice butterfly. Not long after, Lin Sheng, it's your turn, said a beast tamer from Yangqing who had just finished his test. Lin Sheng nodded quietly, mentally preparing himself. Xiaobai, come out. With his summons, a white snake emerged from the beast's space, coiling beside Lin Sheng. At this moment, Xiaobai's body was as thick as a small tree, and it had grown to about 5 meters long, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Wow, what a handsome guy. Could he be Lin Sheng, the genius beast tamer from Yang City? In other cities, the top talents and heirs usually have well-known beasts like ice butterflies or fiery hellhounds. Yet Lin Sheng's white snake seems quite ordinary. What kind of snake is it exactly? Could it be a young dragon? No way. This snake doesn't seem to have any distinctive features, making it hard to figure out. Could it really be just an ordinary snake? If that's the case, how is he going to compete for the top 3 spots in the training camp? Everyone was initially full of anticipation for this top talents beast, especially after being impressed by the previous 2. But to their surprise, Lin Sheng's beast turned out to be just a small white snake. Honestly, nobody is looking down on him. It's just that trying to compete for a disaster-level cub with such a beast seems like a pipe dream. It looks like all the points might go to Miss Du Ning this time. With such a long body, it's hard to protect both ends, leaving the snake vulnerable to attacks. At that moment, one of the students spoke up quietly, having a special sense for the bloodlines of beasts. He felt uneasy about this seemingly ordinary white snake. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, Di Qian finally made a move. Swish. The shadow didn't hold back and swung at the little white snake even faster than usual, as Di Qian wanted to quickly gauge its strength. The blade flashed through the air, but what was originally too fast to catch now seemed slow in the eyes of the little white snake. With a slight tilt of its head, it easily dodged the strike. Lin Sheng silently muttered, wow. Still have time to count, such a show-off. Everyone watched intently. Another strike came, and again the little white snake dodged effortlessly. Then came a 3rd, 4th, and 5th strike. This tiny white snake was so agile, leaving everyone astonished. Could it break Miss Du's record? Below, Du Ning slightly opened her mouth, admitting she was a bit flustered. Even the genius with the fiery hellhound was shocked. Only the people from Yang City cheered for Lin Sheng, Go, Lin. Lin, you're awesome. Who says a beast has to be a rare species? Sure enough, Lin Sheng successfully dodged the remaining 2 attacks, breaking Du Ning's record. Instructor Di Qian, hold on a moment, Lin Sheng said with a smile. What? Can't handle it anymore? Di Qian thought to herself, considering that the shadow had just used speed close to an early lord level. If Lin Sheng could withstand that, it would be unbelievable. However, Lin Sheng flashed a cunning smile. No, Instructor Di, I just want to test how fast Xiaobai really is. Can we make it more challenging? Go ahead, swing away. I can take it. His expression was serious, as if he wasn't joking. Hearing this, all the students around were left speechless. Wow, such a show-off. It's incredible that I could even withstand a single hit, let alone multiple attacks. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. But to be fair, he does have the right to be. His beast is probably the strongest among us right now. Don't speak too soon though, there's still the defense test to come. That's the real challenge. The beast masters from surrounding cities were completely stunned by Lin Sheng. They never imagined beast mastery could be like this. A snake moving so agilely, even quicker in reaction than some speed-type beasts. Although snakes aren't slow, they typically don't have any particular advantage in evading attacks. Du Ning's face turned slightly red at this sight. Her confidence was shattered in an instant. Reflecting on her previous actions, even going up to Lin Sheng to provoke him, she realized she had overestimated herself. The gap between Ice Butterfly and Lin Sheng's beast was vast. However, she was determined not to lose in terms of potential growth. Someday, she would catch up and even surpass him. Du Ning remained defiant. After all, a true genius doesn't give up after a single failure. Strong individuals don't back down from minor setbacks. Besides, there are still tests on defense and other aspects. With months of training ahead, there's plenty of time. Yet, deep down, Du Ning had already acknowledged that her beast couldn't match Lin Sheng's. Then I'll make my move, she said as Ghost Shadow launched a dual attack. The difficulty of dodging had increased exponentially. In just a few seconds, Xiaobai couldn't withstand it, enduring 15 attacks in total, which was twice as many as Du Ning. Among the shocked onlookers, Di Qian was the most astonished. She was certain that Ghost Shadow had used its early-stage lord abilities. Yet Lin Sheng's beast evaded so many attacks. Lin Sheng, what species is your beast exactly? Could it actually have dragon's blood? Du Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, dragons are just mythical creatures. How could Lin Sheng possibly have one? Alright, testing is over. A total of 67 people passed. First place receives 1,000 points, second place 500, and third 300. As the rankings were announced, countless envious eyes turned towards Lin Sheng. 1,000 points. They had no idea what they could be used for, but those who dodged a single attack only received 10 points, a stark 100 times less. Okay, it's lunchtime. After lunch, we'll conduct the defense test. Finally, it's time to eat. I've been waiting for this. I wonder what the food will be like today. Training disaster-level beastmasters isn't just talk. The meals are probably top-notch. That sounds reasonable, haha. Lin Sheng, let's eat together. Bai He and a few from Yangqing invited him. No, it's fine. I'll eat alone. Lin Sheng was used to dining by himself, and they didn't mind. It's normal for geniuses to be a bit solitary. Soon, everyone arrived at the dining hall. The meals were indeed exceptionally sumptuous. Almost all the meals for both beasts and humans were considered. The basic meal is just 1 point, the mid-tier is 5 points, the premium is 10 points, the top tier is 20 points, and the deluxe meal is a whopping 50 points. The beast nutritionist announced the prices mercilessly, causing some students to turn pale. What if you don't have any points? Not everyone has them. Like those who were hung on the tower, those who didn't pass the test, where would they get points from? Everyone finally understood the true meaning of the instructor's words. As long as you can hold on. If you can't even afford a meal, you'll probably quit within 2 or 3 days from hunger. Luckily, I passed the test and have 10 points, enough for 3 days. But the food here is definitely worth it. A basic meal outside would cost 10,000, but here it's just 1 point. What kind of food does the deluxe meal include? I can't even imagine. I'd like a deluxe meal, please. A figure approached the counter, and upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to him, realizing it was Lin Sheng. With 1,000 points, of course, he can afford a deluxe meal. It's infuriating. Even if I can't afford it, I can at least look at it, right? I want to see what kind of meal costs so much. As someone ordered a deluxe meal, countless eyes in the dining hall focused on it. Soon, a tray was presented. This meal was made from the rarest parts of various creatures, like the earth dragon gallbladder, sky phoenix marrow, and black chicken pellet. It's the perfect food for warrior-level beasts, enhancing their defense, reaction speed, and overall abilities. It can even reshape a beast's bones and awaken ancient bloodlines. It was crafted by the professional nutritionist of that legendary disaster-level beast master. The beast nutritionist seemed proud, as making a meal for a disaster-level beast master is a dream for any beast nutritionist. Wow, is this the meal used to train beasts back then? And it's exclusive for warrior-level beasts. Such a recipe would cause a frenzy outside. No wonder the ingredients are under pseudonyms. Something this valuable is only 50 points here. Everyone eyed the separate portions for the beast master and the beast on the tray with envy. Even the beasts drooled. Unfortunately, they only had themselves to blame for not trying harder. Here, this is your level 1 energy meal. The nutritionist casually handed over a plate with a large piece of meat. This is something any roadside cook could make, and to have a trained beast nutritionist prepare it felt insulting. I must strive harder so my beast can enjoy a deluxe meal too. Several people vowed silently. 30 years of ups and downs. Never underestimate a poor beast master. I'll have one too. Duning approached the counter, not to be outdone, and ordered a deluxe meal. As soon as Lin Sheng sat down, his beast, Xiao Bai, couldn't resist gulping down the meat, looking utterly satisfied. So good in contrast, Du Ning and her ice butterfly savored their meal slowly and elegantly. She even sat diagonally across from Lin Sheng, making the comparison evident. To save face, Lin Sheng had to rely on his years of dining experience. Just as everyone was finishing up, the assembly horn sounded again. Gather in the training room immediately. The instructor stood at the cafeteria entrance, holding a notebook, and called out loudly. At that moment, I was only halfway through my meal and couldn't help but sigh. Did they really think we were here on vacation? Damn, I'm losing 0.5 points. But then again, it's not worth losing that much. I'll just pack up the rest and take it with me. No more talking, let's go. In less than 30 seconds, more than half of the people in the once noisy cafeteria had left. Du Ning wiped the corner of her mouth, lifted her fair chin, and walked past Lin Sheng. A few people from Yangqing greeted Lin Sheng. Brother Lin, let's go. Bai He, with a flushed face, waved at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded silently, swallowed the last piece of meat, and got up to leave. Minutes later, 100 people gathered in the training room. The instructor this time was a bald man with a scarred face. He extended his arm, checked the pocket watch on his wrist, and solemnly announced, "Latecomers, everyone's points will be halved." Everyone's faces turned pale, feeling anxious inside. However, the bald instructor added, "I'll let it slide this time, but next time, if you can't gather within a minute, I'll deduct this round's points too." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, that was close. Losing all those points would mean dropping to 2 Cs. Even Lin Sheng felt relieved, thinking, if they really deducted the points, what would happen? My 1,000 points aren't even enough for a month's worth of luxury meals, and if they took half away, it would be even worse. Alright, next, summon all your beasts and put them in the pool at the front for a bath. The instructor pointed to the pool in the center of the training room. A bath? Although the students were puzzled, they still summoned their respective beasts. Bubbles. The flame demon dog stepped comfortably into the pool, instantly heating the surrounding water to a boil. The other beasts scattered upon seeing this, only to bump into the ice butterfly behind them, nearly getting frostbitten. In the pool, there was also a gigantic iron-armored giant, and as soon as it entered, the water level rose by half a meter, barely reaching its waist. Seeing that most of the beasts had entered, the bald instructor nodded silently, and his assistant immediately understood, walking to the wall to pull down a lever. As time passed, the water in the pool gradually became scorching hot. The beasts, initially playing around, sensed something was wrong and tried to escape. Roar. Caw. Why is the water getting hot? Little Nyo, get up. Still soaking in there? You'll turn into boiled frogs soon. The beast masters called out anxiously. The instructor's stern voice echoed. Leave the water, and you're out of the defense test. Little Nyo, don't come up. Hang in there. If you can endure a bit longer, I'll treat you to a feast. Those few people turned pale with anxiety. Everyone present realized this was the afternoon's defense test, a comprehensive assessment of the beast's resistance in extreme environments. The bald instructor confidently said, if you win, I'll give the first place 5,000 points. This announcement thrilled everyone. 5,000 points. Securing first place would be like winning 5 first places in previous tests. But if you came in second, you'd get nothing, just your usual points. Those who accidentally brought their beasts ashore gritted their teeth in frustration. Hee hee, this test is practically tailor-made for my ironclad giant. Song Yun said confidently, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Lin Sheng's Biasta white snake. Having won through skill, he thought to himself, in a contest of defense, who can compare to my ironclad giant? The ironclad giant's defense was indeed unparalleled. Many competitors, seeing their beasts struggling to hold on, quickly retreated them. After all, no one's pet could match the defensive capabilities of the ironclad giant. Half an hour passed, and the pool water was boiling like a hot pot, making it feel like being cooked. At this point, only 5 beasts remained. A white snake, a massive ironclad giant, an ice butterfly surrounded by frost with mist all around it, a flame hellhound, enjoying itself as if in a hot spring, and a giant volcanic rockworm floating on the water, seemingly lifeless. Unlike the desperate resistance of the other beasts, the white snake rolled leisurely in the water, as if bathing. With its volcanic rock layer's fire resistance, it could stay there for days without issue. The crowd couldn't help but wonder. While other beasts struggled against the heat, this snake was frolicking in the water, even seeking out the flame hellhound to soak with, as if the water wasn't hot enough. Such audacity. Even the flame hellhound seemed bewildered, its fiery eyes fixed on the white snake, its mind in chaos, unable to comprehend the scene. If anyone was suffering the most, it was undoubtedly Du Ning. Her ice butterfly was completely out of place in this test environment, having to constantly emit cold air to barely withstand the heat wave. The other competitors weren't at ease either, except for Lin Sheng, who appeared calm, occasionally chatting with Bai He. Lin Sheng from Yangqing was certainly different. The bald instructor couldn't help but laugh. The more flamboyant, the more they needed to be reined in. He thought to himself, can you still hold on after this? The bald instructor's expression changed as he ordered his assistant, turn on the cold air and set the temperature to -270. The assistant quickly understood, and the two donned heavy clothing before activating the cold air switch. In an instant, the searing surface froze over, turning to ice. The sudden change startled everyone present. The temperature around them dropped sharply, the chill biting to the bone, and even the breath of some beast masters could be seen clearly. It's freezing. It's like experiencing fire and ice at the same time. Who could withstand both heat and cold in such an extreme test? Although the heat couldn't be turned up too high, the cold was already enough to cause frostbite. The pool had already frozen over. Could Lin Sheng's white snake still hold on? The old friends from Yangsheng couldn't help but worry. However, their concerns were actually unnecessary. How could Lin Sheng not have anticipated this? When it comes to adapting to environments, Xiaobai is unbeatable. Its scales can adjust to any condition. After all, a dragon is not just any creature. Of course, this is assuming the test doesn't escalate to a lord-level difficulty. After all, Xiaobai's genes come from warlord-level creatures, and most of those present were mid to latest-stage warlords, so raising it to a lord level was clearly unrealistic. In the midst of this cold, the flames of the blazing demon dog gradually extinguished, and it couldn't help but be the first to jump out of the pool. Meanwhile, the ice butterfly seemed quite pleased with itself, and even the volcano rockworm, a pet beast accustomed to volcanic regions, was unharmed. I recall this guy was among the top 3 in the northern competition. His volcano rockworm has an extremely pure bloodline, and it's said that high-level volcano rockworms can store heat within their bodies, ensuring they maintain their temperature even after leaving the volcanic area. It seems that's true. Yet another powerhouse has emerged. Whose beast is this? No one expected the Beastmaster to be so low-key, and everyone was surprised. However, compared to these pet beasts, Lin Sheng's white snake was truly baffling. It continued to glide across the ice, seemingly able to store internal heat, just like the volcano rockworm. The bald instructor couldn't help but marvel at this batch of students, who were indeed much stronger than previous years for being able to withstand both his flame and extreme cold tests. But what surprised him the most was Lin Sheng's snake. Its scales were not only incredibly beautiful, but its defense was also astonishing. It seems I'll have to step it up a notch. Power it up, the bald instructor commanded, causing his assistant to pause. Instructor, are you sure? Of course, there can only be one winner in combat. The bald instructor gritted his teeth. I understand, but it will take some time. The assistant turned to leave. Damn it, you still call that a snake and claim it's a king-level talent? Song Yunzong was dumbfounded. The invincible mindset he had just established completely collapsed in the face of that gliding white snake. He couldn't believe that his ironclad giant not only couldn't defeat a snake, but even its defensive ability couldn't match that of the snake. Are the heavy armors on my ironclad giant just for show? Why are my ironclad giant's feet frozen while that snake acts as if nothing's wrong? This can't possibly be a king-level pet beast. For the first time, Du Ning felt immense pressure. This was a challenge to her genius status. For the first time, Du Ning saw someone as a true rival. Yet, she secretly vowed to herself, I will not lose. The adaptability of her ice butterfly was second to none among pet beasts. Lifting her fair face, she said seriously, besides, my ice butterfly has already reached the late stage of the warrior level, while Lin Sheng's white snake has only just broken into the mid-stage of the warrior level. Although it's just one level difference, the time gap could be years. At that moment, the bald instructor's subordinates had just opened the circuit breaker and happened to run into Gaoliang and Di Qian on their way back. Chief Instructor Gao, Instructor D. Gaoliang said, we plan to check on how the students' defense tests are going. Oh, I see, Di Qian replied. Instructor Zhang asked me to open the third test in the defense series, the electric shock test. Electric shock test? Both of them exchanged surprised glances. Being able to conduct the third test indicated that a beast master had successfully reached the third checkpoint. This was interesting. They wondered if that kid Lin Sheng was still in the test. Lin Sheng's pet beast was a white snake, which wasn't known for its defense. It might not even pass the first test. Qilin wasn't expressing doubt in Lin Sheng's abilities, just stating facts. Both she and Gao Liang believed that a pet beast only needed one strength to be exceptional and didn't have to excel in everything. Historically, snakes or cold-blooded creatures had never won in such tests, which was less about the beast's strength and more about the limitations of their species. Let's go and take a look. Gao Liang led the two of them towards the training room. Inside the training room, there was a sharp cracking sound as Instructor Zhang, the bald instructor, initiated the third test. Countless static charges surged into the pool, shattering the surrounding ice blocks. The iron-armored giant, acting as a conductor, scrambled out of the water, managing to hold on for only a few seconds. Duning gritted her teeth and recalled her ice butterfly, her pretty face full of unwillingness. No choice, this time I was countered. Next time, I won't lose. Surprisingly, only the flame worm and Lin Sheng's white snake remained in the field. The flame worm used its skill to coat itself in a layer of earth, temporarily blocking the current. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai's scales perfectly insulated against the current, thanks to its superior thunder snake genes. If it couldn't block electricity, the thunder snake's discharge skills would harm itself. At this moment, Xiao Bai appeared like a living conductor in the pool, surrounded by blue electric light, its scales and eyes emitting a faint blue glow, resembling a dragon basked in storm and lightning, majestic and domineering. In contrast, the flame worm was visibly struggling. What kind of creature is that white snake? It can even withstand electricity? Unafraid of fire, water, or electricity, this truly is a dragon. The bald instructor was shocked. Could the legendary emperor-level pet beast really exist? This kid, it seems I can't handle him. While all the other students might be unconvinced, he was thoroughly impressed. The first snake-like creature to pass all three tests without using any skills, it completely shattered his understanding. Such defensive capability was unparalleled, and he genuinely admired it. At this moment, Chief Instructor Gao Liang and Instructor Qilin also arrived at the training room. As footsteps echoed through the room, Gao Liang and Qilin entered the training chamber. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the white snake bathed in lightning. Their once calm expressions turning to astonishment, soon replaced by awe. The competition had clearly concluded, with Lin Sheng's pet ranking among the top in defense capabilities. Qilin was incredulous, wondering if there was anything this little white snake couldn't do. Its adaptability was truly astonishing. Why wasn't this creature widespread across the globe? No one here had ever seen anything like it before. Of course, if anyone claimed it was an ordinary snake, they wouldn't believe it. That's absurd. Even with intensive nurturing, it would take countless years for a regular creature to gain intelligence. By the time one could awaken its bloodline and form a bond, others might have already reached the pinnacle of the world. Such an idea was dismissed from the start. Xiao Bai, come here. Under the amazed gazes of everyone, the white snake gracefully swam across the pool and approached Lin Sheng. Envy flashed in their eyes. Not to mention anything else, this level of loyalty was unmatched by most pets. Other creatures would struggle to remain in such an uncomfortable environment, let alone stay for hours. Only the pets of Duning, Song Yunzong, Bai He, and a few affluent young people were raised alongside them to have such trust in their owners. Could it be that Lin Sheng's pet was also raised from a young age? So envious. 5,000 points just like that. Meanwhile, Song Yunzong felt a pang of regret, admitting to himself that Lin Sheng was indeed formidable. Was he hiding his true strength? Duning lightly touched her lips with a slender finger, staring at Lin Sheng with a puzzled expression until he looked back at her, causing her to blush and quickly avert her gaze. Seeing this, Bai's expression briefly darkened but soon returned to calm as she approached Lin Sheng, tugging at his sleeve. Congratulations, Lin Sheng, she said with a smile. Lin Sheng responded calmly, accustomed to the congratulations following each victory. Damn, showing off in front of the ladies. If you have the skills, go ahead and show off. If not, stop complaining. At this moment, in the distance, Chief Instructor Gao Liang and Qilin nodded at Lin Sheng, clearly pleased with his performance. At least for now, he had demonstrated the potential to own a disaster-level pet. However, tests were just tests and could be influenced by the pet species, condition, and level. Some pets might seem weak initially but evolve rapidly. The best example is the ice butterfly. Once it evolves to the Lord level, its power undergoes a dramatic transformation. Bai's Thunder Lion is similar. As a pet with king-level talent, it is not much weaker than the ice butterfly or the iron armor giant. There have been others like Lin Sheng who have stood out initially, only to fall behind once training began. Everything will depend on the upcoming training. Soon, the bald instructor began announcing the rankings. First place Lin Sheng, 5,000 points. Second place, Lu Yin, 500 points. Third place, Du Ning, 300 points. The gap between first and second place is strikingly large, making a strong visual impact. In just a few minutes, all the rankings were revealed. Lin Sheng let out a sigh of relief, as 5,000 points would last him a long time. At this moment, Xiaobai had not yet returned to its beast space, and a number of students gathered around, staring curiously at the white snake. Such a high-level creature could only be admired from afar, filling others with envy. Brother Lin, Lin the Great, where did you catch this pet beast? A student asked curiously. Yeah. Is it really an emperor-level talent? If it's disaster level, does that mean I have a chance to get one too? Another chimed in. Listening to their questions, Lin Sheng smiled wryly. You really want to know? Of course. They nodded eagerly, their faces full of eager anticipation. In the distance, Song Yunzong perked up his ears, and Du Ning, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks, biting her lip. Heh. Lin Sheng glanced at Du Ning's upright back and chuckled. It's not emperor level, just king level talent. As for its kind, it's probably the only one in this world. Lin Sheng squinted his eyes, as if pondering something. The people around him looked disappointed. Ugh. If you don't want to say, just forget it. Claiming it's the only one in the world? What a show-off. Even emperor-level beasts don't claim to be unique. Du Ning felt tricked, her body trembling slightly, while Song Yunzong's expression turned grim. Was Lin Sheng really king level? He looked at Lin Sheng's handsome face with anticipation. Why would I lie? Lin Sheng flashed a bright smile, making Bai's heart race, though she felt a bit disappointed inside, thinking such things shouldn't be said lightly, not even by her. Ha ha ha. Young people should have confidence in their pet beasts. I'm rooting for you, young man. Chief Instructor Gao Yang laughed heartily, and both Di Qian and the bald instructor were slightly surprised. It was the first time Chief Instructor Gao Yang had said such things before the training started, clearly showing his approval of Lin Sheng and believing he had the best chance of obtaining a disaster-level pet beast. Get a good night's sleep tonight. After the tests, we'll officially start training. During the training, if you achieve a high ranking, you'll have a chance to obtain a disaster-level pet beast cub. Of course, if your talent is sufficient, expanding the 3 slots isn't impossible. Gao Yang said seriously. Hearing this, some students became excited, secretly making up their minds. Time to eat. Lin Sheng brought Xiaobai to the dining hall and casually ordered a regular meal. Since the energy content of the deluxe meal was high, Xiaobai only needed it once a day, and regular meals were fine for other times. Soon, both Lin Sheng and the snake finished their food. When Lin Sheng arrived at the residential area, he heard some students wailing in the distance and wondered, what's going on here? The residential area also requires points, he said quietly. That's harsh. Lin Sheng was taken aback, thinking about the intensity. Training hadn't even started yet, and it was already like this. Once training began, how many would be left? The residential area here doesn't differ much from ordinary apartment buildings, but the standalone villas stand apart. A single room in a typical 7-story apartment building costs 10 points per night, while the nearby standalone villa costs 30 points, even if it's just for sleeping. Many beast tamers choose to stay in the apartments, as having points is a prerequisite for staying there, and at this moment, Lin Sheng has the most points. Bai He, do you want to share a villa with me? I'll cover the points, Lin Sheng suggested with a smile. No need. I have plenty of points myself. Besides, here your points can only be spent on yourself, Bai He replied, her face slightly flushed. She thought to herself, inviting someone to stay together and offering to pay feels quite odd. Lin Sheng didn't seem to notice these subtleties and simply replied, all right then, I'm off. He headed towards the villa area, swiped his ID card, and the system announced, student Lin Sheng, spent 30 points. Granted one-night access to villa number 3. As the electronic voice sounded, the gate slowly opened. The entire camp was filled with the aura of money, power, and status. Yet the real world wasn't much better. I should take a shower, it's been days. Lin Sheng felt a bit sticky. Xiaobai could clean itself in the bee space, but Lin Sheng couldn't. After a few minutes, he turned off the shower in the villa's bathroom and stepped out, his perfect muscles and handsome features on display. If someone were to see him, he might just sweep countless girls off their feet. Beep. 1 point deducted. Hearing this, Lin Sheng was taken aback. Charging for a shower? Can't they be more humane? Oh well, it's just a point. Even if he showered every day for a month, it would only be 30 points. He quickly dried off and collapsed onto the soft bed, swiftly falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sound of a bugle filled the air as all students gathered on the field. The test this time was speed. Students would accelerate along the track, and their highest speed would be recorded at the finish line. Eager to compete, everyone summoned their pet beasts, and Lin Sheng's white snake was no exception. The crowd was skeptical about Lin Sheng's snake taking first place, but past experiences had taught them not to underestimate him. As the race began, the numerous pet beasts surged forward, the ground of the training camp trembling under their weight. When the race concluded, Bai's Thunder Lion achieved first place with a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. I told you. How can a snake run that fast? But don't be discouraged, Lin Sheng. Getting into the top 5 is impressive enough, the instructor said, worried about Lin Sheng's competitive spirit. However, Lin Sheng didn't care at all. He had never upgraded Xiao Bai's speed genes, and Xiao Bai's future focus was on flying, not slithering. Imagining a dragon running on the ground with 4 legs was comical. He recalled a high-level beast that could fly without wings, but with his current strength, defeating it was too daunting. Lin Sheng whispered to himself, contemplating the creature's level. It was a king-level being, albeit the weakest of its kind, a mere infant. This was beyond his current comprehension. As the strength test concluded, he couldn't help but be astonished. Is this really just a snake? It can lift a massive cauldron weighing thousands of tons with just its tail. Its strength surpasses that of an iron-armored giant. Are you telling me this snake is a descendant of a titan giant? He humbly thought to himself that it was merely the strength of a bear. The dynamic vision test also concluded, and Lin Sheng exclaimed, "Wow, kid! You can read text perfectly that can only be seen in a video slowed down 1,000 times. This visual ability is unparalleled." He once again modestly muttered to himself, "It's just like having an eagle eye." In the following days, Lin Sheng consistently ranked first, or in the top 3 in almost all tests. This terrifying performance left everyone present in shock, further piquing their curiosity about the talent and lineage of Lin Sheng's pet beast. As for Lin Sheng's modesty, they assumed he was just being humble. Even instructor Gao Yang and 2 other instructors were bewildered, thinking to themselves, "Wow, kid, I was worried he'd be upset if he lost the competition, but it turns out I was the fool." Not only did he achieve first place in favorable areas, but he also ranked highly even in situations of significant disadvantage. Could it be that this snake truly has no weaknesses? He began to question whether dragons truly existed in this world, thinking, how is that possible? This is clearly the image of a small white snake, not resembling a dragon at all. Besides, dragons are mythical creatures and don't exist in reality. It seemed the truth could only be revealed through training, which was set to begin the next day. At this moment, the ranking from the training program was publicly displayed, and everyone could see it clearly. The doubts about Lin Sheng had vanished completely. This is what a genius looks like. Top-tier talent is indeed terrifying. However, Lin Sheng felt that his pet beast was vastly different from others. Someone cautioned, "Don't be fooled by the appearance of a pet beast in its infancy. Many highly gifted creatures disguise themselves to look ordinary to survive when they're young. This is likely such a case, though we still don't know what species it is. Could it be a 9-headed thunder-devouring python? But it doesn't have 9 heads." The skepticism and curiosity of the public continued to grow online, and by now, Lin Sheng's feats had spread throughout the entire city of Shanghai, even reaching the other 2 major base cities. At the Bai family home, Bai's mother chuckled, "I told you, our daughter made the right choice. Maybe she'll really bring home a disaster-level beast master." She seemed particularly pleased. Bai Jioga had nothing to say, thinking to himself, "This kid's talent is indeed beyond my expectations." He initially thought that if Lin Sheng could rank in the top 10 amid the competition from wealthy kids, it would be quite impressive. But he never imagined that in just the first few days of training, Lin Sheng would achieve such high rankings in the tests. This couldn't possibly be explained by luck. "Perhaps it's time I support my daughter's choice," Bai Jioga admitted with an awkward smile, feeling a sense of resignation. Now, the tables had turned completely, and Lin Sheng was no longer seen as someone reaching beyond his station with the Bai family. "Of course. The most important thing is that our daughter agrees," Bai Jiogo said with a smile. Bai's mother rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed with his attitude. "I remember you didn't say that before," she retorted. Bai Jiogo could only smile awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Isn't this for the good of our daughter? Who wants their daughter to marry a penniless, powerless young man? What if she gets deceived?" After all, the Bai family is considered quite influential in Yang City. Many have approached Bai He with such intentions, but now, those doubts have faded. Even ordinary friends are out of the question. The young man is so handsome, polite, and ambitious. If you don't act, do you want your daughter to become a concubine? Bai's mother frowned, clearly having her own opinions on the matter. In this world, polygamy is allowed. Just like Bai Jiogo, his 2 wives were found by Bai's mother. Being the princess of the Bai family, it's acceptable to be the main wife, but how could she be a concubine? What are you thinking? They've just met, and Bai He isn't even of age yet. Bai Jiogo was shocked, thinking his wife's imagination was truly remarkable. It started with a few compliments and somehow escalated. "Just leave it be. I'll talk to her properly when she gets back." Bai's wife lifted her chin and walked away. Bai Jiogo sighed helplessly, feeling like a pitiful son-in-law with no say. If only he had 10,000 brothers. Oh well, Better to be a good son-in-law. Isn't it easier to live off his wife than to stir up trouble? Meanwhile, under the dark moonlit night of the imperial city, a girl in a black trench coat stood, her slender figure completely concealed, with the collar up to hide her eyes in the darkness. She stood on a tall building, scrolling through her phone, which displayed the test rankings from this training plan. Fully transparent and public, it was to prevent any foul play. Not bad, Lin Sheng. Lin Ming smiled for the first time in a while, feeling happy for her brother, even a little teary-eyed. It's hard to imagine that such a cold dragon slayer could have a vulnerable side. Too bad I can't see you now, what a pity. Lin Ming gently stroked her phone screen, recalling the last time she saw Lin Sheng. Time had passed so quickly, and he had grown so much. At that moment, she wished she could fly over immediately, hug Lin Sheng tightly, and give him a good squeeze. Meanwhile, far away at the unknown training base Villa district, Lin Sheng inexplicably shivered, as if recalling some distant fear. Which enemy is thinking of me now? He pulled up his blanket, refocused, and started browsing the training camp store. After several tests, he had accumulated over 12,000 points. However, the price of Lord-level creatures was dozens to hundreds of times higher than that of Warlord-level ones. Lin Sheng frowned, thinking to himself that with his current resources, purchasing such creatures was simply too expensive. Lin Sheng calculated in his mind that upgrading Xiao Bai's scales to the Lord level would require a whopping 50,000 points. Moreover, he hadn't even managed to replace all the Warlord level scales yet, and he still needed to hunt 300 more fierce beasts to complete the task of killing 1,000, allowing Xiao Bai to evolve. Thus, he decided to save the points until the training was over before exchanging them for Lord level scales. The next day, at the training camp, students and instructors gathered beneath the towering 100-meter-high city wall. Observed closely, the majestic steel fortress was particularly awe-inspiring. As the time approached, Instructor Liang finally spoke. You all have nearly crystallized. Originally 100 students, now only over 70 remain, with more than 20 opting out. The formal training will now commence. If you pass, you'll qualify to receive a disaster grade cub. This training will last 1 month. Upon hearing disaster grade cub, a longing glimmered in everyone's eyes. They were here for this very opportunity. Securing a disaster grade cub might just guarantee entry into the legendary 5 academies and make them stars in their cities. No more chatter, this training is straightforward. Exit through the Chaotian gate and head north to a towering mountain, where a lord-level creature guards a dragon blood fruit on the peak. Bring the fruit back, and you'll qualify for a disaster grade pet cub. The duration is 1 month, with no restrictions on the competition. Even if you just survive in the wild for a month, you'll earn substantial points. If you encounter danger, press the communicator for help, but that means you've failed. At these words, it was clear to everyone that those lacking capability would just survive for a month to earn points, while the capable would fight for the dragon blood fruit. Some began to hesitate. I think I'll just go survive. Luckily, I've watched the survival show by Bei Yi. Another chimed in. Watching is one thing, but do you have a nuclear-powered knife and lighter? I heard you have to sign a life and death agreement before starting, so the mortality rate isn't low. Signing a life and death agreement? I'm nervous. If you're nervous, then quit. I said I'm nervous, not scared. Despite some students' unease, no one backed down, as such a chance to turn things around was rare. With the command, open the gate, the city gate slowly creaked open, and the trainees, eager and accompanied by their pet beasts, dashed out. With their speed, getting that dragon blood fruit seemed almost effortless. Lin Sheng, however, appeared unhurried. His pet beast didn't excel in speed and was only at mid-warlord level. This competition was about more than speed. It was about endurance, patience, and wilderness survival skills. Chief Instructor Gao Yang explained. Under these rules, even powerful pet beasts might not have the upper hand. Lin Sheng's white snake hasn't used its skills yet, and battles among pet beasts often rely on skills. The outcome is unpredictable. I think Lin Sheng is confident, said Diqian quietly. Why do you always speak for him? Is he your king or something? The bald instructor rolled his eyes, prompting laughter from the group. Chief Instructor Gao Yang couldn't help but chuckle as well, given that Diqian had placed a significant bet. At that moment, a figure leaped down from the city wall, landing steadily in front of the three. Upon seeing the figure, the three immediately snapped to attention and gave a crisp military salute, saying in unison, "Hello, Senior Ding." Their eyes were clear, showing no sign of slackness. The man before them, dressed in black with a stubbly face, was the leader of this training program, Ding Long, a disaster-level beast master from Longhua. So, has the training started? Ding Long asked. As you can see, it has already begun, the three replied. Good to hear. All these daily tests are keeping me up at night, and I can't even enjoy my games. Ding Long rolled his eyes, feeling a bit helpless. The training camp was constantly noisy with young ones and their beasts, making it hard to hear even footsteps. He had been teased by his teammates several times, almost wanting to track them down through the internet to give them a piece of his mind. Hearing this, the three instructors exchanged awkward glances and chuckled. Diqian spoke up, "But Senior Ding, what do you think of Lin Sheng's beast? Does he stand a chance?" Ding Long gave her a look, seemingly aware of her interest in this student. "He has potential, but winning that dragon blood fruit in this competition seems unlikely." Ding Long shook his head. Diqian became anxious. "Senior Ding, Lin Sheng has consistently placed first, or in the top 3 in several tests." The other two instructors were also puzzled, thinking Lin Sheng seemed the most likely candidate to win a disaster-level cub. So why did he have little chance? It's not that he's lacking talent. On the contrary, his talent and beast are the most enigmatic to me, Ding Long said seriously. This statement only deepened their confusion. Why was Senior Ding both affirming Lin Sheng's abilities and denying his chances of obtaining the dragon blood fruit? Soon, Ding Long provided the answer. "Haven't you noticed? The young girl from the Du family, the one from the Tsang family, and several other beast masters are suppressing their beast levels. Their beasts will break through to the Lord level in just a few days. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng's white snake, despite its good test scores and strong talent, is the slowest to upgrade. If I'm not mistaken, his beast was likely contracted after awakening its talent, and it was an early-stage awakened beast." The three instructors were taken aback, as if suddenly enlightened. They indeed hadn't noticed this. It turned out that those others had been holding back, not demoralized by Lin Sheng as they had assumed. They were the ones playing the long game. Do all these geniuses enjoy playing the underdog? Diqian pondered silently. Lin Sheng's white snake was clearly leveling up from the lowest stage, whereas the others' beasts were probably at the early or even mid-warrior stage when contracted. Being beasts with king-level talent, their upgrade speed couldn't be compared to her lord-level Ghost Shadow. As the discussion deepened, the group gained a clearer understanding of Lin Sheng. The white snake was indeed contracted by Lin Sheng when he first awakened his beast-taming ability. However, even with this ability, he couldn't fully utilize it. After all, Lin Sheng's pet beast was only at the mid-tier warrior level, and hoping to elevate it to the lord level within a month was nothing short of a pipe dream. Even if Elder Ding could travel back in time, it would still be impossible. Diqian remained silent, understanding that those were the rules. Ding Long was also powerless, as this catastrophe-level cub was beyond his sole ability to capture. However, not all hope was lost. Ding Long added, "As long as it reaches the lord level within a month." Yet, achieving such a feat from mid-tier warrior to lord level in a month seemed like a dream. The three instructors couldn't help but sigh. All they could do now was wait quietly outside the training base to see who would return first. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, Du Ning, who had just ventured into the wild, didn't head straight for the mountain peak. The location was distant, and even at the fastest speed, without interference from wild creatures, it would take at least 6 to 7 days to reach. Any interference would only extend this time. Moreover, even if she arrived early, she would still have to compete with others. Instead, it seemed wiser to first evolve her ice butterfly to the lord level. Du Ning's eyes glistened with a subtle frost. She sat cross-legged under a waterfall with her ice butterfly. The waterfall, which had been crashing down, was now frozen into blocks of ice. Within the ice sculptures, the ice butterfly gradually transformed into a cocoon, emitting a faint chill. Being a few kilometers away from the main path, it was unlikely anyone would discover her. Du Ning let out a sigh, tilted her pale chin, and thought to herself, "Lin Sheng, you'd better hope we don't cross paths again." Such scenes were common in the jungle, with numerous beast tamers working to upgrade their pets. In a clearing, a massive bull bellowed in pain as it was wrapped by a thick white snake, which bit its spine, rendering it paralyzed on the ground. Lin Sheng activated his skill, instantly reducing the bull to a pile of white bones, extracting its sequence. He obtained the bull's genetic bloodline, strength gene, and horn gene. Lin Sheng wiped the imaginary sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of pride. This was already the 10th or so demon he had hunted. The reason for hunting these demons was simple. Besides enhancing Xiao Bai's genes, it was also to quickly elevate it to the lord level. If I kill 50 a day, that's 306 days, and by then, Xiao Bai should reach the lord level. Lin Sheng was in high spirits, especially since many creatures here were his first kills, allowing him to extract their bloodline powers. Once Xiao Bai evolves, its horns should also start to grow. Instead of running far, it was better to guard the entrance and take on whoever returned. Lin Sheng beamed with a bright smile, while the little white snake beside him was eager and hissed, "Master is really smart." Probably no one could guess Lin Sheng's current plan. With over 70 participants, who could manage to face all of them? Guarding the entrance and frisking everyone for the dragon blood fruit was clearly impossible, as all the beast tamers here were the cream of the crop. However, Lin Sheng wasn't just anyone. As long as he kept upgrading and waiting, his smile grew wider. Who the true 6 kings were remained to be seen. Deep in the jungle, Lin Sheng and his companion Xiaobai were making their way towards the mountains. His goal wasn't the coveted dragon's blood fruit, but rather to encounter higher-level and rarer beasts as they ventured deeper into the jungle, allowing him to acquire more high-level beast genes. As they pressed on, a sudden gust of wind swept through the jungle, and a massive, one-eyed white tiger with distinctive markings leapt out from the side. This fearsome tiger was at the late warrior stage, boasting formidable talents and skills such as pounce, steel teeth, ominous sign, hardened mastery, and intimidating roar. Lin Sheng's heart tightened. It was his first time encountering a tiger of this level. Previously, the most challenging creature he'd faced was a late warrior-level demon lord in a secret realm. The jungle was indeed fraught with danger, even for a beast tamer who could face death at any moment in the wild. Lin Sheng frowned slightly as the tiger let out an earth-shattering roar and charged, its massive paw turning into iron-like blackness. Just as it was about to strike, Xiaobai's tail also turned black, swiftly stabbing out. In a flash, the tail pierced the tiger's nape, and the enormous beast fell to the ground with a thud. Xiaobai easily leveled up, and Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, such an encounter would have required a prolonged battle. Sequence extraction. Obtained Hardened Mastery gene. Hardened Mastery upgraded to Hardened Proficiency. Lin Sheng was delighted. After all this time, he had finally acquired another proficiency level skill. With the enhancement, Xiaobai's combat power would experience a qualitative leap. After absorbing the bloodline, Xiaobai's body grew hot, its size increased, scales became more robust, and a pair of subtle round horns appeared on its head. Now, beneath Xiaobai's scales lay pure muscle, capable of shattering a warrior-level beast with a single tail swipe. Just over 300 more victories, and it could evolve to the lord level. Lin Sheng gently patted Xiaobai's forehead, sensing its eagerness. His master, let's keep going. Xiaobai wants to become stronger. Xiaobai's eyes were earnest, aware of the impending contract with a second pet beast, feeling a sense of urgency. Only the strong deserve a place on the bed. Oh, then you'll have to work hard. Lin Sheng was surprised that Xiaobai wasn't resistant to the idea of him contracting a second pet beast, as it often felt like betrayal for the initial beast. Typically, when beast tamers contract a second pet, they allow the initial and new beasts to spend time together, fostering understanding before the contract to prevent conflicts between them. If a beast master were to forcibly use a contract to suppress it, it would be quite disgraceful. Onward. His Xiaobai's level is more than sufficient. Next, Lin Sheng just needs to keep hunting ferocious beasts. In this wilderness, such beasts are everywhere. Around each battle-level beast, there are usually 2 to 3 awakened-level companions, which are not only family members but also have a hierarchy. And around a lord-level beast, there are dozens to hundreds of battle-level beasts. Even though Xiaobai can now instantly defeat battle-level beasts and even has a chance against some weaker lord-level beasts, it is still not enough to face a lord-level beast heathen. A day passed quickly. Today, they killed about 50. Tomorrow, they must keep up the effort. Otherwise, evolving into a lord-level beast before they return will still be challenging, Lin Sheng instructed Xiaobai. Hisses on the second day, they also killed over 50. On the third day, 62. On the fourth day, 73. On the fifth day, they reached a staggering 120. By understanding the habits of these beasts, Lin Sheng could confidently find the corresponding beasts at specific locations, greatly improving their efficiency in killing them. Xiaobai blinked at its master. Now, its size was as thick as a barrel, and the pair of small white horns on its head were becoming increasingly prominent. Apart from not having claws or the ability to fly, it almost possessed everything a dragon should have. During this time, Xiaobai acquired 2 new skills, Danger Sense and Healing Eye. Danger Sense allowed Xiaobai to detect danger in advance, while Healing Eye enabled it to heal others, even inflicting some damage on mysterious creatures. Lin Sheng thought that dragons have an incredibly strong suppressive power over strange and evil spirits, thanks to these dragon eyes that can ward off evil and disasters once opened. If he could obtain such eyes, following the dragon-slaying bureau into those dangerous dungeons in the future would give him a significant advantage and help his second pet beast hunt for components. By doing so, one can achieve the status of an immortal emperor. This has been verified by predecessors. The life of farming monsters is always dull. Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly. If other students, surviving in caves, heard this, they would probably want to rush out and curse him for being shameless. Surviving in the wild for a month already makes someone a top expert. And hunting monsters in the wild for a month straight? They wouldn't even dare to imagine. It's known that some hunter teams only go to hunt ferocious beasts once a month, and they might even get injured or disabled. It's clear how much Xiaobai's power has grown. Back at the camp, so many days have passed. The students should have reached the mountain peak by now, right? We'll go check it out. You two stay here. Ding Long couldn't sit still and instructed the 3. The 3 instructors exchanged helpless glances, understanding that in recent days, they had rescued more than 30 students from the wild, including not only those lacking strength but also many who were barely alive due to hunger. They subconsciously thought that the remaining students must be having a tough time surviving. Meanwhile, on the highest peak of this unfamiliar land, beneath a towering, steep mountain peak, a gigantic butterfly danced gracefully, its wings adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered like ice sculptures, appearing both magnificent and dreamlike. Nearby lay several cheese rock goats, encased in ice, once mighty creatures of the highlands, now lifeless in their frozen state. This ice crystal monarch butterfly is an evolved form of the ice butterfly, renowned for its fearsome abilities. Duning furrowed her delicate brows and thought to herself, "Little butterfly, let's take another path up." Although these warrior-class cheese rock goats posed no threat to her, she knew angering the mountain's master could spell trouble. She didn't think her own ice butterfly was the only one to have evolved to a lord level. She simply wanted to compete with Lin Sheng. It wasn't because she believed she would lose to him after all. He was just a little white snake. The more she thought about meeting Lin Sheng, the more anxious and indignant she felt. In the shadows around her, Ding Long observed silently, inwardly impressed. This young girl is remarkable, managing to evolve such a difficult pet beast to lord level. It seems the dragon blood fruit is within reach this time. He understood that once an ice butterfly evolved to a disaster level, a mere flap of its wings could freeze an entire city, making it an extremely dangerous creature. However, the fragility of the ice crystal monarch butterfly also made it challenging to cultivate. If it truly evolved to a disaster level, it might have no equal. Far away on the mountainside, a gigantic figure clad in heavy armor was steadily climbing upward, a massive sword hanging at his waist, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes beneath his mask. On the giant's shoulders stood a young beastmaster, and the night giant had also reached lord level. Ding Long was slightly surprised, thinking, with a weapon now, the night giant's combat power is incomparable, and even the mountain's master might not be a match. I underestimated these students. They are truly exceptional. Ding Long mused, feeling fortunate to lead such an outstanding group. He hoped to select a few disaster-level beastmasters for cultivation, feeling quite pleased. I must get that dragon blood fruit. Strike at the vital point. Snakes fear the sword. My night giant is the nemesis of snakes. Song Yunzong was full of confidence, seemingly fearless, eager for a challenge. The night giant responded, clearly still brooding over a previous defeat. As a knight's honor would not allow continuous failure, it had to redeem itself. Listening to Song Yunzong, Ding Long couldn't help but wonder, how much trouble has Lin Sheng caused to be so disliked? I heard about the rumors he spread about the Du family princess. How did this Song Yunzong get involved? This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. He thought to himself that if Song Yunzong actually obtained the dragon blood fruit, the consequences could be disastrous. If he causes trouble in the future, wouldn't that tarnish his master's reputation? Ding Long couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, it's fine. Being targeted by these two geniuses makes obtaining the dragon blood fruit even more difficult. Ding Long spoke slowly, a hint of resignation in his tone. After all, he was merely stating a fact. If Lin Sheng really managed to get the dragon blood fruit, Ding Long would do his best to teach him. "De Huang, did you catch the scent of Lin Sheng and that little white snake on the way?" Bai he asked as she petted the massive thunder lion beside her. At this moment, the thunder lion's fur had turned snow white, and its eyes seemed to contain endless lightning, indicating it had reached the lord level. Roar! The thunder lion growled softly, shaking its head. It thought to itself that the name De Huang felt like an insult to the dignity of the lion clan, sounding more like a dog's name. "All right then, De Huang, let's go. We're almost there," Bai he said with a smile, swinging onto the thunder lion's back. The thunder lion felt as though daggers were stabbing into its heart, data flashing before its eyes, nearly causing it to cough up blood. But for its young master, it had no choice. It was just a nickname, after all, and only the master would call it that. At that moment, the thunder lion hadn't realized that in the future, there would be a second person eagerly calling it De Huang. Meanwhile, many beast tamers were also arriving in the mountains, with nearly all the pet beasts present being at the lord level. A warrior-level beast would struggle to reach this place without teaming up, as the demons encountered along the way would delay them significantly. The beast tamer with the volcanic rockworm, low-key brother, had also reached the mountainside. His gaze was determined as he thought to himself, "I must get that dragon blood fruit." His previous low profile at the camp was simply because he had accidentally gotten stuck on the central tower during a parachute jump, making him low-key by necessity. If word of this got out, where would his dignity be? Once he became stronger, people would surely mock him for it, a thought that filled him with dread. Better to stay low-key for now, until he could acquire a disaster-level pet beast. Then, who would remember the tower incident? With that in mind, he continued to climb, accompanied by the volcanic rock worm, aiming for the mountain peak. Due to the sheer height of the mountain range, reaching the summit would likely take half a day. As a result, all the awakened ones exerted every effort to climb, with almost none daring to slack off. After all, a delay of even a few seconds could mean losing the dragon blood fruit to someone else, and reclaiming it would be much harder. No one wanted to let others profit at their expense, unless they had no other choice. However, to everyone's surprise, some beast tamers had already reached the mountain peak and were engaged in a fierce battle with the master of the mountain. Damn, if I had known I couldn't win, I wouldn't have rushed in so quickly. A beast tamer stood with his horned snow leopard, facing a pack of fierce white snow wolves. These wolves were massive, with one alpha wolf towering at 5 meters, its size far exceeding that of its peers, eyeing him menacingly. They guarded a fruit tree on the cliff, clearly protecting its precious fruit. The gap between geniuses was evident. With just his horned snow leopard, dealing with so many warrior-grade beasts was a daunting task. As he hesitated between defending or making a desperate attempt, a cold voice echoed from above, "Move aside." Instinctively, he looked up to see a magnificent ice crystal butterfly descending with a stern-faced Du Ning. She appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens, leaving the beast tamer momentarily stunned. "Little butterfly, freeze the world." Du Ning's soft lips parted as she issued the icy command. The ice crystal butterfly in the air gently flapped its wings, and an intangible but terrifying domain spread instantly. The nearest white wolves were the first to be frozen in place, their eyes wide open, but already lifeless. The destructive power continued to spread, and within seconds, dozens and hundreds of white wolves turned into ice sculptures, standing silently in place. The beast tamer behind Du Ning watched in shock, his eyes wide. "Holy crap, this is insane. Instantly killing dozens of warrior-grade beasts, so this is what a domain is?" Unfortunately, his beast-taming talent was too low to awaken a domain, worlds apart from those with high-talent beasts. "If you don't leave now, you'll become an ice sculpture too." Du Ning's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. At this moment, they were enemies, and there was no need for mercy. If he lingered, he would be seen as a contender for the dragon blood fruit. I understand. Snow leopard, let's go." The innocent young man was startled and hurriedly headed down the mountain. No way. Such godlike power was not something his horned snow leopard could contend with. At this moment, Du Ning resembled a snow maiden from the land of extreme cold, surrounded by an absolute death zone. As soon as the domain expanded, the nearby warrior-grade beasts were all frozen into ice sculptures. The ice crystal butterfly gently flapped its wings, and dozens of slender ice spears appeared, instantly piercing the stiff alpha snow wolf to the ground, its blood staining the earth. At the same level, creatures with king-level talent could easily crush those of lord level. "Well, it seems I'm the first to arrive here." Du Ning gracefully stepped forward, passing by the frozen white wolves, finally reaching the fruit tree. Just as she was about to pluck the red fruit, whoosh, a terrifying gust of wind descended from above. Du Ning was startled, and the ice crystal butterfly swiftly enveloped her and retreated. In the next moment, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted ahead. A massive blade came crashing down. It wasn't Lin Sheng, but you who arrived first? Haha, no matter what, this fruit tree is mine. On Song Yunzong's command, the iron-armored giant extended its towering hand and uprooted the dragon blood fruit tree entirely. Then, with a mighty leap, it jumped down the cliff. "Let's go." Watching the boy's departing figure, Du Ning's eyes grew colder, seemingly covered with a layer of frost. "Do you think you can just leave?" In the shadows, Ding Long glared at the uprooted dragon blood fruit tree, almost bursting out in anger. Damn it, couldn't those little brats be more gentle? He had personally planted that dragon blood fruit tree. Uprooting it like that nearly gave him a heart attack. That tree was worth billions in international currency, and they just yanked it out like pulling weeds? If it were damaged, he'd be spitting blood. But it seemed Lin Sheng really had no more role to play. Now that the dragon blood fruit tree was gone, there was no sign of him. Ding Long recalled Lin Sheng. Was it truly so? Scoring first in all tests seemed to doom him to poor performance in the wild. He had taught so many students, and it felt like a curse. Now the dragon blood fruit had fallen into others' hands, and with his warlord-level pet beast, Lin Sheng had no chance. Moreover, upgrading to the lord level in just half a month was simply a pipe dream. Thud, thud, thud. The gigantic knight, holding the dragon blood fruit tree, charged through the forest. With each step, the surrounding beasts scattered in fear. Behind him, a few beastmasters were in hot pursuit. Hee, Lin Sheng probably realized that a warlord-level pet can't handle a lord-level one, so he didn't come to fight. That's typical of him. But it won't be long before the other contestants realize the dragon blood fruit tree has been taken and start chasing me. With Lin Sheng, the biggest threat, out of the picture, all he had to do was head back to the base, and there would be no problem. Song Yunzong squinted, Knowing the iron-armored giant's massive size made it hard to hide. But being the first to head back, he should also be the first to reach the base. As for taking on the ice crystal butterfly Hedon, after witnessing its terrifying domain, Song Yunzong had no such thoughts. Moreover, if a fight broke out, the commotion would quickly draw in the others. It was truly a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and in the end, he was the one to succeed. Song Yunzong could only laugh heartily at this moment. A disaster-level pet beast, and a juvenile one at that. Who else could contract a second pet of disaster level? Only I, Song Yunzong. Only true geniuses are worthy of a disaster-level juvenile. Meanwhile, as the chase continued, not far from the base, Lin Sheng's white serpent had just completed its shedding, fully evolving to the Lord level. The white serpent's level was at the early Lord stage, with mid-kingdom skills, mastery in constriction, water spray, hardening, healing eye, danger sense, dragon might, black flame horn, eagle eye, and enhanced vision. Its evolution path was towards a Jiao dragon. It had devoured the genes of 1,000 life forms, becoming the true king of nature. Lord level. His Xiao Bai coiled around Lin Sheng, its golden eyes exuding majesty. With the lifeblood of 1,000 creatures enhancing it, Xiao Bai was also beginning to develop its own dragon might. Creatures within dozens of miles felt this aura and dared not approach. Notably, Xiao Bai's water spray skill had also upgraded to mastery level, and it now hovered around Lin Sheng, appearing very affectionate. Having just shed its skin, it was out of its weakened state. Want a hug? Lin Sheng patted Xiao Bai's horns, which were nearly worn smooth from his touch, and grinned. He had scouted the entrance thoroughly. No matter which route they took, they would have to pass through the main road. This path was opened by me, and this tree should belong to me. On his way back, Ding Long unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. What was Lin Sheng doing here? Ding Long was puzzled. The outcome seemed clear, and the chances of a turnaround were slim. At that moment, Lin Sheng stood on the main road with his pet beast. What exactly was he planning? Suddenly, a troubling thought flashed through Ding Long's mind, and his eyes widened. Could this guy be planning to ambush someone on the road? That would be suicidal. Given Lin Sheng's intelligence, he shouldn't be making such a foolish move. Didn't he realize that others' pet beasts had already evolved to the Lord level? Ding Long suddenly understood that this possibility indeed existed. After all, during the evolution of the pet beasts, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. When everyone parted ways, their levels and pet beasts were only at the warrior level. Should he warn this guy? After all, Lin Sheng had quite a few enemies, and if he got beaten up, shattering his indomitable spirit, it would be hard for him to make a comeback even with talent. Forget it, fairness in training. Intervening would make it unfair. Ding Long shook his head and returned to the training base. At the entrance, a bald man who had been squatting and eating a boxed meal brightened up when he saw the senior. Senior, who has the dragon blood fruit now? From a distance, Di Qian also raised her fair forehead and directly asked, Did Lin Sheng get the dragon blood fruit? The bald man replied, Your precious subordinate didn't get it. The dragon blood fruit is currently with Song Yunzong. If Du Ning doesn't catch up with him, he should win. Di Qian blushed slightly, coughed awkwardly, and then looked towards the distant forest. One failure doesn't mean anything. Just then, a gigantic night giant came running through the forest. Each step left a massive armored boot print on the ground. Most of the creatures on the forest's outskirts were latest-stage warriors, and the surrounding beasts fled upon hearing this, with a few even running towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai stood atop a tall tree, gazing into the distant forest. On the horizon, a large armored head gradually appeared. Using Xiao Bai's vision, they clearly saw the armor holding a tree with a crystal-clear red fruit hanging from it. It's you. Xiao Bai, stay hidden and get ready to move. They quickly jumped down from the tree, lying in wait in the forest. Soon, the gigantic night giant arrived. Splash! Before it could set its foot down, a wide stream suddenly surged from the side, instantly covering the ground beneath the night giant. Song Yunzong froze, memories of past failures flashing through his mind, but it was too late to react. The night giant, charging ahead, hadn't anticipated stopping, and as it stepped down, its entire body lurched upwards. Fortunately, he still had a long sword in hand. The night giant thrust the sword into the ground, barely managing to steady himself and avoid another fall. However, the dragon blood fruit tree in his hand had already been tossed away in the chaos. Unexpectedly, the night giant was so agile after his evolution. Lin Sheng caught the bright red fruit from Xiao Bai's mouth and smiled slightly, though he felt a pang of regret. Xiao Bai's water spray skill had reached a proficient level, instantly creating a slippery stream on the ground. Lin Sheng cursed inwardly, Damn it, you again. Song Yunzong was seething with anger, as that last blow nearly tore his armor apart. The night giant sheathed his sword, preparing to give chase. However, Just as Lin Sheng turned around, he was hit by a sudden chill. Xiaobai. Lin Sheng's expression changed as Xiaobai opened its mouth and sprayed a stream that instantly froze into an ice wall. Behind the ice wall, a tall figure could be vaguely seen, accompanied by a butterfly as large as an ice crystal. Duning coldly said, "Run? Why aren't you running?" The night giant behind Lin Sheng also stood up, casting a massive shadow that blocked the sunlight. Duning extended her fair right hand and slowly said, "Give me the dragon blood fruit, and I might let you go." Lin Sheng glanced back to see the night giant gripping his sword tightly. Song Yunzhong stood confidently on the giant's shoulder, saying coldly, "Lin Sheng, hand over the dragon blood fruit. Your mid-stage warlord level pet is no match for us. To be honest, my night giant has already reached the lord level." His words were laced with arrogance, as if his nose were pointed skyward. Duning tucked her hair behind her ear and said coldly, "Give it to me, and I can let you go, and maybe even help you deal with the pighead behind you." "Who's the pighead?" Song Yunzhong's forehead creased in anger, his irritation reaching its peak. Just then, 3 more people arrived. Finally caught up, what's the situation now? On the left, a beast master with a fiery hellhound was eyeing the situation keenly. Bai He rode on a thunder lion, clenching her legs in indecision. The dragon blood fruit was in Lin Sheng's hands, but she didn't want to snatch it. Could Lin Sheng's mid-stage warlord level white snake hold them off? This snake seemed to have no distinguishing features. A masked beast master, with a black beetle on his shoulder, whispered, "This means the opponent's pet hasn't evolved to the lord level yet." He had studied many evolution traits of pets, able to discern the species level of opponents, which was crucial in battle. And Lin Sheng's pet clearly didn't match any lord level snake features. "How about we let him hand over the dragon blood fruit, and then we can fight for it?" someone suggested. Lin Sheng suddenly smiled nonchalantly, hissing and laughing. Although Xiaobai didn't know why its master was laughing, it followed suit. It would rather make a mistake than do nothing. This cheerful smile left Bai He momentarily distracted, thinking to herself, to be able to smile in such a dangerous situation, as expected of you. Meanwhile, those around frowned. "Why don't you all try to take it? Whoever can get it, it's theirs," Lin Sheng said calmly. These people squabbling among themselves hadn't even considered him, which left Lin Sheng feeling slightly annoyed. "Are you sure you can leave here unscathed?" The masked beast tamer chuckled. But before his laughter faded, Lin Sheng's right hand flicked, and the fiery red dragon blood fruit shot towards the man like a meteor. Instantly, all eyes were on the fruit in the air, and the hostility shifted towards him. Damn! The masked beast tamer's heart tightened as he hurriedly summoned his volcanic rock worm. This worm was massive, about the size of a basketball. Though a giant among ordinary volcanic rock worms, it seemed quite small compared to the other beasts. The worm vibrated its wings and flew toward the red fruit, its body covered in fiery lava, as if declaring its power. "Let's see who dares to snatch it." Touching it means facing a temperature of thousands of degrees. At this moment, Little White had already charged in front of the volcanic rock worm, its tail turning jet black, and with a swift motion, it lashed out. "Whoosh! How dare you?" The masked beast tamer laughed, secretly feeling smug, thinking how a warrior-level creature dared to challenge his lord-level volcanic rock worm. Wasn't it afraid of having its tail burned? However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Bang! With a loud crash, the volcanic rock worm flying in the air was struck head-on by Little White, its thick scales instantly splitting open with several cracks, and it was shot out like a bullet. In contrast, Little White's tail was only slightly singed, and after a barely noticeable black flame spread, the wound disappeared without a trace. The masked beast tamer, whose beast had been struck down, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The tamer was spiritually linked to his beast, and the worm's shell was part of him. So this blow dealt him severe damage, leaving him incapable of competing for the fruit. Meanwhile, the red dragon blood fruit landed steadily in Lin Sheng's hand. "Anyone else want it? Feel free to come and take it from me." Lin Sheng held the red dragon blood fruit in one hand, scanning the crowd with the air of a master of the place, exuding authority. The crowd was still in shock. The basketball-sized volcanic rockworm was surely at a lord level, but why was it sent flying by a mid-level warrior beast? Could it be that Lin Sheng's snake had reached lord level? But it didn't look like it. Song Yunzhong began to panic, especially since this was a one-hit kill. Although the volcanic rockworm underestimated its opponent and failed to react in time, being able to shatter its scales with a tail strike still proved the strength of this snake was formidable. Among them, it was undoubtedly the strongest presence. "How about we team up?" Song Yunzhong quietly suggested. He knew he couldn't take the dragon blood fruit from Lin Sheng alone. No matter how arrogant he was, the power Lin Sheng displayed couldn't be ignored. Besides, Lin Sheng wasn't the only one here. Several other beast tamers were present, and he didn't want others to benefit from their fight. Lin Sheng and Bai He remained in a daze, their eyes fixed on the boy holding the red fruit, surrounded by the giant snake. How could you underestimate Lin Sheng? I've always aimed to be like him. I've grown so strong. So how could Lin Sheng possibly be weak? Bai He, you need to reflect on this. Song Yunzong glanced at Bai He, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he thought to himself, this girl is hopeless. Forget about teaming up to fight Lin Sheng. It would be a miracle if she doesn't join him against us. Meanwhile, Du Ning stood silently at a distance, seemingly uninterested in engaging with him. At that moment, Song Yunzong could no longer hold back and decided to strike. Dragging it out any longer would be pointless, so he opted to make the first move. The night giant raised its colossal iron sword high, the blade pointing skyward before swinging down with force. Whoosh! The massive sword sliced through the air with a sense of overwhelming power, as if it could cleave anything in its path. If it struck the ground, it would surely shatter the earth. Yet, Xiao Bai and Lin Sheng stood their ground, unflinching and unafraid. Given Xiao Bai's genetic strength, the only advantage the night giant had was its weight, which allowed Xiao Bai to easily lift a 1,000-ton cauldron. His true power was far greater. Thud! The giant sword struck down, stirring up dust and sending gusts of wind howling around, causing everyone to squint as they peered into the scene. Bai's heart tightened with anxiety. As the dust settled, everyone was stunned. In the forest, the tail of a snake formed an omega shape, embedding the 7 to 8 meter long iron sword directly into it. No matter how hard the night giant tried, it couldn't extract the sword, as if it were part of the snake's tail. How could this be possible? How could any creature possess strength greater than my night giant? Song Yunzong was utterly dumbfounded. Strength was his only advantage, and now a snake had subdued him. Who would believe such a tale? In strength tests, many can lift a cauldron simply because it's light, but in terms of raw power, he's truly lost, utterly and completely. Even though he hasn't technically lost, it feels worse than losing. In the next moment, Xiao Bai's tail exerted force, pulling the knight's giant sword from the giant's grip, spinning it twice in the air before landing back on Xiao Bai's tail. Then, Xiao Bai wielded the giant sword, smashing it directly toward the night giant. Boom! With a deafening crash, the night giant was driven deep into the ground, its legs buried in the soil, looking utterly ridiculous. Lin Sheng commented, your nail-driving technique needs improvement. I've tried my best, master. Xiao Bai replied somewhat aggrieved, having used all his strength in that swing. If he continued, he doubted he could manage another strike. Hearing this, Song Yunzong, buried in the dust, nearly coughed up blood. Is this the reincarnation of a demigod? The beastmaster of the blazing demon hound, standing nearby, swallowed hard, realizing this giant snake was beyond his ability to handle, with strength surpassing even a dragon. He had decided to give up on this dragon blood fruit. After all, there would be other opportunities. No point in risking everything for this one tree. What if he died for it? The commotion from this clash had long been heard by those at the training camp. Have they started fighting? Judging by the sounds, it must be the night giant. No other beast but Song Yunzong's could make such a racket. It seems that Guy's been stopped by Du Ning, and the outcome is uncertain. The crowd's gaze lingered on the depths of the forest. The commotion was so loud. It seemed quite intense. Should we go and take a look? The bald instructor seemed interested. Ding Long took a slow sip of his goji berry tea and replied calmly, no need. If my estimation is correct, with Lin Sheng out of the picture, Du Ning is bound to win. Bound to win? Even if he can secure a win against the night giant, there are other beast tamers. Another person interjected. Ding Long's viewpoint clearly sparked a debate, with everyone nodding in agreement, realizing that the more people involved, the more unpredictable the outcome. But Senior Ding must have his reasons for saying so. Ding Long had been waiting for this acknowledgement, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed that Di Qian's judgment was indeed sharp. Although their overall strength was comparable, the ice butterfly had evolved into the ice crystal sovereign butterfly, now possessing its own domain. A domain. The group exchanged glances, amazed at the rapid awakening of the ice crystal sovereign butterfly. It was only at the Lord level and yet had awakened a domain. Its talent was truly formidable. What a pity. If Lin Sheng were still here, he might have been able to contend with it. But now only Du Ning's pet possesses a domain, leaving the outcome seemingly inevitable. A domain makes one invincible within the same tier, and that's not just talk. Ding Long continued to analyze. Beasts that can awaken a domain have the potential of a king, and the earlier they awaken, the greater their future potential. At the same level, a beast with a domain has over a 90% chance of defeating one without. This is because the domain creates an environment advantageous to the beast, exerting immense pressure on the opponent. His words carried confidence. Every domain has extremely powerful effects. Perhaps in later stages, a non-domain beast might stand a chance against one with a domain. But now, with both sides merely at the Lord level, the suppressive power of the domain was evident. Boom! A burst of white light shone from the forest ahead, indicating that Du Ning had activated the domain. It wouldn't be long before she returned with the dragon blood fruit. The group gazed in surprise towards the front, and in the woodland, the ice crystal sovereign butterfly hovered in midair, its wings moving slightly as cold air surged outward, targeting Lin Sheng standing in the field. The icy chill instantly coated the surrounding flora with a thick layer of frost, quickly draining their vitality. In an instant, the world turned white, and Lin Sheng couldn't help but recall movies from his past life, where the cold swept through, turning pedestrians into ice sculptures, leaving no escape. Extreme cold domain. This was the domain of the ice crystal sovereign butterfly, causing the air temperature to plummet and enhancing its frost abilities to the maximum. Du Ning rarely smiled, her face clean and fair, captivating those who saw her. However, Lin Sheng merely glanced at her, inwardly sneering. Smiling? Celebrating prematurely, are we? The two locked eyes across the distance, and Du Ning suddenly felt a twinge of unease, wondering, did that guy just see me smile? Before she could ponder further, the pupils of Xiao Bai began to glow, emitting a faint golden light. An indescribable aura suddenly erupted from around Xiao Bai, spreading rapidly. As soon as it touched Du Ning's domain, her domain was instantly pushed back and could no longer expand. Even the starting point of her domain was being compressed. It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Du Ning's mind. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her in disbelief. Your pet beast also has a domain. Lin Sheng's domain power seemed to overshadow her ice crystal butterfly, indicating that his pet had even greater potential for becoming a king. This kind of domain suppression was something she had never encountered before, almost reverting to the original meaning of a domain. It wasn't about the aura generated by the domain making others submit, but the domain itself exuding its own majesty and power. Du Ning could feel the ice crystal butterfly tremble inexplicably when facing the snake. In the distance, the flame demon dog and the thunder lion were also lying on the ground, utterly powerless. At Lin Sheng's signal, the oppressive force on the thunder lion slightly lessened. Du Ning was in disbelief. How could a small white snake possess such a formidable domain ability? Before she could ponder further, Xiao Bai and Lin Sheng were already approaching her, and her domain was continuously being compressed, reduced to less than a third of its original size. Miss, little princess of the Du family, don't block the way, Lin Sheng said with a smile. You, don't call me princess. Du Ning bit her lip, her ears turning red. Instantly, dozens of sharp ice spikes appeared in the air. With a flick of the ice crystal butterfly's wings, those ice spikes shot towards Xiao Bai like bullets. However, within the domain, Xiao Bai's reaction speed and physical abilities were greatly enhanced. With just a flick of its tail, the ice spikes shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng had reached Du Ning. Xiao Bai's tail flicked, knocking the ice crystal butterfly to the ground. Under Xiao Bai's immense strength, the ice crystal butterfly was powerless to resist, but being of royal talent, it couldn't be killed easily. Smack! With a movement of Xiao Bai's tail, Du Ning fell to the ground. A little girl makes mistakes. She should be taught a lesson, Lin Sheng said with a smile to Du Ning on the ground. I don't have the time to entertain your rumors. I'm done talking. You. Du Ning touched her sore backside, her face flushed. Can't you hit somewhere else? This guy definitely did it on purpose. Looking at his handsome face, Du Ning gritted her teeth, her face red with embarrassment. Even her father had never dared to hit her. So, do you still want to fight? Lin Sheng asked. Du Ning shivered, yet Lin Sheng wasn't looking at her, but was talking with the beast master of the hellhound. Fight, wanna fight? Du Ning was in a panic. Xiao Bai, go, don't kill, just maim, Lin Sheng instructed. Fight what? I say fight what, big brother? The beast master was startled, nearly begging for mercy. Who dares to fight you? Although elemental pets don't have a physical form, it doesn't mean they can't be harmed, and it certainly doesn't mean their beast master isn't physical. Watching Du Ning, Bai he sat on the thunder lion's back, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, looking particularly adorable. In the end, we just met. It can't compare to the time I've known brother Lin. I don't like fighting much. It's so impolite. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, while the owner of the blazing demon hound twitched his lips slightly, glancing at the devastated forest around them, thinking to himself, you claim you don't like fighting? Every tree and blade of grass here is related to you. Brother Lin Sheng, Bai he called out, riding her thunder lion with a smile. Her voice was clear and firm. We're still in the middle of the competition, don't get too close. So what if we're close? No one said we can't team up? Bai he pouted, looking a bit dissatisfied. If those guys weren't so weak, I would have helped out for sure. Just now, Lin Sheng had almost single-handedly suppressed everyone present, leaving Bai he no time to react. By the time she came to her senses, Lin Sheng had already defeated the others. This performance undoubtedly proved Lin Sheng's formidable strength. Moreover, as a disaster-level beastmaster, Even his parents couldn't stop him from pursuing his goals. Baihe's eyes showed a hint of emotion, but she quickly put it away. No rush. As long as I can keep up with Brother Lin's pace, there will always be a chance to confess, she thought to herself. Looking at this silly girl, Lin Sheng chuckled dryly. He knew that his current strength was still too weak to think about other things. In this world, geniuses are not uncommon. Many, like him, have upgraded their beasts to Lord level within a few months and become Lord level beast masters. However, no one's beast can continuously seize genes and grow stronger like Lin Sheng's. With the college entrance exam approaching, Lin Sheng secretly planned. If I can upgrade my second beast to Lord level before the exam, I'll be confident. He hoped to get into the Magic City Academy, the highest academy in his base city. Lin Sheng's sister had been admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy, which is why he didn't go there to avoid being bullied by Lin Ming. She loved to tease Lin Sheng since childhood, almost suffocating him several times. You rest here, I'm leaving, Lin Sheng said with a smile to Du Ning. Accepting her defeat, Du Ning turned her face away, probably seething inside. After all, she was the little princess of a core family in the Magic City base city, and losing here was a hard pill to swallow. Take me back, Lin Sheng said to Baihe. Okay, Baihe agreed immediately. Lin Sheng climbed onto the Thunder Lion behind Baihe, and they rode together, heading towards the base's gate. Within 10 minutes, they arrived. The timing should be about right, don't you think? Lin Sheng remarked. Suddenly, he noticed a figure in the distance, seemingly Baihe's Thunder Lion. Several people stood up abruptly, wondering, could Baihe have gotten the dragon blood fruit in the end? The bald instructor spoke quietly, with a hint of surprise in his voice. This is quite unexpected. It's even beyond our predictions. The figure came closer, and within a few minutes, it reached them. Lin Sheng and Baihe dismounted from the Thunder Lion. Diqian approached with curiosity, asking, why are you two back? The bald instructor and Ding Long also came over. Oh, this is Ding Long, Senior Ding. Diqian immediately introduced him to Lin Sheng. He's an honorary member of the Beastmaster Association in Modu. Both Lin Sheng and Baihe were taken aback. Honorary members of the Modu Beastmaster Association are quite rare, and each one is at least a king-level Beastmaster. Now that Ding Long appeared before them, could he be that disaster-level Beastmaster? Countless thoughts raced through Lin Sheng's mind. The man in front of them, with his unkempt beard and friendly smile, exuded an almost imperceptible aura. His powerful muscles, visible through his clothes, conveyed a sense of pressure. Despite his kind appearance, he was not to be underestimated. Hello, Senior Ding. Lin Sheng and Baihe greeted in unison. A hint of surprise flickered in Ding Long's eyes. The dragon blood fruit is with you now, isn't it? He clearly hadn't expected Lin Sheng to be the ultimate champion. In the past, even without leaving the base, he could usually predict the winner, but Lin Sheng's performance had astonished him this time. Although he still valued Lin Sheng's talent, his current judgment was unexpected. The three instructors around them exchanged bewildered glances. What? The dragon blood fruit is with Lin Sheng? How is that possible? They found it hard to believe that in just half a month, Lin Sheng could elevate his mid-level warrior pet to a lord level. But Ding Long's words left them no choice but to believe. An indescribable excitement surged in Diqian's mind. She had always believed in Lin Sheng, and if he truly obtained the dragon blood fruit, it would be her greatest comfort. Lin Sheng, did you really get the dragon blood fruit? Diqian cautiously asked. Seeing the instructor's excited expressions, Lin Sheng didn't answer, but silently took out the dragon blood fruit from his beast's space. The translucent, red fruit appeared in his hand, instantly causing Diqian to gasp. A thrill rushed through her, nearly overwhelming her with excitement. It's true. It's actually true. Although she didn't know how Lin Sheng had obtained the dragon blood fruit, the reality before her left no room for doubt. Could Yangqing be producing another genius who will get into one of the 5 major academies? The bald instructor couldn't help but marvel. The students who had already been eliminated gathered around, listening to the instructors with disbelief on their faces. Lin Sheng actually got that fruit. I saw Song Yunzong's pet break through to the Lord level. Incredible, a student exclaimed. Lin, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. How did you get this fruit? Ding Long eagerly asked. Summon your beast. Let me take a look. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiaobai. Lin Sheng summoned Xiaobai from the beast space. This rather large snake, with small horns on its head that are hard to notice from afar, but quite obvious up close, exuded an aura of a lord, inspiring a sense of awe. How did you manage that? Ding Long frowned, filled with doubt. The snake's presence far exceeded that of a typical lord, and for a moment, he mistook it for a mid-level lord. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he knew he could never elevate a mid-level warrior beast to lord level in such a short time. Could it really be an emperor-level talent? Or is the SS-level beast space truly that extraordinary? Ding Long mused silently, knowing that Lin Sheng was the first top-tier beast space trainer he had encountered. Diqian vouched for Lin Sheng, saying, "That's right, Lin Sheng's beast space is SS level, and it even manifested a dragon roar phenomenon when it was activated. I was there to witness it." This also explained why Lin Sheng's beast consumed so much energy. The surrounding students listened to the instructor's discussions in awe. Elevating a beast to Lord level in just half a month was an achievement beyond their imagination. However, the bald instructor was puzzled, as Du Ning's ice crystal butterfly had already awakened its domain ability. It's well known that beasts with domains have a 90 win rate against those of the same level, and 99.9 against lower levels. Could Lin Sheng's beast be 10 times as powerful as the ice crystal butterfly at the same level? The bald instructor looked at Xiaobai, shaking his head in confusion. Diqian explained with a smile, "It's simple, because Lin Sheng's beast also possesses its own domain ability." The instructor beside her was astonished, unable to believe it. Two beast trainers, both with domain abilities. This training plan is a jackpot, Bai he said proudly, as if boasting about her impressive brother. What? Did I hear that right? Taking on 4 at once? The commotion earlier was definitely more than just one Lord-level beast, and to dare besiege a Lord-level opponent, their level must also be at the Lord level. Facing 4 Lords at once, with one having a domain, is incredibly bold. My goodness, this isn't just a genius, it's a prodigy. Is this what a young disaster beast trainer looks like? The students listening were repeatedly amazed, with sounds of admiration and gasps echoing among them. A beast with a domain can naturally handle 3 without one, but adding another with a domain makes the outcome unpredictable. Yet, even so, Lin Sheng still managed to take on 4, which was truly astounding. Even Bai he mentioned that it was taken down in an instant, not just stolen and then fled with. It's truly astonishing. A true prodigy. The bald instructor, rubbing his shiny head, frequently expressed his amazement. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you," said Diqian, smiling at Lin Sheng. "Thank you for your trust, instructor," Lin Sheng replied with a gentle smile. Although the SSS space contributed, the rapid upgrade is largely thanks to the sequence extraction talent. Seeing the young man smile, Diqian's heart skipped a beat. "All right, since you've won, the first disaster-level pet beast is yours. Follow me." Ding Long also managed a rare smile. Teaching a genius always lifts one's spirits. If Lin Sheng can grow, he will at least become a king-level beast master, capable of handling things on his own. In the future, it would be a matter of pride to mention. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng followed Ding Long to his office. "What type of pet beast are you planning to get?" "I recommend one with support and healing abilities, like the Minghuang butterfly or the Tianji vine king. This way, it can complement your first pet beast, and with a little training, their combat power can increase several times over." Ding Long shared his thoughts. Generally, beast masters choose these for their second pet beast. It's the standard combination. Though standard, it offers a significant advantage against other combinations. "Is there no elemental type pet beast?" Lin Sheng asked. The names of these beasts sounded quite powerful, at least disaster level. However, Lin Sheng didn't plan to take the support route. If he could defeat all enemies, there'd be no need for support or healing. He wanted a strong offense, leaving no room for the opponent to resist. Elemental type? 2 attack type pet beasts? Ding Long's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't impossible, but elemental type beasts are hard to capture, and disaster level ones are even rarer. However, it's not entirely unfeasible. If there's a request, it can be arranged. Lin Sheng believed this, given who was behind the training program. The leaders of the program were those at the pinnacle. Getting a disaster-level young beast is both challenging and straightforward. "Are you planning to get an elemental-type pet beast?" "No, I was just asking." Ding Long noticed this student seemed a bit cheeky. "I want a paranormal-type pet beast," Lin Sheng said with a serious look. "Paranormal type?" Ding Long was startled. Goodness, he really dared to ask for it. Paranormal-type pet beasts are rarer and harder to handle than elemental ones, and a disaster-level young one is almost unthinkable. In nearly 100 years of human history, there are hardly any records of capturing paranormal disaster-level young beasts, mainly because they're extremely difficult to tame. Their danger and combat power far surpass those of similar beasts. Like Diqian's latest-stage Lord-level paranormal beast, it even has a fair chance against an early-stage king-level opponent. One can only imagine how formidable such a beast is. "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Lin Sheng asked, puzzled. Clearly, he was unaware of the rarity of paranormal disaster-level pet beasts. "Of course, there's no problem," Ding Long nodded. "Though difficult, it's not impossible. This training's leaders belong to the core organization of the Beast Master Association Duanzai. All its members are disaster-level beast masters. Getting a disaster-level young beast is quite simple." "That's good." Lin Sheng suppressed his excitement. "The evil god. It can soon be created." In just 1 month, Lin Sheng would receive a satisfactory answer. Additionally, Ding Long promised to provide all the resources needed for his pet beast to upgrade to the disaster level, But these resources were limited to the pet beast Lin Sheng chose. Listening to Ding Long, Lin Sheng nodded, fully understanding the situation. Good that you understand, Ding Long sighed in relief, then reminded. But be careful, spectral-type pet beasts are the hardest to tame. Many owners of spectral-type pet beasts have died at home. Even after months of training, you can't be careless. I understand, Lin Sheng nodded, already prepared. After all, with Xiao Bai by his side, a dragon that specializes in subduing evil spirits, as the master of such spirits, how could anything get out of hand? If things got tough, he could just unleash Xiao Bai. This was one of the reasons he chose a spectral-type pet beast. However, the most important goal for Lin Sheng was to create the legendary evil god Nyarlathotep, one of the great old ones, known as the crawling chaos, whose form is ever-changing and can disguise itself as anything, closest to the demons of legend. And Lin Sheng just happened to possess demonic genetic blood. If he could recreate this legendary evil god, even releasing just a fraction of its power would be enough to utterly crush the gods worshipped by demons, showing them what a true evil god really is. Swallow this dragon blood fruit, and in a few minutes, the resources I applied for will be ready. Enough for a month of training at the camp, Ding Long said, his tone filled with anticipation. Lin Sheng, slightly excited, casually tossed the bright red fruit to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai swallowed it in one gulp, and the heat gradually spread from its stomach, greatly accelerating Xiao Bai's gene awakening and bloodline growth. The small horn on Xiao Bai's head visibly grew a few centimeters. Lin Sheng sat in the room, quietly feeling the feedback from Xiao Bai. The waiting process was not torturous but rather comfortable, even somewhat addictive. After all, he was on the path to becoming stronger. A few minutes later, Ding Long's voice sounded again. The resources have been approved. You now have a month's access to a level 1 blood pool. Blood pool? What's that? It sounds a bit sinister, Lin Sheng asked, puzzled. This blood pool is a treasure. It's composed of the blood of various fierce beasts, mixed by top disaster-level nutritionists to remove toxins. When a beast and its master soak in it, it can rapidly stimulate gene growth, potentially awaken domain skills, and enhance potential. It's incredibly beneficial. Ding Long explained. Using a level 1 blood pool for an hour costs about 5 million dragon coins. Doesn't that mean a day would cost over 100 million dragon coins? Using it for a whole month, even the wealthiest wouldn't dare to spend so lavishly. Lin Sheng was shocked. But considering it's the resources needed to train a disaster-level beastmaster, Lin Sheng found it reasonable. After all, a disaster-level beastmaster could easily earn 100 million dragon coins by hunting a king-level fierce beast. Ding Long explained, it's normal for it to be expensive, especially since the primary blood pool uses genes from lord-level beasts. Even Ding Long couldn't help but feel amazed. He had never used a blood pool himself back in the day. The blood of lord-level beasts? Does that mean their genetic lineage is included? Lin Sheng asked. Of course. Most blood pools use fresh blood. As it deteriorates over time, Ding Long replied. Hearing this, Lin Sheng became excited again. He had no way to hunt down a lord-level beast to capture its genes, but now with this blood pool, he could absorb a significant amount of their genes just by soaking in it. This would then be transferred to Xiao Bai, transforming it completely. Follow me, Ding Long said, leading Lin Sheng to a room. The room was enclosed on all sides, with faint sunlight streaming in from outside. As soon as they entered, a rich and fragrant aroma filled the air, compelling them to take a deep breath. In front of them was a 100 by 100 pool filled with light red liquid, emitting a scent that was more enticing than expected, lacking any overwhelming bloodiness. It was a genetic urge to taste it. Go ahead, Ding Long said, closing the door behind him. Lin Sheng undressed and entered the pool with Xiao Bai. Instantly, he felt a stinging sensation on his skin, as if something was trying to penetrate his body, followed by an incredibly comfortable feeling. This feels amazing, Lin Sheng muttered as he lay back. Xiao Bai floated belly up beside him. But Lin Sheng didn't forget his main task. Sequence extraction, he commanded, extending his right hand. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted in the room, and the pool's water level dropped by a third in an instant. A torrent of notifications flooded Lin Sheng's mind. Obtained Celestial Bull Demon Gene. Obtained Blazing Sun Tiger Gene. Obtained Qingtian Buffalo Gene. Obtained Ironblade Unicorn Leopard Gene. Obtained Forest Lord Gene. Obtained Hardened Skill Gene. Obtained Claw Strike Skill Gene. Obtained Rainbow Dragonfish Whisker Gene. The data flashed rapidly, overwhelming Lin Sheng with unexpected joy. He couldn't believe he could absorb genes from blood. But soon after, dizziness hit him like a wave. Clinging to the pool's edge, it took several minutes for him to recover. Looks like there's a limit to how much I can extract at once. I'll need some time to recover, Lin Sheng thought, rubbing his forehead. He had extracted genes from at least 100 creatures, which was a lot to handle. I should stop for today and go back to digest these genes. These are lord-level creatures, after all. Lin Sheng couldn't contain his excitement. Xiaobai, feeling his master's emotions, grew excited too. Although there were some warlord-level genes mixed in, their skills were advanced. Injecting them into Xiaobai could significantly upgrade its abilities. Meanwhile, outside the door, Ding Long chuckled as he stroked his beard. Looks like we won't see that kid for a month, he mused. Being around Lin Sheng was overwhelming, given the boy's extraordinary talents and unexpected feats. But this time, it seemed there wouldn't be another chance for surprises. A whole pool of primary blood pool would take at least a month to absorb. However, before Ding Long could ponder further, the door creaked open. Lin Sheng opened the door and stepped out. By this time, he was already dressed. Ding Long, seeing this, asked in confusion, "Why are you coming out?" Lin Sheng gently stroked the forehead of Xiao Bai beside him and replied, "I can't absorb anymore. I need to digest it first." Ding Long walked past Lin Sheng and went straight into the room. In the dim light, his eyes scanned the pool and he noticed that 1/3 of the essence in the blood pool was gone. "You've already absorbed a third?" Ding Long's beard trembled slightly as he exclaimed in disbelief. "How long has it been?" It couldn't have taken more than a few minutes. To absorb a third of the blood pool this quickly, is he even human? Even drinking it wouldn't be this fast. However, the facts were right in front of him. The room was designed to prevent the essence from leaking, making it nearly impossible to transfer the blood quickly. Ding Long was shocked, realizing that Lin Sheng had indeed absorbed a third of the essence from the blood pool. Boom. Even though he had suspected it, the realization hit Ding Long like a bolt of lightning. This young man actually possesses an SS-level beast space, capable of producing dragon roars. Such an incredible ability. Perhaps he really could get into one of the 5 academies. At this moment, Ding Long was thrilled, his beard quivering slightly, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, momentarily forgetting the cost of the blood pool. Although the blood pool was expensive, the Disaster Prevention Association could afford it. If they could nurture another disaster-level beastmaster, the association's influence would grow even stronger. The association wouldn't invest money without reason. Gaining such a significant advantage, they would have the opportunity to recruit these powerful individuals in the future. After all, they control 70 of the disaster-level beastmasters in the Dragon Country. Even if they don't join, they wouldn't become enemies. Ding Long walked out of the room and said firmly, "For the next month, stay here and train. Whenever the blood pool runs low, come find me, and I'll supply more immediately." Lin Sheng nodded, thinking to himself, "If I could upgrade again, that would be even better. Each time I absorb the blood of fierce beasts, I might change, gaining new abilities." Once training is over, the National Beastmaster exam will soon begin. Ding Long asked seriously, "Which academy do you plan to apply to?" "The Magic City Academy." Lin Sheng responded without hesitation. Ding Long smiled with satisfaction at this answer. If Lin Sheng only aimed for first-class academies, it would show a lack of ambition and vision, making it difficult for him to become a top-tier powerhouse. Choosing one of the 5 academies made Ding Long see him in a new light. However, getting into one of the top 5 academies is no easy task. Although with Lin Sheng's abilities, getting into a first-class academy wouldn't be a problem, his opponents would be beastmasters with dual beasts. "I know that," Lin Sheng replied seriously. He understood that those people trained their contracted beasts and uncontracted beasts together, with the 2 beasts supporting, attacking, and assisting each other in battle. Lin Sheng must obtain that pet beast to match them. Enhancing one's abilities while avoiding resistance and simultaneously fostering a harmonious relationship between one's first and second beast is undoubtedly challenging. This is especially true when the second beast is a difficult-to-tame spiritual entity, freshly acquired, which naturally increases the difficulty. This is why Ding Long was surprised when Lin Sheng chose a spiritual-type beast. "Alright, continue your training. Over the next few days, I'll select 2 talents from the camp." With these words, Ding Long departed. Lin Sheng returned to his room with Xiao Bai and immediately infused it with lord-level genetic bloodlines, acquiring genes from the Fiery Sun Tiger, Qing Tian Yak, Iron Blade Unicorn Leopard, as well as mastery genes in hardening and claw skills, and genes from the Rainbow Dragonfish Whiskers. The hardening mastery upgraded to perfection, and the eagle eye vision improved from beginner to proficient. A flood of skills and bloodlines surged into Xiao Bai's body in an instant. In just a moment, Xiao Bai's surface grew hot, emitting wisps of steam, and its body expanded under this mist. A pair of slender dragon whiskers gradually grew on either side of Xiao Bai's head, and the antlers on its forehead extended and elongated, while its golden eyes became more lively and spirited. Boom! This energy feedback hit Lin Sheng's body, almost knocking him down. With a casual press, the iron bed frame was instantly flattened. Lin Sheng stared in disbelief at his hands. The lord-level genetic bloodline was indeed formidable. He turned back to Xiao Bai, noting the antlers and dragon whiskers that gave it the initial appearance of a dragon, though the distinctive dragon claws were yet to appear. It was still in the snake phase, unable to possess dragon claws until evolving into a Jiao dragon. Xiao Bai's level was that of a white snake. With early Lord-level talent and late King-level skills including mastery in entanglement, water jet, perfect hardening, healing eye, danger intuition, dragon might, black blazing horn, proficient eagle eye, and enhanced vision. Its evolutionary path was towards a Jiao dragon, described as a true king of nature by devouring thousands of life genes. The perfect hardening skill was enough to withstand all current thermal weapons, except for nuclear missiles. Additionally, Xiaobai gained the whisker skill, allowing it to breathe underwater and swim swiftly, making it an excellent escape tool. Check the conditions for evolving into a Jiao dragon, Lin Sheng said, and a string of data appeared before him. The Jiao dragon, at king level, required the consumption of 10,000 life forms, and it already possessed a dragon soul. This was the unexpected bonus from the small dragon phantom absorbed from the spirit stone earlier. Missing this opportunity would have meant a long search for the dragon soul. Now, it was just a matter of time. After several minutes, Xiaobai completed the integration, with its scales, genes, and skills fully revamped, capable of resisting attacks from mid to latest stage Lord-level demons. Although its level was at the early Lord stage, Xiaobai had preliminary mid-Lord combat abilities. Considering its skills, late Lord-level combat was not out of reach. Lin Sheng smiled as he spoke. While absorbing these genes, Lin Sheng, accompanied by Xiaobai, ventured once again into the deep mountains. By hunting fierce beasts, he not only honed his skills but also accelerated the gene absorption process. Almost every day, Lin Sheng followed this routine. After soaking in the blood pool, he would head out to hunt fierce beasts, and upon recovering sufficiently, he would return to the blood pool. In about 3 to 5 days, he could absorb the entire pool of beast bloodlines. Whenever it was depleted, Ding Long would refill the blood pool. This time, while in the blood pool, Lin Sheng used the sequence extraction skill again and acquired genes from the pale giant crab, the Qingtian yak, and the bone sacred beetle. He silently noted that the genes obtained this time were somewhat repetitive compared to before. However, he understood that although there are many types of lore-level beasts, they are actually limited within a specific area. Even if he wanted to acquire more genes for Xiaobai, he might have to leave the city and explore other places in the future. For now, the variety of beasts around Imodu is already vast. The reason for repeated genes in the blood pool is likely due to the similarity of the bred beasts. Everything in this world revolves around beast masters, and naturally, there are those who hunt or even breed beasts for profit. This is almost identical to the blue star of his previous life. Repeated bloodlines mean repeated skill memory genes, which are crucial for Xiaobai's skill level enhancement. As time goes on, skill proficiency becomes increasingly important since, apart from the domain, Xiaobai lacks any powerful skills of his own. As he pondered, Lin Sheng, with Xiaobai, opened the door and stepped out. Just as he did, a girl as white as snow approached. Their eyes met, and Lin Sheng's muscular build was particularly noticeable in the sunlight. Du Ning paused, then a blush spread from her neck to her face. She silently cursed pervert in her heart, turned on her heel with a flushed face, and left, her heart racing and her mind involuntarily replaying the scene. That perfectly toned body was even more impressive than the male stars she had seen in magazines. No, why am I thinking about this? This guy is a pervert. Du Ning felt flustered. Every time she encountered Lin Sheng, something unpleasant seemed to happen. Watching Du Ning's hurried retreat, Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly, knowing he was at fault. It seemed Du Ning had also acquired a second disaster-level pet beast, which didn't surprise Lin Sheng. After all, her pet beast had domain abilities, and that alone was significant. In the days that followed, Lin Sheng often saw Du Ning around. Each time they crossed paths, Du Ning would steal glances at him, seemingly curious about the rapid growth of Lin Sheng's abilities. A couple of weeks later, the third person to obtain a disaster-level cub was finally revealed, and to Lin Sheng's surprise, it was a familiar face from Yang City Bai He. I really didn't expect this. You actually managed to snatch a disaster-level cub from them. Lin Sheng was incredulous. Although he didn't doubt Bai He's abilities, he knew how challenging it was. However, it wasn't entirely impossible, as Lin Sheng had never faced Bai He's pet beast in combat. Besides, the most threatening night giant had already been severely injured by Xiaobai and wouldn't recover for at least a month, giving Bai He an opportunity. Why wouldn't I be able to? I've been working really hard since we left school. Bai He chuckled. She then asked, but brother Lin Sheng, what type of cub are you planning to bond with as your second one? I heard from Du Ning that she's planning to choose an elemental type, and I'm thinking the same since they're quite rare. Bai He's face was lit up with childlike excitement. That's a secret. Lin Sheng smiled, his mysterious demeanor only fueling Bai He's curiosity. In the days that followed, the two occasionally teamed up in the wild, discussing matters related to beast training, and eventually, even Du Ning joined them, forming a trio whose relationship grew increasingly close. Despite this, Du Ning's prejudices softened, while Bai He harbored other intentions. As the saying goes, keep your enemies close, making the trio's relationship both delicate and complex. A month passed, and Lin Sheng's life with the two exceptional beauties remained simple. Just then, Lin Sheng's white snake broke through to the next level, reaching the midlord stage. In the jungle, with a swift flick of its tail, Xiaobai instantly killed a fierce beast at the early lord stage, as effortlessly as if it were a mere chicken. So strong. Xiaobai seems even stronger than before. Bai he exclaimed in awe, witnessing the scene. Previously, her Thunder Lion and Xiaobai had both reached the lord level, but in such a short time, Xiaobai had advanced to the midlord stage, far surpassing their rate of growth. At that moment, a message appeared on their watches, and both received it simultaneously. They glanced down. Your cubs have arrived. Seeing these words, they couldn't hide their excitement, exchanged a glance, and quickly mounted the Thunder Lion, racing towards the base. In less than half an hour, they were back at the base, having traveled from the forest hundreds of kilometers away. In a courtyard, 3 pitch-black cages were placed on the ground. Du Ning, Bai He, and Lin Sheng stood in front of them, sensing the restless movements inside despite the barriers. Proudly, Ding Long announced, "These are the disaster-level cubs I helped capture for you." It took more than a dozen disaster-level beastmasters from the Duanzai group to infiltrate the beast's territory and engage in a massive battle with those demons. It's the biggest operation since humans established base cities, unprecedented in nearly a century. We fought until the very roads seemed to vanish. The 3 exchanged silent eye rolls, thinking to themselves, has Senior Ding been reading too many novels? It's impressive enough if they managed to level a mountain. Seeing their reactions, Ding Long coughed, somewhat sheepishly explaining, I just wanted you to understand how hard won these cubs are. Cherish them. Then came the important part, as Ding Long instructed seriously, you must have your pet beasts accept you. When these cages are opened, the first person they see will be you. Make sure there's no one else around during the bonding and calming process. Ideally, build a good rapport within a week and complete the bond within half a month. He understood the critical nature of the bonding process with the cubs, knowing he couldn't watch over them, as some offspring with strong bloodlines would choose powerful beastmasters on their own. We understand. The 3 nodded to each other, aware of the urgency but knowing that everything was worth it for the disaster-level cubs. They took the cages, shrouded in darkness, and returned to their respective dorms. Before Lin Sheng left, Ding Long called him back. Be careful. This creature seriously injured an old friend of mine. To capture it, his pet beast will need to spend tens or even hundreds of billions and take more than half a year to recover. Ding Long's eyes showed deep apprehension, but don't worry, it's still just a cub and knows nothing yet. The real danger is its disaster-level mother. In the end, that old monster only suffered minor injuries. Don't worry, Senior. Lin Sheng felt touched, realizing these seniors truly followed through on their promises. Despite the ominous-sounding name, the Duanzai organization seemed to have quite a bit of camaraderie among its beastmasters. In Lin Sheng's room, he sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes fixed on the pitch-black cage. Beside him, Xiaobai tilted her head curiously. Lin Sheng spoke softly. Whether I get into the Magic Capital Academy depends on you. He gently touched the cage, speaking earnestly. You're the key to whether I can become the strongest in the world. If I don't, it's all your fault. Even before unlocking the technological iron cage, Lin Sheng began earnestly lecturing the creature inside, leaving Xiaobai bewildered. Lin Sheng moved forward slightly, carefully examining the surroundings of the cage. Soon, his eyes caught sight of a deep red button recessed into the surface. Without hesitation, he pressed it, and instantly, the dark veil around the high-tech cage vanished, revealing the scene inside clearly. Staring at the creature within, Lin Sheng was stunned, and even Xiaobai widened its snake eyes, momentarily ceasing to flick its tongue. Suspended within the cage was a ghost-like creature, resembling a Teru Bozu, with a slightly aggrieved expression on its face. Indeed, this creature looked like a ghost. This can't be right, Xiaobai hissed internally, wondering who would frame its master like this. Both the human and the snake were taken aback. Even Xiaobai could tell that this was just an ordinary ghost. How could it possibly match up to its owner's tall, mighty, and handsome image? Lin Sheng was unfazed, thinking to himself, could it be that the disaster-level beast tamer just grabbed something random to deal with me? A disaster-level beast tamer getting injured, even seriously, by capturing an awakening-level ghost? Did they grab the wrong cub? He had seen such melodramatic plots in TV dramas. Was this happening to him now? No, please, no. Lin Sheng suppressed his unease and activated his data viewing skill, and the ghost's attributes instantly appeared before him. The ghost level was mid-stage warrior, with latest-stage warrior skills, a curse evolution path, and no description. It was an extremely high-level emperor anomaly. In its infancy, it would hide its form and talents to ensure it survived until it became strong enough, often disguising itself as a creature with warrior talents, so as not to be deceived. Emperor level. Some beast cubs indeed have talents that surpass their parents, but most are not. Lin Sheng's excitement surged, thinking he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. 1 in a billion? No, 1 in a million talent. The ghost secretly cursed, demanding to be released. However, Lin Sheng and Xiaobai had no intention of letting it go. Wasn't my disguise convincing enough to pass for a commoner? The ghost felt helpless in this unfamiliar environment, its high intelligence allowing it to reach mid-stage warrior level at birth, with fearsome talent. Without Lin Sheng's system, even with the ability to identify creatures, he might have been fooled. It seemed the racial talent was entirely invested in disguise. As long as it survived, it was invincible, right? The little ghost hadn't realized that everything about it had been seen through by the human in front of it. It could only continue to feign helplessness, weakness, and pitifulness, especially since the nearby snake looked terrifying, making its heart tremble. The snake seemed to follow the commands of the two-legged creature in front of it, but what kind of species was this creature that looked like a two-legged beast? As long as it behaved, perhaps it wouldn't be fed to the snake? Nonetheless, acquiring a pet beast with such an emperor talent was an unexpected delight. Lin Sheng suppressed his inner excitement, trying to maintain a calm expression. He had heard that creatures with emperor-level talents were the pinnacle of existence in this world, disdainful of forming contracts with any human. If he truly exposed it, the little ghost might rather die than agree to a contract with him, right? Poor child, your parents entrusted you to me before they died, Lin Sheng said softly. The little ghost showed no expression upon hearing this, as it had never seen its parents. In fact, familial bonds were rare among spectral creatures. But you're too weak. I'm afraid no one would want to contract with you, Lin Sheng said sorrowfully, turning his head away. The ghost was suddenly agitated upon hearing this, thinking that the two-legged creature hadn't seen through its disguise. So just let me go already. However, Lin Sheng continued, if I let you go, you might not make it a few steps before being killed. It's very dangerous out there. Isn't that right, Xiaobai? Xiaobai nodded quickly, hissing, I almost died out there just now. The little ghost trembled, but Lin Sheng continued, you're really quite weak. A little ghost like you. I have to feed Xiaobai a few hundred of you a day. So should I contract with you? Or let you go out and be eaten by fierce beasts? That scene would be too tragic, being eaten alive. Lin Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, his mind filled with images of being with Lin Ming. The little ghost was suddenly panicked. There was no way its disguise technique could be seen through. It was an instinctive intuition from the soul. Moreover, the two-legged creature's terrified look just now seemed all too real. Let's go. Let's get some fresh air. Lin Sheng didn't respond directly, but instead left the room with Xiaobai. The little ghost in the cage seemed a bit puzzled after they left. It wondered if Lin Sheng really intended to set it free. Recalling Lin Sheng's panicked expression earlier, the little ghost shivered. That was definitely a look of encountering something terrifying. As a ghost, it knew this all too well. Meanwhile, outside the door, Ding Long muttered to himself, thinking that contracting these 3 pet beasts might take quite some time. The 7.5-month deadline he gave was actually just to create a sense of urgency for them. After all, the sooner a contract is made, the less likely unexpected issues will arise. Elemental beings are typically very volatile, and being confined in one place for too long can lead to resistance and anxiety. Just as Ding Long was shaking his head and about to leave, Lin Sheng's door opened again. Damn it, Ding Long cursed inwardly. Did this kid manage to contract it right after opening the cage? He couldn't believe it. Even the fastest record for contracting a disaster-level beast cub in the Dragon Nation took professional beast tamers at least 3 to 4 days. Did you succeed in contracting it? Ding Long asked nervously. How could that be? We just met. Lin Sheng spread his hands, wearing an expression that seemed to ask why Ding Long would even pose such a question, making Ding Long feel an urge to scold him. Why did I even ask that? It's because you forced me to. However, this time, Lin Sheng finally did something sensible. So, how's the pet beast? Is it easy to tame? What's its talent? Ding Long asked eagerly. It's a little ghost, quite good at disguising, with an emperor-level talent, Lin Sheng said seriously while stroking his chin. Ding Long rolled his eyes, puzzled. How could a disaster-level pet beast cub be a little ghost? Moreover, his old friend was severely injured and couldn't possibly have captured a ghost. Furthermore, emperor-level talent is extremely rare in the Dragon Nation. Years ago, a Dragon Nation once had an emperor-level cub, which sold at a public auction for a staggering 1 trillion. Of course, that was just the public transaction amount, and who knows how many favors were exchanged behind the scenes. Watching Lin Sheng head towards the cafeteria, Ding Long suddenly thought of something, pulled out his phone, and dialed a mysterious number. Hello? What do you want now? I'm currently recovering, the voice on the other end said. Ding Long got straight to the point and asked, I want to know, what species is the ghostly pet beast you caught? It's a ghost type. You said it yourself. Why ask? Did something happen? You didn't let that cub escape, did you? The other party sounded uneasy. No, my student was just joking about it having emperor-level talent. Ding Long chuckled awkwardly and shook his head, saying, how could that be? His old friend is just a disaster-level beast tamer. If he encountered an emperor-level fierce beast, wouldn't he be scared off? How could he dare to snatch someone else's cub? Unexpectedly, the other party fell into silence. It's actually a royal-class hatchling. Ding Long was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Familial bonds among supernatural creatures are usually weak, so no wonder that Black Dragon pursued him for 900 kilometers. It turns out this little one is a thief too. He suddenly remembered the incident not long ago, when the Black Dragon Nyack attacked the Lighthouse Nation due to the disappearance of its hatchling, sending a chill down his spine. That Black Dragon, as one of the top predators on Blue Star, had emerged from the territory of mysterious creatures years ago, wreaking havoc on the Lighthouse Nation, destroying coastal cities, and nearly being hunted down by powerful beast tamers. Recalling the scene of that attack, Ding Long felt a sense of dread as the Black Dragon's presence was like an endless darkness. If the Lighthouse Nation hadn't severely wounded the Black Dragon, beast tamers of their disaster level wouldn't dare to step into that forbidden land. Yet now, this little rascal dared to steal a royal-class Black Dragon's hatchling, showing incredible audacity. He thought to himself that if this hatchling truly had royal-class potential, it could be a great threat to Long Nation in the future. Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about? Got me all excited for nothing. Ding Long rolled his eyes, though he couldn't help but worry about the hatchling's future. Everyone needs dreams, but if this hatchling couldn't be kept under their control, it would be better to eliminate it before it grows into an enemy. At that moment, Lin Sheng entered the restaurant and was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Brother Lin Sheng, we only get to see you during meals. Have you received your disaster-level hatchling yet? Let us have a look, they asked eagerly. Lin Sheng smiled politely and responded, then walked to the counter to inquire, do you have any ingredients for supernatural creatures? Of course, Instructor Di Qian's pet uses this kind. The nutritionist brought out some oddly colored, twisted pieces of meat from the back and quietly asked, is this for Instructor Di? Lin Sheng gave a mysterious smile and then left the restaurant. Royal class, I wonder when it will reveal its true form, he pondered. Contracting a royal class creature is indeed challenging. It requires both coaxing and deceiving, not just deception. Xiaobai was eager, excitedly suggesting, why not just beat it a few times? Lin Sheng shook his head. No, we must win it over with virtue. Soon, Lin Sheng and Xiaobai returned to their room, their hearts filled with a mix of anticipation and unease about the future. Lin Sheng and Xiaobai had just returned to their room when the little ghost in the cage immediately sensed their presence and became restless. Without intending to play with it, Lin Sheng directly placed a few pieces of meat into the cage. As expected, although the little ghost appeared eager, it didn't start eating right away. Not hungry? I'll take it back, then, Lin Sheng teased, raising an eyebrow and quickly retrieving the meat. The little ghost panicked, thinking to itself, if it's taken away again, when will I eat? In that instant, the little ghost's form began to change. Its body melted like a sunny day doll and eventually solidified into a peculiar little deer inside the cage. The deer was covered in pitch-black fur, with deep, mysterious eyes. Its sturdy antlers stretched backward, while its hooves and short tail emitted black flames, giving it a commanding presence despite its small size. The little deer let out a strange cry, lifting its front hooves and stamping the ground. Lin Sheng feigned confusion. Why does it look different? But in his mind, he already knew the deer's information. A black flame deer fawn, mid-level warrior class, with an emperor-level talent, possessing skills like disguise, black fire, trampling, shapeshifting, and a death domain evolution path. Lin Sheng was stunned. This was the legendary offspring of the Black Dragon Nyack. A creature considered a dragon must be at the top of the food chain. And this little deer, surprisingly, also had domain capabilities. Legends speak of a qilin stepping on clouds, but this black flame deer seemed to bring only death and disaster. Your talent is barely satisfactory, Lin Sheng remarked as he opened the cage. The little deer stepped out and quickly devoured the food on the plate, evidently starving. Would you like to form a contract with me? Lin Sheng asked directly. The little deer glanced at the watchful white snake nearby and nodded silently. It had no choice but to comply. I promise to make you happy, the little deer vowed silently. Yet before it could finish its thoughts, an indescribable energy and strange sensation surged into its body. Boom. Instantly, the little deer advanced to the late warrior stage, its black fur becoming even more lush and glossy. Is this the power of a biped? The little deer was shocked. Don't worry, as long as you stay with me, you won't be mistreated, Lin Sheng assured with a smile. Looking at this biped who provided benefits and food, the little deer, having just experienced tumult and fright, was moved to tears, thinking, living off others isn't so bad. The key was that advancing to the late warrior stage would have taken at least 6 months, but with just a touch from this biped, it happened instantly, leaving the little deer utterly amazed. Lin Sheng successfully formed a contract with the little deer, their souls intertwined, and it came with a built-in deer language translator. From now on, you'll be called Xiaoling, Lin Sheng said. The little deer had no intention of resisting and simply let out a soft hum. Rapidly expanding in size, it finally stood as majestic as a wild stallion. Lin Sheng gently stroked Xiaoling's lush, smooth black fur, thinking to himself that if he rode it for a spin, he would undoubtedly be the most eye-catching person around. He had heard that the emperor-level black dragon could destroy hundreds of skyscrapers in coastal cities with just one stomp, a testament to its immense power. At this point, he was several thousand kilometers away from the territory of supernatural creatures, silently assuring himself that as long as he didn't step into the Dragon Kingdom or take Xiaoling to such places, its parents would never find them. With this in mind, Lin Sheng placed Xiaoling and Xiaobai into the beast space and then headed out, intending to train his 2 pet beasts in the wild and simultaneously level up Xiaoling. As soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a few people engaged in conversation. He frowned slightly, mentioning that the disaster-level cub was excessively restless, and despite her patient attempts to calm it, its agitation remained. Du Ning, on the other hand, spoke calmly, without a hint of urgency, emphasizing the importance of gradually building a bond with the pet beast, as disaster-level cubs were notably difficult to form a contract with. Both felt the pressure, but with time on their side, they aimed to succeed in forming the contract within a month. Brother Lin Sheng. Baihe's worries dissipated instantly upon seeing Lin Sheng, and even Du Ning couldn't help but smile slightly. Du Ning asked, "How is your pet beast contract going?" Lin Sheng replied directly, "The contract is already successful. It's an emperor-level talent, the black dragon's cub." He wasn't worried about revealing this, though he suspected the two might not believe him. As expected, the 2 girls rolled their eyes in disbelief. Baihe continued, "But Brother Lin Sheng, before our training ends in a month, Senior Ding will evaluate our progress. If we fail to form a contract by then, these cubs will be taken back. Successfully forming a contract would make getting into a good academy much easier, but failing to do so would be troublesome." She frowned, knowing that the 3 of them had a chance to get into one of the 5 major academies, provided they could form a contract with these disaster-level cubs, but the challenge was daunting. "I'm heading out for training. Good luck to you both," Lin Sheng said as he bid them farewell. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Du Ning frowned slightly. She had heard from Senior Ding Long that the supernatural-type cub Lin Sheng contracted with might be even more challenging to get along with than their elemental types. Baihe worriedly asked, "Is Brother Lin still going out to hunt fierce beasts? Shouldn't he focus on bonding with the cub?" Her anxiety was palpable, as time was running out. "Let him be," Du Ning said, shaking her head, causing her hair to sway gently. She suspected that Lin Sheng found his first pet beast contract too easy and assumed the second would be similar. In reality, the second pet beast talent is generally higher than the first, leading to resentment and making it harder to form a contract. She feared that if Lin Sheng didn't focus on bonding soon and continued to venture into the wild, he would eventually face the consequences. In the wild jungle, over 31 horned wild boars charged aggressively towards Lin Sheng. Standing beside him was He Lu, whose black hooves lightly touched the ground, instantly spreading an invisible dark domain around them. Within this circle, the flowers, grass, and trees began to wither and die, eventually enveloping the 30 boars. They sensed the fear of death, their frightened eyes showing despair as they began to flee frantically. However, under the erosion of this domain, the boar's skin aged and corroded rapidly, ultimately turning into a pile of beneath a true domain of death. Anyone daring to enter would have their life force swiftly stripped away. Xiaoling shook its head, appearing uninterested. Lin Sheng, dressed in black, mounted the pitch-black furred Xiaoling, while Xiaobai circled around him, swiftly dashing towards the depths of the jungle. Xiaoling was incredibly fast, its muscular power allowing it to reach the mountains within half a day. If Lin Sheng had such a pet beast back then, the competition would have been a foregone conclusion. By July 16th, a few days had passed, and Lin Sheng, along with Xiaobai and Xiaoling, ventured deeper into the jungle, hunting lord-level pet beasts. At night, they returned to the base to replenish energy and recover strength, absorbing power from the blood pool. The rapport between the 2 pet beasts improved rapidly, and their bond grew stronger, no longer as restrained as before. With the college entrance exams approaching, Lin Sheng knew he too had to advance to the lord level. He gently patted Xiao Lu's head, using time acceleration to help the pets quickly absorb energy. Unfortunately, there were no eerie creatures in this jungle for Xiao Lu to hunt for the necessary genes. "Come on, little brother. Hurry up and level up," Xiao Lu said impatiently, lifting its front hoof in frustration. "Moo, who are you calling little brother?" Xiao Lu's reaction made Lin Sheng chuckle. Xiao Bai's dragon eyes were highly effective against evil spirits, and it also had its own domain. The key was that Xiao Bai was too favored. Every time Lin Sheng advanced in strength, Xiao Bai was always the first to benefit. I need to make achievements quickly too, Xiao Lu thought to itself, unaware that Lin Sheng had to hunt demons to provide them with genetic enhancements. Unfortunately, there were no eerie or dark creatures here to strengthen Xiao Lu. However, once they returned to Yang City, there would be plenty of opportunities, as the Dragon Slayer Bureau had several eerie secret realms. At 7:30 p.m., Lin Sheng returned to the base. At the base gate, Di Qian was leaning against the steel city wall. Upon seeing Lin Sheng, she immediately approached, seemingly having something to discuss. Captain D, does our Dragon Slayer Bureau have any eerie secret realms? Lin Sheng asked first. We do have them, but you won't be under my jurisdiction anymore. After all, you're now considered a Lord-level Beastmaster. When you return, apply for a position upgrade with the Dragon Slayer Bureau, Di Qian replied with a face full of satisfaction, then turned serious. I heard you found an eerie-type pet beast? Yes, Lin Sheng admitted, surprised that this matter was widely known. Let me tell you, contracting with enigmatic beasts is the most challenging. They feed on the resentment of wicked souls. Back when I contracted with my shadow ghost, it took me quite a bit of time. You need to invest a lot of energy and time, and you must not be careless. Di Qian's expression was very serious. She seemed to have heard some rumors and was a bit worried about Lin Sheng. How about this? From today on, come see me once a day, and I'll explain the key to contracting such creatures in detail. After all, I've been with paranormal beasts for several years. Thank you, Captain D, but I've already completed the contract. The little deer is still sleeping in the beast space, Lin Sheng replied, turning to head towards the cafeteria. He was determined to nurture his spirit into a dark dragon, the master of all enigmatic forms. As Lin Sheng walked away, Di Qian tapped her foot impatiently, feeling a bit anxious. After all, this was an opportunity. Lin Sheng, this kid, has too much pride. Sometimes, you can't always be independent. The next morning, a helicopter arrived at the base, carrying a few middle-aged men dressed in luxurious attire. These were disaster-level beastmasters. Ding Long personally came out to greet them. Old Shun, long time no see. What brings you from the capital this time? Just visiting old friends, laughed the man Ding Long called Old Shun. Trying to fool me? I bet you're here about special recruitment again, aren't you? You got me. Every year, top universities send professors to cities to recruit exceptional students. Those specially recruited don't need to take the entrance exams. They can enter the university directly by passing a specific test. The men before Ding Long were professors from Dragon Nation's top universities, Jiangnan University, Fengshan University, Shanhai University, and others, all renowned and powerful figures. Ding Long, we heard you've recruited many talented students this time. I remember there's a genius named Lin Sheng, rumored to have contracted a disaster-level pet beast? Old Shun inquired with a smile. This was no secret in the city. The top student in the training camp, the first to obtain a disaster-level beast cub, had already caught the attention of various universities. Let me be honest with you. Our Jiangnan University is willing to offer a full set of black gold armor and an additional third dragon-type pet beast just to recruit this student. Hearing this, Ding Long couldn't help but be tempted. A set of black gold armor could withstand attacks from disaster-level beasts, and dragon-type pet beasts were apex predators, like the legendary black dragon. If it weren't for the intervention of Zeus, the strongest from the Lighthouse Nation, their coastal cities might have been destroyed by that black dragon. The combined value of these offers was astronomical. I'll have to consult about this, Ding Long replied. Thanks a lot, and remember to put in a good word for Jiangnan University. Old Shin winked at Ding Long. Securing such a talent would be a tremendous boon for Jiangnan University, and for him personally. Get out of here. You want my wife to kill me? Ding Long retorted with mock annoyance. Subsequently, the professors from the top universities selected a few more students from the camp and left the training base. Before leaving, Old Shun shared some information with Ding Long. I've heard that the 5 great universities will also be coming to your camp for recruitment. You better seize this opportunity. The 5 great academies of Longhua, Imperial City, Magic City, Holy Snow, Everest, and Dragon Slayer. These institutions are renowned across the entire Blue Star, each hosting an Emperor-level Beastmaster, and their students include King-level geniuses, making them the dream destinations for all Beastmasters. To gain entry into these prestigious academies, students must be at least disaster-level Beastmasters. Surprisingly, these academies have decided to conduct special admissions, akin to ancient emperors traveling incognito. Previously, they were too proud to lower their standards for recruitment. Soon after, representatives from the Beastmaster Association, Dragon Slayer Bureau, and the military arrived, practically sweeping up all the students. Joining the Beastmaster Association or Dragon Slayer Bureau does not conflict with entering the 5 great academies. The academies offer learning opportunities, while the other 2 represent different factions. For instance, the Dragon Slayer Academy is backed by the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Among these forces, the military holds the most influence, prompting many students to enlist to secure their future and fallback options. It is said that several beast masters like Zhang Yunzong have reached lord-level talent and have been recruited by top-tier academies like Jiangnan Academy, provoking envy. How wonderful it would be if I could be specially recruited too. However, the reality is that even without special recruitment, they are almost certain to gain admission. Elevating a pet beast to lord level and becoming a lord beast master in a short time is a rare feat. Getting into a top-tier academy is already a significant achievement. All present are top talents from various towns. Yet here they realize the vast gap between geniuses, making it seem insurmountable. The three beast masters with disaster-level beasts disdain special recruitment from first-tier academies, planning to gain entry into the 5 great academies through the college entrance exam. Once successful, they will at least become disaster-level beast masters, ensuring they have a solid future. Neither power nor money compares to the importance of one's own strength. Over 10 days later, on July 27th, the young deer let out a long cry. Already nearing the late stage of the warrior level, it quickly broke through with the rich diet and the powerful enhancement from Lin Sheng's beast space. The black flame deer cub reached the late stage of the warrior level, showcasing exceptional talent and emperor-level skills. Its camouflage ability vanishes upon reaching king level, with an evolutionary path of black fire, stomp, body transformation, and death domain. The black flame death deer is described as a formidable and domineering creature, sitting at the top of the food chain and earning the title of dragon. As time passed, the black flame deer's fur visibly grew longer, with black scales emerging on its hooves, abdomen, and other vulnerable areas, exuding an increasingly intense dark aura. Even without Lin Sheng's bloodline enhancement, the black flame deer is now the top existence at its level. It's so impressive. Even at the late warrior stage, this black flame deer is so majestic and imposing. How powerful would it be if it evolved to the same level as its mother? Lin Sheng quietly anticipates. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the young deer's ability to hide its form remains intact, allowing it to transform into a ghostly state at any time. In the capital city at night, a private luxury jet was booked for an exclusive flight. Although the cabin crew didn't know the identity of the passengers, they could sense an aura of nobility. With a sweet smile, a flight attendant approached a red-haired woman and asked, "Ma'am, do you require any special services?" Despite her own striking appearance, she seemed less impressive compared to the red-haired woman slumped in her seat. "No, I don't need anything. You don't have to come back to me." The red-haired woman waved her hand dismissively. Once the attendant left, she picked up her phone and asked anxiously, "Boss, do you think this will work? I feel uneasy about this. What's wrong with it? If those rich kids can pull strings, why can't my brother? I'm definitely pulling some strings here today." The captain's voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. But this time is different. The red-haired woman frowned slightly. They were representing the capital and recruiting special trainees for the training camp, and the captain wanted to give her brother a shortcut. Although she didn't mind and was even willing to do anything for him, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. How could someone as outstanding and formidable as the captain have a brother who was a complete failure? Even if he couldn't get into the top 5 academies, did he really need a backdoor to enter a first-rate academy? In any case, I expect to see my brother standing before me in a month. The captain's tone was resolute. The red-haired woman sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll try my best. I hope he gets recruited by another academy before I go, so I won't be caught in a dilemma. Surely, he must have inherited some of my excellent genes?" With the limited information provided by Lin Ming, the red-haired woman's thoughts wandered. She had assumed that someone as strong-willed as the captain would have strict expectations for her family members and would never let her brother easily use connections to enter the top 5 academies. She hadn't expected such a profound brotherly affection. Before the private jet arrived at the training camp, 2 black gold fighter jets, marked with dark insignias, landed in advance. 2 proud-looking men disembarked and, upon seeing Ding Long, their faces lit up with smiles. "Old Ding, what promising students have you brought for our Dragon Slayer Academy this time?" asked a lean, short man from the Dragon Slayer Academy, a smile tugging at his lips. "What do you mean for you?" "Clearly, they're for our Everest Academy," replied another man, muscular with a scar on his neck, his tone teasing. Ding Long smiled slightly, knowing that as one of the top 5 academies, attracting students of interest was no easy feat. Those who are specially recruited to come here are either representatives of their academies or disaster-level beast tamers. Let's not waste time. Introduce them to us. But remember, our Everest Academy's standards are as strict as ever, the short man said seriously. "I know. It's common for not even one to make it through," Ding Long nodded in response. "Except for those 3 with disaster-level contracted beasts, we won't meet anyone else," the muscular man added sternly. Ding Long chuckled wryly. Getting into the top 5 academies was already a feat for geniuses, and those specially recruited were truly exceptional. He thought to himself that perhaps the academies had heard of their training plans and came specifically for that reason. After all, young beast tamers with disaster-level talent were rare. I wonder if those three have successfully formed their contracts. Ding Long pondered anxiously. Time was limited, and he hoped they would all be specially recruited by the top 5 academies, though the chances were slim. The news of the arrival of 2 prominent figures at the camp spread quickly. Have you heard? 2 big shots from the 5 major academies have arrived at our camp. Which 2? Is it from the Holy Snow Academy? Or representatives from the capital and the Magic City? No, the Holy Snow Academy only admits female students. It must be from the Zhufeng and Dragon Slayer academies. Yes, exactly those 2. I also heard that the big shot from Right State will only meet the 3 who have disaster-level pet beasts. That's definitely true. If it weren't for them, these important figures probably wouldn't have come here at all. I envy them so much. I just hope to get admitted. Special recruitment? That's just a dream. The students in the camp were buzzing with discussions. They felt that even forming a contract with a disaster-level cub was out of reach, let alone quickly advancing their own pet beasts to the Lord level. At that moment, all eyes were focused on the 3 individuals eligible to form a contract with disaster-level cubs. In a square within the training camp, Du Ning and Bai He stood there nervously. In front of them were 2 envoys from the Magic City and Zhufeng, along with Senior Ding and 3 instructors. The other students watched quietly from a distance. Wow, 3 disaster-level beastmasters. I haven't seen even one in years. This is the advantage of being powerful, having such a broad perspective. But Lin Gu is really something, daring to stand them up? Haha, now he's going to get a taste of his own medicine. We couldn't beat you, but there's always someone who can put you in your place, right? The students who had been oppressed for a long time felt secretly pleased to see Lin Sheng finally suffer a setback. Bai He, on the other hand, appeared a bit worried. Where's the other person? A strong man with a gaze like a lion's asked, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, causing those who met his gaze to quickly look away. He's out training in the wild. Bai He immediately responded. The strong man frowned. Still training in the wild? I haven't seen Lin Sheng spend much time with his disaster-level cub these past few days. Ding Long was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself how he accidentally spoke his mind. Upon hearing this, the frowns on the 2 envoys' faces deepened. Training is important, but you need to prioritize, the strong man said, almost as if giving a lecture. Since he's not back yet, let's start with you 2. Yes. Du Ning stepped forward first. Although the Du family was considered a prominent family in the Magic City, it was still somewhat overshadowed by the immense stature of the 5 major academies. After all, these academies were backed by the strongest in human society, gathering the top talent, who maintained close ties with the academies even after graduation. Being admitted to these academies was vastly different from being specially recruited. Each year, dozens or even hundreds get admitted, but special recruitments are unheard of. Little butterfly, Du Ning called out, and the ice crystal emperor butterfly gently flapped its wings, hovering behind her. The surrounding students were in awe of this dreamlike creature. A Lord-level ice crystal emperor butterfly. Getting into a top-tier academy is practically guaranteed, maybe even a chance at the 5 major academies. Let's see some skills. The strong man nodded. Under Du Ning's command, the ice crystal monarch butterfly instantly unfurled its domain, causing countless ice spikes to hover midair like sharp swords, forming a suffocating zone of death. This scene made the surrounding students turn pale with fear. If their own beasts were to face the ice crystal monarch butterfly, they would likely be defeated instantly, as they were not on the same level. The general level of their beasts and their lack of proficiency in forming ice spikes was apparent, and Du Ning nodded silently. Hearing this, the nearby students were stunned. How could the power of a Lord-level beast be considered average? And the skill proficiency not high? Such conditions would easily gain entrance to a top-tier academy, yet it still failed to attract the attention of the 5 great academies. Your talent is impressive. Based on your skill proficiency and your beast level, you'd rank around 120th in our academy, a robust male student remarked. 120th. There are only about 100 students in the entire academy, but considering that there are king-level beastmasters in the academy, it all seemed reasonable. How is the contract with that disaster-level cub going? He asked. Du Ning shook her head. Not successful yet. It's been less than a month. How could the contract be formed so quickly? However, with your current strength, if you can train a second beast to the warrior or lord level before the exam, you are almost guaranteed to enter our Zhufeng Academy, he continued. Although he was eager to recruit Du Ning, the high standards of the special recruitment left him feeling helpless. I really wish we could recruit a genius like Du Ning into our academy. If we give up now, she might pass the exams and join another academy, he thought to himself, frustrated by the stringent recruitment standards, even suspecting that the academy never intended to recruit students unless someone like the Black Dragon King appeared. Their attention then shifted to Bai He. I'm not as strong as Du Ning, and I haven't succeeded in contracting the disaster level cub either. Bai He shook her head, fully aware of her own capabilities. At this moment, another lean male spoke up. What about the other student? Referring to Lin Sheng, who had remained silent. They considered Du Ning's strength impressive, yet she hadn't secured the top spot in the training camp, naturally making them very interested in Lin Sheng, who was ranked first. Even if he doesn't pass the special recruitment, offering some benefits and building a relationship wouldn't be a bad idea, he thought, hoping to bring this talent into his academy. I sent him a message, he should be back soon, Du Ning said. Just then, Lin Sheng returned to the training camp at his usual time, having had a productive day hunting over 90 fierce beasts, most of which were in the late warrior stage, leaving him quite satisfied. He estimated that soon his fawn's level would be elevated to lord status, making his entry into the Shanghai Academy almost certain. Lin, someone's looking for you over there. A friend from Yangqing informed Lin Sheng as soon as he returned. Lin nodded, aware that emissaries from Zhufeng and Tulong academies were here for special recruitment, but his true desire was to attend the Shanghai Academy. Still, he didn't want to completely disregard the two emissaries, as being too arrogant wouldn't be wise. Lin Sheng had already returned to the training base. When the two envoys saw him, their eyes lit up instantly. While Lin Sheng's handsome appearance was certainly attractive, it was his subtle, genius-like aura that left a more lasting impression. However, the envoys were slightly displeased with Lin Sheng's attitude towards nurturing his beasts and having kept them waiting for so long. They've encountered many geniuses before, and arrogance was expected, but without the corresponding strength, it was merely overestimating oneself. That white snake must be your pet beast, right? The brawny man asked coldly.
Yes.
Lin Sheng gently stroked the scales of Xiaobai, and the close bond between them slightly eased the two envoys' mood. Lin, forming a bond with your initial beast is naturally important, but you shouldn't neglect your second beast, the lean man said with a smile. After all, this is a disaster-level cub, with potential far exceeding your first contracted beast. The first beast's talent is probably only at the king level at best, right? The brawny man rolled his eyes. Why do you have to take a jab at me while talking? Ding Long and Di Qian also agreed. Ever since Lin Sheng arrived, he hadn't spent time bonding with the disaster-level cub, choosing instead to spend most of his days outdoors. It was evident to anyone that Lin Sheng wasn't paying much attention to his second beast. However, every additional contracted beast exponentially increases a beast master's combat power. Having only one contracted beast couldn't compare to those with 2 or 3. Listening to their words, Lin Sheng felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't his relationship with Xiaobai strong? He quickened his strokes on the little white snake's head, while the fawn in the beast's space grew anxious. It thought to itself, these two-legged creatures are trying to drive a wedge between me and my master. Just wait until I grow up, and I'll show you. No need for concern, esteemed seniors. I contracted my second beast over 10 days ago, Lin Sheng said with a bright smile. However, seeing his expression, Di Qian couldn't help but worry. Is this kid out of his mind? Ding Long was also taken aback. Didn't we just give you the disaster-level cub 10 days ago? It's one thing to fool the teachers, but are you fooling yourself too? The envoys, having heard about this from Ding Long, found it intriguing. Are you saying you contracted the disaster-level cub as soon as you got it? Yes, and it's an emperor-level cub. Lin Sheng nodded seriously, his face earnest. These days, telling the truth seems unbelievable. The envoys couldn't help but stifle their laughter, finding it quite amusing. All right, let's have this student release your emperor-level cub from the beast space so we can take a look. If the contract is successful, it can stay in the beast space. The two envoys were utterly shocked, unable to believe their ears. What does contracting with an emperor-level cub mean? Across the world, beast tamers who can contract with an emperor-level cub at such a young age are extremely rare. Let alone getting an emperor-level cub to agree to a contract in just one day. It sounds like a fairy tale. The odds of him eating dirt seem higher than this. Their disappointment in Lin Sheng was at its peak. What good is strong talent if it's accompanied by arrogance and conceit? Such a character is destined not to go far. However, before the words were fully spoken, an unusual sound suddenly echoed around them. The sunlight seemed to be obscured in an instant, plunging the surroundings into darkness. When the darkness lifted, a majestic creature, 3 meters tall, with a robust build and covered in black and gold scales, appeared before qilin resembling a magnificent steed. Its presence caused some of the surrounding beast tamers' beasts to collapse, feeling the suppression of their blood lineage higher being's absolute dominance over a lower one. At this moment, the deer-like creature, with eyes as dark as an abyss, was staring intently at the two stunned envoys. The dark aura it emitted seemed almost tangible, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. How could it be? The two envoys were completely dumbfounded, and even Ding Long was left in shock. Their eyes were fixed on the beast, as if struck by lightning, leaving them trembling, their brains flooded with dopamine. They could hardly believe their eyes. The strong physique, the dark scales, the aura of dark corrosion. It was the unmistakable form of an emperor of dark creatures, a top predator of the world, the black dragon Nyack. The three stammered, unable to speak, feeling like clowns. Ding Long was astounded, realizing that what Lin Sheng had said was true. This was indeed an emperor-level beast, and it was the offspring of the legendary black dragon Nyack. More importantly, this beast was summoned from the beast space, meaning the contract was successful. Damn, an emperor-level cub, and the pinnacle of emperor-level beings. Such a creature probably couldn't be found more than 10 times worldwide. That dark aura was unforgettable, reminiscent of scenes seen in videos. The burly man's voice trembled as he thought, this is like finding a treasure. With the first beast comparable to Du Ning, and now this second beast, their recruitment standards were met. Not just their academy, but countless forces would extend an olive branch to Lin Sheng if this got out. Lin, our Zhufeng Academy's doors are always open for you. If you join our Dragon Slaying Academy, we are willing to offer you access to a secondary blood pool. The two were thrilled. A secondary blood pool. The blood pool of a king-level creature. One use could cost over 100 billion. Meanwhile, a special plane from the imperial capital was about to land at the camp. The three disaster-level beast tamers couldn't hide their shock. Throughout history, many have attempted to form contracts with emperor-level beast cubs, but only a few have succeeded in making them submit. The key often lies in the tamer's aura and strength. If their talent is too low, or their first contracted beast is too weak, the emperor-level cub might feel dissatisfied, even resisting to the death rather than forming a contract with a human. How did Lin Sheng manage to persuade this descendant of the Black Dragon to follow him? Moreover, this was the cub of the Black Dragon that had been missing for years, now appearing again within the borders of the Dragon Nation. The surrounding students were clueless, unable to fathom why the three disaster-level tamers were so visibly shocked. They had only heard the name of the Black Dragon Nyack, never having seen it. The video from back then was circulated only among the high-ranking officials to avoid public panic. Spreading such videos indiscriminately would result in a manhunt by the Beast Tamer Association for anyone other than disaster-level tamers. Lin really contracted this disaster-level cub? No way. And in just one day, the crowd was filled with confusion. No wonder he had been training outside. He was building rapport between the two beasts. How did Lin Sheng accomplish this? Even so, the reaction of the three seemed exaggerated. Disaster-level tamers are highly respected wherever they go, having seen all sorts of situations. Contracting a disaster-level cub has happened before. This black creature looks imposing and powerful, its bloodline not low. But is it really enough to scare disaster-level tamers? Someone questioned. After all, no matter how high its potential, it seemed only to be at a warrior level now. How strong could it be? Could it really be an emperor-level cub? Everyone present was stunned, and Di Qian, standing beside Ding Long, also realized this. She felt a pang of guilt for having doubted Lin Sheng before. She had questioned him, not realizing that everything he said was true. They just hadn't believed him. Thinking of how Lin Sheng trained his two beasts in the wild despite the skepticism of teachers and classmates, Di Qian's eyes welled up. She understood that Lin Sheng likely wanted to keep the cub away from others to avoid affecting the contract, which is why he didn't prove his innocence earlier. Di Qian was filled with remorse for not believing Lin Sheng. In reality, Lin Sheng didn't let Xiaoling out because it was too lively, with a strong fighting spirit, wanting to challenge everyone it met. When they first met, Xiaoling ambushed Xiaobai in the forest, leaving a mark on Xiaobai's scales with a kick, only to be caught and thoroughly beaten by Xiaobai. That was in the past. Now, the two pet beasts have become much closer, almost like real brothers. So, what do you think, student? The robust man asked again, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. What's so great about Everest? The air there is freezing. It's not suitable for a black dragon at all. The lean man immediately countered, eyeing the black dragon as if it were a rare treasure. Haha, a black dragon can adapt anywhere. The muscular man retorted, his eyes shining with excitement, almost leaning in closer to the black dragon. Look at those scales, that fur, that muscular power. This is a truly outstanding beast. If it evolves to the level of its mother, having such a pet beast would make you a formidable presence just entering the disaster level, among the most feared beast tamers. Once it grows to the emperor level, Dragon Country will have a national guardian beast. The two of them couldn't dare to imagine any further, their hearts filled with hopes for the future. That so-called lighthouse country? They probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly before Dragon Country. One of them remarked with emotion. Did I hear that right? Did those two envoys say this is a black dragon? Could it be the legendary black dragon that attacked the coastal cities of the lighthouse country? The one that stomped down and destroyed hundreds of skyscrapers, he exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. The skyscrapers in the coastal cities are made of special materials. They wouldn't collapse easily even in a tsunami. To crush them all with a single stomp? How powerful must it be? And now it's being fought over by two envoys to join their top 5 academies. Am I dreaming? It's real. I'm not dreaming. The surrounding geniuses were practically drooling, wishing they could take its place. Out of millions in Yang City, only a handful could enter the training camp, and getting into one of the top 5 academies was even rarer. Being specially recruited by one was almost impossible. Yet now, Lin Sheng is not only specially recruited by the Martial Academy, but is also being competed for. What an honor. Even the top scorer in the college entrance exams wouldn't receive such treatment. What top scorer? That's nothing. If the Emperor-level youngling is willing to be second, then this snake's talent and bloodline must be exceptional too. Their eyes fell on the little white snake beside them, hearts skipping a beat, as if they had seen this kind of pet beast in a picture somewhere but couldn't recall it. So, what do you think, student? They asked again in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Lin Sheng shook his head. I want to go to the Magic City Academy, even if I'm not specially recruited. I can get in on my own. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, they weren't surprised. A genius like him didn't need special recruitment. He would surely get into one of the top 5 academies. A bit of pride is normal. It seems he indeed has reasons to be proud. Officially, the top 5 academies are ranked the same, but in reality, the Magic City and Imperial City academies are the two most competitive and strongest. Moreover, there are often clashes between students from these two academies. Although it's unclear whether these two academies will offer special recruitment, an Emperor-level youngling alone isn't enough to warrant it. At least, the pet beast's skill proficiency must reach the master level. The two of them spoke quietly, acknowledging the high difficulty. However, what they didn't know was that the little white snake not only had many master-level skills, but also some perfect-level skills. Miss Sue, the plane is about to land. A sweet and charming attendant informed the girl with burgundy hair in the private jet. The girl nodded, then stood up and put on a black coat. With the roaring sound of the landing, the private jet smoothly touched down at the training camp. The clearly visible Imperial Capital Academy logo on the aircraft left the students present in shock, prompting whispers. Could it be that the Imperial Capital Academy is here for special recruitment? Before anyone could react, a stunning girl with burgundy hair and striking features walked towards the crowd with long strides. Her arms were casually crossed in front of her, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings with an air of superiority. It was none other than Su Xian from the Imperial Capital. Students from the Everest and dragon-slaying bases immediately recognized her, thinking to themselves, the Scarlet Mirage, the rising star of the Imperial Capital Academy. Hello, you two. Su Xian greeted them. Although she was only at the peak of the monarch level and still had a gap compared to the two before her, her age and achievements commanded respect. Reaching the peak of the monarch level at her age promised an extraordinary future. The two disaster-level beast tamers, limited by age, found it hard to make further breakthroughs. Moreover, representing the Imperial Capital Academy, Su Xian naturally did not need to address them as seniors. The Scarlet Mirage was renowned in the Imperial Capital, having ventured alone into secret realms where even monarch-level beast tamers struggled to survive, successfully overcoming numerous challenges. Who among the monarch-level beast tamers hadn't heard of her name? Who is Lin Sheng? Su Xian asked directly. Her gaze swept over the crowd, causing many timid boys to avoid eye contact. Lin Sheng curiously observed the girl before him, thinking, is this the same Su Xian who wet the bed as a teenager? He had heard about this from his sister, feeling a bit anxious that if Su Xian found out, he might be in for a scolding. Finally, Su Xian's gaze met Lin Sheng's. You are Lin Sheng, right? She asked. Yes, Lin Sheng replied, feeling relieved. Su Xian sized him up, thinking, he's quite handsome. Living with 3 people might not be so bad. However, she wasn't particularly fond of pretty boys, as she had achieved everything through her own efforts. Shall we leave now? The two disaster-level beast tamers prepared to depart. If they couldn't recruit Lin Sheng, there was no point in testing the other students, as they didn't meet even the basic requirements. Did no one pass the test? Su Xian asked casually, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. How could this Lin Sheng, unable to pass the special recruitment of the Dragon-slaying and Everest academies, possibly qualify for their top-tier Imperial Capital Academy? The 2 young girls nearby were quite pretty. Su Xian had noticed them chatting and laughing before her arrival. At this moment, an image of a rich playboy, one who frivolously flirted with decent girls, contrasted sharply with her ideal perfect candidate. It's like night and day. Yet, these two are siblings, can you believe it? But the boss's orders are absolute. Come back to the Imperial Academy with me. The boss wants. No, you have to come with me today. Su Xian almost let it slip. The crowd around them was dumbfounded, their mouths agape. They understood why those two were eager to recruit Lin Sheng earlier, given the Emperor-level potential. But this scene baffled them. Special envoy? To recruit a student, they need to pass a test, right? The bald instructor asked nervously. Su Xian shot him a cold glance, which made him shiver and fall silent. Is this the infamous Crimson Phantom? Terrifying indeed. The mere aura emanating from her was enough to intimidate him, a Lord-level beast master. Outsiders should keep quiet. Can't I take someone back to the Imperial Academy for testing? Su Xian said coldly. Are you kidding me? This spoiled brat could pass the Imperial Special Recruitment? Would the boss have sent her to make exceptions if that were the case? Making exceptions? Don't you all understand? Su Xian thought she had made herself clear, but why were these people still cluelessly asking questions? Do you know what making exceptions is? It's about connections, you idiots. Su Xian suddenly felt it was difficult to communicate with them. Di Qian sensed something was off. This person didn't know Lin Sheng's talents and hadn't tested him, yet wanted to take him to the Imperial Academy. Moreover, the admission criteria for the Imperial Academy are 10 or even 100 times more stringent than the other 3 academies. Special Envoy Su, did you come alone? Di Qian asked, worried about Lin Sheng.
Yes.
Su Xian frowned slightly. This making exceptions thing isn't quite what she imagined. Shouldn't it be as simple as her saying the word and the kid eagerly following? Living in the Imperial Academy for so long, Su Xian was used to people constantly trying to get close to her, naturally developing an air of superiority. Yet, Lin Sheng showed no happiness at the prospect of being recruited by the Imperial Academy. If it were some of the spoiled brats she knew, they'd probably line up to grovel at her feet for the chance. Su Xian's arrogance is understandable. The academy is not only wealthy but incredibly powerful. The students there are at least king level, and upon graduation, they are at least disaster level beastmasters. Even the teachers are disaster level, backed by countless disaster level beastmasters. They form a tight-knit group that others would give anything to join. This is why everyone wants their child to enter the academy. It's a golden opportunity to rise to greatness. Seems we'll have to test then. Fine, fine. A test it is, Su Xian said reluctantly. The crowd was utterly speechless. Why does it feel like we're the ones begging you to test? Weren't you here to recruit? How about this? Achieve Lord level in Beast Mastery, latest stage Warrior level. Have Onino, a proficient level skill. As long as you can hit 10,000 tons of force on the punching machine, you pass? Su Xian carefully chose her words, seemingly afraid of raising the bar too high. Everyone was left with question marks. The students were stunned. The 3 instructors were utterly bewildered. Even Ding Long couldn't understand. With these requirements, who in the training camp couldn't meet them? You're not here to recruit. You're here to stock up. Are you sure you're not from an electronics factory looking for workers? Oh my gosh. This is practically an advanced level skill. Are you serious? Don't most Lord level beasts have this kind of proficiency? Does that mean I can get into the Imperial Capital Academy? Something feels off though. Better check it out first. The students exchanged confused glances, not quite understanding. And claiming to have the strength of 10,000 tons is quite bold. Beasts have been known for their strength since ancient times. Under continuous attacks, latest stage warrior creatures can easily reach 10,000 or even 20,000 tons, and Lord-level creatures can effortlessly reach 100,000 to 500,000 tons. Su Xian hadn't tested for so long that she almost forgot the standards. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Su Xian quickly instructed her assistant to bring a strength tester into the arena. Lin Sheng was about to speak when Su Xian interrupted him. She urgently said, "Quick, test the beast's strength." Since words weren't working, she decided to cut to the chase. After the test, she would simply say there was only one spot available, grab her little brother, and leave, not giving Lin Sheng a chance to explain. A machine covered with a membrane made of beast hide was placed in front of Lin Sheng. He smiled wryly, thinking, she really doesn't listen. It seemed that if he didn't test, Su Xian wouldn't let him go. However, this was a good opportunity. He hadn't tested Xiao Bai's strength to see what level it had reached. A competitive spirit ignited within him, as his goal was to become the strongest beast tamer. To do so, he needed a clear understanding of his own strength to plan his growth path. Xiao Bai. At Lin Sheng's call, Xiao Bai approached the large drum, raised its snake tail, and struck it hard. Wham! The force was tremendous, and the air echoed with explosive sounds. 130,000 tons. Generally, lore-level strength is around 100,000 tons, so 130,000 tons was quite impressive. The students and instructors weren't too surprised, but even the usually calm Su Xian was slightly taken aback, thinking, maybe this brother isn't so bad after all? However, before anyone could continue pondering, a layer of pitch-black keratin suddenly covered Xiao Bai, concentrating at the tip of its tail. Whoosh! Xiao Bai exerted immense force, its tail cutting through the air with a sonic boom, then crashing onto the drum. Boom! The deafening sound exploded in the arena, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, leaving everyone's eardrums aching. They all looked at the scene in disbelief, thinking, full body hardening, and it can focus on a single point. That's a mastery-level hardening skill. Even Su Xian's heart skipped a beat at this moment. Mastery-level hardening. Although the hardening skill is quite common among various skills, reaching mastery level is incredibly difficult. To master this skill, it typically requires at least 30 to 40 years of diligent practice. However, Lin Sheng's contracted pet, Xiaobai, has reached mastery-level proficiency in just 6 months. This is undoubtedly a display of genius. 19,000 tons. The final value settled at 19,000 tons, which is nearly the best value that can be achieved in the early stages of a lord's power, close to the 20,000 ton level. Yet, Xiaobai's single attack reached 20,000 tons, which far exceeds what is deemed excellent. But that's not the end. The numbers continued to fluctuate as Xiaobai's snake tail gradually transformed into a pitch-black sphere amidst the flow of black keratin. Perfect level hardening. Everyone present was completely stunned, including Su Xian, who widened her eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the young man in the arena. How is this possible? Even her beast's hardening skill had only reached the perfect level, and her beast was already at the king level, nearing disaster level. But could it really be true that this boy had only contracted his beast for 6 months? Boom. The power of Xiaobai's tail was immense. With the enhancement of perfect level hardening, it could channel the black keratin to any part of its body, even transforming these parts into forms like knives, swords, axes, or hammers. The concentrated power was twice as potent as when spread across its entire body. This strike landed on the drum, instantly sending out rippling waves. Before the ripples faded, Xiaobai's tail struck again. No, it smashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds echoed throughout the arena, nearly causing some beast masters of the warrior level to stumble. These were not ordinary people, but beast masters with exceptionally strong physiques, and they almost fell, illustrating the immense power Xiaobai wielded with its tail. What is happening? Is this a bomber? The students nearby clutched their ears tightly, eyes wide open, witnessing the madness unfolding before them. Are you sure this beast is just a snake? Why is the terrifying power it displays even stronger than what they tested before? Such overwhelming power, if faced by a night giant, might even cause its armor to explode with a single tail whip. Luckily, Song Yunzong wasn't present. Otherwise, seeing this scene might have shattered his composure. Lin Sheng, your progress is unbelievably fast. Ding Long and the 3 instructors watched the scene closely. They had spent the most time with Lin Sheng, witnessing his journey from warrior level to lord level, and such progress was truly astonishing. Su Xian was utterly stunned, her eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, staring at the young man in disbelief. Her heart was racing, as if it might leap from her chest. This scene felt so familiar. Years ago, the leader had similarly silenced everyone with sheer power. Now, her brother was displaying equally terrifying strength. Moreover, it seemed the young man merely wanted to test his limits. If she hadn't insisted, Lin Sheng might not have acted at all. Finally, Xiaobai ceased its attack, and its tail gradually returned to normal. Yet, the numbers on the drum refused to stop. 59 tons, 71 tons, 90 tons. The numbers on the strength testing device soared like a storm, finally slowing down near 90 tons. The scene fell into a stunned silence. A force of 90 tons was comparable to that of some weaker early-stage monarch-level beasts. Could it be that Lin Sheng, merely at the lord level, possessed combat power nearing that of a weak monarch? Everyone couldn't help but gaze at Xiaobai with a mixture of shock and awe. Xiaobai's scales were broad and radiant, exuding a mesmerizing luster. Its pale golden eyes held an unusual allure that drew you in, almost as if your soul was being captivated. Most striking were the small horns a few centimeters long on its head. Yet, no one could determine Xiaobai's species. In this world, horned snakes were not uncommon, like the unicorn python and the celestial bull serpent, both boasting impressive horns. But the beauty of Xiaobai's scales was unlike anything anyone had seen before. Its innate abilities and combat prowess were clearly beyond what lesser creatures like the unicorn python and celestial bull serpent could achieve. It took a while for everyone to recover from the shock. Su Xian's eyes narrowed into crescents as a smile spread across her face. Great. This kind of combat power is enough for us to recruit you. I knew it. Genius runs in the family. With such a strong sister, how could the brother be weak? Lin Sheng, however, spoke calmly. I don't want to go to the imperial city. I want to rely on my own strength to apply to other academies. Su Xian's expression froze, her voice cutting like a cold blade. If not to the imperial city, what are you staying here for? Be good. Come back with your sister. Lin Sheng closed his eyes, thinking to himself, this snake doesn't eat handouts. Xiaobai seemed to agree. Su Xian's demeanor instantly turned icy, her pale red eyes glaring at Lin Sheng like frozen daggers, chilling the surrounding air. Being refused often brought out this side of Su Xian, and her emotions were hard to suppress. The Scarlet Phantom had personally invited him, and no one had dared refuse before. However, her expression soon returned to calm. Since you're determined to go to other academies, then go. Her words carried a veiled threat as she turned to leave. Lin Sheng was puzzled. Why didn't she try to persuade me more? He understood that students from the Magic City and the Imperial City often competed, with high stakes involved. Someone as renowned as the Scarlet Phantom might not challenge him directly, but could find someone stronger to deal with him. The resources of the two academies were those students with limitless potential, and such competitive poaching was tacitly allowed, as no one wanted to be seen as a traitor or a servant to two masters. It might be troublesome, but who cares, Lin Sheng thought, shaking his head for reassurance. Although Xiao Bai's combat power was at the early Lord level, it was already capable of handling beasts at the late Lord level, giving him some confidence. Looking at this fearless young man, Qilin couldn't help but smile wryly. She thought to herself, he's really caught the attention of the Crimson Phantom. Even a beast master at the early stage of monarchy would find it hard to sleep if noticed by her. Let alone Lin Sheng, who's just a freshman. If he goes to the Magic City Academy without any senior protection, he might soon be snatched away by the Imperial City, where he would certainly endure a lot of hardship. Everyone could see that the Crimson Phantom seemed quite fond of Lin Sheng, not only speaking to him softly, but even pleading with him to join the Imperial City Academy. Meanwhile, news from the camp quickly spread outside. In the upper echelons of the Magic City Academy, a man in a black suit excitedly said, "You must immediately recruit this student named Lin Sheng. He possesses a pet beast that can leap 2 levels and even has a young Emperor-level black dragon. Our Magic City Academy has truly struck gold." A teacher nodded repeatedly. Such talent is indeed rare. It's said that Lin Sheng is an S-level beastmaster, having awakened a top-tier beast space. If he joins the Magic City Academy, it would be a significant boost in the competition against the Imperial City Academy. In a dark skyscraper in the city, 4 or 5 top-tier beast masters sat around a round table. Someone mentioned, this Lin Sheng, just turned 18, has already joined our Dragon Slayer Bureau. He was recruited by Qilin from Yang City. Another person excitedly added, 18 years old. To find such a genius for the Dragon Slayer Bureau, we must reward him. Immediately promote Lin Sheng and provide him with a growth fund. We must keep him firmly within the Dragon Slayer Bureau. They unanimously agreed, with no dissent. The only empty seat at the round table was the director's. At this time, various factions in the shadows also began to stir. The military, Dragon Slayer Bureau, Beastmaster Association, and even some private guilds and chambers of commerce all extended offers to Lin Sheng. The generous rewards were hard to refuse, with each organization offering starting funds in the millions. If Lin Sheng were inexperienced, he might be overwhelmed. But now, his goal is clear. First enter the Magic City Academy, then use the Academy's resources to hunt powerful beasts and extract their genes. Today marks the end of training, and the blood pool has been fully absorbed by Xiao Bai. Lin Sheng gently stroked Xiao Bai's smooth scales in the room, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Xiao Bai's level has broken through to the mid-lord stage, acquiring many lord-level skills, such as proficiency in gigantification, a skill to change shape temporarily, and his favorite, the cloud-swallowing skill, which allows Xiao Bai to emit mist and obscure the surrounding view. There are countless other minor abilities. Although some powerful skills are species-specific and can't be inherited by Xiao Bai, which Lin Sheng finds somewhat regrettable, the training has come to an end. How did my brother do on the test? He passed. Su Xian sat on the private jet, holding her phone, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Ming on the other end of the line seemed a bit anxious. Well, he doesn't want to come to the capital. Su Xian recounted everything that happened at the training camp to Lin Ming. Lin Ming fell silent on the other end. A smile tugged at her lips. The little guy did quite well. I thought he'd struggle to get into one of the 5 universities. Lin Ming felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude, and then she relaxed. In that case, we'll wait for the school year to start. I'll find a way to get him to the capital. Lin Ming's tone was cheerful, clearly in a good mood. It was the first time Su Xian had seen the boss so happy, and she was a bit surprised. Rejecting me, that's going to be tough. Lin Ming is great at dealing with disobedient freshmen. Su Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. When that rebellious kid arrives at the university in the capital, there will be plenty of time to deal with him. Lin Ming is known for her skill in handling the students there, never having failed in that regard. Being noticed by her is almost an honor. Let's go. At the training camp, Qilin boarded the return plane with Lin Sheng and Bai He. After bidding farewell to the instructors, they left the camp. On the return journey, the outside world remained a blur. In just half an hour, the plane landed back in Yangqing. The city was decorated with banners everywhere, welcoming the top student Lin Sheng back home. Lin Sheng felt awkward seeing all this attention. Some outsiders, unaware of the situation, were puzzled. Hasn't the college entrance exam not started yet? Who is this top student? You don't know Lin Sheng? The college entrance exam is nothing compared to this. He's been specially recruited by the university in the capital. Special recruitment? Does that mean he doesn't have to take the exam to get in? Hundreds get into the 5 universities every year, but special recruits are probably less than one. That's right. And it's not just about getting into the university in the capital. Many influential people want to recruit him. How could a small city like Yangqing produce such a genius? The outsiders were amazed. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng had returned home. Outside his house, a crowd of reporters and neighbors had gathered, hoping to bask in the glory of the top student. Oh, I've always known Lin Sheng was smart. His sister got into the university in the capital too, and I watched her go. Now they are both stars. Yes, I even held him when he was a child. It's just a pity that his life has been tough, losing both parents. Unlike my son, who can't even get into the lowest rank university. Yes, yes. Look at Lin Sheng. Even the mayor of Yangqing praised him on TV. So embarrassing. I wonder when the boy will be back? The scene was lively. Even from thousands of meters away, Lin Sheng could see it clearly. Held me as a child? Lin Sheng was dumbfounded. He didn't remember any of it. When he lost his parents, he didn't see this kind of warmth from the neighbors. Only a few had offered help, and then they lost contact. But Lin Sheng could understand. Raising their own children was hard enough. How could they afford to support 2 more people? Training a beast master was already the limit for an average family. At that moment, Lin Sheng truly understood the saying, when you're poor, no one in the busy city cares. When you're rich, distant relatives appear even in the remote mountains. Such is human nature. Lin Sheng didn't hold any grudges and took a detour to enter his home through the back door. As soon as he got home, Qilin called him. The special envoy from Modu, a representative from the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and some important figures from Yangqing want to meet you. Should they come to your house, or should we meet at Yangqing Noble Academy? Let's meet at the Noble Academy, Lin Sheng replied. He had already learned about the special recruitment from Modu while on the plane. After hanging up, Lin Sheng took a moment to look around his home, knowing this might be the last time he saw it. But this also meant he had become stronger than before. At Yangqing Noble Academy, in a spacious office, the special envoy from Modu and the representative from the Dragon Slaying Bureau were conversing with the mayor of Yangqing. Ha ha ha, we're fortunate to have the mayor help cultivate such outstanding students for our Modu Academy, the mayor said modestly. The principal of Yangqing Noble Academy smiled broadly, feeling secretly proud, as Lin Sheng was one of their alumni, which meant they could claim some credit. I'm here on behalf of the Dragon Slaying Bureau to commend Lin Sheng, the envoy said. Of course. Our Dragon Nation never neglects talented students. Everyone took turns praising Lin Sheng. Once he graduated from Modu Academy, he would at least be a king-level beastmaster and might even grow to become a disaster-level beastmaster. How could they not try to win him over? Soon, Lin Sheng arrived in the office. Hello, everyone. He greeted as he entered, and they all responded. So young. Just as the director said, only 18 and with such achievements. He looks so dignified. The representative from the Dragon Slaying Bureau marveled. The special envoy from Modu Academy stepped forward with anticipation in his voice. Lin Sheng, I'm here to personally offer you a special recruitment to our Modu Academy. We've already assessed your combat ability, so there's no need for tests or entrance exams. You can start at Modu directly when the term begins. Would you like to join our academy? The envoy was slightly nervous, but Lin Sheng nodded silently, finally putting the envoy's mind at ease. Though he had heard Lin Sheng intended to join Modu Academy, receiving an official confirmation was thrilling. Our Dragon Slaying Bureau's senior officials have unanimously decided to promote you to an official team member and appoint you as the captain of the Yangqing branch. You now have the right to enter the clever secret realms controlled by our bureau, which is a significant privilege, the envoy continued. The position of captain of the Yangqing branch was almost equivalent to Di Qian and instructor Liu, holding real power in Yangqing. But what truly tempted Lin Sheng was the right to enter the secret realms. In today's world, if there's anything money can't buy, it's the resources from those secret realms. Before leaving, the special envoy from Modu reminded Lin Sheng. You need to certify your status as a Lord-level Beastmaster. The entrance exams will end in less than half a month, so make sure to certify your status before then. As soon as Lin Sheng left, he headed straight to the Beastmaster Association. The grand entrance of the Beast Tamer Association stood tall, drawing countless aspiring beast tamers eager to validate their credentials. The association in Yang City was bustling with activity, and the staff, with a warm smile, gently gazed at the young man before them, thinking to themselves, this young man is quite handsome. Welcome to the Yang City Beast Tamer Association. How may I assist you today? She inquired. I'm here to certify my status as a Lord-level Beast Tamer. Lin Sheng replied confidently, handing over his identification. Lord-level. The staff member's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to herself, certified as a Lord-level Beast Tamer at just 18? What a prodigy. She quickly took the identification without delay. Upon seeing Lin Sheng's name, she gasped. covering her mouth with her hands in disbelief as she looked at the handsome young man. Is everything all right? Any issues? Lin Sheng asked with a smile. No, no issues at all. Please follow me. The staff member, excited, led Lin Sheng to the testing area. The process was remarkably smooth, and Lin Sheng effortlessly obtained his certification as a mid-tier Lord-level beast tamer, officially documented in the records. A mid-tier Lord-level beast tamer. Lin Sheng felt a surge of excitement, never expecting he would achieve such a feat one day. At the staff's request, he posed for a commemorative photo before leaving the Beast Tamer Association. Now, as the team leader of the Yang City branch of the Dragon Slayer Bureau, Lin Sheng had the privilege to access information about ferocious beasts. This information was not publicly available and was exclusive to Lord-level beast tamers. As a team leader, he held even higher clearance. Lin Sheng opened his phone and began browsing through the relevant data. After several minutes, his attention was caught by one entry. The floating whale. This creature could fly without wings, possessing the very ability Xiaobai needed. Even the weakest juveniles were at king level, with adults reaching the late stages of calamity level, leaving Lin Sheng in awe. However, he now had a method to enable Xiaobai to fly, needing only to work towards this goal. He then discovered the Thunderhorn Rabbit, featuring a sharp horn capable of releasing lightning to instantly kill calamity-level beasts, with its juveniles also at king level. Additionally, there was the 9-headed Divine Python, dwelling in coastal jungles, with 9 heads capable of emitting 3 elemental forces, also a calamity-level beast. Even through the screen, Lin Sheng could feel a touch of intimidation, aware that his current strength was far from sufficient to face these creatures. It seems I must become stronger, Lin Sheng resolved, setting a clear goal. To become a calamity-level beast tamer, hunt ferocious beasts, and make Xiaobai the strongest creature in the world. He heard that 90 of students graduating from the academies in the Magic Capital and Imperial Capital became calamity-level beast tamers, while the remaining 10 perished during school trials. Graduating from the Magic Capital Academy, I can become a calamity-level beast tamer. Lin Sheng was filled with confidence, yet he also felt a sense of urgency. The Crimson Phantom kept its word, and he knew that upon reaching the Magic Capital, he would face immense pressure and encounter many beast tamers stronger than himself. Moreover, there was no clever secret realm under the Dragon Slayer Bureau in Yang City, compelling him to seek offensive capabilities by exploring the surrounding wilds for beasts with attack skills. He typed Yang City, Lord level, and other keywords into the search bar, embarking on a new exploration. Thunder Dragon Python. It's roughly at the Lord level and is the leader of the group of lightning snakes. After the secret realm around Yang City was breached, there are still 7 or 8 Thunder Dragon Pythons roaming in the jungle. Each one is accompanied by at least dozens, if not hundreds, of lightning snakes. This is it. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. Although there are many Lord-level beasts deep in the Yang City jungle, only about 7 or 8 of them have mutated into Thunder Dragon Pythons. To find one, you have to join a hunter team capable of venturing deep into the jungle. Lin Sheng returned to the Hunters Association once again. Lin, why are you back again? The girl spoke nervously after Lin Sheng left, having learned that Lin Sheng had now become the deputy head of the Dragon Slayer Bureau, which essentially controls the entire Dragon Slayer force in Yang City. So young to become the deputy head, his future is boundless. Countless young ladies from noble families would try to win his favor. How could a small employee like her have a chance? But it's always good to maintain a good relationship. Are there any teams from the Beast Tamer Association going out to hunt Thunder Dragon Pythons? Lin Sheng asked directly. Thunder Dragon Python. That beast killed a Lord-level beast tamer 2 years ago. It's extremely dangerous. And since there aren't many Lord-level beast tamers in Yang City, few would form a team to hunt the Thunder Dragon Python. Generally, anything with dragon in its name is extremely fierce. Alright, do you know where the Thunder Dragon Python usually appears? Lin Sheng asked again. The records in the Beast Tamer Association might not be very clear, but being a local, I might know something. I've heard some old hunters say that if you keep heading southeast in the jungle, you'll come across a lake. Once you see it, you must stay away. They've seen a Thunder Dragon Python by that lake. The staff member seemed deep in thought. That hunter was a veteran Lord-level beast tamer. If even he said it's dangerous, it must truly be life-threatening. A lake? Interesting. Lin Sheng smiled. He guessed there must be something special about that lake. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract a mutated creature like the Thunder Dragon Python. What could be in there to give a creature the dragon title? Lin Sheng grew more curious. But Captain Lin, you mustn't go alone. There were once 3 Lord-level beast tamers who almost lost their lives trying to slay a Thunder Dragon Python together. You probably just broke through to the Lord level, right? Encountering a mutated creature like the Thunder Dragon Python would leave you with almost no chance of survival. Thank you. Lin Sheng waved his hand, not taking the staff member's words to heart. Xiaobai's strength was now at the pinnacle of the Lord level, even capable of confronting some weaker, early-stage king-level beasts hidden. There was nothing to fear at the Lord level. After leaving the Beast Tamer Association, Lin Sheng casually caught a ride to the jungle's edge. By then, some hunters had already gathered there. As soon as Lin Sheng got out of the vehicle, a few people started approaching him. Recognized already? Well, Lin Sheng didn't like to hide too much anyway. He waited with a smile as they approached. Should I speak as a captain or be more friendly? Lin Sheng was still undecided when, hey, you over there. Yes, you, the handsome one. Lin Sheng, who was quite handsome, was taken aback. How could they not recognize him? He smiled wryly to himself. He had hoped to rely on his own abilities, but once again, it was his looks that drew attention. In front of him, a freckled girl waved him over, clearly interested in him because of his appearance. She told Lin Sheng that their team had a Lord-level Beastmaster leading it, and that they needed one more person, inviting him to join. Lin Sheng was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that since he was being invited, he might as well join them. He had initially planned to find some fans to follow him, but protecting them along the way would be troublesome. Just then, a scruffy-looking Beastmaster glanced at Lin Sheng, clearly the Lord-level Beastmaster of the group. Yes, Captain who? The freckled girl responded. She reminded Lin Sheng that once they entered the depths of the forest, he must follow Captain Hu's orders and not act on his own to avoid losing his life. A nearby boy, seeing Lin Sheng's good looks and his closeness to the girl, felt a twinge of jealousy but still kindly warned him. No worries, I'm a Lord-level Beastmaster too. You? A Lord level? You think you're Lin Sheng? The freckled girl rolled her eyes, obviously not believing him. To her, Lin Sheng seemed like nothing more than a poser, unlikely to be a Lord-level Beastmaster. Lin Sheng was secretly surprised. How could he be so well known yet no one knew what he looked like? It seemed the Beastmaster's right to privacy was well protected. Lin Sheng joined the group, silently reminding himself that a reputation is earned through actions, not words. The team, consisting of about 6 or 7 people, summoned their beasts upon entering the forest. There were iron-shelled road turtles, blood-red wolves, and giant steel-bladed mantises, while the Lord-level Beastmaster's pet was a black-feathered steel eagle, which hovered in the air, quickly scouting for prey. In less than half a day, they had ventured deep into the forest, hunting dozens of warrior-level beasts, most of which were latest-stage warriors. The freckled girl excitedly told Lin Sheng that Captain Hu was one of the few Lord-level Beastmasters in Yang City and worked for the Dragon Slayer Bureau. He hunted beasts to earn money to cure his wife's illness. She added that Captain Hu had always been kind to people, and once they were out, they could expect his generosity. At that moment, the black-feathered steel eagle swooped down from the sky, accurately killing a thunder snake. Someone from the team immediately went forward to collect the carcass, and the atmosphere was tense yet exhilarating. As they were about to enter the depths of the jungle, utmost caution was necessary. If they encountered any Lord-level beasts, especially the snakes with blue markings, they needed to avoid them immediately. Upon sighting such a creature, they were to turn and run without hesitation. Captain Hu emphasized this seriously, and everyone acknowledged his instructions. It was clear that this wasn't the first time the Lord-level beast tamer had stressed such precautions. Lin Sheng, who was part of the team, nodded silently, feeling reassured by the captain's responsible demeanor. Although he was just brought along to make up the numbers, Captain Hu never treated him as expendable. In fact, he hadn't been asked to act at all. The treatment was notably better compared to some hunter teams that enlist individual beast tamers for dangerous missions. This, combined with the fact that Captain Hu was from the Dragon Slaying Bureau, made Lin Sheng trust him even more. Once they entered the forest area, the group's movements became even more cautious. While latest-stage warrior-level thunder snakes were rare on the outskirts, they appeared frequently within this forest. Despite having 3 or 4 latest-stage warrior-level beast tamers in the group, progress was still challenging. Lin Sheng attempted to volunteer several times, but his offers were declined. Eventually, Captain Hu decided to rest in place before heading back, as they had already gained plenty, and there was no need to risk their lives further. The group halted, taking out food and water from their backpacks. I'm going to the bathroom, Lin Sheng said, and turned to head into the jungle. Captain Hu frowned and warned, be careful, don't go too far. Lin Sheng nodded and quickly disappeared into the forest. Xiao Ling, he called out, and a pitch-black warhorse covered in scales appeared, exuding an aura of darkness. Lin Sheng leapt onto Xiao Ling's back and sped towards the southeast of the jungle. Along the way, a latest-stage warrior-level thunder snake attacked, but Xiao Ling and Xiao Bai worked in perfect tandem, sending it flying with a tail whip. With nearly 1,000,000 tons of force, even a Lord-level beast would struggle to withstand it, let alone a warrior-level one. Still no sign of it? Lin Sheng wondered. Xiao Ling galloped at full speed, traveling at 3 times the speed of sound, causing sonic booms as they moved. Within minutes, they had covered dozens of kilometers. Finally, Xiao Ling leapt over a thicket, revealing a lake before them. Around the lake, 3 giant pythons with blue patterns lay coiled, the thunder dragon pythons. Lin Sheng felt a surge of excitement, but as he approached the lake, his body began to tingle. It seemed the lake water was charged with electricity, explaining why the thunder dragon pythons favored the area. Hiss! The three thunder dragon pythons sensed Lin Sheng's approach, emitting crackling sounds as a warning. Through the lake water, Lin Sheng saw blue stones radiating with lightning at the bottom, dozens, if not hundreds of them. These were lightning stones, each worth millions. This place was a treasure trove. Lin Sheng was thrilled, realizing that the lightning stones were crucial for honing lightning skills and enhancing pet defenses. No wonder these thunder dragon pythons dominated the forest. They controlled the entire lake. This treasure is meant for me, not for these beasts, Lin Sheng thought to himself. The thunder dragon pythons, realizing Lin Sheng's intentions, became filled with murderous intent, ready to confront the intruder. Deep in the jungle, Captain, whose brow was furrowed with a sense of unease. Lin Sheng had been missing for over 10 minutes and still hadn't returned. Captain, who wondered if it was a flare-up of his prostate condition. He decided to go check. One of the boys in the group stood up and headed deeper into the jungle. A few minutes later, he rushed back with a worried expression. Captain, he's gone. Captain, who immediately stood up, feeling a tightness in his chest. Even if Lin Sheng was gone, it was impossible for him to disappear without a sound. Lin Sheng was a beast tamer, and considering his physical abilities, Captain, who thought to himself, could he have reached the awakening level? If so, he might have been instantly killed by a warlord-level beast without making a sound. It's getting late. We should head back, a team member reminded. We can't leave yet. If he doesn't return in another half hour, then we'll go, Captain, who ordered. Black Hawk, scout the skies around us, and if you spot anyone, notify me immediately. The black-feathered steel eagle responded with a loud cry and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, three thunder dragon pythons with blue electric patterns on their backs were spewing thick bolts of lightning at a white snake. Xiao Bai, as the three thunder dragon pythons closed in, kept dodging the thick lightning, though many currents still struck him. The electric field around the thunder pool greatly hindered Xiao Bai's movements, and Lin Sheng's physical condition made it hard to approach, let alone having Xiao Bai dodge the attacks from the three thunder dragon pythons. These three latest-stage lord-level beasts were indeed formidable opponents. Fortunately, Xiao Bai's scales possessed the electric eel's resistance to electricity, preventing him from being completely overwhelmed. Without this ability, the electric field alone would have immobilized Xiao Bai. However, due to the electric field, weaker thunder snakes couldn't approach the three lord-level beasts. Lin Sheng felt a sense of relief. If those thunder snakes were to attack simultaneously, even Xiao Bai might struggle. Seeing that they couldn't stop Xiao Bai's advance, the three thunder snakes began to work together, unleashing thick blue lightning to encircle Xiao Bai. The three strands of blue lightning formed a giant net. If struck, even early lord-level beasts could perish instantly. Let me go stomp them. Xiao Ling's temper flared up again, lifting its forehoof impatiently. All right, go ahead. Lin Sheng patted its back. Master, I was joking. Xiao Ling quickly calmed down, thinking to itself, how could it be serious? Any one of those latest-stage lord-level snakes could easily defeat it. But just wait until I grow stronger. 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank. When the time comes, won't it be easy to kill these three snakes? At that moment, Xiao Bai finally charged forward. Its tail transformed into a jet-black, razor-sharp blade. With a swift flick, the blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Swoosh! One thunder dragon python was instantly cut in two. Then, with two more swings, swoosh, swoosh, the remaining two thunder dragon pythons were also severed in an instant. All three were killed in a flash. These thunder dragon pythons had formidable attack power at a lord level but lacked defense. In battles, they typically crushed or severely injured their opponents instantly. However, this time, they met their match. Their attacks left only minor scratches on Xiao Bai, not life-threatening at all. Subsequently, Xiao Bai, with its nearly million-ton strength, instantly slaughtered the three thunder dragon pythons. It seemed like a simple kill, but without exceptional resistance to lightning and attack power, these creatures were nearly invincible by the lightning pool. Lin Sheng and Xiao Ling endured the tingling sensation and stepped forward to extract the snake gallbladders of the thunder dragon pythons, using the sequence extraction skill to obtain their bloodline genes, electric-resistant scales, and thunderclap introductory skill genes. Lin Sheng then extracted the genes from the other two thunder dragon pythons and injected them into Xiao Bai. As the genes entered, Xiao Bai's scales began to change. The originally snow-white neck developed a blue-purple lightning mark due to the genetic alteration. Xiao Bai successfully acquired the Thunder Dragon Python's attack skill Thunderclap Mastery. Roar! As Xiao Bai used the skill, its pupils emitted an intense blue-purple electric light, and the lightning mark on its back gradually glowed deep blue. A surge of wild thunder gathered in Xiao Bai's mouth and was forcefully discharged into the pool. The thunderbolt was immensely thick, with a diameter of 3 meters, instantly creating a deep pit in the water. The sheer power left Lin Sheng in awe. Crucially, Lin Sheng could train the thunderclap skill using the lightning stones from the pool. These thunder dragon pythons evolved to such a formidable level just by sensing the lightning across the lake. How much more could Xiaobai evolve by directly using these lightning stones? Excited, Lin Sheng instructed Xiaobai to dive to the lake's bottom and collect dozens, even hundreds, of lightning stones into the beast's space. A total of 139 stones, probably more than the entire stock of Yang City. Meanwhile, in the camp, Captain Hu asked, "How's it going? Black Eagle, have you found them?" Caw. Black Eagle let out a long cry, and Captain Hu nodded, his expression turning serious and then to disbelief, tinged with a hint of shock. "What's wrong, Captain Hu?" Seeing the captain's expression, the nearby team members asked. He was in the midst of battling 3 thunder dragon pythons. To say it was a battle wouldn't be entirely accurate. He was actually facing off against 3 thunder dragon pythons. Due to the terrifying ability of these pythons to unleash lightning, the Black Eagle only dared to observe from a distance, unable to clearly see the scene at the time. As a result, Captain Hu wasn't fully aware of the situation. Thunder dragon pythons are rare, and having 3 of them gathered together is a challenge even for a Lord-level beastmaster. Everyone exchanged glances, each pondering the situation. Captain Hu quietly spoke, leaving everyone even more surprised. No wonder he would turn and run at the sight of a snake with blue patterns. Even his early Lord-level Black Eagle would be killed instantly by a thunder dragon python, clearly on a different level. Captain Hu thought to himself that if he were to flee now, how could he face the senior members of the Dragon Slayer Bureau who once saved him? So, he had to go. As Captain Hu left with the Black Eagle, everyone looked on with admiration. The captain was strong and had good character. Why hadn't he thought of finding a girlfriend? A team member quietly remarked, startling everyone. But those are 3 thunder dragon pythons. The young man is probably beyond saving. Moreover, the thunder dragon pythons should be deep in the forest. How did he manage to get so far in such a short time? Meanwhile, Hurue had flown several dozen kilometers on the back of his Black Eagle and finally saw the lake and the scene below. The skeletons of the 3 thunder dragon pythons, were they already dead? The pure white snake with a faint electric glow turned its head to glance at the sky, sending a chill down Hurue's spine. It was terrifying. Even from such a distance, just one look made him feel a sense of impending doom. Such a feat was impossible even for a thunder dragon python, and they would never leave the vicinity of the thunder pool. This meant that the white snake must have killed the 3 thunder dragon pythons. To kill 3 lord-level thunder dragon pythons simultaneously, could this be a king-level beast? Hurue was utterly shocked. When he saw the snow-white snake approaching a human figure, his shock reached its peak. Who was that person with the explosive hair? Could it be one of Yangqing's grand beast masters? Hurue quickly ran through the list of beast masters in Yangqing with king-level beasts, but none matched the description of someone with such a hairstyle. Not only was the person's hair in an afro-like explosion, but their clothes were also charred and tattered, and their face was covered in dust, clearly having just been through an intense battle. Hurue didn't dare delay, and immediately ordered the Black Hawk to land. With a powerful figure nearby, flying high in the sky seemed extremely disrespectful. "Esteemed elder, I am Hurue from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. May I know who you are?" Hurue landed in front of Lin Sheng, clasping his hands respectfully and cautiously inquiring. Lin Sheng was momentarily stunned, touching his hair that had just been frizzed by electricity, surprised that Hurue didn't recognize him. Just as Lin Sheng was about to reveal his identity, he suddenly heard the words, "Dragon Slaying Bureau. You're also from the Dragon Slaying Bureau?" "Yes, I'm a formal member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau." "Well, that's a coincidence. I'm the newly appointed captain of the Dragon Slaying Bureau here in Yangqing." The new captain? Hurue was taken aback. He had indeed heard that a new captain was coming to Yangqing, with the inauguration ceremony scheduled for tomorrow. Unexpectedly, he encountered him in the jungle today. No wonder he hadn't seen this elder before. It turned out he was newly appointed. "Greetings, Chief. Have you seen a tall, handsome young man, about 18 years old?" "Yes, I've already rescued him." Lin Sheng nodded, feeling secretly pleased. Being newly appointed, he needed to enhance his prestige to command respect. Hurue breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Chief, and that young man's luck is really something. To meet you in this jungle, I wonder if—" "My surname is Lin. Captain Lin. I'll make sure to attend tomorrow's inauguration ceremony on time." A few minutes later, Hurue returned to the camp. "How did it go, Captain? Is he still alive?" "Alive, and he was really lucky to meet the newly appointed chief of the Dragon Slaying Bureau in the jungle." "What?" Everyone exchanged glances, acknowledging the extraordinary luck. If he had encountered an ordinary Lord-level Beastmaster, they might not have been able to save him. It had to be one of the top 3 strong Beastmasters from the Yangqing Beastmaster Association to accomplish that. And he met precisely one of those three, the chief of the dragon-slaying bureau. The new chief's strength is truly formidable. To kill 3 thunder dragons alone, and that too near the thunder pool. Rue's eyes showed admiration, a longing for strength. He initially thought the new captain would be incompetent, but it turned out he was exceptionally strong and willing to help ordinary people. It seems Yangqing has really struck gold. The freckled girl giggled. Yeah, I plan to join the dragon-slaying bureau in the future too. The boy next to her also spoke up, setting his sights on a goal. Haha, you better work hard then. Joining the dragon-slaying bureau isn't easy. You know Captain, who is one of the few Lord-level beastmasters in Yangqing, and even he is just a senior member of the dragon-slaying bureau. The team members laughed heartily. Several minutes later, Lin Sheng found a relatively peaceful spot in the jungle and took out a piece of thunderstone from his beast space. The thunderstone emitted faint traces of electricity, making Lin Sheng's palm tingle slightly, as if an invisible energy was trying to penetrate his flesh, and over time, it even felt somewhat pleasant. Let me check on the Beastmaster Association's network to see how to use this thunderstone. There are 3 main uses for thunderstone. The first is as food for thunder element creatures. The second is to pair it with a special material to enhance a pet beast's defense, with a chance of awakening a strong resistance to lightning or even mutating to gain thunder skills. The third is to directly absorb the thunder energy from the thunderstone to level up thunder skills. The first method is rarely used due to its extravagance, as thunderstones are scarce and expensive, with a single piece costing over $1 million. The second method is unnecessary for Xiaobai, as it already possesses thunder resistance and skills. Ultimately, Lin Sheng decided to use the third method, directly absorbing the thunder energy from the thunderstone. Lin Sheng picked up a thunderstone and tossed it to Xiaobai. Curiously, Xiaobai approached the stone, and the thunder energy unconsciously surged out, flowing directly into Xiaobai's body. At the same time, the lightning mark on Xiaobai's back slightly spread, emitting a faint blue glow. Since it can absorb the energy, why not absorb it all at once? With a wave of Lin Sheng's hand, 100 thunderstones were piled up on the ground before him, illuminating the surrounding forest with a blue-violet glow. The nearby trees and grass withered instantly, and birds and beasts fled, highlighting the immense thunder energy within. The energy from the thunderstones transformed into a tangible stream, entering the mark on Xiaobai's neck. Xiaobai immediately felt a tingling sensation as its cells were frantically stimulated, growing rapidly. Its dragon horns doubled in length, and the scales on its body emitted a faint blue electric glow. At this moment, Xiaobai resembled a dragon bathed in lightning, with its mastery of thunder evolving into Thunder Dragon Mastery, gaining the skill Discharge Beginner, which upgraded to Discharge Mastery. The mutation of these 2 skills delighted Lin Sheng immensely, as it was like getting something for nothing. Upgrading a skill to mastery level usually takes decades, yet Xiaobai already had countless mastered skills. More importantly, thunder was already powerful enough. 3 thunder dragon pythons by the thunder pool only reached beginner level after a long time, but Xiaobai absorbed all the thunderstones, not only evolving to mastery but also mutating to acquire new skills. At this moment, outside the forest, a team of 7 or 8 people had just left the woods when they were surrounded by a group. Old Hu, what fierce beast did you catch this time? Sell it to me, and I'll give you the highest price, one person said with a smile. Rue took out a bag, and the next moment, everyone froze, their gazes turning towards the depths of the forest. A dragon! A dragon! One person pointed towards the forest in terror, and more eyes followed. Even Rue and his team couldn't help but turn their heads, filled with confusion. As everyone turned their gaze towards the jungle, they were instantly terrified by the scene before them. In the depths of the jungle, which had been under a clear blue sky, a mass of dark clouds suddenly appeared. Even more frightening, beneath the clouds was a gigantic thunder dragon, towering dozens or even hundreds of meters high, emitting an extremely terrifying blue-violet lightning as it rampaged through the forest. Its body seemed to be forged from the thunder of the heavens, exuding dominance, majesty, and terror. With just a single strike, it was like a nuclear explosion, with the booming sound and blast waves sweeping through, even reaching them from the jungle. The blinding light forced everyone to shut their eyes, only disappearing after several seconds. By then, the jungle was likely reduced to a wasteland. What happened? My God, what on earth is that thing? How can it be so terrifying? Could it be the work of a thunder dragon python? Has a thunder dragon python transformed into a dragon? That lightning was terrifying. If released in a city, it could level an entire neighborhood. It must be a king-level beast master using their skills again. Could it be that senior? Rue instantly thought of many things. Such a terrifying skill. Who else but that senior could unleash it? So the senior really is a king-level beast master? No wonder even Diqian, the captain of the dragon-slaying bureau in the late Lord stage, could be replaced. Rue was visibly shocked. The team members beside him were also in awe, filled with reverence and aspiration for such power. So strong. Can I become a beast master like that in the future? Captain Hu. We need to go to the Dragon Slaying Bureau tomorrow. I want to meet the new captain. The young men and women were thrilled. Missing a chance to meet such a powerful figure might mean never seeing them again. Hu Rui hesitated for a moment but agreed. All right, but when we get there, listen to my instructions. With the new captain appointed, the Dragon Slaying Bureau team members could bring family members, and since he was alone, he decided to take these two youngsters to broaden their horizons. Great. The two were instantly excited. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Lin Sheng looked at the wasteland he had created and was at a loss for words. This skill was terrifying, almost rivaling the destructive power of a king-level beast. Even Xiaoling in the beast space was shocked. What kind of creature was his big brother to be so terrifying? Xiaobai, seeing its master's astonished expression, seemed quite proud. If it had hands, it would be standing with them on its hips. Not bad, not bad. Lin Sheng patted Xiaobai's prominent dragon horn, feeling quite pleased. Being able to breathe clouds and spit lightning, how was it any different from the legendary dragons? Soon, Lin Sheng returned home and put 3 Thunder Dragon Python gallbladders up for auction online. In less than 15 minutes, they were all sold, with an average price of around 90 million each. The buyer purchased all 3 in one go, paying Lin Sheng 300 million. This was a fortune. However, Lin Sheng remained calm in the face of such wealth, as the lightning stones in the thunder pool were even more valuable than the 3 Thunder Dragon gallbladders. The next morning, Lin Sheng got up early, washed up, changed into a clean outfit, and took a taxi to the Yangqing headquarters of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. The headquarters of the Zhanlong Bureau is located in the central building of Yang City, standing independently from the Beastmaster Association. Although both are part of the Beastmaster Association, their internal management and divisions are entirely different. The association functions more like a conglomerate, integrating various organizations to counter the influence of international consortia and groups. Within the Zhanlong Bureau, high-ranking officials and prominent figures from various industries in Yang City gather, including Chief Instructor Liu, the mayor of Yang City, and Di Qian. At this moment, discussions about the new head captain are ongoing, with many questioning whether this freshly graduated young person is up to the task. Standing aside, Di Qian smiles slightly and explains, "You must know, the successor this time is Lin Sheng, whose capabilities are beyond doubt. Although he just graduated, he was specially recruited by the prestigious Magic Capital Academy, making him arguably the strongest among those present." Hearing Di Qian's words, the surrounding voices gradually quiet down. So, it is Lin Sheng. He was personally appointed by the headquarters, indicating their intention to bring him into the fold and strengthen the Zhanlong Bureau's power. Being specially recruited by one of the top 5 academies at such a young age, his strength and talent undoubtedly match this honor. However, there is a lingering concern among the crowd about who would manage the Zhanlong Bureau's affairs if he were to leave Yang City after taking the title. Perhaps Captain Di would continue, given her mentor-like relationship with this prodigy. By now, the voices of doubt have vanished. In a corner of the hall, Hu Rui looks at Lin Sheng in surprise, thinking, no wonder he looks so young. Meanwhile, the freckled girl and the young boy beside him are visibly excited, amazed at how their idol is now in this position. Lin Sheng, the new captain of the Zhanlong Bureau, is incredibly accomplished for his age, leaving them in awe. At that moment, Hu Rui's attention is caught by a familiar figure. Isn't that the person he encountered in the wilderness yesterday? Hey, kid, what are you doing here? The freckled girl calls out to Lin Sheng excitedly, "Let me tell you, the new captain of the Zhanlong Bureau is the very person who saved you in the forest. You're really lucky to have someone like that personally come to your rescue." The boy, raising his eyebrows and looking around, eagerly anticipates Captain Lin's arrival. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Sheng smiles slightly, touching his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Just then, Di Qian, dressed in a black tailcoat, notices Lin Sheng and quickly approaches. "What are you doing here? Hurry and come with me," she says with a gentle smile, taking Lin Sheng's hand to ease his discomfort. "Greetings, everyone. This is Lin Sheng, our new captain of the Zhanlong Bureau." Di Qian introduces him to the crowd. Immediately, scattered applause breaks out. Someone praises, "Captain Lin, you truly are impressive." Another jokes, "So handsome. I wonder if Captain Lin has a girlfriend? My niece would be perfect," prompting a burst of laughter. "Oh, come on. Look at the setting. You're trying to set up a date here," someone teases, and everyone bursts into laughter. The high-ranking official who had introduced his niece turned red with embarrassment. The entire venue was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, except for 3 people standing at a distance who were completely stunned. "Is he really Lin Sheng?" one of them whispered incredulously. Earlier in the forest, he had claimed to be a lord-level beast tamer, and no one believed him. "Plus, I even called him kid just now," the freckled girl mumbled, shivering slightly. The other 2 displayed looks of shock on their faces. Soon, the succession ceremony concluded. The event itself was unremarkable, consisting mainly of influential figures from various industries flattering Lin Sheng and introducing potential matches to him, all of which he politely declined. You're heading to the magic capital soon, so leave the matters here in Sun City to me. Whenever you want to return, you can take over again, Diqian said, patting Lin Sheng on the shoulder with a smile. There's a ton of troublesome stuff. I'd rather not stay here. I leave it to you, Captain D, Lin Sheng replied, scratching his head. Ha ha ha, you're someone of status now. Don't call me Captain D anymore. Just use my name. Diqian chuckled. All right, Diqian. Lin Sheng softly uttered her name, causing her to blush slightly. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Heading to the magic capital is important. It's a significant life event. Diqian said seriously. I understand. But before I go, Captain, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Half an hour later, Hu Rui still felt a bit uneasy. Just then, a striking woman in a black tailcoat approached him directly. Nico Hu Rui, a mixed blood? She asked. Yes, Captain. Hu Rui quickly nodded. Although he was of mixed heritage, he had lived in the Dragon Country all his life. But because of this, he had been unable to advance. Very well. From now on, you'll be responsible for managing the Sun City Dragon Slaying Bureau's secret realms and rescue missions. Make sure to assume your duties soon, Diqian instructed before turning to leave, leaving Hu Rui standing there, lost in thought and feeling a bit emotional. Several days later, the National College entrance examination admissions concluded. Lin Sheng used the teleportation array to arrive at the magic capital base city. With a flash of light, he took a deep breath upon arriving at the magic capital base and looked around. This place gathered the Dragon Country's most powerful figures. The three major base cities of the Dragon Country Magic Capital, Imperial Capital, and Mount Everest formed a strategic triangle built upon the wilderness. Surrounding these base cities were dozens to hundreds of smaller base cities. Sun City was one such small city on the outskirts of the Magic Capital. Each major base city had a main array, while the smaller base cities had subarrays. Human technology alone couldn't create such teleportation arrays. It's said that these arrays were obtained from the secret realms within spatial rifts. Currently, the array was housed in a structure resembling a bird's nest, with different cities teleporting to different locations. Friend from Sun City, please step down. We have more people waiting to teleport, a staff member instructed. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng nodded and stepped off the array, then proceeded to the outskirts of the main array building. The area was bustling with people, surrounded by towering buildings made of dazzling alloys and black gold. Hey there, which school are you heading to? There's free transportation in the Magic Capital today, a friendly voice called out. A blonde female driver with broken Chinese winked at Lin Sheng. Beside her was a luxurious sports car. What a lucky day, encountering such a rarity. He looks like a student, fair and clean. The blonde woman thought as she waved at Lin Sheng. What a big, shiny car. Xiao Ling, in the beast space, started to chirp, curious about human vehicles. No need, someone is already picking me up, Lin Sheng said with an awkward smile, declining her offer. Foreigners in Shanghai didn't surprise Lin Sheng. He had already spotted quite a few in the crowd. Quite cautious, the blonde muttered. However, when she saw Lin Sheng heading towards a special vehicle for Shanghai Academy, she was taken aback. Among the crowded people, a space had cleared, where a black and gold hover car was parked. The car reflected a peculiar shine under the sunlight, about 9 meters long and 6 meters wide, standing out prominently. Despite taking up a large space, nobody dared to complain. A man with glasses stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Sheng, right? This is your student card. You'll need it to enter the campus once you arrive at the academy. He handed Lin Sheng a black and purple card, cool to the touch. Lin Sheng placed the card in the beast space and then got into the hover car. The vehicle quickly left under the envious gazes of the crowd and arrived at the gates of Shanghai Academy in less than 10 minutes. Is this a school? Lin Sheng looked at the seemingly endless gate, at a loss for words. You'll get used to it, the man with glasses replied with a smile. What surprised Lin Sheng even more was the stone outside the gate with 6 bold characters carved into it. Eliminate all evil of the world. The characters were powerful and sharp, exuding a hidden sense of menace, making Lin Sheng wonder if this was an academy or a military base. Those words were left by the first headmaster of our Shanghai Academy, a sovereign-level powerhouse. The glasses-wearing man's words were filled with admiration for the headmaster. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng presented his campus card and entered Shanghai Academy. He quickly found a teacher from his class, the Huaxia class. The teacher was a man with sharp eyes and eyebrows, his face chiseled and sharp. You're Lin Sheng? You should be my 103rd student. 93 seniors before you have graduated. My name is Chun Dao. You can call me Teacher Chun or Old Chun. Chen Dao was easygoing, but only with outstanding students. As the only special recruit in Shanghai, Lin Sheng was clearly someone with the potential to become an outstanding student. Hello, Old Chun. Lin Sheng greeted. Oh, Old Chun, you're doing well. Xiaoling in the bee space was getting impatient. All right, let me introduce you to our academy's rules and facilities. Old Qian took Lin Sheng around Shanghai Academy. This is where we train pet beast attack power. Currently, your senior Hu Kun holds the top spot for attack power, ranking third in the academy. This is the place where students record the points they earn and exchange them for hunting beasts. The current record holder for the most beasts hunted in a single month is Changsun Kingan, who killed 376 beasts. The academy ranks him at 17th place. This area is used for students to spar with each other. It's a training room for testing the resilience of beasts. The central cylindrical tower is where students can use their points to exchange for items. After Mr. Chun finished introducing the surrounding buildings, Lin Sheng finally had a good understanding. What exactly are the points used for? Lin Sheng asked. Mr. Chun smiled slightly. Points are the most important thing at the Magic City Academy. You must have learned about the use of points at that training camp. The point system there is somewhat modeled after the Magic City Academy. The rewards for ranking at the Magic City Academy are even more significant. If you make it to the top 10, you can use the level 3 blood pool every month. If you rank in the top 50, you can use the level 2 blood pool every month. Level 3 blood pool, and it's available every month. Lin Sheng was astonished. The level 1 blood pool is crafted using the blood of lord level beasts, while the level 2 uses king level. So wouldn't the level 3 be made with the blood of disaster level beasts? Lin Sheng was dumbfounded. The rewards are incredibly generous. No wonder some students at the academy become disaster level beast tamers and still don't want to leave. Moreover, the blood pool is even more important to him than to others since he can directly extract the genes from it. He needs to quickly enhance his strength to gain access to the level 2 blood pool as soon as possible. Lin Sheng now had a goal in mind. The academy's top 10? The Magic City Academy has nearly 500 students, and each one is a top talent from across the country. It's hard to imagine how difficult it is to make it to the top 10. The blood pool is just the basic reward, and there are even more generous ones. Mr. Chun added with a smile. Even the blood pool is just a basic reward? Lin Sheng was shocked. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Magic City Academy, there was some commotion. I am Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital, here to challenge your special recruits. A frail-looking young man announced at the gate. Haha, it's not yet time for our two academies to compete, and the Imperial Capital can't wait? What is it? Instead of the Scarlet Phantom, they sent a dog? I wonder if you could say that if Master Su came in person. The young man retorted with a smile, causing the other person's face to stiffen. Su Xian's reputation had long spread between the two academies, and he was a key figure in the annual competitions between the Magic City and Imperial Capital Academies. Last year, the Imperial Capital Academy won 3 sets of SS grade resources and numerous secret realm exploration rights from the Magic City Academy. The rivalry between the two academies is intense. Who is clamoring to challenge us here? Chen Dao asked with a smile. Mr. Chun, it's someone from the Imperial Capital Academy. They are challenging our new students right at the start of the school year. The Imperial Capital is really becoming more unruly. Old Chin's sharp gaze swept over the young man, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead instantly. Elder Chun, I just want to challenge the new special recruit at your academy. I really doubt whether he's qualified to be specially recruited by your esteemed institution. The young man was full of nonsense, merely finding an excuse to challenge Lin Sheng. After all, the capability required to be specially recruited by the Magic City Academy was unquestionable. Doubting Lin Sheng was almost equivalent to questioning the judgment of the Magic City Academy. If you don't get lost, I'll beat you until you have to pick up your teeth from the ground. Do you believe me? The tension was palpable, and Lin Sheng was confused by the whole situation. The feud between these two major academies seemed to have been brewing for a long time. He thought to himself that if Old Chun weren't present, a fight might have already broken out. Why don't you talk about the stakes? Chen Dao interrupted the heated debate. The students nearby immediately tensed up. Old Chun, Lin Sheng has just entered the Magic City Academy, while this kid has been stuck at the late lord level in the Imperial City for years. We all know what he's up to. Lin Sheng, don't agree to his terms. Some of the senior students from the Magic City Academy advised in low voices. What do you want to wager? Lin Sheng asked without hesitation. Lord level? With Xiaobai's new attack skill, Thunder Dragon, even facing an early king level opponent wouldn't be out of reach. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, the expressions of the surrounding seniors changed dramatically, with more of them shaking their heads. Chen Dao merely smiled slightly, saying nothing more. The young man from the Imperial City smirked, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Between the two academies, only beast masters of the same level could challenge each other. He could have broken through to the king level months ago, but had remained at the late lord level precisely to challenge lord level beast masters. In his view, Lin Sheng agreeing to the challenge was akin to seeking defeat. No matter how talented you are, if your pet beast is only at the mid-lord level, how could it possibly compare to my horned panda? The young man seemed confident of victory, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed he would soon complete the task assigned to him by Sister Su. I am Wang Kong of the Imperial City Academy, and I now formally challenge Lin Sheng of the Magic City Academy. If I win, you must withdraw from the Magic City Academy. The atmosphere instantly froze at these words, leaving everyone looking at each other in disbelief. This was the harshest wager. Losing meant leaving the Magic City Academy and joining the rival institution. How could a failure fare well at the other academy? Clearly, the Imperial City also recognized Lin Sheng's talent. Chen Dao hadn't expected such harsh terms from the other side. He had intended just to test the new special recruit a bit and assess his abilities, but Wang Kong was unexpectedly decisive. I thought it was just a friendly match, he mused. What? Are you afraid? Wang Kang's lips curled slightly, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze, seemingly asking a casual question, yet it made some of the Magic City Academy's seniors frown. All right, but if I win, I want all the points you have, Lin Sheng replied calmly. After spending so many years in the Imperial City, Wang Kong undoubtedly had accumulated a significant amount of points, and indeed, that was the case. Wang Kong indeed stole quite a few points from Lord-level Beastmasters. Hearing this, Wang Kong hesitated for a moment. After all, it's an equal trade, and although he could refuse, he would have to offer something of equal value. In the crowd, a Beastmaster from Modu Academy spoke up. All right, I agree. Wang Kong gritted his teeth, thinking that he wouldn't lose anyway, so why be afraid? At the Lord level, he was confident in his invincibility. Minutes later, on the Modu Academy's arena, Lin Sheng and Wang Kong stood facing each other, surrounded by Modu Academy seniors watching. Someone asked, "Who do you think will win?" Wang Kong, probably. He's known as unbeatable at the Lord level, and it's true, another replied. So you're just going to watch as the Imperial Academy takes your students? What can we do? Once a challenge is accepted, no one can change it. Besides, Lin Sheng was specially recruited by Modu Academy, so he's not foolish. Everyone wanted to see what skills this new special recruit had to dare to face Wang Kong, who was considered unbeatable at the Lord level, in an unknown duel. Although most leaned towards Wang Kong winning, they hadn't entirely ruled out Lin Sheng's chances. Then I'll make my move, but remember, this arena only allows the use of the first beast, Wang Kong kindly reminded. Suddenly, a three-meter turtle panda landed heavily on the arena, with steel covering its shoulders, abdomen, and hands, and a pair of sharp horns on its head. The horn panda, with Lord-level pinnacle talent and King-level pinnacle skills, had a path of steel transformation, gigantification, and charging evolution. It was a demon ghost panda, extremely powerful and fierce. The crowd marveled. It's the first time seeing a Lord-level pinnacle beast. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and summoned Xiaobai. A robust white snake with a horn on its head appeared beside him, with an inconspicuous lightning mark behind its head. Someone in the crowd whispered, "What kind of beast is that? Why does it resemble the legendary dragon?" "Are you kidding? It just looks like one," another responded. As Lin Sheng summoned Xiaobai, the crowd buzzed with discussion, especially about its antlers and golden eyes, which were identical to the legend, except it didn't have legs. Even Wang Kong was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. "Horn panda, charge!" Wang Kong commanded, and the horned panda immediately launched into a charge, intending to win with brute force. But that wasn't all. As it sprinted, the horned panda's body expanded, and a faint yellow film enveloped it. Wang Kong used his talent skill, greatly increasing its defense, clearly aiming to win in one decisive blow. All eyes were fixed on the charging horned panda, and the entire training field trembled slightly under its immense power. Lin Sheng calmly instructed, "Xiaobai, harden, give it your all." For the first move, he needed to make an impression, a single decisive strike to avoid a prolonged battle. Xiaobai's eyes turned serious, its tail floating and swaying in the air, gradually covered by a layer of black keratin, with streaks of lightning flickering across it. Roaring, the massive form of the horned panda charged towards Lin Sheng and Xiaobai like a moving mountain. Was Lin Sheng planning to confront it head-on? Faced with such a brute force beast, the snake-like pet chose to engage, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They expected Lin Sheng to have some clever trick, but a direct confrontation seemed like a path to self-destruction. At that moment, the white snake with antlers began to grow larger, eventually expanding 3 to 5 times its original size, nearly matching the horned panda. It was gigantic. How could a snake possess such an ability? What kind of creature was this? The seniors from the Magic City Academy, who were watching, were taken aback. Even Wang Kong was stunned, not anticipating such a turn of events. But what good is gigantification? With just mid-level lord strength, you dream of challenging my peak-level lord? In the wild, a peak-level lord beast can command 2 or 3 mid-level lord beasts. Though it's just a minor rank difference, the power gap is immense. A peak-level lord, renowned for being unbeatable, can even instantly defeat mid-level lord beasts. As the two clashed, the horned panda raised its massive paw, aiming to smash down on Xiao Bai's head. Simultaneously, Xiao Bai's gigantic tail swung with immense force, delivering a million-ton blow to the horned panda. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the horned panda was sent flying, like a ball swatted into the air by Xiao Bai, crashing heavily below the arena. The deafening noise left the crowd in shock, and Wang Kong was utterly bewildered. His horned panda was defeated in an instant, and by a mid-level lord pet? My points. Wang Kong felt a deep sense of loss. The points he had accumulated over the years, which ranked among the top 100 in the Imperial City, were wiped out overnight. Well, ha ha ha, the junior truly has strength. To defeat a so-called unbeatable peak-level horned panda with mid-level lord power, no wonder he was specially recruited by our Magic City Academy. Truly extraordinary. Impressive. Now, when the crowd looked at Lin Sheng, their eyes were filled with unprecedented respect. Only the strong can earn their respect, and a mid-level lord possessing peak-level power suggests a bloodline talent, at least at the post-catastrophe stage. Chun Dao's eyes burned with enthusiasm, thinking he had truly found a treasure. When Lin Sheng was first assigned to him as a special recruit, he was a bit reluctant, but now he wouldn't want to let Lin Sheng go. Amidst the excitement of those present, the one feeling the worst was undoubtedly Wang Kong. My points are yours. Wang Kong gritted his teeth, turned, and walked away, his face darkening as he heard the mocking laughter behind him. The title of Invincible Lord might need a new owner from now on. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng received a message on his phone. 370 points? That's so little? Hearing Lin Sheng's words, everyone around was wide-eyed. 370 points, and he thinks it's little? Seeing Lin Sheng's question, everyone was completely dumbfounded, finding it both amusing and perplexing. You're really taking your blessings for granted. With 370 points, you're already in the top 150 of the entire school. You need to know that the top 100 in the Magic City Academy are all king-level beast tamers. For you, a lord-level beast tamer, to enter the school and already rank in the top 150 is extraordinary. Everyone looked at you with envy. Among lord-level tamers, only Wang Kong probably has this many points. After all, he has long been capable of breaking through to the king level, but hasn't yet. Despite their envy, everyone understands that you've earned this through your own strength. However, Lin Sheng, I advise you not to spend these points recklessly. Save them to earn monthly rewards from the leaderboard. It's more worthwhile. Everyone offered Lin Sheng some advice, and he nodded in agreement, as that was his plan. You can't just exhaust all your resources, right? First, get into the top 100 and earn the right to use the first-tier blood pool. Boss, I'm back. Wang Kong returned to the Imperial Capital Academy through the teleportation array. Seeing his troubled expression, Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Sheng didn't accept your challenge? In Su Xian's view, if Lin Sheng accepted, Wang Kong couldn't possibly lose. At least, not at the lord level. He agreed. Wang Kong looked even more distressed. You lost? Su Xian's lips parted slightly in disbelief. Wang Kong had stayed at the lord level for several months. Although his beast taming wasn't at its peak, he was in the top tier of the lord level. And yet, he lost to Lin Sheng in a duel. Based on her previous research, Lin Sheng's beast was only mid-lord level. Could it really have already reached the lord pinnacle level? No wonder he's the boss's brother. Su Xian snorted. Su Jie, why do you seem so happy? Wang Kong was dumbfounded. He came to Su Jie seeking comfort, only to feel even more disheartened. No worries, there will be more opportunities in the future. Besides, in 6 months, we'll have another exchange with Magic City. We can talk then. 6 months? That soon? Wang Kong was surprised. Meanwhile, at Magic City Academy. Old Chin, why is there such animosity between our Magic City Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy? Lin Sheng asked, puzzled. He thought the conflict between the two academies was minor. He never imagined it had escalated to this point. That's because the two academies control most of the secret realm resources in the Dragon Kingdom. When a large secret realm is discovered, who gets to exploit it first? Chen Dao was very pleased with this student and decided to explain further. Last year, our Magic City Academy lost to the Imperial Capital, forfeiting 50 of the resources. 50 is a massive amount, enough to establish a small base city anywhere. Hearing this, Lin Sheng was stunned. So work hard. In about 6 months, a new round of competition is expected, and this time, the stakes are much higher with more large secret realms involved. Chen Dao had high hopes for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded silently. 6 months? That's enough time to elevate Xiao Bai to the king level. Lin Sheng also heard that the large teleportation arrays in base cities were found in those large secret realms. Naturally, this made Lin Sheng eager. If he could enter those secret realms, who knows how many benefits he could gain. That's right. Lin Sheng's goal was to surpass the capital and forge ahead. He suspected that his sister would also be involved in the competition between academies. Given the enormous stakes and financial implications, not to mention the involvement of large spatial secret realms. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the central building of the Magic City Academy. Inside, there was an electronic leaderboard displaying real-time rankings, filled with unfamiliar names. Lin Sheng ranked quite high, at 137th place, just over 30 spots away from the top 100. As his eyes moved up the list, he noticed that the top 150 were all Lord-level beast tamers, mostly in the late Lord stage. The top 100 were dominated by King-level beast tamers, with a few at the peak of the Lord level. The top 50 were nearly all latest-stage kings. Most astonishingly, among the top 10 at the academy, 8 were at the disaster level. And this didn't even account for those students intentionally concealing their strength. Lin Sheng was taken aback, realizing why his sister had once become the top freshman in the capital, earning such a prestigious reputation. "What are you looking at here, classmate?" asked a sweet-looking girl with a ponytail, smiling in the lobby. "Oh, I'm a new student, just checking where I can earn some points," Lin Sheng replied. "Ah, a newcomer. If you want to compete for the top freshman spot, you can set new records in the various training rooms. That's a quick way to earn points. Or, you can directly challenge students ranked above you. If you win, your rankings will switch," the girl explained quickly and clearly. "Top freshman?" Lin Sheng asked curiously. "Yes, if your points are the highest among freshmen by the end of the month, you'll earn the title of top freshman. Besides the ranking, there's also an additional resource reward." The girl smiled slightly. "I suggest you give it your all. The rewards for the top freshmen are something even those ranked in the top 50 or 30 would envy." "Even they envy it? Is it something better than a second-level blood pool?" Lin Sheng's interest was piqued. "All right then. My first goal at the academy is to become the top freshman in Magic City," he resolved silently. Seeing the new student's enthusiasm, the girl also smiled slightly. Getting the top resources isn't easy. But as a freshman, you need to have the energy and ambition to bring down the seniors if you want to go further. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at a training room designated for testing strength, just as a few students from Magic City approached. "The power of your burst has already reached 700,000 tons. This makes one wonder if you truly have a shot at gaining the top resources for new students." However, the student who achieved this impressive result of 700,000 tons looked worried, thinking to themselves, "This is far from enough. The current highest record for new students is 1.3 million tons. Moreover, that special recruit managed to defeat the peak Lord-level beast master of the capital with a single strike, and their pet's power burst is probably over 1 million tons. That's unbelievable. At just 18 years old, they have a peak Lord-level power-type pet. I heard their name is Zhang Kuang. How fitting." The few people present were shocked. They thought that a Lord-level power of 700,000 tons was already outrageous, but they couldn't imagine someone achieving over 1 million tons. Is this even human? 1.3 million tons? It seems even higher than the results I got with Xiao Bai during training camp. Lin Sheng stroked his chin, recalling that back then, Xiao Bai's power had just exceeded 1 million tons. But at that time, Xiao Bai was only at the early Lord level, and now it has reached the mid-Lord level. On the other hand, the opponent's pet is a peak Lord-level power type, which in some ways gives Xiao Bai an advantage. Lin Sheng walked into a room and handed over his card. Although it wasn't yet the end of the month, and he hadn't earned the free usage rights from ranking rewards, as a new student, he could still use it for free for a month. The staff quickly set up a room for Lin Sheng. He picked up the key and walked in. The room was filled with various training equipment, and he immediately summoned Xiao Bai, heading straight to the power testing device. First in the new student ranking, Zhang Kuang, 1.3 million tons. Second, Zhang Lu Xin, 970,000 tons. First in the overall ranking, Anonymous, 13 million tons. Second, Anonymous, 10 million tons. So many geniuses. Moreover, the new student ranking is separated from the overall ranking, which seems to be a form of protection for new students in the capital. Lin Sheng stroked his chin, thinking, if these new students were to compete directly with the older students on the leaderboard, they'd almost certainly lose. Xiao Bai, give it everything you've got this time. Don't hold back and use all your skills. With this command, the room was filled with sounds akin to explosions. If it weren't for the soundproofing of the room, the noise could have echoed throughout the entire university. Soon, the best test result was announced. 1.37 million tons. Congratulations to student Lin Sheng for achieving first place in the new student power test. At the end of the month, 100 points will be automatically credited to your account. 100 points. That's a lot. Lin Sheng was thrilled. However, this wasn't the final result. He must maintain this score until the end of the month. During this time, other people's pets might surpass him in power. Lin Sheng also needs to keep improving this limit to prevent being overtaken in the end. After leaving the power testing area, Lin Sheng headed to the speed testing room. The room was filled with various laser devices, and the pet needed to dodge back and forth between the lasers. The longer they persisted, the better the score. However, the speed of the lasers kept increasing. Fortunately, Xiaobai's nerve reaction capability is one of its strongest traits. A few minutes later, the test concluded. Congratulations to student Lin Sheng for achieving first place in the new student nerve reaction speed test. Total persistence time, 176 seconds. The speed of the lasers was nearing the speed of sound, with dozens of beams. The lasers flew by without making any sound. They had to be dodged by sight alone. To persist for 176 seconds in such conditions is remarkable. Even the second place only managed about 120 seconds. It seems this score is secure. On to the next one. With a smile on his face, Lin Sheng planned to break records today. Not aiming for the extreme, but at least securing a spot. Xiaobai was also excited, having not stretched its muscles in a long time. Just after Lin Sheng left the training room, a group of students gathered around a boy and entered the room. So, Zhang, do you think you have a shot at being the top freshman this year? One student asked excitedly. Yeah, Zhang. I heard there's a special recruit from our city that even Wang Kong from the capital couldn't beat. Others chimed in, their words tinged with anticipation. The one they called Zhang smiled slightly and shook his head. You all just want to see me fight someone? The nearby rookie beast tamers laughed awkwardly. But Zhang, being the top freshman is crucial for the support you will get from the city families. Another student reminded him. True, even if it's just a fair competition, I can't slack off. Zhang's eyes turned sharp. He understood the importance of securing the top position not just for personal honor, but for the crucial support from the city's influential families. Becoming the top freshman in the city meant gaining substantial financial backing, while the second place might easily be forgotten. However, he didn't intend to make enemies with other students over this. Anyone who made it into the city academy likely had some backing, and Lin Sheng, the special recruit, was a well-known figure in the Yangqing-based city. Rumor had it that even the youngest daughter of the Du family, one of the three major families in the city, was close to him. The Du family was one of Zhang's supporters. If Lin Sheng heard these rumors, he might be furious, as he didn't want the local tyrant label. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang walked straight into the strength testing room. Zhang is really something. His strength has long surpassed the second place, yet he comes here every day to test it, constantly breaking records. Students around him whispered, clearly filled with admiration for Zhang. In the academy, strong individuals were always surrounded by admirers. Lin Sheng's sister, Lin Ming, also had her own influence and connections in the capital. Inside the training room, Zhang commanded, Golden Ape, roar. With his call, a massive ape covered in golden fur suddenly appeared beside him. The ape stood 5 meters tall, with arms so robust they took up nearly half of its body. A glint of anticipation flashed in Zhang's eyes. The golden ape's arms swung with force, like a battering ram crashing into the strength testing equipment, and a loud sound echoed, as if the machine shifted back a centimeter. Phew. I just received a dose of beast blood from my family, and now the golden ape should be stronger. Zhang's lips curled upward slightly as he wondered if he could break the record this time. Just then, the machine's voice sounded. Beep. 132 tons. 132 tons. Not bad at all. Zhang nodded repeatedly, feeling quietly pleased. After drinking the beast blood, his strength had increased by over 2 tons. Even though it's just a small 20,000 tons, as the testing progresses, the increase in strength becomes increasingly difficult. A mere difference of 10,000 tons might require a vast amount of resources and weeks of intense training. Zhang Kuang was in high spirits, ready to take on other challenges. However, as he turned around, he was halted by a piercing sound from an instrument. Congratulations on achieving second place in the freshman rankings. Although your strength has increased since the last test, your rank has dropped. This announcement made Zhang Kuang stop abruptly, his eyes fixed on the freshman leaderboard. Lin Sheng, 137 million tons. How could the gap be so vast? Zhang Kuang was taken aback, stepping back in shock. Even though it's just 50,000 tons, he knew this was a chasm-like difference. For non-strength type beasts, increasing strength is even more challenging, yet Lin Sheng's pet beast, which is an agile snake type, displayed such formidable strength. Zhang Kuang's face turned pale as he thought to himself. If I can't surpass him in strength, won't I be even worse off in agility? I bet Zhang will break the record this time. A friend nearby said with a smile. Definitely, in terms of strength, even among the special admission students, Zhang wouldn't rank low in the whole school. Everyone eagerly watched as Zhang Kuang rushed out of the room, but his expression was unusually grave as he walked past them. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had happened. How did he go in with a good mood and come out so heavy-hearted? Could his record have been broken? Impossible. The golden ape had reached the peak of the Lord level, and few beasts could surpass it in strength. Quick, let's follow him and see. The group, filled with disbelief, quickly followed Zhang Kuang to the agility testing room. Sure enough, I knew it. 176 seconds. Truly monstrous. Zhang Kuang's eyes were filled with shock, and the group remained clueless about what was happening. Zhang Kuang wandered madly between various training locations throughout the day. From initial shock to confusion and finally to numbness, he mumbled softly to himself. Strength test, neural response test, gravity test, defense capability test. Zhang, what's going on? The group was puzzled, filled with questions. Zhang Kuang's transformation was beyond their comprehension. The once arrogant demeanor seemed to have vanished. Listening to their words, Zhang Kuang seemed to regain his confidence. He understood that some things are destined not to be compared with others, so he might as well focus on himself. From today, I'll seclude myself for 16 hours a day. Except for eating, sleeping, and training, I will do nothing else. Treat every day as the last, and then there's nothing to fear. Listening to Zhang Kuang, the group exchanged glances. He had been despondent moments ago, so why was he suddenly so driven? Oh, isn't that Zhang Kuang? A long-haired boy looked at him with a smile. Zhang Kuang declared firmly, I'm going into seclusion. On the last day of testing, I'll come out and break the rankings. He avoided the crowd and went directly into the training room. From that day on, the legend of an incredibly diligent Zhang Kuang spread throughout Shanghai. The young man paused for a moment. Zhang Kuang, the secret leader among the new students, was his biggest obstacle in the race for the top spot among the freshmen in Magic City. However, he was surprised that Zhang Kuang seemed indifferent to him. Well, if you're not going to compete for the ranking, neither will I. Let's see who ultimately claims the title of top freshman. After Lin Sheng made his mark on the leaderboard, the news quickly spread among the freshman circles of Magic City within just 2 days. On the city's exclusive forum, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? That special recruit broke Zhang Kuang's and other students' records. Maybe he really can become the top freshman in Magic City. Indeed, it's true. I went to the training room to test it myself, and that record is really hard to break. Still, we have a chance, considering there are over 20 days left. You think you'll be training for those 20 days, but do you think Lin Sheng won't be training too? People were amazed at Lin Sheng's achievements, but they were not convinced he would definitely secure the top freshman position. After all, they frequently saw Zhang Kuang visiting various training venues, clearly planning to make a stunning move at the last moment to surpass Lin Sheng. Besides Zhang Kuang, there were a few other low-key freshmen in Magic City who were quietly training hard, likely intending to sneak onto the leaderboard on the final day. Kun, what do you think? Your new junior has some impressive skills, doesn't he? In the teacher's lounge, Chun Dao smiled as he spoke to the short, robust man beside him, who resembled a black iron dwarf. Kun, currently ranked 3rd in the entire Magic City school, was undoubtedly the top in attack power. His strength wasn't just due to a single beast, but 2 attack-type pets, making Kun a legendary figure in Magic City. He's not bad, but his strength is a bit lacking compared to mine back in the day, Kun replied while browsing his phone, seemingly indifferent. If it were him back then, he could have easily claimed the top freshman spot. Among the top 50 in the school ranking, perhaps more than 10 were former top freshmen, while the remaining 40 or so weren't even the strongest of their year. Being the top freshman doesn't necessarily mean much. Oh, really? What if I told you his pet beast is only at the midlord level right now? Qin Dao smiled at the man in front of him. Kun paused for a moment before regaining his composure. Arrange a match for me with the first-ranked student. I've been itching for a challenge. Meanwhile, in the central skyscraper of Magic City, hey, I haven't seen you around for 2 days. Where have you been? A girl with a ponytail flashed her signature smile and asked Lin Sheng. Oh, I've been busy with the leaderboard, and I've already gone through all of it. Is there anywhere else I can earn more points? Lin Sheng inquired. Points, huh? Just relying on leaderboard points might not be enough to secure the top spot. You could go hunting vicious beasts outside or enter the secret realms of Magic City's academy to earn additional points. The girl smiled, thinking to herself that this kid probably realized how difficult the leaderboard is and is looking for alternative ways. She didn't think much of it. The responsibility of managing this cylindrical building is to provide convenience and various information to the students within the academy. A secret realm? Lin Sheng's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. Our Magic City Academy has unique resource secret realms, the girl said with a smile. However, entering these realms requires meeting certain ranking criteria. With your current rank, you should be able to enter a Lord-level Fierce Beast secret realm once. The materials you hunt and obtain in the secret realm can be exchanged for points at the academy, or you can choose to keep them for yourself. Is there a Lord-level Eerie Creature secret realm? Lin Sheng asked eagerly. Eerie creatures? There are, but... The girl hesitated slightly in her voice. Take me there now, Lin Sheng said impatiently. He had been thinking about how to help Xiao Ling hunt those eerie creatures, and now the opportunity had arrived. All right, but you should bring a few more students. Entering the secret realm alone can be dangerous, especially the eerie ones, the girl explained while walking with Lin Sheng. The creatures in the eerie-type secret realms are quite troublesome. Shortly after, she led Lin Sheng to the basement of the building. The underground space was spacious, with several teleportation arrays scattered around. She guided Lin Sheng to one of the arrays and introduced the Nether Ghost River, recommended for a team of 3 at the Lord level. Before she could finish, Lin Sheng was already standing on the teleportation array. The girl panicked immediately. You, get down quickly. How can you dare to enter that secret realm alone? However, before she finished speaking, black mist rose and enveloped Lin Sheng's figure. Once the mist dissipated, he had disappeared. The girl was stunned. Her heart tightened. Entering a secret realm recommended for a team of 3 alone, especially one like the eerie Nether Ghost River, posed a constant life-threatening danger. She dared not delay and hurriedly went to the elevator, pressing the up button repeatedly. Meanwhile, the scene around Lin Sheng changed abruptly, revealing a space filled with darkness, decay, and desolation. The sky was pitch black, the surroundings barren, and the only thing visible was a black river beside him, with countless eerie creatures wandering along its banks. It's my turn to shine. With a screeching sound, a gigantic, pitch-black horse covered in scales appeared beside Lin Sheng. In the distance, the ghosts wandering by the river also noticed them. Ha ha ha, a mere morsel dares to enter our territory. Get him, cut him into pieces. I'll use your bones as toothpicks. The terrifying creatures drifted down from the sky, cloaked in black robes, holding scythes longer than their own bodies, resembling the Grim Reaper. Looking for death. I'll kick you to death. Before Lin Sheng could react, Xiao Ling was already charging forward, raising its black hoofs high, aiming straight at the ghostly apparitions. Hehehe, do you really think physical attacks can harm us spirits? Gui Lian's voice echoed eerily, seemingly mocking the black horse before it. However, in the next instant, those pitch-black hooves seemed to enlarge infinitely before its eyes, leaving no chance to escape. Before Gui Lian could even show a hint of fear, snap! With a crisp sound, Gui Lian was crushed into fragments under Xiaoling's hooves. As Gui Lian perished, a wave of resentment emanated from its remains, as if trying to cling to Xiaoling. But in the next moment, it was absorbed into her body. Oh, how bold! At this moment, Xiaoling seemed to have regained the confidence she had lost with Xiaobai, standing proudly and basking in the terrified gazes of the surrounding eerie creatures. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng used his sequence extraction skill without hesitation. He was not concerned about the effectiveness of Xiaoling's attack. As the offspring of one of the top entities in the Dark Empire, how could she fear these strange creatures? With mid-level warrior strength, she could instantly defeat later-stage warrior-level aberrations. She could even completely immunize against the curses left after their deaths. Lin Sheng extracted Gui Lian's aura of resentment, gaining its curse skill, the ghostly intangibility trait, and Gui Lian's 130-year-old soul imprint. A soul imprint? Lin Sheng was taken aback. Soul imprints are marks within strange creatures that grow stronger with age. However, it's exceedingly difficult for strange creatures to seize each other's imprints, usually requiring the other to reveal them willingly. Yet, Lin Sheng could forcibly extract these soul imprints from them. He recalled the legendary Black Dragon, which had lived for countless ages and held a soul imprint millions of years old. If Lin Sheng could continuously capture the life essence of these strange beings, Xiaoling would only grow stronger. For most Lord-level strange creatures, having a 1,000-year imprint is impressive. A 10,000-year imprint qualifies one as a Ghost King. A 100,000-year imprint makes one untouchable. Even Di Qian, a late Lord-level strange creature, only possessed a 1,000-year soul imprint. Lin Sheng was thrilled as he infused the genes. As he used his innate skill, a wave of euphoria surged through Xiaoling's body, and her energy skyrocketed. The black scales, which had only covered the weaker parts of her body, began to spread further. Within minutes, they covered nearly half of her body, making her appear even more majestic and formidable. After acquiring the 130-year soul imprint, the eerie aura emanating from Xiaoling's body became even more terrifying, causing the weaker strange creatures around to retreat. This feels amazing. Xiaoling stood beside Lin Sheng, exclaiming excitedly, Master, I want more. Let's exorcise all the strange creatures around this black river. She shook her head vigorously, looking at the floating eerie creatures with less disdain. That's exactly my intention. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. These strange creatures, born from absorbing human resentment, were destined to be mortal enemies. There was no room for mercy. Not eliminating them all would be the greatest sin. Just like the motto of the Magic City Academy, eliminate all evil spirits. The words were carved powerfully and vigorously, and even now, Lin Sheng could feel the sharp determination emanating from them. Soon, Lin Sheng stood by the dark river with Xiao Ling, beginning a massacre of the eerie creatures, absorbing all of their genes. He acquired the soul imprint of the Ghost Scythe for 79 years, the Blood Red Phantom for 17 years, the Curse Doll for 120 years, as well as curse skills, virtualization skills, and evil perception skills. A black crow flew over Lin Sheng's head, letting out a sinister and mournful cry. The levels of these strange creatures were low, and they seemed to be insubstantial. Lin Sheng shook his head, realizing he needed to find the master of this nether ghost river space. The skills from that entity's genes were what Xiaoling needed. Meanwhile, a ponytailed girl anxiously entered the hall. What's wrong, Tian Xine? Why are you in such a hurry? A steady voice asked. Tian Xine paused for a moment, then her face lit up with joy upon seeing the short man in front of her. Senior Hu Kun. Lin Sheng has entered the ghost river space alone. Upon hearing this, Hu Kun's expression changed. He went in by himself? Yes. Tian Xine nodded repeatedly. You wait here. I'll go get Mr. Chen Dao. Hu Kun turned and left. A few minutes later, he returned with Qian Dao to the cylindrical building. This kid is simply reckless. That's a 3-person lord-level secret realm. The space's master, the ghost crow, is extremely difficult to deal with, Chen Dao said as they walked. Even with talent, you can't be this reckless. Entering a team-level lord's secret realm alone, even the top attacker of the past, Hu Kun, would think twice before entering. Soon, the two followed Tian Xine to the basement of the original building, where the ghost river space had indeed been entered. Hu Kun, didn't you enter this ghost river secret realm before? How strong is the lord inside? Hearing this, Hu Kun shook his head. The lord suppresses its power to the lord level. If your level exceeds that, you can't enter its space. Forcing entry would lead to a space collapse and explosion, and no one would fare well. When I entered that space years ago, I walked along the dark river for 3 days and still couldn't find it. Hu Kun left one thing unsaid. If he had found that lord back then, the outcome would have been uncertain. After all, the ghost crow keeps its power at the lord level, probably aiming to break through to the mid-king stage in one go. Even a king-level beast master might not be able to handle it then. It's extremely cunning. So we just have to wait for this kid to come out? Come out? Only if the Black River's master is willing to let him go. Hu Kun shook his head. Lin Sheng has provoked the one entity he shouldn't have. If I hadn't been strong enough back then, the Black River's master wouldn't have let me out either. Even if Lin Sheng does come out, he'll likely be starved for days. The creature won't release him until it absorbs enough negative emotions from him. Well, a genius needs some tempering. This kid, I shouldn't have brought him to see it, Tian Xine said, feeling a bit guilty. If Lin Sheng doesn't come through this trial and his spirit is broken by the ghosts, losing his previous enthusiasm, Tian Xine might struggle with guilt for years. At that moment, wherever a black horse passed along the river, the ground was littered with corpses. The terrifying black horse was muttering, "Life is hard. Why cling to it? Let this poor Taoist release you, and I'll carry on with your soul imprint, living on for you. What is there to fear?" With Lin Sheng's current strength, the master of the Black River might not easily overpower him and could even face some trouble. However, a blade sharpened through such trials will only become sharper. Chen Dao and the others had no choice but to leave. Once you enter a secret realm, it's hard to get out unless the master of the realm allows it. The master won't easily resort to lethal force either, knowing that doing so would result in relentless pursuit from the Magic City. How's it going, Hu Kun? What happened? A friend in the dorm, who was a beast tamer, asked Hu Kun with a smile, noticing his troubled expression. Nothing much, just a junior who accidentally entered the Nether Ghost River's secret realm alone. He went in alone? That's quite something. The friend exclaimed in surprise. The time flow in the secret realm is different from outside. I remember the Nether Ghost River's time flow is twice that of reality, right? And with the new freshman leader being chosen at the end of the month, he might not make it in time. That's exactly what I'm worried about, Hu Kun said, scratching his head with unease. Lin Sheng was taught by the same teacher as him, and now he's in trouble without any help. If this gets out, it would be embarrassing for him as a senior. However, there might still be a chance. If Lin Sheng gains some benefits in the Ghost River's secret realm, it would be like having an extra month of training compared to other students. I think it's unlikely, a roommate chimed in, shaking his head. Many seniors entered the Ghost River's secret realm at the Lord level, in which one of them didn't come out emaciated. The nickname Newcomer's Grave isn't given for nothing. It's called the Newcomer's Grave for a reason. The title alone says it all. Even with twice the time, forget about improving strength. Just not getting weaker would be a huge benefit. Meanwhile, news spread quickly that a new special recruit had defeated Zhang Kuang and achieved high rankings in various tests. No wonder Zhang Kuang was training so hard in seclusion. He got knocked down in the rankings. But those records are insane. Even if you brought in freshmen from previous years, they'd still rank pretty high. Could it be that the spot for this year's freshman leader is already secured? You might be right. Many organizations in the Magic City are already trying to reach out to this special recruit, but he's been pretty aloof. He hasn't answered calls or been seen around lately. The freshmen on the Magic City campus were amazed by the special recruit's strength. who at the lord level could wield the power of an early-stage king. Everyone was increasingly curious about his pet beast. But one thing was for sure. The spot for the freshman leader was almost certainly Lin Sheng's. After all, the top-rank score was a full 100 points. Achieving so many firsts was nearly unprecedented, and even some upperclassmen in the Magic City were starting to take notice. This kid has quite the potential. He might just become a significant asset for us in our struggle against the capital, possibly even the next disaster-level beast tamer in Magic City. Ever since the emergence of Lin Ming, the top student from the capital, we've been at a disadvantage. Mentioning her name brings a look of apprehension to everyone's faces. Although Lin Ming isn't the strongest in the capital yet, she's the most troublesome opponent. Her talent is exceptional, and her growth rate is astonishing. In less than 2 years, she could become a major threat to us. By then, defeating the capital's academy in the grand competition will be increasingly difficult. Every year, half of our resources are taken, and the balance of power between the two academies is tipping, making the capital academy ever stronger. What seems like a battle between two academies is actually influenced by numerous organizations behind the scenes, with even the military involved. A few days later, just as the fervor of discussions began to wane, news broke that Lin Sheng had entered a secret realm. In a gravity room, a giant golden ape was repeatedly lifting and lowering a massive iron block weighing several tons. The numbers above the room displayed 30, indicating 30 times Earth's gravity. Haha, my hard work hasn't been in vain. Diligence pays off. Lin Sheng thought to himself, a cocky grin spreading across his face. As long as Lin Sheng doesn't continue to improve, he has a chance to break his previous records, and given his current training intensity, the odds are in his favor. As he spoke, the gravity room's number jumped from 30 to 31. Meanwhile, a blonde foreign youth was training a bald eagle to improve its evasion skills. The eagle moved with incredible speed, creating sonic booms in the air, its sharp wings seemingly able to slice through steel. Yes, good. The blonde man repeatedly instructed his beast. If the Dragon Nation's strong don't enter the secret realm, I won't stand a chance. But now, everything is uncertain. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and though he had been confident, witnessing the snake's astonishing speed had caused him a bit of unease. But now, he felt reinvigorated. Securing the top student's resource reward would make it even harder for other students to catch up, and even the special admissions student might only be left in the dust. In beast training, if you start fast, you stay fast. Such scenes were common in Magic City's training rooms. Over the past month, almost all pet training rooms in Magic City were fully occupied. On Magic City's forum, people remarked, "Doesn't this scene seem familiar?" In previous years, some senior students seemed certain to secure the freshman top spot, only to venture into the secret realm and choose the newcomer graveyard, the Nether Ghost River. Whoa, isn't that Qin He, ranked 37th overall? The freshman top student from 26 years ago. Can the expert explain why the Nether Ghost River is a graveyard for newcomers? Hearing the crowd's questions, Chan He, out of boredom, began to explain, leaving everyone in awe. One of the most mysterious aspects of the Netherworld Ghost River is that its path seems endless, making it impossible to locate the lord of this realm. Logically, a small secret space shouldn't have such vastness, yet it remains elusive. Moreover, the river seems to spawn an endless stream of ghosts, leaving everyone increasingly in awe of this challenging secret realm. At this moment within the secret realm, a giant horse clad in black scales and emitting dark energy suddenly stomped on a ghost, causing it to explode, and then continued along the Black River. Lin Sheng had been here for over 30 days and couldn't help but feel a sense of futility. He initially thought the eerie creatures in the river would be endless, but the hunts had become less frequent in recent days. Nevertheless, injecting all the genes and soul imprints into Xiao Ling was still a massive undertaking. The black flame deer requires far more soul imprints to level up compared to other weaker eerie creatures. This is why it can easily overpower other beasts of the same level. The black flame deer is at the latest stage warrior level, possessing emperor level skills, which disappear as it grows to king level, with abilities like black fire, trampling, size shifting, and the domain of death. Its soul imprint count reaches an evolutionary path of 3,800 years. The black flame deer is a powerful and dominant creature, sitting atop the food chain, often referred to as a dragon. Aren't you supposed to be an old horse that knows the way? Do you know where the master of this secret space is? Lin Sheng asked. I don't know. Xiao Ling shook its head, a hint of helplessness in its voice, and I'm not a horse. I just haven't evolved yet. Lin Sheng was puzzled by this. While hunting the eerie creatures of the Black River, he had encountered a spatial door that seemed to want to send him away. But this place was like heaven. How could he leave? Let me try. Xiao Bai, who had been watching the show from the beast space, suddenly spoke up. Okay. Lin Sheng quickly nodded. As soon as Xiao Bai appeared in this space, an invisible domain spread out around them, its eyes glowing gold as it shone forth, even causing Xiao Ling to step back a couple of steps. At that moment, the black river in front of them began to bubble, and with a splash, a massive creature emerged. The creature hovered in the air, and only then did Lin Sheng see its true form. It was a crow of doom, at the early king level, possessing skills of early disaster level, with abilities like flock dispersal, blood eye, curse, and eerie song. It was a creature living in the sticks, favored as the eyes and ears of the Dark Emperor. You brat, you're courting death. You've pushed me too far. The massive form of the Crow of Doom hovered in the air, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the boy and his two beasts below. It had relied on the Black River to suppress its power, hoping to pass the time quietly, but the boy's intrusion had upset this, and its eerie minions were no match for him. Even two Lord-level anomalies were killed by the deer using its domain to cross levels. As the eyes and ears of the Anomaly King, how could it not recognize such a noble species as the Black Flame Deer? No matter, this is human territory. If I consume this Black Flame Deer, perhaps my abilities can also break through to the king level. This is an opportunity. The eerie crow immediately dove down, its massive body blocking out the sky. So what if it's at the early king stage? Xiao Bai is not without the power to fight. With the giant snake's level, late lord level abilities, disaster level skills, mastery in entanglement, proficiency in gigantification, cloud swallowing, water spraying, perfect hardening, healing eye, danger intuition, dragon might, black flame horn, eagle eye proficiency, and enhanced vision. Its evolutionary path leads to a flood dragon. Description: devouring 1,000 life genes, the true king of nature. Xiao Bai's talent level has already reached the late disaster stage. For over a month, it has been in the beast space, advancing rapidly, having completely digested all the rat strips Lin Sheng previously bought. At the mid-lord level, it could withstand an early king-level beast. At the late lord level, it already has the power to fight. Hiss. As Xiao Bai opened its snake mouth, a vast fog instantly spread out. In just a few seconds, it seemed to blanket the world. The eerie crow rushed into the fog in an instant, immediately losing its target. What ability is this? But so what? You are merely at the lord level. Kings killing lords is all too common. Before the eerie crow could hesitate further, a massive shadow suddenly appeared in the fog. The shadow was like a towering giant snake, even larger than itself. Whoosh! The giant snake's tail whipped towards it fiercely. The eerie crow broke into a cold sweat, its entire body instantly dispersing into countless small crows, dodging the attack and then regrouping. But 30 or 40 of them were too slow to evade and were smashed into a bloody mist, and the shadow vanished with them. How is this possible? The power of that strike was above mine. The eerie crow was shocked. Wasn't that snake just at the lord level? Even a lord-level black flame deer shouldn't be its match at this moment. Without waiting for the eerie crow to hesitate further, thud, thud, thud. The snake tail within the shadow kept collapsing like a skyscraper. In the fog, its vision was blocked, and it could only scatter its body into countless crows to evade. However, after a few hits, over 100 of the dispersed crows were struck dead. This can't go on. You're forcing my hand. The eerie crow suddenly looked at the black river behind it and opened its mouth. The black river instantly turned into a stream, flowing into its mouth. Like an endless black river, it was swallowed whole. This black river was a treasure it obtained from this space, not only able to hide its presence but also, upon absorption, could transform into armor covering its body. Caw, caw, caw. As the eerie crow let out 3 cries, the black river emanated from its body, covering it and forming an incredibly dark scale armor, even enhancing its wings to an intensely black color. Hiss, hiss. Master, the dark aura on this crow has become even stronger. Xiao Bai reported from within the fog. The dark aura grew increasingly intense, and Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. This sinister crow must have employed some trick or revealed its trump card. Just then, Xiao Bai launched a sudden attack, but the crow did not evade. Instead, it transformed into a sharp blade, slicing past Xiao Bai at triple the speed of sound. The attack ripped through 2 of Xiao Bai's scales, leaving even Lin Sheng astonished. Such offensive and defensive power. To withstand such an impact without injury, and instead harm Xiao Bai, was truly shocking. The scales on Xiao Bai were composed of the hardest parts of all lord-level creatures, meaning that the opponent's attack was something no lord-level creature could withstand. Caw. The sinister crow emitted another eerie cry, suddenly spotting the towering serpent shadow in the mist, and dashed forward with a low growl, die. However, when it got close, it was not Xiao Bai's body that greeted it, but a massive thunder dragon. The thunder dragon let out a thunderous roar, frightening the crow out of its wits, and it turned to flee. But in the next instant, boom! The enormous thunder dragon plunged directly into the crow's body. Despite its body being covered in pitch-black scales, The electricity could not be insulated, instantly charring it black and causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng eagerly used his innate skill, acquiring the crow's soul imprint of 1,700 years, the skill of flock dispersal, the skill of death song, the skill of blood eye, and the black feather gene. In an instant, the crow was completely absorbed, leaving only a puddle of black goo on the ground. Xiaoling approached and stepped on the goo, which was instantly absorbed into its body. Although Lin Sheng wasn't sure what it was, he knew this black goo was undoubtedly invaluable and the most precious thing in the secret realm. Inject the gene. Lin Sheng placed his hand on Xiaoling's body, successfully obtaining the 1,700-year soul imprint, dispersal skill, and black feather gene. As the gene energy was injected, Xiaoling excitedly spun around on the ground, finally being able to receive its master's enhancement. Every time Xiaobai was strengthened, it became more powerful, and Xiaoling had always watched with envy. Today, it finally got what it wished for, exclaiming excitedly, "Absorb this gene well, and I will elevate you to be the most mysterious and unpredictable being in the world." Lin Sheng stroked Xiaoling's fur, noticeably feeling it becoming thicker and smoother, with reduced resistance while running, clearly the effect of the gene. After fully absorbing the 700-year-old soul imprint, Xiaoling's body suddenly expanded, with pitch-black scales appearing all over. The black horns on its head grew even larger, and a pair of black wings sprouted from its back. The black flame undead deer's level advanced to the early lord stage, acquiring talents such as emperor-level skills, disguise evolving to king level, mastery of death fire, undead trample mastery, body transformation, death domain, dispersion, death song, among others. The soul imprint's evolution path reached 5,500 years, ultimately evolving into the black flame reaper deer. Upon reaching adulthood, Xiaoling automatically attained king-level status, filling Lin Sheng with joy as the proficiency of its skills increased. Was this the benefit of talent? Moreover, there were 2 additional evolution paths, likely the result of its genes. Lin Sheng decided to temporarily set Xiaoling's main form as the Black Dragon King. While he was pondering, Xiaoling proactively used the dispersion skill, its body instantly transforming into countless small spirits, floating in the air like little weather dolls. Lin Sheng marveled at this escape skill, thinking to himself that these little spirits could also help him keep watch. With the good stuff in hand, he decided to leave. Hiss good. Moo. Nothing left to take. Let's go. This secret realm wasn't in the Magic City Academy. Once Lin Sheng left, it would naturally dissipate somewhere and merge with reality. Meanwhile, as the end of the month approached at Magic City Academy, the place was bustling with activity. Rumor had it that Zhang Kuang had set a new record, with his pet beast strength reaching over 1.3 million tons. There was also Owen from the Lighthouse Country, who broke Lin Sheng's neural reaction speed test record. One leaderboard top spot after another was being overtaken, and Lin Sheng's points were diminishing indirectly. With this back and forth, the chances of becoming the top student were decreasing. While Lin Sheng was in the secret realm, other students were out hunting fierce beasts and selling them to the Beast Association in the central building, causing their points to skyrocket. It's been over 20 days, and it's almost the end of the month. Yet he hasn't come out of the secret realm? Could he have died in there? Joked the 2 people guarding outside the Ghost River's secret realm. One of them inadvertently glanced at the sign and was suddenly shocked. The light on the Ghost River's secret realm had gone out. What? The 2 were stunned. Indeed, the light on the secret realm had gone out. This meant the Ghost River secret realm would completely disappear from the Magic City, and the owner of that space had been defeated. At the same time, a figure emerged from the teleportation array. Although he was somewhat dirty and emitted a strange odor, his muscular physique was perfect, and his determined gaze exuded an aura stronger than before, causing the 2 to instinctively take a step back. "Did you come back from hell?" one of them blurted out. Lin Sheng smiled at them but said nothing as he walked past. The reason he didn't speak was simple. He just wanted to hurry back and take a shower. Soon, Lin Sheng returned to his room, quickly washing up in the bathroom and feeling refreshed. He opened the special computer in his room, which had messages from Bai He, Di Qian, Du Ning, and friends from the training camp. Lin Sheng often felt bored, so he would have voice and video chats with Bai He. The young girl's abilities were quite impressive. Although not specially recruited, she still got into the all-female Shengshui Academy. Du Ning went to the Imperial City Academy, as the Magic City had been frequently losing in academy competitions, likely prompting her family to send her to the Imperial City Academy. With her ranking in the top 3 at the training camp, getting into the Imperial City Academy was easily within reach. Lin Sheng smiled and initiated a voice call with Bai He. Zhang Kuang ranks 83rd in the school with 927 points, closely followed by Owen with 916 points at 92nd place. Zhang Qiliu is ranked 91st with 867 points. Currently, the 100th place in the school's overall ranking has 300 points, while Lin Sheng holds 773 points, temporarily placing him at 97th. Without the bonus points from the freshman leaderboard, these new students wouldn't even make it into the top 100. The forum summarized everyone's rankings, assuming they could maintain their positions by the end of the month, which is today. These records were achieved after Zhang Kuang and others updated their rankings. However, the situation changed. Lin Sheng unexpectedly emerged from the secret realm earlier. If he can defeat them, he might surpass them and claim the first place. Why am I so anxious? Even if he's out, he must be exhausted. Zhang Kuang and the others anxiously stood on tiptoes. When they saw Lin Sheng slay the Lord of the Ghost River's secret realm, everyone was utterly shocked. Is this real? That secret realm, known as a graveyard for newcomers, was cleared by a newcomer. Of course, it's true. The lights on the secret realm have gone out, indicating the master inside is dead. The Ghost River secret realm was a place even the top 10 on the leaderboard couldn't clear back then. Special recruits are indeed extraordinary. Their talents are formidable. It seems like he will set new records once again after coming out. Let's go check it out. The campus was buzzing with excitement, and not only the new students, but also the senior ones came rushing over. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was still unaware of all this. I'll hang up now. Our academy is competing for the top freshman spot. These people are crazy strong. Almost like you. He, on the screen, wore white clothes, her cheeks flushed, smiling as pure as snow. To be honest, Lin Sheng not answering her calls for a month made He feel inexplicably uneasy. But fortunately, it was just an accident. I should probably head out too. Lin Sheng ended the video call and headed downstairs. The dorms in the Magic City are private, each with its own area. Lin Sheng quickly opened a training room. Boom. He casually flicked his tail, and the massive force of the latest Digi Lord transmitted into the leather drum, deafening. 1.7 million tons. Congratulations on achieving first place in the freshman strength test. 290 milliseconds. Congratulations on achieving first place in the freshman neural reaction speed test. 57 times Earth's gravity. Lin Sheng conquered challenges one after another, with Xiaobai almost having no rivals in the same level. After all, even the king-level Ghost Crow in the secret realm was no match for Xiaobai. With its current strength and skills, it has already reached the king level. However, its evolution is incomplete and requires the genetic bloodlines of 10,000 creatures to evolve into a flood dragon. Look, the rankings have changed again. Lin Sheng once again updated the freshman ranking, directly overtaking Zhang Kuang with 1,300 points, now ranking 63rd in the school. Today, someone was always keeping an eye on the leaderboard, and seeing this, everyone was shocked. Not only did the Ghost Crow fail to bind Lin Sheng, but it also became a stepping stone for his progress. Now the points ranking is overflowing. Even Zhang Kuang, who ranked second, was trailing by over 100 points, making it impossible to catch up. Damn, how can this guy be so monstrous? Zhang Kuang was almost in disbelief. No wonder he became the first special recruit in the history of Modu Academy, passing the Black River secret realm, known as the graveyard for newcomers, all by himself. I should have realized that the real opponent was him. Now, there probably isn't anyone his age who can rival him. Oh my god, this guy from Longhua is just too insane. Even the exchange students from the Lighthouse country are planning to give up. They're simply not in the same league. With the points from this freshman reward, Lin Sheng even has a chance to break into the top 50 of the entire school. Although his ranking in the secret realm was only 63rd, Lin Sheng seemed a bit dissatisfied, but it was still quite good. After all, being 63rd grants the right to use a level 1 blood pool. With these blood pools, Lin Sheng can easily make up for the gap of 10,000 fierce beast bloodlines. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take him to hunt them down. But now he can do it simultaneously. And when Xiaobai reaches the monarch level, he can push for the top 50 and gain access to a level 2 blood pool. Level 2 blood pools are practically priceless in the market. The carcass of a single monarch-level fierce beast can sell for millions, and a blood pool made up of over 100 monarch-level beast bloodlines is worth a fortune. If it weren't for the abundant resources of Modu Academy, any other force would feel the pinch trying to provide such resources. If others knew Lin Sheng's thoughts, they would surely call him a freak. Not to mention freshmen, even students who have been at the academy for years might not make it into the top 70. But Lin Sheng reached the top 70 within a month. After Lin Sheng secured the position of top freshman at Modu, he was showered with countless opportunities. Just like at the training camp, but this time, it was higher-level people and forces trying to recruit him. For instance, the Du family, a prominent family in Modu, reached out to Lin Sheng through Du Ning, hoping to bind Lin Sheng to their family after graduation by promising access to a level 2 blood pool. That's quite the offer. Besides, 2 other major families extended their invitations to Lin Sheng, and even families as far as Everest and the imperial capital showed goodwill. Becoming the top freshman at Modu means you'll inevitably meet many strong individuals after graduation. If they can forge a connection with Lin Sheng, Their family could call upon countless monarchs or even disaster-level beastmasters in times of need. This is the foundation for a family's standing and the reason why the Academy's resources keep expanding. The military and the Beastmaster Association offered even more enticing conditions. Lin Sheng couldn't help but swallow at their offers. No wonder the older students at the Academy increased their strength so quickly. With so many people eager to provide resources, it's hard not to grow stronger. Lin Sheng felt fortunate that he aimed to enter the top 5 academies from the start. With just a word, others could deliver resources that a Beastmaster might never see in a lifetime. This kind of platform and vision can never be found elsewhere. But everything is earned through one's own strength. Even after Lin Sheng politely declined those opportunities, they still sent the highest quality food needed for Xiaobai and Xiaoling, enough to sustain him for years at Modu Academy. Damn, these people are really wealthy. Master, why don't we just rob them? Xiaoling mumbled in the beast's space, stuffing pure feed into its mouth, almost revealing its innate bandit nature. Not now, no. Lin Sheng reprimanded Xiaoling. The day ended without any incidents. Lin Sheng became the top freshman at Modu, which was an expected outcome, given that his score was nearly unbeatable. As the representative of the new students, Lin Sheng officially gained this status on the Modu Academy's website. Every year's top freshman must complete this ceremony. In the video, Lin Sheng dressed impeccably, his black hair cascading over his shoulders, with a sharpness in his eyes. He picked up the script and began to read. I am very pleased to become the top freshman of this year at Modu. This achievement is the result of both my personal efforts and the hard work of my companion beast. The video lasted about 5 minutes, aiming to present Lin Sheng as a righteous and admirable figure to the public. After all, the top freshman represents Modu Academy, and their image must be exemplary. So handsome. Is this the top freshman of the 5 major academies? Truly handsome. Viewers online marveled, especially at Lin Sheng's piercing gaze that made hearts race. Don't get your hopes up, just admire him from here. He's the only special recruit at Modu Academy this year, someone reminded. If I remember correctly, Lin Sheng is the younger brother of that genius from the Imperial City back then. Truly a family of stars. Both have become top freshmen at Modu in the Imperial City. Could we be witnessing a sibling rivalry drama? How thrilling. Discussions online about Lin Sheng and Lin Ming were fervent, with some even starting to ship them as a pair. After Lin Sheng rose to fame, his experiences at the training camp and in Yangqing were thoroughly uncovered, causing a surge in attention towards the talented siblings from a humble background. Lin Sheng's sister, Lin Ming, was also brought back into the conversation. At the Imperial Academy, Su Xian of the Crimson Phantom whispered, both have the surname Lin. No wonder the boss holds him in such high regard. I thought it was just because of his talent and looks. A muscular man beside her spoke quietly. Indeed, lately the boss has been smiling at her phone a lot. I thought she was looking at something else. Could she be a brother-obsessed person? I see the boss often browsing those CP shipping posts. Su Xian blinked, pondering. Considering her brother's good looks and undeniable strength, it didn't seem impossible. You're overthinking it. The boss just finds it amusing. She also told us to improve our skills and prepare for the competition in 6 months. The man responded. You're right, I was just joking. How could a newly minted Beastmaster compare to the super geniuses of the Imperial City? Su Xian stroked her white chin, suddenly realizing she might have been watching too many soap operas. Someone as cold-blooded as the boss couldn't possibly be obsessed with her brother, could she? She recalled when the boss first enrolled, a few wealthy second-generation students often mocked her on the Modu Academy forum. After the boss confronted them, they never spoke up again and would avoid Lin Ming whenever they saw her. It could be said that the boss had a formidable reputation upon entering school, instilling fear in others. Recently, however, she seemed to have become less active. At this moment, Lin Ming was wearing form-fitting clothes that perfectly outlined her flawless figure. At this moment, she was lying on the bed, her face buried in a pillow, her body shaking slightly as she laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Kun, dressed in training gear, laughed and said to his companion beside him, So, what do you think? My junior's skills are pretty good, right? The companion rolled their eyes and retorted, Your junior? Did you ever teach him? How can you be so shameless? Kun touched his nose, looking a bit embarrassed. Should we invite him to join us? The companion suggested. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Kun's eyes. Sure, we'd love to have such a genius. But we need to act fast, or our rivals might snatch him away. The companion smiled, secretly agreeing. Lin Sheng and Kun were both disciples of the same teacher, making them practically fellow students. Meanwhile, in Lin Sheng's room, the large creature named Xiaoling was manipulating the black river on its body. The black river transformed into a viscous liquid, clinging tightly to Xiaoling's form. Only a creature close to darkness could control it. Snap! A long tentacle of the viscous liquid detached from Xiaoling's body, grabbed a plastic bottle on the table, and instantly melted and absorbed it. The black river then morphed into spikes and ghostly hands, causing destruction around it, which Xiao Ling handled effortlessly. I'm so lucky. I managed to get my hands on such a treasure. Lin Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly searched online for detailed information about the item. The black river, originally called the parasite spirit, was a parasitic creature born in the land of darkness. It could inhabit dark creatures, and the stronger the creature, the more formidable the black river's power. Dark emperors with the parasite spirit could easily annihilate those without it. It was something even disaster-level beasts coveted, with scant information about it online. No wonder that strange crow didn't know, Lin Sheng thought to himself. The crow had assumed it was merely a defensive tool, but defense was its weakest function. The black river could cover the body, conceal one's presence, and its attack power could penetrate any lord-level defense, something even Xiao Bai couldn't easily withstand. Of course, this was also because the user was a king-level beast. If Xiao Ling were to use it, it wouldn't be as sharp, but even so, it was powerful enough to be considered priceless. Activate. 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 Lin Sheng's heart raced as he activated all the systems. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from Chen Dao. Mr. Chen. Lin Sheng answered, and Chen Dao laughed heartily on the other end. Not bad. But you call me Mr. Chen when you benefit and just old Chen when you don't? Huh? Lin Sheng fell silent, and Chen Dao continued jokingly, just kidding. I'm happy even if you call me teacher once in a while. Come over to the central building now. It's the end of the month. Time to distribute resources. And of course, your exclusive resources as a special recruit. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Sheng hung up, filled with anticipation. His two pet beasts were also excited, their high intelligence allowing them to understand the meaning. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at the central building of the Magic City Academy. The towering structure filled him with unprecedented joy, as any student would be thrilled to receive the Academy's resources for the first time today. Chen Dao, with his resolute face, was smiling today as he waved to Lin Sheng from afar. Standing by the counter, Tian Xian turned around in surprise to discover that Lin Sheng was actually the special recruit. Just a few days ago, she thought Lin Sheng was merely an ordinary student at the Magic City Academy. Remembering how she had cared for Lin Sheng like a younger brother, Tian Xian couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. First, let's talk about your ranking. You ended up at 72nd place. Although you've dropped a few spots, you still qualify for access to the level 1 blood pool, and you'll also receive free accommodation and training room fees. However, the gravity chamber still requires a fee, Chen Dao explained, looking at Lin Sheng and his two pet beasts with anticipation. In addition, as the top freshman in Magic City, you get resources that cover the meals for all your pet beasts for 5 years. If any of your pet beasts reach king level, catastrophe level, or emperor level during your time at the academy, the school will cover all the materials needed for their evolution. These rewards made Lin Sheng and his pet beasts light up with excitement. The two pets were thrilled about the 5 years of covered meals, while Lin Sheng was relieved to know he wouldn't have to worry about evolution materials. You must know, once a pet beast advances to king level or catastrophe level, the required materials are astronomically expensive. Xiao Bai's talent level was previously low, so the material demands weren't urgent, but if Xiao Ling advances to king level, the cost of materials would be beyond Lin Sheng's immediate means. Lin Sheng thought to himself, having heard that the materials needed for a pet beast with king-level talent could cost billions, and choosing the best materials would only increase the expense. No wonder those veterans are envious of this opportunity. Their pet beasts probably should have evolved long ago. Lin Sheng mused, realizing that many students stayed at the academy to secure the evolution materials offered by the school. This allowed the academy to train more powerful beast tamers, which would be highly beneficial in the long run. When can I use the level 1 blood pool? Lin Sheng asked eagerly. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on, you still have points to use. Chen Dao raised a hand to stop Lin Sheng, whose eyes lit up. That's right. The points ranking will be recalculated next month, and last month's points are only retained for 1 day. Today is the deadline to spend them. Soon, Lin Sheng approached the counter, eagerly asking, what can I exchange my points for? Or what's the best value for exchange? You can exchange them for anything. Generally, beast tamers exchange for the highest grade, highest quality food for their pet beasts, Tian Xian explained patiently. The highest quality mixed meat for snakes is made from the most precious 1 gram from each ferocious beast. 10 points can exchange for 1 meal's worth, while outside it would cost 1,000,000. Tian Xian's voice carried a hint of pride. 1,000,000. That price is quite steep, Lin Sheng thought to himself, considering that his pet beasts were different from others. Due to the rapid digestion rate, he needs to eat almost every day. Lin Sheng thought to himself with a hint of amusement, his lips curling into a smile. As the president of the new students in Magic City this year, he knew the city would provide him with a lavish feast. Chen Dao couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Sheng's conflicted expression, thinking, even geniuses worry about their pet beast's food. Exactly. Having everything covered means I get to enjoy 30 million from the academy every month for free, Lin Sheng exclaimed, excitedly clenching his right fist and pounding it into his left palm. Xiao Bai, in the beast space, jumped up in excitement, seemingly looking forward to the improved meals. Tian Xian and Chun Dao exchanged surprised glances. 30 million? The highest quality pure meat can last for almost half a month with just one meal, right? You can't possibly eat that every day, can you? Tian Xian asked. A sly look flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes. Is there any food for mysterious type or dark type pet beasts? Get me the highest grade. There is. Pure souls are a favorite for mysterious creatures. One meal costs 30 points, and the price ranges between 1 to 3 million elsewhere, as the total amount of pure souls varies, Chun Dao explained, eyes gleaming with excitement. Moreover, this food can enhance the pet beast quality in all aspects. Good ingredients can also improve the pet's mood, and most importantly, consuming this food accelerates evolution by more than 10 times compared to ordinary food. 1 to 3 million. That's 30 to 90 million a month for free. With 2 pet beasts, it would cost the Magic City Academy 100 million in food expenses each month. Lin Sheng's lips curved into a smile, his heart racing with excitement. Xiao Ling wagged its tail happily, knowing it would no longer have to eat the impure food bought online. As a noble emperor, it wouldn't stoop to consuming such garbage. Now, it would finally enjoy better meals. The surrounding students looked on with envy. Being the top freshman meant receiving abundant resources from the academy every month. The resources consumed in just 1 month could create several millionaires outside, while they would need to spend millions, even tens of millions, to enjoy such treatment, which filled them with immense jealousy. Your status as the top freshman has been recorded on your student card. You can receive all the food you need for free in the academy cafeteria, or you can visit periodically, as there will usually be plenty of stock left, Old Chen said, making Lin Sheng nod. What should I exchange my 1,300 points for? Since you don't lack food now, do you have any floating whale carcasses? Lin Sheng inquired. No, not only are floating whales rare, but even the young ones have king-level strength. They're too difficult to hunt and not cost-effective. Plus, whenever a floating whale is sold, it fetches a high price. Your points aren't enough to buy one, and the Magic City Academy doesn't have the means to get one either, Old Chen replied, shaking his head with a tone of helplessness. Can I exchange all my points for thunderstones then? Lin Sheng asked. Yes, with 1,300 points, you can get 260 thunderstones. Old Chen replied, his eyes shining with anticipation. Thunderstones are very rare in Yang City, but in Magic City, they are just considered uncommon. With his thunderstones in hand, Lin Sheng returned to his dormitory. In a specially designated training room in the dormitory, 260 thunderstones piled up on the ground, emitting a dazzling glow. Arcs of electricity danced through the air, easily pecking black holes into the walls. The energy within these thunderstones was even more potent than what Lin Sheng had previously acquired in the wild, leaving him in awe. As he gazed at the mountain-like pile of thunderstones, he thought to himself. As expected from one of the major powers of the Dragon Nation, their vast resources ensure top-quality goods, even if they come at a high price. Xiao Bai slowly stepped forward, drawn by the lightning mark on its back. A stream of energy flowed from the 260 thunderstones, forming a vortex in the air, all of which was absorbed into the lightning mark. A rumbling sound echoed as terrifying thunder enveloped Xiao Bai's body, yet the electricity caused it no harm. The lightning connected Xiao Bai to the ground, leaving black marks, but did not touch Lin Sheng. At this moment, Xiao Bai was entirely covered in scales made of electricity, with horns and even teeth armed with thunderous light. The layer of lightning armor seemed to clad it in a suit of armor, with claws extending several meters, embodying the essence of lightning. In the beast space, Xiao Ling watched nervously, thinking, this is definitely a counter. Xiao Bai's skills are all of the Yang attribute, immensely powerful, and it's no wonder everyone yearns for the 5 great academies where the strong become stronger. Lin Sheng resolved to gather enough resources and aimed to be in the top 50 of the rankings at the start of the new month. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng took Xiao Bai and Xiao Ling and stepped onto the teleportation array, heading to a small border town. In the days that followed, Lin Sheng woke up every morning and took his 2 pets to hunt fierce beasts in the wild. Almost all the beasts they hunted were at the Lord level, as anything below this level would not provide effective training. At night, they returned to the academy to soak in the first-grade blood pool, rapidly enhancing the skills and genes of the pets. Xiao Bai's gene energy absorption proceeded smoothly, while Xiao Ling advanced from early to mid-lord level in less than half a month. Its body grew larger, from an initial height of 2 or 3 meters to now 4 or 5 meters, with black wings unfurling on its back, and it became more adept at utilizing the parasitic organisms within its body. This was an enhancement of combat experience, not something that could be achieved solely through gene energy, but through continuous training and battles with fierce beasts. By mid-March, Lin Sheng once again took Xiao Ling into a lord-level secret realm, hunting strange creatures to extract their genes. However, luck was not on their side this time, as they failed to find the master of the realm. Sensing the presence of a stronger entity, the realm's master had already disappeared. A month quickly passed, and Lin Sheng's rank was 56th, although his points initially placed him within the top 50. Unexpectedly, the list was stolen at the last moment. This was a common occurrence at the Magic City Academy, but as a newcomer, Lin Sheng hadn't anticipated so many people competing in secret. He thought to himself that he must not slack off next time. A lord-level beast tamer making it into the top 50 indeed caused quite a stir within the school. At the start of the second month, Lin Sheng's training became even more intense than the previous month. Every dawn, he would take his two fierce beasts out to hunt in the wild, entering a secret realm every 3 days. By the middle of the third month, Lin Sheng had successfully achieved his goal of hunting 10,000 fierce beasts. In the primary blood pool, he absorbed nearly 7,000 bloodline genes, with about 3,000 coming from his wild hunts, totaling exactly 10,000. It was time to evolve. With determination in his eyes, Lin Sheng, accompanied by Xiao Bai, headed to the river outside the Magic City. There, he sat bare-chested on Xiao Bai's back, whose body had grown immensely large, capable of easily destroying a large ship. Man and serpent floated downstream, under a sky thick with dark clouds, fierce winds, and lightning striking from above. It seemed as though Xiao Bai was cursed by the heavens, destined for destruction. As lightning struck Xiao Bai, creating wound after wound, countless fierce beasts attacked. Yet, Lin Sheng sat firmly on its head, unwavering and resolute. Finally, after half an hour, the river widened, and Xiao Bai's scales had almost entirely fallen off. As it plunged into the sea, enormous new scales grew, adorned with intricate patterns, even harder than before. Its back sprouted fin-like dorsal fins, and its body developed 2 pairs of sharp claws. The divine light in its eyes was increasingly terrifying. Although it didn't grow a mane around its neck, its mouth was filled with rows of sharp teeth. A dragon. Success. Lin Sheng sprang to his feet. The dragon, over 10 meters long, was snake-like with 4 legs, a white mane on its neck, and a reddish chest. Roar. Xiao Bai let out a long roar towards the sky, moving effortlessly in the water, its speed exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, though only in the river. The crew on nearby ships were astounded, witnessing the scene as it vanished in a flash too quickly for cameras to capture. In the beast space, Xiao Ling's eyes widened, feeling something awaken within. Having followed Lin Sheng for so long, Xiao Ling had heard of dragons, these legendary creatures. Could Bai really be one? Xiao Ling was dumbfounded. Previously feeling a bit unconvinced about being second, now it was completely convinced. Even with great talent, it couldn't compare to a legendary dragon. Receiving a tremendous feedback of power, Lin Sheng felt stronger than ever, with a natural affinity for water. Dragons are masters of water, and though they cannot fly, they reign supreme in the water. Lin Sheng was ecstatic. A few days later, in the center of a building in the Magic City base city, bang! The enormous tooth Lin Sheng threw from the beast space shocked Tian Xian, who covered her mouth in astonishment. You really killed the king in that abandoned city. That was a mid-level king creature. After her initial shock, Tian Xian suddenly realized, your beast has reached king level? Seeing Lin Sheng smile silently, her heart skipped a beat. Reaching king level in less than 3 months at the academy. Such rapid progress is terrifying. The teeth were its most valuable part, almost worth 300 points. Combined with your 2,600 points, Lin Sheng's total points reached 2,900. Tian Xian was utterly shocked. He knew exactly what this meant. Lin Sheng had just arrived at the academy, and in a mere 3 months, he had achieved an impressive ranking of 36th. This granted him access to the level 2 blood pool. Achieving such a ranking after losing the newbie protection said a lot. Damn it, you're really something else. Zhang Kuang was stunned. He had been stuck at the peak of the Lord level for half a year, thinking that once he broke through to the King level, he would have an advantage over Lin Sheng. But, unexpectedly, Lin Sheng surpassed him first. I have an S-level beast space, and just one more letter makes such a big difference. You've really got it. Several senior sisters were privately asking him for Lin Sheng's contact information, and a smile almost broke out on Chun Dao's serious face. Old Chun, what level do I need to reach to participate in the competition in over 3 months? Lin Sheng asked. Oh, you want to join the battle between Modu and Daidu? Chun Dao's eyes widened. You need both of your beasts to be at the king level to participate in that competition. In our Modu Academy, there are probably only about 20 people with 2 beasts above the king level. He continued. Even though his first beast was at the disaster level, his second beast was only at the early king stage. Not to mention those beast masters with only 1 king level beast. Some families might afford to raise 1 king level beast, but 2? Unless you're the heir of a Fortune 500 company, Who dares to invest that much? I understand. I'll work hard. Lin Sheng nodded with a smile. Work hard for what? Did you even get what I was saying? Chun Dao blinked, his stern expression almost faltering. But if you're really determined, there's still a chance. I'll give Hukun a call and arrange for you to meet Du Qianqiu. Du Qianqiu? Lin Sheng had certainly heard of him. He was consistently among the top 5 in the Academy's points ranking, even stronger than Hukun, and at one point, he held the top spot. He was also the leader of one of the largest factions in Modu Academy. Alright then, but I'll use the level 2 blood pool first, and we can talk later. Lin Sheng waved and left. He soon arrived at the reward collection area. The guard outside glanced at Lin Sheng's student ID number and was slightly surprised, a smile appearing on his face. You're Lin Sheng, right? Go on in. Lin Sheng nodded and went inside. Even though he had been here countless times, his heart still raced. As he pushed open a door, the scene before him was breathtaking. The room was filled with massive, terrifying creatures. Golden apes covered in spikes, crocodiles with iron-like teeth, and 6-winged wolves. Each one was far more formidable than anything Lin Sheng had encountered in the base city. The overwhelming pressure was almost suffocating, yet it was all an illusion. As Lin Sheng shook his head, the shadows dissipated, revealing a jar of king-level beast essence, exuding an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Is this the essence of a king-level creature? Its rarity far surpasses that of lord-level creatures, and it is in much shorter supply. Intrigued, Lin Sheng began extracting sequences, obtaining the genetic lineage of the 6-armed golden ape, the iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile, and the winged cyan wolf, along with the strength gene of the 6-armed golden ape, the biting gene of the iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile, and the defense gene of the gold-armored land turtle. Astonishingly, there was even a gene for the mastery of assault skill. Lin Sheng extracted a vast array of genes, estimating that there were over 60 types of king-level lineage, an incredible number. Now, Lin Sheng's physique was robust enough to withstand the simultaneous extraction of so many lineages. As the genes were injected, Xiao Bai's body gradually became scorching hot, so much so that an egg could be cooked on his back. After half an hour, the process concluded. Lin Sheng picked up a machete and struck it against Xiao Bai's scales without hesitation. The specially made steel blade shattered instantly, indicating a significant improvement in defense. Over time, the conversion of defense genes would only make Xiao Bai stronger. And this was just the first day. Once Lin Sheng injected a large number of king-level genes into Xiao Bai, he would nearly be able to contend with latest-stage king-level beasts. Xiao Bai had just broken through to the early king stage and could already compete with mid-stage king creatures, relying solely on his skills and innate talents without any king-level genetic lineage yet. Xiao Bai's talents were as exceptional as a dragon, possessing early king-level talents and peak emperor skills. These skills included entanglement, gigantification, cloud swallowing, water spraying, hardening, healing eye mastery, danger intuition mastery, petrification mastery, perfect thunder armor dragon might, black fiery horn, eagle eye proficiency, and vision enhancement, reaching nearly a perfect level. Now, having acquired the king-level skill of petrification, Xiao Bai's foundation was remarkably solid. Exiting the room, Lin Sheng headed to the cafeteria to collect a month's worth of food. The beast nutritionist in the cafeteria widened his eyes in disbelief, wondering how Lin Sheng's beast could consume so much. Others came every few days, but Lin Sheng could consume a billion's worth of cafeteria food in a month. Even if the academy was wealthy, such extravagance couldn't be sustained. However, Lin Sheng had previously consulted Chun Dao and received approval. This was a key factor in Xiao Bai's rapid improvement. The food was of the highest grade and supplied without limit, so progress was inevitable. Even the Du family wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. With the food in hand, Lin Sheng bumped into Hukun as he stepped outside. Hukun smiled, a satisfied look in his eyes. Lin Sheng, I've been looking for you all day. Let's go meet Du Qianqiu. Lin Sheng replied, understood. The two were well acquainted, often exchanging insights on beast cultivation. As Chen Dao's apprentice, Lin Sheng naturally yearned to meet this esteemed predecessor who had once been a top figure in the magic capital. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng followed Hukun to the villa district where he lived. The Magic City Academy spans a vast area, with designated living quarters for students, and Hukun's home is their usual gathering spot. Xiao Ling, inside the beast space, excitedly said, make yourself at home, don't be shy. Hukun laughed and extended his strong arm to open the heavy iron gate. Made of a special alloy, the gate was quite hefty, yet Hukun easily pushed it open, showcasing his robust physique as a disaster-level beast master. If he possessed 2 disaster-level beasts, his strength would be even more formidable. The two walked along a stone-paved path into the villa, where Du Qianqiu and several other beast masters were gathered in the living room. Lin Sheng's gaze fell on Du Qianqiu, and he couldn't help but admire her. Her beauty and aloofness were unforgettable, as if she was born with an innate elegance. Kun teased. Speaking of which, you have some connection with Qinxiu. You probably know her sister, right? Lin Sheng immediately thought of Du Ning, the girl who pretended to be aloof, so different from the present Du Qinxiu. Du Ning's indifference was a facade, while Du Qinxiu's cool elegance was genuine. Don't be fooled by Qinxiu's cold demeanor. She's actually quite warm-hearted, Kun said with a smile, only to be interrupted by Du Qinxiu. You're talking too much? Kun immediately fell silent, aware of the authority this formidable figure commanded. Du Qinxiu not only possessed 2 disaster-level beasts, but was also among the top in Magic City Academy. Generally, a disaster-level beast master could own up to 3 beasts, and having 2 already garnered significant respect. Owning 3 disaster-level beasts would make one nearly invincible. Among the 5 present, Lin Sheng was the only one who hadn't reached the disaster level. Du Qinxiu approached him, her gaze icy but her tone concerned. Lin Sheng, I heard about your situation from Teacher Chan. If you want to quickly elevate your beast to disaster level, you must venture into the disaster level secret realm. Her voice was cold yet firm, as if conveying an undeniable truth. But wouldn't going into the disaster level secret realm be suicidal for me? Lin Sheng asked, puzzled. Of course, you won't go alone. If you join us, I can take you into the disaster level secret realm once a month. Du Qinxiu's proposal intrigued Lin Sheng. Her interest in having him join was unusual for an organization in Magic City Academy. Recruiting this new top student would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for her. Lin Sheng thought to himself that such situations seemed common everywhere. With Du Qinxiu's invitation, Lin Sheng felt an unprecedented sense of opportunity and challenge. Certainly. Du Qinxiu added that the points earned in the secret realm would be fairly divided based on the effort contributed. If you earn points through your own strength, you get to keep 100 of your share. Lin Sheng nodded and decided to join them. As a lone wolf, he knew that his current strength was far from sufficient, and to survive, he needed to rely on a more powerful force. Du Qinxiu rarely smiled, but now he did, and the 3 people beside him followed suit. The addition of Lin Sheng, the new top student of Magic City and the only special recruit, was undoubtedly great news. Haha, we're all students of Teacher Chen Dao, so let's not be too distant, Kun said with a laugh. Yes, I've heard of you, Lin Sheng, when I was out hunting fierce beasts. You're quite famous in our Magic City, a young man praised. Even people in Magic City know about me? Of course, you're the top new student here. Many beast controllers know you. Be careful when you go out, don't be too tempted. A senior winked at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng pretended not to understand and blinked back. Du Qinxiu interrupted the conversation. All right, Lin Sheng, go prepare yourself. We're setting off tomorrow. Yes, this time we're going to a new medium space secret realm. I'm afraid people from other academies will be there as well, so be cautious when you get there, the young man said seriously. I understand. Lin Sheng knew that he had just stepped into the king level, and in the eyes of those disaster-level beast controllers, he was just a fledgling. However, the young man reassured him, don't be too serious. After all, our Magic City Academy is the top among the 5 academies. Those people probably won't dare to mess with us, haha. Having influence is indeed a show of power. If they don't provoke others, those people should consider themselves lucky. Who would dare to cause trouble? A few minutes later, Lin Sheng returned to his room. His 2 pet beasts were there enjoying their food. The aroma was enticing. Xiao Ling was at the mid-lord level, and Lin Sheng hoped it could benefit from the secret realm and quickly evolve to the late lord level. By then, with the Academy's resources, it could easily advance to king level, and he would become an invincible presence among king levels. 2 king-level pet beasts could be city lord level in any small base city. In the new medium secret realm, it's rumored that someone has seen genetic fruits. Lin Sheng heard that the Imperial City Academy already had people planning to enter that space realm tomorrow, and not just them, other top academies were sending people too. Genetic fruits. Each one could sell for over $1 billion and could awaken a pet beast's bloodline talent. I want to join the fun tomorrow. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a lost genetic fruit? If not, I'll just follow the Imperial City group in, even if it means taking a smaller share of the benefits, someone suggested. At the same time, Lin Ming was discussing strategies with Su Xian and others. Sister Lin Ming, are you planning to go personally this time? Su Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. If Lin Ming entered personally, who could compete with them? Yes, Lin Ming answered firmly. She intended to acquire the genetic fruit from the secret realm, as such a treasure was not something a disaster-level lord should possess. The next morning arrived quickly. In the underground of the cylindrical building, Du Qinxiu, Kun, and Lin Sheng stood fully armed in front of a teleportation array. Yesterday, someone from Jiangnan Academy brought back a genetic fruit, which astonishingly fetched a price of 13 billion online. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with eager determination. The goal was clear. Find the Space Lord and kill it. Du Qinxiu's voice was cold, as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. Understood. Got it. Lin Sheng nodded, though he was secretly thinking. A genetic fruit worth 13 billion. If he could obtain one, his little spirit could break through to the king level. With a flash of light, they vanished from the teleportation array and appeared in a dense forest. Clearly, the master of this world favored the wild environment, as the area was dim and filled with a dangerous aura. However, one figure was missing from the group. Lin Sheng was gone. Kun, where's Lin Sheng? He looked shocked. The team members anxiously scanned their surroundings, and Lu Song was also missing. We must find the Space Lord and kill it now. Du Qinqiu frowned slightly, and Kun paused before nodding. This medium-sized secret realm was almost as large as a small city that could house millions, making it nearly impossible to find one person. It was better to quickly defeat the Space Lord and seize the genetic fruit. Lin Sheng would naturally be out of danger then. Lin Sheng, you better be careful. The dangers in this forest are more than just fierce beasts. A king-level beastmaster, if caught in a disaster-level secret realm, would not be in too much danger with some caution. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was looking around the forest, puzzled. Where is everyone? Why is there no one here? Could this be a random teleportation space? It's quite possible. When too many people enter a space, the space's master senses the threat and activates a self-protection mechanism, scattering people. Lin Sheng had read about this in books. His Xiao Bai emerged from the beast space and Mu. Xiao Ling followed, letting out a loud cry as if announcing its presence. Xiao Bai swatted Xiao Ling on the head with its tail. Why are you shouting so loud? Afraid others can't hear you? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes, and Xiao Ling whimpered softly. Then its eyes brightened. Master, I smell the genetic fruit. You smelled it? How do you know? Lin Sheng was puzzled. I can't explain it. It's an impulse in my bloodline, urging me to go in a certain direction. Xiao Ling responded excitedly. Xiao Bai also indicated a similar sensation, as its talent had reached the emperor level. The sensitivity of the two beasts to resources had increased, instinctively drawing them towards what could make them stronger. Then lead the way. Lin Sheng mounted Xiao Ling, which stood 4 or 5 meters tall, while Xiao Bai managed to coil around its body. Thus, one person, one snake, and one horse set off towards the west. Roars echoed through the jungle, and occasionally, branches reached out to attack Lin Sheng, only to be swiftly dealt with by Xiao Bai. After all, Xiao Bai's genes were extracted from some of the most terrifying creatures, even among the top tier of king-level beings. However, Lin Sheng also encountered some formidable beasts along the way, typically at the late king level. Xiao Bai could handle early king-level creatures, but mid-level ones posed a challenge, and late-level ones were out of their league entirely, so they had to avoid them. A slithering sound emanated from Xiaoling's body. The black parasitic creature clung to both pets and Lin Sheng like a second skin, completely concealing their presence. During their sprint, they even passed right in front of a mid-level king creature without being noticed. As the number of king-level beasts increased, it signaled they were nearing their destination. Typically, a disaster-level beast would have 5 to 6 king-level subordinates. Lin Sheng's eyes gleamed with hope of obtaining a gene fruit or two. Soon, an enormous mountain appeared before Lin Sheng. Atop it lay a massive reptilian creature with thick, bony spikes. It seemed asleep, unaware of Lin Sheng, but 3 early king-level beasts patrolled nearby. Even from a distance, the sight made Lin Sheng and his pets shiver. Was this a disaster-level beast? Lin Sheng had never seen one before. Controlling 3 late king-level beasts indicated its rank was at least mid-disaster, if not higher. Hey, brother. A voice suddenly came from beside Lin Sheng. He turned to see a man furtively glancing around. Did you get separated from your team too? Upon noticing the emblem of the Magic City Academy on Lin Sheng, the man's eyes filled with envy. I've got some first-hand information. Interested? As he spoke, the man's gaze flickered between Lin Sheng's pets. Damn, those from the Magic City Academy are loaded. These pets must have top-notch potential. Some beastmasters would enter the secret realm early to gather intelligence and sell it to those who came later. What valuable information do you have? Lin Sheng asked. I know the gene fruit is in that mountain. The man pointed to the mountain beneath the giant lizard. Kid, are you kidding us? Xiaoling stepped forward, exuding a dark aura. Just then, 2 more people emerged behind the man, eyeing Lin Sheng's group menacingly. The man chuckled. Of course, that's not all I have. I guarantee it's worth it. Just 50,000. He held out his hand. That's not too expensive, Lin Sheng mused, rubbing his chin. Of course, I wouldn't sell it to just anyone, the man said, eyeing the Magic City Academy badge again. All right, tell me. Lin Sheng casually transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party. This amount could easily be earned by selling scraps of a ferocious beast. The man smirked with satisfaction. My friend, you've struck it rich. If it weren't for the increasing danger here, I wouldn't sell this information so cheaply. I really fleeced those people before for millions. Xiao Ling, listening to this, felt like stomping on his face. Unfortunately, 2 burly men stood behind him, and Xiao Ling didn't dare to act rashly. Secretly, He vowed that once he became stronger, this would be the last time he paid anyone. He would never pay anyone again. Listen to me. In just a few minutes, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. It was indeed information worth this price. As the man said, Lin Sheng had indeed gotten a good deal. Here's my card. Whenever you enter any spatial secret realms, contact us for first-hand information. The man left his card and quickly departed. They were information merchants who entered the secret realms as soon as they opened. They had their own organization within the Dragon Nation. According to him, the universities plan to make a move tonight. Lin Sheng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. 3 of the 5 universities had already gathered here, planning to act tonight. By then, this space would become extremely dangerous. However, the information merchant sold the information cheaply to Lin Sheng not because of this event, but because he recognized Lin Sheng as a student from one of the 5 universities. He assumed Lin Sheng might already know this information, so he didn't dare overcharge, but also didn't want to leave empty-handed, thus offering a very low price. Just find a place and wait. Lin Sheng planned to use the cover of night and the parasitic spirit's hiding abilities to sneak in. He lay in wait around the mountains, anticipating nightfall. Let's do this. Hukun summoned his pet beast, and Du Qianqiu was not to be outdone. Hukun's pet was an elemental creature composed of a hurricane, expanding in size during battle and possessing immense destructive power. Du Qianqiu's pet, on the other hand, was a snow-white wolf, seemingly ordinary in appearance but not to be underestimated by Hukun. Another member of the team also summoned their pet beast. Meanwhile, at the closest point to the peak, Lin Ming wore a black combat suit that accentuated her slender frame, holding a double-edged sword nearly as long as she was tall. The sword's hilt was wide enough to cover her slim waist, with 2 blue-green eyes representing lightning and wind elements. This was a rare type of special pet beast, a sentient weapon with its own consciousness. Its attack power was the strongest among all types of pet beasts, but it was highly dependent on its user. So powerful. Su Xian nearby was secretly amazed, feeling a surge of excitement. That sword, every time it appeared, a calamitous beast would fall. Let's go. I can only sustain dual elemental power for 5 minutes at most. Lin Ming gripped the great sword with one hand, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. 5 minutes is enough to kill the spiny dragon. But the dragon isn't the main threat. The real danger lies with the other academy students. Suddenly, at that moment, countless terrifying auras emanated from the mountain's peak. Roars filled the secret realm as the spiny dragon, perched atop the mountain, opened its crimson eyes. Its angry roar echoed throughout the entire space, causing a frenzy among the early, mid, and latest-stage king-level beasts. Chaos erupted instantly. Amidst the roars and chaos, Lin Sheng, hidden in the shadows, couldn't see clearly in the dim moonlight. Is it really that intense? He was both shocked and excited. Once the spiny dragon descends, it'll be my turn to act. At this moment, Xiaoling realized the seriousness of the situation. Even king-level creatures could die here. What was a lord-level beast doing getting involved? Let's go. Follow me. Lin Sheng mounted Xiaoling's back, and their presence vanished into thin air. Xiaobai was retracted into the beast's space. In an instant, Lin Sheng and Xiaoling dashed into the clearing ahead, unnoticed due to the cover of night and their concealed presence. Lin Sheng's heartbeat quickened as they neared the mountain, but fortunately, Xiaoling was fast. They covered half the distance in no time. However, just then, the massive spiny dragon began to emit a purple glow, illuminating Lin Sheng's figure. Its crimson eyes locked onto the audacious human, though it couldn't immediately attack. Yet, many king-level beasts, following the dragon's orders, charged towards them. A 3-headed dog, an early king-level beast, lunged forward. Courting death. Xiaoling snorted disdainfully. A snake tail appeared from the void, its tip transforming into a hammer, smashing the 3-headed dog's skulls in one blow. The colossal body crashed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Sheng used his sequence extraction skill, acquiring the ironbone 3-headed dog's genetic bloodline, 3-headed gene, biting force gene, biting skill, and fire-breathing skill. The dog's corpse turned to bones in an instant. Xiaobai, who could defeat early king-level beasts as a late lord, had now reached a strength close to a mid-king level after breaking through. Killing an early king-level beast was a breeze. The other beasts couldn't match Xiaoling's speed, but along the way, other Beastmaster's beasts clashed. Even Lin Sheng got hit a few times. However, after witnessing Xiaobai's terrifying attack, no king-level Beastmasters dared provoke it again. All the Beastmasters rushed into the mountain. How can we compete with so many people? Xiaoling was furious. Just wait. When I get stronger, no one will stand a chance. Don't worry about them now. Can't you sense where those genetic fruits are? Oh, right. Xiaoling suddenly realized. I'm an emperor. My ability to find things, especially compared to ordinary beasts, is unparalleled. Whoosh. Xiaoling bent slightly, sniffing the ground. Suddenly, Her eyes lit up as she found her target. The mountain where the spiked-back dragon lay was riddled with holes of various sizes. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate and headed straight into the mountain through one of these openings. Meanwhile, the spiked-back dragon let out a deafening roar, its massive body releasing a burst of purple laser. The laser swept through, and several Beastmaster's pets were severely injured and fell to the ground. However, the dragon's greatest fury was directed at the human wielding a large blade before it. "It's about time you died," Lin Ming said coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She raised her large blade, which was instantly covered in blue-purple lightning, then swung it, sending a blade of lightning flying diagonally. Swoosh! The blade cut through, severing one of the spiked-back dragon's hind legs, causing it to go into a frenzy from the intense pain. The dragon turned to flee, even colliding with and killing one of its own king-level subordinates in its escape. Trying to escape? Lin Ming, with her blade, was suddenly airborne, propelled by a gust of wind beneath her feet, landing on the dragon's back. She gripped the hilt tightly with both hands and struck down hard, accompanied by lightning and a terrifying sound, boom. Lin Ming's figure pierced through the dragon's back, landing beneath its belly. The massive disaster-class beast, the spiked-back dragon, collapsed with a crash. A bit weak, using 2 elemental forces was overestimating you. Lin Ming sheathed her long blade, her tone still cold. However, those who witnessed the scene were in shock. A mid-disaster beast, dead just like that? Kun could hardly believe it, thinking it would be strange if it weren't dead since Lin Ming had overexerted her power, momentarily reaching the late disaster stage. Nearby, Du Qianxiu, seemingly aware of something, frowned at the silhouette holding the blade. "Go into the mountains, bring all the genetic fruits, and kill those who refuse to cooperate." Lin Ming's eyes were filled with a violent aura. Even Su Xian dared not approach her at this moment. "Of course, killing is out of the question," Su Xian explained to the others. Despite the wilderness not being under government jurisdiction, where beastmasters often fought each other, the consequences of getting caught are severe. Just give them a beating if they don't cooperate. Sister Lin Ming is influenced by the weapon. She's not usually like this. The newcomer from the imperial capital nodded nervously, and the group headed into the mountains collectively. Meanwhile, as the battle outside was nearing its end, Lin Sheng listened to the tense sounds from within the mountain and turned to Xiao Ling. "Can your parasitic spirit forge something special?" A few seconds later, inside the cave, several students from Jiangnan Academy were hastily moving with a pure white fruit in hand. However, Lin Sheng suddenly blocked their path. "Hand it over," Lin Sheng demanded, extending his hand. Seeing the imperial capital emblem on Lin Sheng's chest, their expressions changed. "What do we do? If we don't agree, that crazy woman will definitely come. But this genetic fruit is worth billions." They hesitated, conflicted in their hearts. A hiss echoed as a white snake quietly appeared behind Lin Sheng, its gaze sharp and watchful, fixated on the group. The sight of this creature sent an involuntary shiver through them. In the darkness, Xiaobai resembled the legendary dragon almost perfectly. "Will you give it or not?" Lin Sheng asked with a smile. Xiaobai's eyes glowed with an intense color, seemingly responding to his anticipation. "We'll give it," they replied through gritted teeth, tossing the gene fruits to Lin Sheng without hesitation before turning to flee. Unable to fight back or match the strength of the imperial capital, they could only accept their misfortune, lamenting the lack of powerful leaders in their academy. Lin Sheng held the snow-white, translucent gene fruit in his hand, the sight of its faintly visible veins stirring excitement within him. A fortune worth billions was now in his grasp. However, he knew this was no time to celebrate, as there were surely others around. Exchanging a glance with his 2 pet beasts, Xiao Ling grew excited. Ambushing was its favorite activity. In the following moments, Lin Sheng continuously impersonated students from the Imperial Capital Academy, seizing opportunities to snatch gene fruits. Sensing human presence was far easier than detecting the gene fruits themselves. Whenever he encountered students from the Imperial Capital, he showed no mercy, launching surprise attacks from behind under the cover of his parasite spirit. Xiao Bai's strength was enough to leave mid to late-stage beast masters powerless, especially since these people seemed unguarded. In just half an hour, he had snatched nearly 20 gene fruits. However, the unusual occurrences soon drew attention. On the outskirts of the mountain, near the massive corpse of a hedgehog dragon, Du Qianxiu and Lin Ming stood in a standoff. Beside them were Kun, Su Xian, and others. The two had agreed not to intervene personally, leaving their subordinates to compete in the mountain, taking whatever they could get. Suddenly, someone rushed out, sporting a large bump on their head and grimacing in pain. "Sister Lin Ming, someone's pretending to be our Imperial Capital students, ambushing us from behind. They've stolen at least a dozen gene fruits from us." The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the group's beasts appeared at their sides. "I assure you, it wasn't anyone from the magic capital, at least not those I sent." Du Qianqiu's gaze was cold, contemplating internally. If it came to a fight, she wouldn't fear the other side. Is that so? Then how about I go find that person? Lin Ming said quietly. Du Qianqiu spread her hands. Suit yourself. But I must accompany you. Who knows if you're planning to take what we've found? Lin Ming didn't respond, heading straight for the mountain, with Du Qianqiu following closely behind. As they approached the base of the mountain, another figure emerged, trembling at the sight of Du Qianqiu. Sister, Du Ning said, touching the bump on her head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Du Qianqiu snorted heavily, ignoring her. Although Du Ning wasn't from the same academy, how could she be so careless, getting ambushed like this? I want to see which bold kid dared to do this. At this moment, the two unexpectedly shared a common enemy. Inside the cave, Lin Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. The area was filled with colorful, large eggshells, clearly treasures of fierce beasts. The hollow space was vast and awe-inspiring. Lin Sheng thought to himself that these eggshells definitely weren't the offspring of the spiked-back dragon. As the higher the level of the beast, the more difficult it is to reproduce. He speculated that the eggshells might be kept by the spiked-back dragon for its own consumption or for its offspring. Unfortunately, all these eggshells ended up as someone else's bounty. His eyes shone brightly as he calculated in his mind. The price of a single eggshell ranged from 100,000 to 1,000,000. If he could successfully nurture a hatchling and form a contract with a beast master, the price would be even higher. More importantly, the essence contained in these eggshells could rapidly boost the growth rate of his pet beasts, unlocking the potential in their genes and cells. Xiaobai, Xiaoling, devour all these eggshells, Lin Sheng ordered. The two pet beasts immediately dashed joyfully towards the storage area. In the wild, it was common for fierce beasts to devour the young of other beasts. Xiaoling used its hooves to crack open the eggshells, quickly extracting the essence liquid inside, while Xiaobai swallowed the eggshells whole, wasting not a single nutrient. If outsiders saw this, they would surely criticize them for being wasteful, choosing to consume them rather than sell them. But Lin Sheng didn't care. Tap, tap. Two students from the imperial capital and the magic capital nodded in greeting when they saw Lin Ming and Du Qianqiu. Have you seen the guy causing trouble in the cave? Du Qianqiu asked. No, but several of my companions were ambushed by him, and he stole the genetic fruits we found. This guy is ruthless. Even mid-rank king-level beast masters were knocked out by him. The two students shuddered at the memory. If he could take down a mid-rank king-level beast master, his strength was at least high-rank king level, possibly even disaster level. Upon hearing this, Du Qianqiu glanced at Lin Ming. Having just recovered from an exhausted state, Lin Ming's bloodlust and killing intent hadn't fully subsided. If he lost control, there could be trouble. If Lin Ming actually killed someone here, especially a king-level beast master, the consequences would be hard to explain. Fortunately, since this was a secret realm, they could lie and say it was collateral damage from a beast battle, and no one would find out. White Wolf. Du Qianqiu summoned his pet beast. The two students from the imperial and magic capitals trembled at the sight of the giant wolf with snow-white fur. A disaster-level beast. Not just them, even their pet beasts would be instantly defeated. Hurry up, I have things to do back in the imperial capital, Lin Ming said calmly. Got it, got it. With the two of us, how can we not catch him? Du Qianqiu smiled slightly. The white wolf sniffed the ground and then dashed into the darkness, with Lin Ming quickly following. Wow, whoever it is must have really angered someone to have these two big shots after them. I bet he's in for it now. The two students looked into the darkness with a hint of pity in their eyes. Crunch, crunch. Deep within the dark cave, the sound of munching echoed. Xiaobai excitedly patted his bulging belly with his front paws, lazily lying on the ground, just like Xiao Ling beside him. The two pet beasts had round, full bellies, clearly having just enjoyed a sumptuous feast, hinting at the immense energy contained within those eggshells. Roar. Someone's coming. Xiaobai suddenly widened his eyes. In that instant, a black parasitic entity enveloped the three of them. Du Qianqiu looked around and noticed the ground was littered with eggshells, evidence of a recent meal, and he thought to himself that these little thieves really had quite the appetite. At that moment, a sudden cracking sound came from behind them. Crack. They whipped around to see a young man, accompanied by a snake and a sturdy horse, awkwardly looking at them. Hello, I was just passing by and accidentally stepped on an eggshell. Lin Sheng felt nervous, unable to see the duo's appearance clearly in the darkness, but he sensed an extremely dangerous aura that sent chills down his spine. However, Du Qianqiu recognized him and felt a surge of joy, quickly stopping the ice wolf's actions. Since he was an ally, there was no need for concern. In contrast, Lin Ming stood frozen for a moment before rushing forward. Du Qianqiu's heart tightened, wondering why the usually cold Lin Ming was showing such concern for her younger brother, suspecting she might mean him harm. Wait. Before Du Qianqiu could call out, Lin Sheng was already enveloped in Lin Ming's tight embrace, nearly unable to breathe. Struggling, he barely escaped her grip. But when he saw the woman's stunning face, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Lin Ming, you silly boy, why didn't you tell your sister you were coming to such a dangerous place? What would I do if something happened to you? Lin Ming's face was full of affection as she gently tousled Lin Sheng's hair, her previous brutality and murderous intent not entirely faded, leaving Lin Sheng utterly terrified. I know I was wrong before and made you suffer, but you should understand your sister's reasons, she insisted through gritted teeth. Come on, let's go back to the capital. She grabbed Lin Sheng's hand, ready to leave. Although her hand was soft, Lin Sheng didn't have the luxury to enjoy it and quickly refused. I'm not going. Du Qianqiu watched the scene unfold, shocked. Was this really the same Lin Ming who could kill fierce beasts without batting an eye? How could she act like a doting mother in front of Lin Sheng? However, when Lin Sheng spoke those words, the air around them seemed to chill suddenly, making Du Qianqiu tense up. Lin Ming smiled slightly, her eyes forming charming crescents, her voice sweet. Come on, be good. Come back with me, and I'll personally train you. She kissed Lin Sheng on the cheek, her fragrant lips barely touching. Du Qianqiu blinked, thinking to himself that if this kiss were given to anyone else, they would likely be hunted to the ends of the earth by those in the capital. Many heirs of major corporations had pursued Lin Ming, only to be met with cold rejection. Oh no, am I really going to end up as a servant to 3 different masters? Lin Sheng wasn't too concerned about the sensation of the kiss. After all, he'd been kissed countless times before. But he thought to himself, no, I've already promised sister Du to participate in the competition between the 2 schools with her. With a quick wit, Lin Sheng decided not to dwell on it any longer. Du Qianqiu was quite cooperative and admitted frankly, yes, I brought Lin Sheng to the secret realm this time to help him enhance the level of his second pet beast. Though this was the truth, the group's mission became more complicated due to unexpected events along the way. Lin Ming clenched his fists, making a creaking sound, clearly dissatisfied. However, Du Qianqiu just stood there smiling, unafraid. After years of enduring grievances, it was finally her turn to fight back. Let's go, Junior Lin Sheng. Come back to Magic City with me. Of course, all the gene fruits you obtained are yours. Du Qianqiu was in high spirits, having talked more with Lin Sheng today than in all their previous conversations combined. Lin Ming watched their figures, lost in thought. Could it be that my brother likes the cold and arrogant type? Is being too enthusiastic actually a bad thing? She nodded to herself, thinking, young guys do like the thrill of conquest. But Du Qianqiu, let's see if you can stay calm during the competition. Lin Ming caught up and pulled Lin Sheng close, asking with concern, Xiao Sheng, where did you get your pet beast? It looks quite handsome, almost like a copy of you. It resembles a legendary dragon. But this one here, neither horse nor donkey. Xiao Bai enjoyed the praise, while Xiao Ling was almost fuming. Unfortunately, this fearless person even dared to kill a thornback dragon. So how could it be afraid? Along the way, the two kept talking, with Lin Ming's gentle words sounding like a mother's, making Du Qianqiu sigh. Lin Ming probably spoke more on this journey than he had since joining the Imperial Academy. This brother complex, caught by me. The 3 of them left the cave. The surrounding space seemed to be shrinking rapidly, and they needed to hurry back. Someone mentioned it, and everyone dispersed. Lin Sheng looked at the massive thornback dragon's corpse beside him, his eyes gleaming. Lin Ming, do you still want this thornback dragon's body? You want it? Lin Ming asked curiously. The thornback dragon's body could fetch over 13 billion in the outside world, but even so, it couldn't compare to the gene fruit in your pocket. Du Qianqiu said coldly. Lin Ming didn't respond, feeling a bit embarrassed to ask Lin Sheng for it. Otherwise, with a fruit that sells for over 100 billion, Lin Sheng couldn't possibly keep it to himself. If you want it, call me sister, and it's yours, Lin Sheng teased. Sister? Lin Sheng replied with a smile, and Lin Ming was delighted. Hee, it's yours? Seeing these two acting so silly, Du Qianqiu felt helpless. Where's the disaster-level Beastmaster, the Imperial Academy's powerhouse demeanor? Her gaze involuntarily fell on Du Ning, who immediately tensed up upon seeing Du Qianqiu, her body trembling slightly. Du Qianqiu sighed. All right, let's go. Lin Shengzai approached the thornback dragon, gently touching its enormous body. In an instant, the corpse of the spineback dragon collapsed like a pool of slime. Lin Sheng acquired the bloodline genes, the Black Death Purple Light Skill genes, and the spike genes from the dragon. What a thrill. This was a disaster-level beast. If Xiaobai could obtain skills beyond its level, it could be used as a trump card, potentially achieving invincibility at the same tier. All right, I'm heading back now, but don't expect me to go easy on you in the competition 3 months from now. If you lose, you'll have to follow all my arrangements. Lin Ming gave Lin Sheng an ultimatum. Yeah, I know. Lin Sheng replied impatiently, thinking that although his sister was great, she was a bit nagging and always trying to control him. Do you know how many top 10 strongmen from the Imperial Academy struggle to even get a word with your sister, And yet you're still not satisfied? Hu Kun said, frustrated. He thought to himself that if he had such a strong sister, he'd cling to her for support and wouldn't let go, wishing to be with her all the time. This kid doesn't know how lucky he is. Lin Sheng shook his head, but inwardly he was indifferent. To him, his sister was just his sister, not to be compared with those lofty figures from the Imperial Academy. Whenever he wanted, he could talk and play with her. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Sheng returned to the Magic City Academy. Meanwhile, the news of the secret realm being conquered spread quickly, and a video of Lin Ming descending from the sky and instantly defeating a mid-disaster level beast went viral, earning her countless admirers. In this era, people admired powerful women, and Lin Ming, with her stunning looks and formidable strength as a student of the Imperial Academy, naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, the gene fruits from the secret realm were nowhere to be found. Rumors suggested that the Imperial and Magic City Academies had secretly divided them and had no intention of selling them. Even though various organizations knew that the two academies planned to hoard the gene fruits, they didn't dare pressure them, leaving the matter unresolved. Meanwhile, in Lin Sheng's basement, no one would have guessed that the gene fruits causing so much envy were casually piled up like watermelons on the ground, forming a small mountain. Each fruit was crystal clear, with visible genetic patterns inside, emitting a faint and enticing fragrance. Xiaobai swallowed one whole, quickly chewing it clean. Xiaobai's mouth was now full of sharp teeth, no longer like a snake relying only on stomach acid. And Xiaoling, despite looking like a horse, also had a mouth full of sharp teeth, rapidly taking effect. The blood vessels of the two pet beasts gradually expanded, with their blood flowing faster and their cells operating frantically. A large amount of black viscous liquid was expelled from their bodies, which were impurities and other creatures' bloodlines that hadn't been transformed. The gene fruits purified the pet beasts' bloodlines, expelling any unconverted or forcibly unconvertible remnants. Moo! Xiao Ling roared, its body gradually changing, having reached the conditions for advancement. Xiao Ling's energy surged once again. After consuming only 5 or 6 genetic fruits, there were still 7 left on the ground. Xiao Bai's dexterity was astonishing as it grabbed the fruits with all 4 paws and tossed them into its mouth. Hey, save some for me. Xiao Ling, having tasted the sweetness, was anxious. Xiao Bai immediately showed a pitiful expression, its eyes pleading. However, Lin Sheng, seeing Xiao Bai holding 2 fruits in its mouth and clutching 4 with its paws, didn't know how to defend it. Stop eating for now. Look at your belly. It's so bloated it looks like you're 10 months pregnant. Lin Sheng sighed, rubbing his forehead. Xiao Bai hadn't fully digested the essence from the eggshell in the cave before it gobbled down more than a dozen genetic fruits upon returning. This was a majestic Chinese dragon, now as chubby as a Western dragon, likely unable to touch the ground when walking. Xiao Bai whimpered pitifully, but Lin Sheng wasn't interested in its excuses. He collected the remaining 7 genetic fruits from the ground. Then, he sent Xiao Bai into the beast space to hasten its energy consumption and headed with Xiao Ling to the central building of the Magic City Academy. Lin Sheng, what brings you here today? I heard you got quite a few benefits in the secret realm. Some students greeted Lin Sheng, laughing. These were Qin Dao students, and Lin Sheng responded to each of them. Indeed, he had gained a lot, having claimed all the valuable items in that intermediate secret realm. How could he not benefit? However, such opportunities would be hard to come by again in the future. My second beast is about to advance to the king level, and I need the following materials. Lin Sheng handed a list of rare materials to Tian Xian. Tian Xian was so shocked her mouth could fit a golf ball. So soon? Lin Sheng's pet beast was at the warrior level before. It seemed he indeed reaped significant benefits in that intermediate secret realm. Alright, this is your privilege as the top student, but these materials are quite expensive and will take some time to gather. Tian Xian, looking at the list, was even more astounded. Even for disaster-level gifted beasts in the academy, the required materials weren't as costly as Lin Sheng's. Some materials weren't even purchasable with money and required commissions to the Dragon Slayer Bureau or Disaster Interruption Organization. What level was Lin Sheng's second pet beast for such high demands? Lin Sheng understood, feeling a twinge of awe himself as he listed the materials. One fruit grew on dark cliffs, guarded by disaster-level fierce beasts. The value of some materials was on par with genetic fruits, all priceless treasures. If Lin Sheng were to find them himself, Xiao Ling might be stuck at the Lord level for years. With the privilege of being the top student, things were much simpler. He just had to write down what he needed, leave it be, and in a few months, it would be delivered to him with excellent service. After submitting the materials at the central building, Lin Sheng returned home and injected the gene of the spiked dragon into Xiao Bai. Acquired spiked dragon bloodline gene. Acquired black death purple light gene. Acquired spiked dragon spike gene. As the genetic energy was infused, the story continued to unfold. A series of successful notifications echoed, accompanied by a flickering black-purple light. This was a disaster-level ability. Lin Sheng witnessed it firsthand as the entire body of the spiked-back dragon emitted a vibrant purple glow. With a single laser shot, several monarch-level beast tamers beasts were knocked unconscious, illustrating its formidable power. As time passed, under the influence of its genes, Xiaobai's scales became increasingly sharp. A purple glow gradually merged into the dragon fin on Xiaobai's back, emitting a faint purple light, making Xiaobai appear even more terrifying. For the next 2 days, both pet beasts stayed in the beast space, digesting the energy within them. Lin Sheng decided not to take them for outdoor training, given Xiaobai's condition, as it was difficult to walk with its bulging belly, let alone engage in battles with fierce beasts. As the energy was continuously consumed, the levels of both pet beasts slowly increased. Xiaoling was nearing the limit of the Lord level, while Xiaobai was gradually advancing towards the mid-monarch level. The aura it emitted was far more formidable than before, likely capable of intimidating a Lord-level fierce beast with just a glare. Meanwhile, in a dark territory in the distant northern part of the western continent, a gigantic crawling creature with its spine almost piercing the clouds exuded an intensely dark aura. Its body was covered with towering spikes, and its unfolded wings could overshadow an entire small base city. Its crimson eyes sent a chill down one's spine. This was Nyack, the Black Dragon King, an emperor among dark creatures, standing at the pinnacle of power even among emperors. At this moment, 2 equally terrifying creatures were prostrating before the Black Dragon King Nyack. If anyone were present, they would recognize these 2 as emperor-level entities among fierce beasts. Yet, in the presence of Nyack, they could only lie on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Dragon King, I have found information about your child, stammered a massive red monster bird with 9 heads. Despite being an emperor, the Black Dragon King could kill it instantly. Nyack snorted heavily, releasing white mist for the first time. Seeing this, the 2 fierce beasts hurriedly continued. Your child was left with a latest-stage disaster-level fierce beast. We have received information that it was taken by a group of Asian-looking humans, responded another indistinctly shaped fierce beast urgently. Upon receiving this news, the Black Dragon King Nyack suddenly stretched out its body, its vast wings instantly covering the dark territory, causing countless dark creatures to bow down. Roar! The earth-shattering angry roar signified the emperor's wrath. When an emperor is enraged, corpses litter the land. At this moment, the surveillance satellites of the Beacon Nation captured this scene, plunging the entire National Security Center into extreme panic. After several years, the Black Dragon King, who had once severely damaged the Beacon Nation and pulled them down from the pinnacle of humanity, was on the move again. Over 2 months have passed, and the competition between the 2 prestigious academies is being prepared with great enthusiasm. In a remote area, Xiao Ling received an order from Lin Sheng and sprang into action. From her body emerged numerous large hands made of black slime, firmly restraining the massive skeletal giant wolf. However, with just a slight effort, the skeletal giant wolf nearly broke free. Just then, a nearby building was suddenly pierced through. A purple death ray shot directly into the skull of the skeletal giant wolf and then passed through. The skeletal giant wolf, a formidable beast in the late king stage, was finally dead. Lin Sheng let out a sigh of relief, feeling grateful. During these 2 months, Lin Sheng had been hunting fierce beasts in the forest at the border between the Zhufeng Bay City and the Modu Bay City, and the skeletal giant wolf was the strongest beast at this border. Its hard bones and ability to summon bony armor for protection made it a challenging opponent to kill. Eventually, Lin Sheng and his 2 pet beasts found an opportunity and coordinated excellently. Lin Sheng gently stroked the foreheads of his 2 pets, and the bony armor skill of the skeletal giant wolf was instantly infused into Xiaobai, achieving a perfect level of the bony armor skill. With this skill, Xiaobai would find it much easier to face late king stage beasts. Xiaobai's level had now reached mid-king stage, nearing late stage, and its actual combat power could even contend with late king stage beasts, and it could escape from early disaster stage beasts if necessary. Xiao Ling remained at the Lord level, but her actual combat power had reached early king stage. Lin Sheng was considered top tier among king-level beast tamers, as there were fewer than 30 beast tamers with 2 king-level pets. Lin Sheng, are you still in the wilderness? Suddenly, a message popped up on Lin Sheng's phone. Yeah. What's up, kiddo? Lin Sheng chuckled and quickly replied. Within 2 seconds, another message came through. Isn't that close to Shengshu Academy? Why don't you come and see me? A cute emoji accompanied the message. All right. Lin Sheng shook his head, thinking to himself, close? With the teleportation array, it would take less than 10 minutes to get there. That girl, was becoming increasingly bad at lying. Lin Sheng had long considered He as his little sister, and as her brother, it was only natural to indulge her a little. Several minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived in front of the renowned Shengshu Academy in Zhufeng Bay City. Shengshu Academy, built at the edge of Zhufeng Bay City, was originally a fortress to fend off outer beasts, known as the Impregnable Wall. Now, with the support of the military and the academy's unique characteristics, Shengshui Academy stands alongside Modu and the imperial capital as one of the 5 major academies. The academy's exterior exudes an exceptionally clean feeling, and many young people lingered outside its gates. Lin Sheng, with his delicate features, was soon approached by someone asking, "Hey, are you here to watch the waves too?" Watch the waves. Lin Sheng was puzzled, wondering what this slang meant. The boy leaned in close to Lin Sheng's ear and teased, "Look at those legs. Layer upon layer, you can't take it all in." He chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You're quite handsome yourself, but let me give you a word of advice. Didn't get any ideas about the students here. They may be fair and tempting, but if you make a move, it'll end badly for you." There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. At that moment, a brand new black and gold sports car slowly pulled up in front of Shengshui Academy. "See that? It costs 70 million, the boy exclaimed with envy and amazement. These days, finding a good wife costs a fortune. Lin Sheng just smiled calmly and advised, "Why bother? What's meant for you is the best for you. Do you have a girlfriend?" the boy suddenly asked. Lin Sheng felt he might have said too much, thinking he should just let the kid fend for himself. Who can't claim they don't have a girlfriend? "Look, school's out." The boy excitedly tugged on Lin Sheng's arm. Lin Sheng responded with resignation, "You're shaking me so much. People are starting to stare, thinking we're in the same league." Despite his words, he couldn't help but admire the students of Shengshui Academy, who were like princesses, pure, beautiful, and exuding an untouchable aura. Meanwhile, the wealthy young man with the $1 million car had picked up the person he was waiting for. They looked like a perfect match, but the girl glanced in their direction, noticing the boy next to Lin Sheng staring at her legs. She frowned slightly and whispered something to the young man before they started walking toward them. "Damn, we've been spotted." The boy panicked and quickly said, "Let's run slowly. Don't go too fast." Lin Sheng gave him a sidelong glance, thinking, "Run? Do you think you're some big shot with connections? Annoy those top-tier beast tamers, and they'd eliminate you with a word. You've got some nerve, more than the petty thieves I've seen before." The young man smiled slightly, but his gaze lingered on Lin Sheng. "The thief's right here. I'm just here to pick up my sister," Lin Sheng said calmly, understanding that the trouble others caused had nothing to do with him, and he had no obligation to help the kid. "Oh, I know nearly all 270 students at Shengshui Academy. Which student's family are you?" The pretty girl raised her chin and inquired of Lin Sheng. Their conversation was polite, reflecting a sense of family prestige. However, the Magic Capital Academy wasn't as concerned with etiquette as Shengshui Academy. Being a standout among them, Lin Sheng was used to hunting fierce beasts in the wild, which had shaped his temperament. If not for his good mood today, he would have told them to get lost long ago. "Do I need to report to you?" Lin Sheng's gaze met the girl's, his eyes glinting with a faint golden light. Startled by his unwavering stare, she involuntarily shivered. "Sorry, it's my girlfriend's fault." The young man's expression changed, and he quickly pulled the girl behind him, smiling apologetically at Lin Sheng. "What are you doing?" the girl protested, but was pulled back again. The boy beside them was shocked. "Whoa, are you some kind of big shot? Why aren't they messing with you?" Lin Sheng returned to his amiable demeanor. "I'm just admiring, you know? I only look at what suits me. Didn't I tell you before? What's suitable for oneself is what's best." The boy blinked, but the other two ignored him. "Why did you pull me just now?" the girl asked angrily in the car. "He's not some thief sneaking into the academy. I realized I know him when I got closer." The young man was nervous as he hit the gas pedal. "Who?" "Lin Sheng." "Yes, the one from the Demon City," the girl said, covering her mouth. She had heard about the special recruits from the Demon City Academy, who would hunt hundreds of fierce beasts daily in the wilderness between the 2 major bay cities. She never expected to see one in front of the Saint Snow Academy today. No wonder his gaze made her heart race. But she wondered, who was this killer's sister? Why had she never heard of her at the Saint Academy before? Meanwhile, he, dressed in white stockings and casual clothes, spotted Lin Sheng from afar. "Brother Lin Sheng, long time no see. I've heard about your glorious deeds at the Demon City Academy. You little girl, still daring to tease me," Lin Sheng said with a laugh, reaching out to pat Bai's head. Bai wasn't very tall, needing to look up to see Lin Sheng, giving off a charmingly youthful vibe. You're really her brother?" The boy was dumbfounded. "Impossible. They don't look alike at all. Is this a kept relationship?" "Ignore him, let's chat as we walk," Lin Sheng said with a slight smile. Minutes later, the two were sitting on the back of a thunder lion, strolling through the wilderness. The thunder lion moved slowly, but as it was about to reach the king level, it wasn't something ordinary beasts dared to provoke. Lin Sheng and Bai sat one in front of the other, chatting freely. They talked about the aristocratic school in Yang City and training camps, slowly leaning closer together. Bai He deliberately brought her hair forward, revealing her white neck. Lin Sheng, taller than Bai He, could clearly see the perfect line from her neck down her back. Though just an adult, she already had a woman's charm. Lin Sheng felt a surge of heat, and they both paused suddenly. Haha, it's just a normal physiological reaction, don't mind it, Lin Sheng said awkwardly with a smile. Hee hee, Bai He giggled, turning her face up to look at Lin Sheng from her position on the Thunder Lion. Should I turn around? She suddenly asked. You cheeky girl, still daring to tease me. Lin Sheng rolled his eyes, while Bai He chuckled. The two laughed and joked along the way, like siblings strolling through the dangerous wilderness. Occasionally, they would call the Thunder Lion Big Yellow, almost causing it to stop in its tracks in annoyance. Their time together passed quickly, but they knew they could meet any time they wanted. Meanwhile, in the octagonal building of the Lighthouse Nation, the situation inside was already chaotic. Where did that black dragon go? All Emperor-level and disaster-level beast tamers in the country have been urgently summoned to the border cities to stand by. What? Disaster-level beast tamers are useless. A single sneeze from the dragon could kill dozens of you. We must call upon Zeus. I already did, but Lord Zeus said that the last time, they severely injured that black dragon, and it would take at least 30 years to recover to its peak. And indeed, in that battle, an Emperor-level beast did die. So, how do you explain the disappearance of that black dragon? Are you just going to disregard the lives of our people? A middle-aged man in a suit, with veins bulging on his forehead, stood amidst the chaos. An Emperor-level beast. Any slight movement from such a beast could throw the Pentagon into disarray. An Emperor-level beast represents endless disaster and calamity. It was a hard-won victory to eliminate the Black Dragon's offspring back then. Could it be that the offspring has been discovered again? The people of the nation were extremely tense. It's bad. The beast is heading southeast, someone exclaimed. The man in the suit hurriedly ran to check the surveillance footage. On the satellite images, a large red was surrounded by countless smaller red dots, representing wild beasts. Surrounding the large red were two others of similar size. The large red dot was particularly conspicuous, moving continuously toward the southeast. That direction leads to the land of Jiuzhou. Moreover, all three Emperor-level beasts were on the move. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. With combat power of this scale, if defense is not prompt, an entire base could be half destroyed at any moment. Inform the Dragon Nation about this, someone suggested. But isn't it good that the three emperors are leaving our surroundings? Even if we don't inform them, the Dragon Nation's capabilities would detect it in advance. Yes, I understand. Several days later, in a virtual space, several Emperor-level beast tamers from the Dragon Nation gathered for the highest-level meeting. The director behind the Dragon Slayer Bureau, the president and vice president of the Beast Tamers Association, and the leader of the Disaster Prevention Organization, 5 well-known figures, were all present. The offspring is currently with a child named Lin Sheng. The leader of the Disaster Prevention Organization began. He's a promising talent. I've been watching him in the Dragon Slayer Bureau for a long time. Being able to bond with an Emperor-level offspring, the young man indeed has a bright future. It's unfortunate that the Dragon Slayer Bureau got him first. You really got lucky. That's not the main issue. No matter what, he's ours. But how do we deal with that Emperor beast? The group exchanged sharp glances. If the beast dared to seek death, there was only one path it could take. Kill. And they weren't here to discuss better strategies. The best strategy was already clear. If the beast dared to invade, it would only meet its end. Lin Sheng returned to the Academy of Magic City, filled with anticipation. The materials needed for Xiaoling's advancement were finally in hand. Mysterious items like the Red Bloodstone, 10,000-year soul, and Dark Essence, which he had never even heard of, were carefully placed in a small box. Tian Xian handed this box to Lin Sheng, and without delay, he hurried back to the basement. As he opened the box, a strong aura of resentment and darkness rushed out, suffocating yet intoxicating to Xiaoling. Long tendrils extended from Xiaoling's back, quickly engulfing the materials. Xiaoling's power had already reached the threshold for advancement, and as these materials were consumed, the shackles within seemed to break, releasing a powerful surge of energy into its body. With the influx of energy, Xiaoling began to evolve towards a spinal form, shedding its camouflage skills. Its four hooves gradually transformed into massive four-fingered claws, and its pitch-black wings unfurled, whipping up a fierce wind. At this moment, Xiaoling's pupils turned crimson, and its form almost entirely resembled that of a dragon. This immense power also resonated within Lin Sheng, as if he too possessed dragon blood. His bones and muscles became more resilient, his heartbeat slowed, but each beat was more potent, and his lifespan extended. This was Lin Sheng's most direct experience, knowing that as a higher-level beast master, his life would be significantly longer. Xiaoling roared excitedly, its body adorned with black scales shimmering as if expressing its joy. With the level of Black Dragon King, early king-level talents, and imperial skills like mastery of death fire, mastery of undead trample, mastery of poison mist, mastery of death chains, body transformation, death domain, dissipation, and soul mark of death song, along with a 7,300-year evolution path. The introduction of the Black Dragon Emperor. An adult black dragon stands at the top of the food chain among its peers. Lin Sheng silently marveled at such astounding talents. Just then, the phone rang, and Du Qianqiu's cold voice came through. Lin Sheng, come over now. Lin Sheng nodded, leaving the basement with his two pet beasts. Over the past 2 months, besides hunting fierce beasts, he often sparred with Du Qianqiu, which significantly improved the coordination between his two pets. Soon after, Lin Sheng arrived at Hu Kun's villa, where 4 people were already waiting. Du Qianqiu asked with mild surprise, both of your pet beasts have reached king level? The others also turned their attention towards him. Lin Sheng was momentarily stunned, then realized this was tantamount to admitting Du Qianqiu's observation. The group widened their eyes in amazement, exclaiming, so quickly you have 2 king-level pet beasts. You could be considered top-tier among king-level beast masters. Indeed, with your strength, you could easily dominate a small base city. Listening to the compliments, Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. These people were likely influential figures back in their hometowns, and if they returned, flattery would surely follow. Compared to them, Lin Sheng's current achievement seemed modest. Alright, for the next month, I'm going to increase the intensity of our training. Lin Sheng, since both of your beasts are attack types, you should spar with Hu Kun. As for the other 2, I'll take you on myself. Upon hearing Du Qianqiu's words, the 2 looked rather bitter, while Hu Kun and Lin Sheng chuckled. After over a month of grueling training, where they were constantly on the losing end, it was finally their turn to fight back. Over the following month, Lin Sheng engaged in fierce battles with Hu Kun at the training center. Hu Kun didn't use his full strength, opting instead to spar with his disaster-level beast without going all out. After 3 days, Hu Kun remarked, kid, your 2 beasts work well together. They can hold out for a minute against my explosive gale. 10 days later, he was astonished. You've improved quickly. My king-level beast alone is no match for you anymore. Yet, despite over 30 matches, Lin Sheng had not won a single one. After 20 days, Hu Kun exclaimed, wow, you actually forced my explosive gale to use its skills. After the match, Hu Kun was a bit dazed. His explosive gale, a disaster-level beast, nearly lost in a physical confrontation. Lin Sheng's 2 beasts could use skills, which seemed extraordinary, especially the one that looked like a small dragon. Each attack was precise, anticipating the explosive gale's moves with uncanny accuracy, more cunning than any wild beast he had encountered. Hu Kun was deeply shaken. How could this kid's 2 beasts resemble legendary dragons? He shivered at the thought, realizing, I can't keep fighting him. If a disaster-level beast can't beat 2 king-level ones, I'll be a laughingstock at the Magic City Academy. Imagining a future class where a teacher is asked whether it's possible to surpass levels, he'd have to awkwardly admit, of course, it's possible. I know of an exception myself. Anxious, Hu Kun finally waved it off. I've got some urgent matters. You should train with Du Qianqiu instead. With that, he turned and left. Watching Hu Kun's retreating figure, Lin Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Du Qianqiu and the other 2 members were heading over, hoping Hu Kun hadn't been too harsh, considering there was a 2-level gap between them. As they walked and talked, Du Qianqiu kept his gaze forward. Just then, Hu Kun happened to slip out of the arena. Isn't that Hu? The 2 brightened and quickly called out to him. How's it going, Hu Kun? How's the training with Lin Sheng? Did you push him too hard, and now he doesn't want to train with you anymore? After all, Hu Kun was known for being the top attacker at the Magic City Academy, and it was understandable if a king-level opponent couldn't withstand him. Hu Kunj, why do you look so unwell? The 2 looked at Hu Kun's face, which was flushed like a pig's liver. Hearing everyone's words, Hu Kun quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. It's all good. He's a promising talent. Do you even need to say that? Another person chimed in. Who at the Magic City Academy doesn't know that Lin Sheng is a promising talent? The 2 blinked, contemplating quietly. With Lin Sheng's talent, he indeed has the potential to become an emperor-level beast tamer. There's no doubt about his talent. Alright then, I was asking about his training process. How is his combat awareness? Du Qianqiu inquired. Hu Kun had no choice but to be honest, very strong. Strong like a monster. Upon hearing this, the 2 behind Du Qianqiu exchanged glances. Strong like a monster? For such words to come from Hu Kun's mouth, it already proved Lin Sheng's value. After all, Hu Kun was considered a top talent at the Magic City Academy. Yet, to be praised by such a talent, it speaks volumes. You didn't come out because you couldn't beat him, did you? Someone teased. Hu Kun quickly retorted. What nonsense? I haven't lost yet. Alright, if you haven't lost, then why are you flustered? Get out of here. Kun waved his hand dismissively, while the two grew even more curious. Could Lin Sheng's strength really be so outrageous? To leave Kun, the Academy's reputed strongest attacker, baffled? Soon, the four of them approached Lin Sheng. Seeing Lin Sheng's two pet beasts, everyone held their breath. Antlered eagle eyes. This pet beast looks so much like a dragon, and the one beside it, it also resembles the dragon of Western legends. Its bloodline seems even purer than that of Nyack. The two grew increasingly uneasy. Dragons are legendary creatures, always at the top of the food chain in myths. After all, they possess the greatest abilities of all creatures. What other beasts can do, dragons can do. What other beasts can't do, dragons can still do. However, how could something from legends appear in reality? They couldn't help but ask, Lin Sheng, are you sure your pet beast isn't a dragon? Hearing this, Lin Sheng glanced at Xiaobai, then patted its forehead. Being touched on the dragon horn in public, Xiaobai felt a bit shy, thinking to itself, it's fine to touch me privately, but doing it outside is too embarrassing for a dragon. More or less, but soon it will be, Lin Sheng smiled. The two nodded silently, thinking, I think so too. Even if it's not a dragon, it's probably close. What do you mean close to a dragon? A legendary creature couldn't possibly have just this level of power. Du Qinqiu suddenly spoke, his gaze firm, but Lin Sheng's pet beast is indeed strong enough. I'm just comparing it to legendary creatures, and the large space we're heading to. The people there have a strong faith in legendary creatures. Du Qinqiu continued to explain. Lin Sheng looked puzzled. The people there? Sensing Lin Sheng's confusion, Du Qinqiu patiently explained. Large secret spaces suddenly appeared all over the world. In ancient times, some humans settled in those large spaces and rarely came to the main world. Blue Star. I see. Lin Sheng realized, his heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming adventure. And the large secret space we are going to has already been determined. The conclusion was reached after discussions between the Global Beast Taming Association and the owner of that mysterious realm. The world of the qilin space is inhabited by people who worship a mythical beast rumored to tread on clouds and bring good fortune. This belief is as strong as the faith in dragons. Although fewer people believe in the qilin, Kun had obviously heard of it. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt a jolt in his heart, as the qilin was the very auspicious beast he longed to evolve his pet into. He was surprised to find that this world had records and a clear belief in the qilin. Perhaps here, Lin Sheng could find a pet suitable for evolving into a qilin beast. In 10 days, we will enter that world, and the rules will be revealed then, Du Qinqiu said, looking at Lin Sheng, who nodded in response. He understood well that in the previous clash between the two major academies, countless king-level fierce beasts had perished. Despite the fact that it was a confrontation between academies, each battle was no less significant than some major decisions, and could even instantly destroy a small base city's disaster-level beast nest. This was why the state did not intervene, as hunting fierce beasts was beneficial no matter what. At this time, all 5 academies had begun their preparations. In the Imperial Capital Academy, a bald scholar said to a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, So, how confident are you? I heard that the new top student from the Magic Capital Academy is quite formidable. The young man merely willed it, and an invisible black aura spread around him, with his shoulders crawling with poisonous insects. Is that so? I've heard his pet has the bearing of a dragon. As a dragon slayer, I hope he truly has the dragon's stance. The young man retracted the insects, and the bald scholar smiled, exuding confidence. How's your preparation going? Lin Ming suddenly asked, looking at Du Ning. Du Ning nodded honestly. I'm ready. To be truthful, she had mixed feelings about this senior. On one hand, Lin Ming was Lin Sheng's sister, and on the other, their personalities were vastly different. Lin Ming smiled slightly. That's good. Your skills are impressive, and you might gain a lot of resources. Of course, my brother's skills are not to be underestimated either. Du Ning nodded in agreement. Lin Sheng is indeed quite strong. Lin Ming's lips curled up, thinking to herself that this competition was about bringing her brother back, and she wouldn't let him stray even a step away, which made her quite happy. Time flew by, and the 6-month deadline finally arrived. On the day the competition began, beast tamers from both the Magic City Academy and the Imperial City Academy, who each had at least 2 monarch-level beasts, were granted entry to the event. Magic City fielded 29 participants against Imperial City's 33. In truth, the competition had quietly commenced the moment school started, with the preparation phase merely a formality. The entire nation focused its attention on this unprecedented event in the Dragon Kingdom. I recall that over a decade ago, the competitions between these 2 academies took place outside Song City, where surrounding fierce beasts were thoroughly eradicated. Now, the threat to the city has diminished significantly, and its development has improved considerably. However, the ambitions of Magic City and Imperial City Academies have grown even grander, with this year's stage set in a large secret realm. Unfortunately, the event won't be broadcast live, and people will only be able to watch the official edited footage afterward. After all, these competitors are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, and the information about their beasts cannot be disclosed freely. Moreover, some fierce beasts are highly intelligent, and who knows if any are disguising themselves as ordinary people among us. The online discussions were fervent, especially after the list of participants was revealed, causing quite a stir. Oh my god, isn't this Lin Sheng just a freshman from Magic City Academy? And there's Du Ning and Pu Chong, they're all freshmen. To elevate two beasts to monarch level in less than a year is just outrageous, people exclaimed. Lin Sheng, a prodigy from Yang City, had ranked first in training programs, while little was known about his opponents. Expectations for Lin Sheng were high, given his fame surpassed that of other competitors, naturally boosting his support. Several veteran students also sparked heated discussions, particularly the sibling duo Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. People even wrote novels about them online, depicting their thrilling tales of rivalry and camaraderie. Simultaneously, principals from other academies, military personnel, the director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and even a few monarch-level beast tamers gathered in a virtual conference room to watch the scenes from the secret realm. There was still a long time before the Black Dragon's arrival, and these were the young seeds of the Dragon Kingdom, destined to safeguard humanity in the future. Haha, you old codger, you're over 700 years old now, right? Everyone watched eagerly, eyes fixed on the youthful faces on screen, as if seeing their younger selves, bravely fighting for the honor of their academies. Meanwhile, in the center of Magic City, 29 beast tamers from Magic City Academy stood on a large teleportation array, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces around them. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Among the people around him, at least 9 were disaster-level beastmasters. Beside him were Du Qinxiu and Hu Kun, who made up 4 of those 9. They were part of the strongest group from their Magic Capital Academy. The competition rules this time were simple. Points would determine the winner. Killing a Lord-level beast would earn 1 point, a King-level beast 5 points, and a Disaster-level beast would grant 10, 20, or 30 points depending on its rank. Killing an Emperor-level beast would earn a whopping 100 points. Hearing Tian Xian's words, the crowd on the platform couldn't help but laugh. Killing an Emperor-level beast? That was a joke. If they encountered one and weren't completely wiped out, they should count their blessings. Not just them, but everyone in the Qilin secret realm would be doomed. There was also another crucial rule. Tian Xian looked at the crowd before him. Each day, they must send one person to duel unknown with a student from the Imperial Capital Academy. If they lost, their points would go to the opponent. This rule was extremely dangerous, meaning one student would be eliminated daily. Detailed explanations could be found at the embassy they had set up in the secret realm. As Tian Xian activated the teleportation array, a hazy white mist enveloped the formation, and in an instant, everyone present vanished. Meanwhile, the same scene unfolded at the Imperial Capital Academy. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a man in unusual attire, smiling broadly at them. Welcome, esteemed guests from the main world, to Qilin City, Lin Sheng silently observed. Though his clothes were peculiar, they weren't too different from reality, and the language was the same. After all, even if they were self-sufficient in this space, they couldn't entirely avoid interaction with the outside world. The city lord of Qilin City had reached an agreement with the ruler of this secret realm, a later disaster-level beast. They wouldn't attack each other, nor would they interfere in the conflicts of their descendants. Hu Kun explained, and Lin Sheng nodded quietly. Before anyone could speak, 33 beautiful local women in luxurious and strange attire walked gracefully out from behind the man in unusual clothes. They were exceptionally attractive, among the most beautiful anywhere. These are the maids I've prepared for you. You can command them as you wish, and they'll obey any order, the man said with a smile. Of course, you can also request male attendants instead. For the 33 people in front of him, he had to serve them well. After all, even the city lord of Qilin City was merely a disaster-level beastmaster, while there were 9 disaster-level beastmasters among this group from the main world. I'll take my leave, Du Qinxiu said, a hint of disdain in her eyes, before walking away. Hu Kun gave an awkward smile. This space isn't governed by laws, so don't judge the people here by the standards of the main world. He continued, then added, Lin Sheng, I don't care about others, but don't fall into the trap unless you want to be beaten to a pulp by Qinxiu. Lin Sheng spoke quietly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Do I look like that kind of person? Shortly after, a woman from Qilin City, about 1.7 meters tall, approached him. A white ribbon wrapped around her arm made her particularly noticeable. Mr. Lin, by the order of the city lord, I am here to assist you with all your daily needs. You may command me as you wish. The girl bowed slightly, a trace of excitement on her face. Being assigned to such a handsome and composed young man filled her with secret joy. She recalled a sister who had been taken to the main world, shedding her status as a lower-class person and removing the ribbon from her arm. Serving someone from the main world was a rare opportunity. It was said these people held high status, and even the city lord had to personally receive them, stirring feelings of admiration in her heart. I must serve well and not make any mistakes. Lin Sheng nodded, indicating for her to follow. Please, come with me. Xiao Yin led the way, quickly guiding them to a grand palace. Inside, an older man with graying hair sat, exuding a subtle aura of authority. The attendants around him dared not raise their heads. Ha ha ha. Welcome to Qilin City. I have been expecting you for a long time. The middle-aged man's demeanor softened upon seeing the academy members. Their relationship with the main world was mutually beneficial. The main world provided resources, and in return, they helped clear out the fierce beasts. With so many disaster-level beast tamers, the task was much quicker. In this space, the area where the fierce beasts live is directly north of the city, with the strongest being an old wolf in the late disaster stage. It may not attack you, but you must be extremely cautious. The middle-aged man explained with a concerned tone. As they were leaving, he tried to persuade Lin Sheng and the others to stay, praising them. If you stay here, I'll adopt you as my godson and make you a deputy city lord. He exhausted every means to retain them, knowing in the main world, they were highly sought after. However, the group ignored his plea and proceeded to the living quarters prepared specifically for their academy, to store their belongings. On the way back, Xiao Yin curiously observed the young man beside her, thinking, even the esteemed city lord is so eager to retain him. The deputy city lord's position here is akin to a prime minister in ancient times, truly enviable. Don't get too attached to this place. Some talented disaster-level beast tamers have stayed here for the allure of power, only to find themselves stuck in this small space, unable to progress for life. Du Qianxio's voice was cold, carrying a warning. The disaster-level beast tamers who remain here are nothing but cowards. In the main world, it's a relentless struggle. There's no other path, and they would never entrust their lives to the enemy's mercy. Hearing Du Qianxio's words, the maids nearby felt a chill in their hearts. Oh my, do the people from the main world really see the city lord as just a coward? In their small space, the city lord is already a formidable presence, even greater than an emperor, able to decide the fate of the weak at will. This made them even more eager to experience the main world. Surely, it must be much safer there? After all, there are legendary emperor-level beast tamers. Meanwhile, on a desolate plain, a voice exclaimed, Emperor! That aura has vanished. It seems to have entered a rift. A bizarre bird with 9 different heads cawed loudly as it flapped its wings. A rift? Yes, a disaster-level rift. The 9-headed bird continued. Then find a way to enter that rift. The Black Dragon King commanded, his scarlet eyes cold and fierce. But with your body, entering the rift forcefully might destroy it completely, warned a shadowy creature nearby. 9-headed bird, you go. You're currently at the emperor level. If I cut off a few of your heads, you drop to disaster level, right? The scarlet eyes turned towards the 9-headed bird, which immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Caw, Emperor, I can enter, but it will take some time. Very well, I'll give you 2 months. If you haven't entered by then, I'll cut off your heads. Caw, understood. The 9-headed bird was terrified. It's true what they say, serving an emperor is like serving a tiger. The Black Dragon King is a top-tier existence among emperor-level beings, while the 9-headed bird had only just reached that level and was no match for him. As one of the bird's diamond-like heads closed its eyes, moments later it reopened them. The entrance is in that direction. Meanwhile, in a large secret space, the group from Magic City set their sights on hunting fierce beasts. On the first day, they sent Hukun to duel with the opponent, while Lin Sheng joined the team to hunt beasts in the wild. With prior experience, Lin Sheng managed to kill over 20 leader-level beasts and 1 king-level beast in just one day, earning a total of 25 points. This was even more than some disaster-level beast tamers. Wow, no wonder people call you the god of death. No one can match your prowess in hunting fierce beasts. I bet those beasts tremble when they see you. Hukun remarked. You're not bad yourself. Didn't you eliminate their disaster-level beast tamer today? Ha ha ha, we're both impressive. They complimented each other. Time flew by. At first, Magic City and the Imperial City stayed out of each other's way. Later, they began attacking each other while hunting beasts. Some even lay in ambush in the wild, waiting to pounce on enemy beast tamers. The tension grew, and battles became more intense. In the wild, Lin Sheng was being chased. Snow Wolf, catch him. Lin Sheng, if you hand over all your points, we might let you go this time. 2 king-level beast tamers pursued Lin Sheng relentlessly, but they couldn't catch up. Damn, how is that black lizard so fast? It's even faster than the Snow Wolf known for its speed. Could it be that the Snow Wolf can't outrun a lizard with wings? Lin Sheng chuckled on Xiaoling's back. Holding onto his points, he was among the top 3 in Magic City, even more than some disaster-level beast tamers. Letting the Imperial City guys off was impossible. He was their prime target. Being ambushed was inevitable. Just 2 king levels trying to catch me? They're underestimating me. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed. He needed to teach the Imperial City a lesson. Damn, he really got away. The two of them felt a wave of frustration. They had been tracking Lin Sheng's movements in the city for over half a month for this ambush plan. Now, Lin Sheng held over 300 points, while they only had around 50. If they could steal all 300 points from him, there would be no hope left for Magic City. The current score was Imperial City 7130 points, Magic City 6,200 points. Such a high score was thanks to the duel match, where Lin Ming had consecutively eliminated 2 disaster-level Beastmasters, and since then, no one dared to accept her challenge. As they were puzzled about Lin Sheng's whereabouts, suddenly, a clear spring surged from the side. Waves? How could there be waves on land? They were taken aback. Not good, it's a skill. Just as they were about to escape, a white dragon with snow-white scales burst out from the relentless waves. Roar! Xiaobai roared threateningly at them. They were first stunned, then furious. A king-level pet beast dared to confront 2 king-level beast masters? They were not just newly entered into the king level. Each had 2 king-level pet beasts. This was sheer contempt. Snow wolves. They instantly summoned their other pet beasts, and 4 king-level creatures rose up at once. The waves seemed like mere trickles in front of these 4 king-level pet beasts. Roar! The 4 creatures simultaneously launched a fierce attack on the white dragon, using hardening and enhanced attack skills. Such an attack would be unbearable for any king-level creature. At this moment, a look of delight appeared on their faces. Eliminating Lin Sheng would be a major achievement, earning them more resources afterward. However, in the next moment, boom! Xiao Bai's body was suddenly covered in a thick layer of white skeletal armor. On top of that armor, there was an additional layer of extremely violent and terrifying lightning. These 2 reinforced defenses withstood the attack from the 4 king-level creatures. Impossible! They were instantly dumbfounded. Although their combined fighting power was at the early king level, their attack was equivalent to the late king level or even the peak. How could it leave no damage at all? This dragon wasn't even a real dragon. But before they could continue to be shocked, the dorsal fin of Xiao Bai began to glow with a purple light, which gathered in its mouth. Whoosh! A jet of dark purple light shot out, instantly severing the arms of 3 king-level beasts and piercing a huge hole in the leg of another. The 4 king-level creatures lost their combat capability instantly, and the 2 beast masters turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, we lost. Though still incredulous, they turned pale and obediently handed over their points. The alliance of 4 king-level creatures was nearly equivalent to a peak king-level existence. Even a true peak king-level being might struggle in a battle against them. However, in front of that white snake, they seemed utterly powerless. The 2 individuals grew increasingly fearful of Xiao Bai. Indeed, by defeating these 2, we have managed to catch up a bit, but there's still a gap of more than 1,000 points between us and the Imperial Capital Academy. These 2 only helped bridge a little over 100 points of that gap. But opportunities will arise, as tomorrow morning, the group plans to hunt disaster-level beasts in the forest. After all, a disaster-level beast is often accompanied by numerous king-level and countless lord-level creatures. Soon, Lin Sheng relayed the news of the elimination of 2 king-level beast tamers back to the Imperial capital. With manpower becoming increasingly scarce, the sudden elimination of 2 powerful king-level contestants immediately caught the attention of the Imperial Capital Academy students. We must secure this competition without any losses. Should we send someone to challenge Lin Sheng to a unknown duel tomorrow? A unknown duel? Who among the king level can defeat him? The group fell silent, recognizing the reality of the situation. With only over 20 people left on both sides, the 400+ points in Lin Sheng's possession were invaluable. Yet, with no opponents in the king level, does this mean he is already invincible in this category? Furthermore, sending a disaster-level beast tamer to challenge him might not be accepted, as they aren't fools. Planning another ambush seems unrealistic, as the other side would likely have a disaster-level beast tamer accompany him upon sensing such a threat. The group wasn't too worried about this, but feared their strongest force in the imperial capital might be unwilling to act. They initially believed Lin Ming prioritized family ties less than honor and profit, but now realized that in Lin Ming's heart, the competition was second, friendship third, and who was first was evident. Just as the group was at a loss, a sudden exclamation came from behind them. Turning around, they saw a bald young man accompanied by a gloomy-looking individual. Lu Qing. The group was taken aback, recognizing the bald man as one of the top 3 powerhouses in the imperial capital, though he seldom took action. The gloomy-looking individual beside him was the newly appointed head of the Imperial Capital Academy's freshmen. Lin Sheng's brilliance had overshadowed him, causing many to almost forget his presence. Are you sure about this? The students of the Imperial Capital were still a bit uneasy, given Lin Sheng's current prominence. Don't worry, trust him. Lu Qing smiled slightly. The group exchanged glances and eventually agreed to the decision, thinking it wouldn't hurt to try. Besides, Lu Qing had consistently been in the top 3 in points for months, and if he believed in it, there should be no problem. Soon, they sent a challenge invitation to the Magic City side. When the people from the Magic City Academy saw that the challenger was also a king-level beast tamer, they nearly burst out laughing. A king-level challenging Lin Sheng. Isn't that just handing over points? Don't say that. If they're bold enough to challenge, they must have some confidence. Although they said this, they couldn't suppress their smiles. Wasn't this just a giveaway? Listening to everyone's banter, Lin Sheng felt slightly embarrassed. After absorbing all that energy, Xiaobai had officially advanced to mid-king level and no longer feared late king level beast tamers. However, the people from the imperial capital weren't fools and surely had their plans. The next day arrived quickly, and Lin Sheng's duel was set to take place as scheduled. In the central arena of Qilin City, once capable of withstanding attacks from fierce beasts in the aftermath of disasters, the ground was now pocked with dense and clear sword marks. Only the strongest from the two academies could leave such traces. For this duel, Qilin City had secretly set up bets, and whenever the two contenders took the stage, they attracted countless onlookers. However, today's turnout was unexpected. In addition to the citizens of Qilin City, many from the academies had also gathered. "Mr. Lin, good luck!" a maid exclaimed excitedly, clenching her hands as she spoke to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, but his mind drifted to Bai He. Before every match, a voice like this would always ring in his ears. Is it starting again? The strength of these people from the main world is truly formidable, someone nearby remarked. If they wished, they could clear the wild beasts from the Wolf Mountain range at any time. Compared to the younger generation of Qilin City, they're like horses compared to a qilin. The audience's eyes were fixed on Lin Sheng, who was about to step onto the stage, his appearance and aura extraordinary, reminiscent of a qilin child. Opposite him, a young man with equally remarkable features, but a somewhat gloomy demeanor walked up. Generally, those with formidable beast-taming skills are not lacking in appearance, as their genes have long been altered. Lin Sheng's looks had become more appealing over time, evolving from handsome to possessing an easygoing charm with a subtle sharpness, a quality honed through years of battle. In the crowd, Lin Ming watched Lin Sheng with a slight smile, feeling gratified. "Pu Chong, I have the same amount of points as you now, 419. The young man opposite declared with a smile. "Lin Sheng, me too. Winning this match will let me catch up to that big lead." Pu Chong harbored a quiet jealousy, envious of Lin Sheng's remarkable sister. Despite his efforts to reach his current standing, he could only look up to that senior. Yet, that senior's gaze remained fixed on Lin Sheng. But after this match, everything will change, Pu Chong thought, his lips curling in a self-satisfied grin. He was confident that Lin Sheng's prowess was what drew Lin Ming's attention, and now that his venomous insects had evolved, no creature could withstand his attack. This match was his to win. At that moment, a swarm of venomous insects erupted from Pu Chang's body. Each of my insects carries toxins capable of harming different creatures. At the king level, no one can withstand me. The insects surged towards Lin Sheng like a tide, leaving the audience stunned. What kind of beast is this? It's terrifying. Raising insects with one's body. Contracting such a beast requires nurturing from a young age. The faces of those from the two academies changed, while a bald man from the capital city smirked, thinking to himself, "Victory is ours." The best way to defeat a beast tamer controlling venomous insects is to attack before all the insects are released, concentrating them in one spot and destroying them together. However, the situation was not looking optimistic. The overwhelming swarm of venomous insects is terrifying. In the face of such a situation, what can you use to eliminate them? Oh, so what if you're young? Or if your level isn't as high as theirs? The key to a battle between beast tamers lies in the mastery of information. Both were confident, yet the outcome was an unexpected defeat. Among the crowd, Du Qinxiu spoke quietly, and Hu Kun nodded slightly. Clearly, Lin Sheng hadn't lost. It was the other side that failed. After over half a year of training, they knew well that Lin Sheng's beasts were completely unafraid of venom. Even paralysis attacks, mental assaults, and other abnormal attacks had little effect on them. Using venomous insects against Lin Sheng's beasts was simply self-destructive. Du Qinxiu closed his eyes, turned to leave, knowing the match held no suspense. As the bald man saw Du Qinxiu preparing to leave, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, thinking to himself, what else can you do but leave in such a dire situation? At this moment, Lin Sheng's beast was summoned as well. It wasn't that Lin Sheng didn't want to summon it earlier, but the timing wasn't right. With a roar, a snow-white creature resembling a dragon appeared on the ground. The surrounding crowd instantly covered their mouths, eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at the scene. Could this be a dragon? Even though they were in Qilin City, they had heard of dragons, mythical creatures so different from the qilin in their minds. And now, such a creature appeared before them, seemingly as the beast of this young tamer, which was truly unbelievable. As the crowd was still in shock, Xiaobai charged towards Pu Chang. Pu Chang paused for a moment, but reacted quickly. The air was already filled with venomous insects, immediately blocking Xiaobai's path. Buzzing. Countless venomous insects flapped their wings, vibrating the surrounding air, creating a cacophony of sound. Pu Chang summoned a second group of centipede-like beasts from the ground, attempting to halt Xiaobai's advance. However, the next moment, a dragon-like creature soared into the sky, then plummeted down, the massive shockwave directly sending the centipedes flying. At this point, Xiaobai was covered with venomous insects, but the venom they sprayed couldn't even penetrate its scales. How could this be possible? The venom had no effect? Pu Chang was stunned, but there was no time to react. Xiaobai extended a paw, effortlessly lifted him from the air, then with a swift motion, slapped him across the face. Slap. A crisp sound echoed around. Roar. Xiaobai sheepishly said, "Oops, my hand slipped, I meant to grab your neck." Pu Chang was left dazed by the hit, and the bald man below was no longer calm, staring at the scene on stage in shock. Was it over just like that? And he was defeated in an instant. What confused him more was why the venomous insects had no effect. Even if they could resist 90 of the toxins, wasn't there at least 10 that could work? Could he resist 100 of the toxins? The bald man couldn't comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Lu Qing, forget it. The people you taught are no match for my brother, Lin Ming said with a smile as he passed by the bald man, while Xiao Ling laughed heartily, clapping and cheering. Well done. Once, it thought Xiaobai was stubborn, but now it seemed he had some flair. Those who dared to oppose them should be dealt with harshly, no need to hold back. The intricate patterns on these scales are just like the legendary qilin beast. The crowd below gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity as they examined Xiaobai. Xiaobai immediately felt uncomfortable, wishing to retreat back into Lin Sheng's beast space. What are you afraid of? Looking won't hurt, someone remarked. Roar. Roar. Xiaobai's protests echoed in the air, but Lin Sheng was unfazed, filled with curiosity instead. He thought, if people worship a mythical beast, there must be a real-life prototype. Perhaps there's a creature resembling the qilin hidden in the Wild Wolf mountain range. Lin Sheng. Victory. Pu Chang is eliminated. A total of 419 points transferred, making it 838 points in total. Hearing this news, Lin Sheng was delighted. The point gap between the two sides had widened to about 900 in recent days, and with his 838 points, the situation for the Magic City side was no longer as dire. The students from the Magic City Academy also relaxed, although their opponents were not as relieved. Let's go to the Wild Wolf mountain range. Lin Ming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The Academy students were thrilled, finally ready to take action. The public was also enthusiastic, as the death of fierce beasts was undoubtedly good news for them. The students from the Magic City Academy, noticing the movements of the Imperial City Academy, naturally didn't want to miss out and followed them out of the city, heading straight for the Wild Wolf mountain range. Remember, don't stray too far apart. If attacked, press the wristband immediately. Du Qinqiu instructed everyone, and the remaining dozen or so from the Magic City Academy nodded. After each hunt in the wild, they had to return to the city to confirm the number and points at the embassy. Only by killing enough fierce beasts could they have a chance to surpass the Imperial City Academy. The Wild Wolf mountain range is vast, and traversing through the forest, it's estimated that it would take months to encounter someone. After hunting fierce beasts, Lin Sheng only kept specific parts for point recognition, absorbing and converting the rest into genes. He acquired the genetic bloodlines of the bloodfang wolf, jungle treant, and horned rabbit. However, Lord-level fierce beasts were extremely rare in this forest, and those below Lord level offered no points, forcing Lin Sheng to venture deeper into the mountains. At this rate, catching up with points seemed difficult. The Lord-level fierce beasts in the mountains were too few, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the main world. Beasts above the king level fled at the slightest hint, making them hard to hunt. As Lin Sheng sat astride on Xiao Ling, troubled, a long deer call suddenly echoed. Xiao Ling reacted swiftly, darting toward the sound. Just as they were about to reach it, a white figure flashed by. It was a deer about a meter tall, its body pure white and glowing with an incredible light. In an instant, it leaped into a gorge between two mountain ranges. Running? Xiao Ling, feeling uneasy at the sight of such a holy creature, immediately gave chase. The pollution is really unsettling. As Lin Sheng and Xiao Ling entered the canyon, a white deer seemed to glance back at them before darting deeper into the gorge. Xiao Ling couldn't help but laugh. Hey little guy, don't let me catch you. Lin Sheng grabbed its two dragon horns and urged, hurry, chase it, stop fooling around. Feeling a tinge of excitement, Lin Sheng thought to himself, raising a young qilin from an early age would be great. This creature looks extraordinary, Surviving in such a dangerous place is no simple feat. As Lin Sheng ventured deeper into the canyon, the gaps around them widened, and mist began to spread. Suddenly, a massive beast claw emerged from the fog. Xiao Ling reacted swiftly, dodging and slicing the beast's head off with a flap of his wings. Acquired unicorn bloodline gene. Acquired unicorn horn gene. Lin Sheng was startled, realizing that a lord-level beast inhabited this place. As they continued, Lin Sheng grew increasingly tense because the lord-level beasts became more frequent and were evidently more challenging and intelligent than those outside. On their journey, they encountered 3 king-level beasts, all of which were slain by Xiao by one. Lin Sheng was secretly pleased, thinking, the number of beasts here exceeds those outside. Perhaps it could surpass the Imperial Academy. His curiosity grew, wondering how the little deer could survive in such a perilous place. Truly extraordinary. Lin Sheng narcissistically thought. Maybe this deer sees my talent and wants to be my companion beast? Haha, let the master ride you. As they delved deeper, the beasts became increasingly savage. Eventually, Lin Sheng found himself at a dead end facing 3 king-level beasts, the tower monster, the earthworm, and the cold raven, all in the late king stage. Even with Xiao Bai and Xiao Ling's full efforts, they barely managed to kill the 3 beasts, acquiring the bloodline genes of the tower monster, earthworm, and cold raven, along with the wriggling skill and the ice sealing skill genes. By this time, Lin Sheng's beast kill score had multiplied several times beyond the average daily value of the academies. He extracted the massive beasts' corpses, which gradually dissipated. Black flames burned on Xiao Bai and Xiao Ling, rapidly healing their injuries. Xiao Bai approached Lin Sheng, nuzzling him with its forehead. Lin Sheng grabbed a dragon horn, pushing Xiao Bai's head aside, his eyes fixed on the wall ahead. The mural on the wall was straightforward. In a blood basin, the blood of countless different species from Blue Star was sacrificed, followed by divine rewards. Sacrifices of different species? Lin Sheng instantly understood that this was a real-world hidden treasure. He had read about similar plots in books. Xiao Bai's bloodline contained the essence of countless lives. Lin Sheng extracted a drop of blood from Xiao Bai and smeared it on the wall. Instantly, the blood was absorbed, and with a rumble, the stone wall cracked open, revealing a pitch-black entrance. The crack in the wall was small, just large enough for Lin Sheng to easily fit his arm through. After ensuring there was no danger, he reached inside without hesitation and pulled out a piece of grass about a meter long, with a white round ball attached to it. Lin Sheng couldn't identify what it was, but he knew that anything obtained by sacrificing the blood of thousands of creatures must be extraordinary. So, he took a drop of blood from Xiao Bai and smeared it on the wall. Boom. As expected, another opening appeared. Lin Sheng unhesitatingly reached into it. With each blood sacrifice, more openings appeared, and to his delight, he discovered an item resembling a necklace. However, this opening was filled with dust, and whatever had been inside seemed to have vanished long ago. The wall had stood for countless years, and even the items inside the openings had succumbed to the passage of time. In just a few minutes, Lin Sheng retrieved about 5 items: 2 pieces of grass resembling lanterns, a pristine white necklace, and 2 sturdy iron boxes. Although the boxes appeared solid, he couldn't determine what they were made of. The other openings were filled with dust, leaving Lin Sheng puzzled as to why further blood applications yielded no results. Was it not enough? His gaze shifted to Xiao Bai, who looked aggrieved, and his heart softened. Xiao Bai bit his lip and said firmly, "Go ahead, master. Xiao Bai isn't afraid of pain." Hearing this, Lin Sheng's brow twitched slightly. Even a little more blood wouldn't be a problem, even if it came from him. Moreover, Xiao Bai's body was large enough to be equivalent to several Lin Shengs combined, which made Lin Sheng feel a bit guilty. A few seconds later, Lin Sheng pressed a bloody handprint onto the wall. Swoosh! The blood was instantly absorbed. This time, a large central opening was revealed, big enough for several people to enter. Xiao Bai looked aggrieved, while Xiao Ling stood nearby, giggling as if mocking Xiao Bai's attempt to gain sympathy. Suddenly, the sound of a deer echoed from the opening, prompting Lin Sheng and his 2 beasts to rush inside. Deep within the cavern, a small deer with a glowing, white coat was pacing, occasionally casting curious glances toward the entrance. After sacrificing so much blood, what they found was this deer, and Lin Sheng was struck by the stones and grass beneath the deer's feet. Life stones. Dragonbeard grass. There were life stones and dragonbeard grass here. Lin Sheng was completely astounded, having seen these rare items only on the internet before. These items are incredibly rare in the world. The value of a life stone far surpasses that of a thunder stone, having once been auctioned for as much as 300 million. A single dragonbeard grass is worth as much as 30 million. Now, the pile at the fawn's feet is not just 1 life stone and 1 dragonbeard grass. Lin Sheng probably couldn't even carry it all. Even the wealthiest individuals in the world might not have the privilege to hold a bundle of dragon beard grass. The quantity of life stones could fill an entire bathroom, but who would be extravagant enough to build a bathroom out of life stones? These items can enhance life levels and provide life energy. Lin Sheng's breathing quickened. Even the living quarters were so luxurious. His gaze turned to the fawn in the corner. The fawn quietly stared at Lin Sheng, neither panicked nor evasive, because someone had told it that the first person it saw upon opening its eyes was the one it should follow. The fawn had awakened early, left the cave, and seen many people, but now it didn't know what to do. The human in front of it seemed unfriendly, always smiling at it. The colorful deer's level, early lorder talents, skills like stealth, life growth, and evolution path of the cloud domain, and the introduction of the light deer, all belong to the creatures left in this space, possessing vast knowledge. Unknown talent? Lin Sheng had never encountered a creature with unknown talents before. Not even emperor-level creatures had shown such a trait. The knowledgeable fawn might recognize the precious items he had acquired. Lin Sheng thought to himself, "Come on, little deer. It's dangerous here. Better come with me." He smiled and approached the colorful deer, which surprisingly did not resist and obediently walked to Lin Sheng, seemingly more affectionate towards Xiaobai. "Oh no, another ancestor to deal with." Xiao Ling rolled her eyes, while Xiaobai curiously observed the little creature. Lin Sheng took the opportunity to gather the life stones and dragon beard grass from the ground, feeling slightly embarrassed that the fawn seemed to disdain him. "Don't worry, follow me, and you'll have the best of everything." Lin Sheng gently patted the colorful deer's forehead. The fawn still ignored him but didn't resist either. Normally, a creature of this level should be able to speak, but perhaps this little one was just shy and reluctant to talk. Lin Sheng didn't dwell on it. At this stage, he wasn't capable of contracting a third pet beast, so he decided to keep it by his side. The most urgent task now was to return to the city and hand over the carcasses of the fierce beasts. He had been here for more than half a day, and likely, others from the academy had already returned to Qilin City. Meanwhile, in an embassy in Qilin City, there was a clatter as items were poured out from a bag: numerous scales, teeth, horns, and pelts of fierce beasts. In total, there were 2 monarch level, 1 mid-asaster level, and 32 lord level, totaling 62 points. Now, the total score for your Imperial Capital Academy is 10,700 points, while Magic Capital Academy has 10,200 points. The staff was amazed by the remains of these powerful creatures. The people from the main world indeed possessed extraordinary strength. In the past, killing a single monarch in a month would be a huge announcement in Qilin City. Upon receiving this news, everyone was thrilled. The boss's actions are truly remarkable. Our combined points this time amounted to a hefty 200 points. If it weren't for losing 400 points earlier, we'd be in an even better position. Fortunately, the boss's keen sense led to the discovery of a disaster-level beast's lair. Ha ha ha, now the folks at Magic Capital Academy are probably in a bind. As long as we hold steady, even if they find a disaster-level beast, it'll be hard for them to catch up. Everyone was elated. 500 points aren't easy to chase down. I still have 133 points, and with some scattered ones from you all, we only have a total of 300 points. We're more than 200 points short of 500. Du Qianqiu bit his lip. Hukun and the others fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Those 200 points felt like a mountain pressing down on their shoulders. This wasn't just about winning or losing. It involved 2 academies, and who could become the top academy in Longhua. The last competition, the Magic City Academy, already lost. If they lose again, the entire academy would be plunged into an abyss, difficult to recover from. Where is Lin Sheng? Du Qianqiu looked around the crowd, but didn't see Lin Sheng. I don't know, his signal was cut off halfway, and we couldn't find him even after searching for a long time. The group shook their heads, not too worried about Lin Sheng's safety. With 2 king-level pet beasts in that jungle, he could protect himself. But relying on the points Lin Sheng could earn to catch up seemed unlikely. Even with everyone's points combined, they were still over 200 points short. What does 200 points mean? It means hunting 200 lord-level creatures, or 40 king-level ones. It's simply impossible. In the main world, hunting 200 lord-level creatures in a day is feasible but not easy. In the Wild Wolf Mountain range, there aren't that many lord-level creatures to hunt. And in the main world's mountains, there are dozens of disaster-level creatures lurking. There, you might at most kill over 100 in a day. In the secret realm, killing 30 or 40 in a day is already a lot. The group didn't know that in the canyon, Lin Sheng encountered more lord-level creatures than he usually does in days in the main world. At this moment, in a desolate area, a gigantic bird-like creature with 9 different heads and covered in fur was using its body to open up a space. In this mountain range, the original fierce beasts and over a dozen disaster-level lords had long fled. I've sealed 5 heads, yet I still can't enter that lord's space. The 9-headed bird became anxious. The 2-month deadline was approaching. It could only enter that space with the energy of the last 3 heads. That would be more than enough. Even with its power suppressed at the peak of the disaster level, it was far beyond what those disaster-level beasts could handle. Meanwhile, in the qilin space, deep within the Wild Wolf mountain range, a massive creature resembling a snowball crouched beside a small hill. If you looked closely, you could see it was a wolf-like creature, but its fur covered its eyes, limbs, and eyes, making it look like a white blob. Surrounding this blob were several early-stage disaster-level beasts, looking at the central white blob with fear and trepidation. However, the white blob seemed to be in great fear, trembling uncontrollably. From the thick fur, 2 cloudy, aged eyes emerged. Staring intently at a spot in the sky, a wave of fear washed over him, as if a great disaster was about to strike. Even when he faced attacks from several calamity-level beasts in the past, he never felt such deep despair and the impending approach of death. However, the beasts around him, which were only at the initial stage of the disaster, clearly couldn't comprehend this fear. This invasion was aimed directly at the master of this space, that white entity. Lin Sheng is back. Hukun's eyes lit up the moment he saw Lin Sheng. Du Qianqiu also felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. With Lin Sheng's speed in hunting beasts, they might just catch up. After all, among them, Lin Sheng's pet beast had the keenest sense for detecting the aura of other beasts. What is this? Where did you find a deer? Planning to treat us to a venison feast? Everyone stared curiously at the milky white fawn beside Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng explained, I caught this one in the wild. I intend to make it my 3rd pet beast. A 3rd one? Huh? Makes sense. With your abilities, reaching the calamity level is just a matter of time. It's wise to start cultivating early, someone agreed. Yet, another person frowned. But you can't be so hasty. Just picking one from the wild to make a contract? Besides, this pet beast doesn't look like a species from our blue planet. It's probably from this secret realm. Even the highest talent in a secret realm barely reaches the calamity level. Just because the beast's mother had a calamity level talent doesn't mean its offspring will. After all, its mother evolved by devouring the flesh and blood of other beasts. With Lin Sheng's current talent, there's no need for this. If he just said the word, countless people would bring him young beasts with peak calamity talents. Who wouldn't be tempted by such high-level offspring? The seniors from the Magic City Academy offered Lin Sheng advice. Lin Sheng had no choice but to temporarily agree, yet he felt a touch of warmth from their concern. All right, Lin Sheng, you've been out the longest. You must have earned quite a lot of points, right? Du Qianqiu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Sheng. Everyone eagerly watched him. If Lin Sheng could earn enough points, their Magic City Academy might still have a chance to surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. I found a canyon overflowing with life energy, and there were a lot of beasts there. Lin Sheng reported honestly, his voice filled with excitement. It was practically a lord every 10 steps, and in the end, I encountered 3 latest-stage king-level beasts. Just those 3 latest-stage king-level beasts earned me 15 points. Not to mention the other early-stage kings and numerous lord-level ones along the way. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, secretly feeling fortunate, as such opportunities were rare. Lin Sheng, you usually earn about 30 to 40 points a day. This time, you must have gotten at least 70 or 80, right? They speculated boldly. Hukun shook his head. 70 or 80. I think you shouldn't have such illusions. 70 or 80 points would mean hunting 70 or 80 lord-level beasts. Don't be too greedy. I'll just throw a number out there. Is it 50? He held up 5 fingers, and the others were stunned. You're laughing at 50 steps when you can't even take 100. They thought to themselves, having just considered Hukun's somewhat pragmatic. Well, actually, I'm not entirely sure about the total, but it's definitely more than just 70 or 80. After all, each king-level beast leads 10 to 30 lords, Lin Sheng said confidently. With a flourish, Lin Sheng emptied the remains from his beast space. Pieces of fierce beast remains tumbled to the ground, creating a crisp sound reminiscent of pearls falling onto a jade plate, continuously piling up until they formed a small hill. The students from the Magic City Academy, who had been calm and expectant, now looked on in shock. There were so many. Hukun was startled, realizing these remains could not possibly come from just one beast. Du Qianqiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought to himself that Lin Sheng must have gained significant benefits during his absence. Otherwise, why would he take such risks? Who would have thought he would return with so many beast remains? The aura emanating from them indicated that many were of the king level. Just one king level beast could earn 5 points, and with this many piled up, the thought made everyone slightly excited. The staff responsible for verification were also taken aback. This was the first time someone had delivered so many remains at once. A few minutes later, the tally showed there were 23 king level and 190 lord level beasts, totaling 305 points. This revelation drew a sharp intake of breath from everyone. My goodness, 23 king-level beasts were equivalent to several days' worth of hunting results. It wasn't surprising that Lin Sheng could kill so many kings, as an ordinary king stood no chance against the white snake. Even a mid-level king was barely a match. But where did he find so many king-level beasts? Ha ha ha, you've truly surprised us. I bet the folks from the Imperial City are turning pale with fear, a student laughed. While newcomers watched for reactions, the seasoned students were already focused on the point changes. Initially trailing by 200 points, they now had 305, surpassing the competition by over 100 points. With only a few days left in the competition, maintaining that lead wouldn't be easy to overcome. The students of Magic City Academy exchanged smiles, acknowledging Lin Sheng's significant contribution. The earlier one is eliminated, the fewer points and rewards they receive. With so many points, Lin Sheng stood to gain substantial resources if he could last until the end. Hukun laughed heartily, patting Lin Sheng on the shoulder, envious of his success. Lin Sheng might even gain access to some individual secret realms. If they were unexplored, the rewards could be even more bountiful, as no one knew what treasures might lie within. Meanwhile, at the Imperial City Academy, two people were closely monitoring the points display. 200 whole points. The Magic City folks must be in a frenzy right now, one said. True, just a few more days, and it'll be our time to shine. How much do you think Senior Lin Ming will earn? She's contributed the most this time, the other asked a fellow student. But the student was frozen, staring at the points display in shock, eyes wide with disbelief before rubbing them with both hands. The news was shocking. The Imperial Academy had 10,700 points, but the Magic Capital Academy had reached 10,805, surpassing by over 100 points. It was unbelievable. Hadn't most of the people from the Magic Capital returned home? At most, only one or two were left. This news had to be shared with others immediately. The two individuals, pale-faced, scrambled out of the embassy. Minutes later, the members of the Imperial Academy gathered, disbelief etched in their eyes. By all accounts, only Lin Sheng hadn't returned to the city with the others. But how could Lin Sheng, all by himself, hunt enough beasts to earn that many points? Panic began to set in among the group. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the sky above. Both Academy's members froze, then quickly rushed outside to look up at the sky. Not only the Academy members, but the citizens in the city, the lurking beasts in the forest, and even the Lord of Qilin City turned their gazes upward. The tremor indicated an attack on this space from an external force. A creature far exceeding this space's capacity was trying to enter, and the master of this space was a top-tier disaster-level beast. Could it be an emperor-level creature? The Qilin City Lord's face was filled with disbelief. Why would an emperor-level creature come to this small space? There was nothing here that would interest such a creature. In the mountains, a wolf king covered in thick white fur howled angrily at the sky, venting its frustration and anger at the intruder. However, the intruder ignored it, continuing to shake the space. Repeated impacts caused cracks like glass to appear in the sky. Finally, after several seconds, boom! A massive shockwave spread out. A gigantic nine-headed bird, nearly reaching the clouds, plummeted from the sky. Each of the bird's 9 heads was different, but 6 of them were immobile. Caw-caw. The bird let out a joyful and delighted cry, immediately locking its gaze on the master of this space. As the snow-white old wolf prepared to resist, one of the bird's heads darted down. Thud. The blow created a large hole in the wolf's body, clearly intending to seize its status as Space Lord to restore its own power to Emperor level. However, the thick-furred white wolf was not easy prey either. Several disaster-level beasts nearby joined forces to attack the 9-headed bird. The roars of beasts and the terrifying aura emanating from the mountains turned the city dwellers pale. During this battle, one of the 9-headed bird's crystal-like heads glanced toward the town. Caw-caw. Found it. At that moment, Lin Sheng felt impending doom, as if his gaze had met that of the creature. Even Xiao Ling in the beast space felt a shiver deep in its soul. This was an uncontrollable reaction to being targeted by a creature of much higher level. The entire city descended into chaos. Minutes later, everyone in the space gathered around the city lord. Everyone. If we can't stop that beast, we should run. If it gains lordship, this space will naturally rise to emperor level, and then no one will escape. The Qilin City Lord's face was pale. After all, Qilin City was the culmination of his ancestors' efforts over many years. Abandoning it was heartbreaking. It's too late to leave. A cool voice came from beside Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, come here. Standing among the crowd, Lin Ming slightly frowned, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. However, at that moment, Lin Sheng was fixated on the little deer beside him. He was puzzled why did they need to deal with it when he was just standing by his sister? With just one command, wouldn't everyone in Qilin City be teleported out? Lin Ming calmly looked at the city lord of Qilin City, as did Du Qinqiu. There was a significant gap between the midstage and peak of a disaster 2 whole levels. Killing such a creature couldn't be done with just the 7 of them. Lin Ming didn't want Lin Sheng to lose his sister at a young age. At this moment, the city lord of Qilin City was sweating profusely, clearly realizing his little scheme had been uncovered. Just then, a figure hurriedly ran to the city lord's side. City Lord. The highest decision-making body of the Dragon Nation's Beast Master Association demands that you immediately open the passage and teleport all students from both academies out. If any student meets with an accident. The figure hesitated. The city lord was startled. The highest decision-making body of the Beast Master Association consisted only of Emperor-level Beast Masters. With such high-level orders, how could he not comply? Everyone, let's leave this space for now. With that, the city lord opened a portal beside the crowd without hesitation. He had a contract with the fierce beasts of this space, granting him certain rights. Although the people from the Imperial Capital Academy were reluctant, they each stepped into the portal. Their lives were more important than points. Besides, even if they stayed, the 100-point gap couldn't be bridged. As one figure after another left, it was finally Lin Sheng's turn. Let's go. Lin Sheng shook his head and sighed, feeling pity for Qilin City. He hadn't lost much. However, as Lin Sheng stepped into the portal, it suddenly fluctuated and bounced him back. What's going on? Lin Sheng looked at the space in disbelief, trying several times, but still unable to enter. Even the city lord was stunned. Wait a moment, I'll open another one for you. Nevertheless, whether it was round, square, or any shape, Lin Sheng couldn't pass through. As time passed, the city lord grew more anxious, and Lin Sheng's sense of crisis intensified. Outside the city behind him, the fierce roars of beasts occasionally echoed. If this continued, and that fierce beast grew to emperor level, it would be over. Master, you should just hand me over. Xiao Ling, in the beast space, suddenly spoke softly, sensing the fierce beast coming toward it. No way. Lin Sheng decisively refused, not allowing such a thing to be mentioned again. Listening to his master, Xiao Ling felt a surge of emotion. Damn it, why are you so good to me? If I hand you over, I'll be doomed. Do you think your parents would let me off? Xiao Ling's feeling of gratitude shattered instantly, while Lin Sheng turned to the little deer beside him. Why didn't you tell me earlier that I couldn't get out alone? The little deer blinked, considering that, by common sense, Lin Sheng should be the first person it saw upon opening its eyes. Not helping does seem a bit. If you'd said earlier, I could have kept others here to help save me. Lin Sheng was speechless. Isn't relying on a single, king-level beast tamer just waiting for death? By then, everyone in the city would have already fled. Hearing this, Lu was momentarily stunned. Isn't it more about inequality than scarcity? You can hide at my place for now, Lu suggested, with a voice that was ethereal and elegant, making it hard to discern their gender. Let's go. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately headed out of the city. The lord of Qilin City, who had been listening nearby, was utterly confused. Just like that, they left? Outside the city, summon the parasitic spirit, which can block detection. Lu spoke again. Even the parasitic spirit knows. Lin Sheng was taken aback. The presence vanished. The 9-headed monster bird halted its movements, with its 3 heads frantically scanning the surroundings. How is this possible? By now, the space should have been locked, and that guy couldn't possibly have escaped. Once a disaster-level skill locks onto someone, it's impossible for them to disappear without a trace. Yet, the human's presence suddenly vanished. Caw caw caw. The 9-headed monster bird became enraged. Capturing this space was just a secondary task. The primary mission was to retrieve the Black Dragon King's offspring. But with its power suppressed, it was difficult to achieve victory quickly. Damn it, that old wolf was hiding its strength. As the 9-headed monster bird was besieged by several disaster-level beasts, the old wolf, covered in white fur, felt a surge of greed. Emperor-level blood. If it could kill the bird, it might ascend to the emperor level itself. Meanwhile, outside the stone cave, as Lu arrived, the stone cave slowly opened. Don't worry, even the Black Dragon King can't break through here, Lu said leisurely. You know about the Black Dragon King too? Lin Sheng was surprised by the cave's defensive power and curious about Lu's extensive knowledge. Of course, the Black Dragon King evolved to the top of the biological chain after obtaining ancient relics, Lu replied calmly. Ancient relics? What could elevate a creature to the top of the food chain? Didn't you already get some? Lu glanced at him. Are you talking about what's inside these caves? Lin Sheng's heart raced. He didn't expect those things to be the reason for the Black Dragon King's existence. The Black Dragon King was already formidable, with few equals among emperor-level beings. But its strength was merely due to a few plants? And now Lin Sheng had such things with him, and more than one. Don't get too excited. They're not all of the same value, Lu said while entering the cave. Lin Sheng felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Still, it's not bad, considering they were free. With a rumble, the stone cave's door closed as everyone entered. Little dear, where are you from? Lin Sheng asked in a stone cave, holding a glowing stone that illuminated the surrounding darkness. He had once scoffed at the existence of aliens, but the leaked confidential documents he had seen made him reconsider everything. In ancient times, people had captured images of massive relics in deep space, though they were dismissed as hype back then. It's understandable, considering how vast the universe Iswo can claim to be the only life in existence. I'm a deer from Blue Planet, the little deer replied, shattering Lin Sheng's illusions. Let me see if there are any treasures in this cave, Lin Sheng said as he and his two pet beasts searched through the deer's cave. The pure white deer watched the man and his two dragons silently, saying nothing. Meanwhile, in the highest council chamber outside, a tense atmosphere filled the room. A figure stood upright in the projection, reporting to those present. These were the most powerful beast masters of the Dragon Kingdom. The citizens of Qilin City have been relocated to the base city we previously reclaimed. The students from the two major academies have also been safely evacuated, with no casualties. Upon hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when they saw the nine-headed monstrous bird in the surveillance footage, they were indeed shocked. The nine-headed sunbird. It became an emperor less than a century ago, and its power is not to be underestimated. They thought, especially since each of its 9 heads possessed different unique abilities and consciousness, making it incredibly difficult to deal with. They hadn't expected the black dragon not to show up, but instead, they encountered the 9-headed sunbird. This was an opportunity, as the sunbird had only recently ascended to the emperor level. Once it fully transitioned between spaces, they could all join forces to take it down. However, why would the emperor level 9-headed sunbird head to that location? Could it be because of Lin Sheng's pet beast? The two newly arrived emperor-level beastmasters were puzzled, clearly unaware of some aspects of the situation. The black dragon Nyak's offspring accidentally fell into the hands of the disaster organization and has now become Lin Sheng's second pet beast. As soon as the director finished speaking, everyone was astonished, then overjoyed. Some of the emperor-level beastmasters present had once had the strongest pet beasts only at the disaster level, barely breaking through to the emperor level after consuming countless rare resources and fierce beasts. To directly contract an emperor-level beast was a rarity, and now someone could do it, almost guaranteeing that they would become an emperor-level beastmaster in the future. The disaster level is maintained at 100 individuals, but how many years has it been since the Dragon Kingdom last saw an emperor-level beastmaster? And it's the black dragon Nyak, an exceptionally formidable presence among emperors. With this news, how could the crowd not be excited? However, it also brought them considerable trouble. An emperor-level beastmaster voiced his concern, though a smile appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he had stretched his muscles, and with successors in place, why not seize the chance for a grand battle? As the Dragon Kingdom's leadership prepared for the hunt of the Emperor, students at the Magic City Academy were just basking in the joy of their recent victory in a competition. Suddenly, terrible news arrived. Lin Sheng hadn't returned. Du Qinxiu frowned, scanning the crowd. Yes, it had been half an hour, and there was still no sign of him. Hu Kun's forehead was beaded with sweat, filled with regret. If only they had let Lin Sheng come out first. Now that even the Lord of Space Qilin City had fled, how could they make a smooth escape if they went back? Everyone felt helpless. At that moment, a piercing phone call shattered the tense atmosphere, reaching the Magic City Academy. It was Lin Ming calling. Chun Dao exchanged a glance with the others, silently agreeing. They couldn't tell her. Du Qinxiu quickly spoke up, knowing how much Lin Ming valued her brother. If she found out, she would undoubtedly return to that space without hesitation, complicating matters further. I understand. Chun Dao answered the call, thinking that since they couldn't stop her, there was no need to make more people anxious. Has my brother come back? The voice on the other end was calm but anxious. He has, but he's a bit tired and went asleep. After all, he killed so many fierce beasts today. Chen Dao replied with a seamless lie. Is that so? I wondered why he wasn't answering my calls. Lin Ming's voice relaxed. Please, tell him to rest early, Mr. Chun. The call ended with a beep. However, the expressions on Chen Dao and the others' faces were grim. They could hide it for now, but not forever. Soon, the news of Lin Sheng's absence would spread throughout the city. I have to inform the principal about this. Chen Dao turned to leave, knowing only the principal of Magic City could have the authority to rescue Lin Sheng. Meanwhile, the battle with the 9-headed bird was escalating. Roar! Caw-caw! Fools! Stay away if you don't want to die. One fiery red head of the 9-headed sunbird spewed flames, instantly turning into lava and burning off a disaster-level beast's arm. 5 disaster-level beasts surrounded the 9-headed sunbird but were at a disadvantage. While the sunbird seemed at ease, its eyes blood-red and terrifying, constantly scanning the surroundings. Where is he hiding? My space mark hasn't disappeared. He must still be here. Caw caw. Roar. The white-haired old wolf realized the difference between disaster level and emperor level, unable to gain any advantage despite their numbers. During the battle, one crystal-like head of the nine-headed sunbird was still probing other areas, clearly not targeting the white-haired old wolf. But the white-haired old wolf was unwilling to give up. Devouring this nine-headed sunbird would allow it to evolve into a stronger being, no longer having to cower in this small space. This was a fight to the death. Boom. In the next moment, the white-haired old wolf's body suddenly expanded, its snow-white fur turning into a mesmerizing purple-black, its aura rapidly rising. Stop searching. The little deer in the cave couldn't bear it any longer. All the knowledge is in my mind, and I can't handle it, but as time goes on, my memories will gradually resurface. The deer interrupted the three from their search. It is the greatest treasure here. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaobai couldn't hold back either. I feel like giving you a good smack. The deer, however, had a certain fondness for Xiaobai and didn't want to make it dislike him. Seeing Xiaobai's reaction, it felt a bit embarrassed. Let me think a bit more. A few minutes later, I remembered part of it. The creature you and I saw in our minds resembles it. The deer looked at Xiaobai. It was a colossal dragon soaring among the endless stars, its single scale larger than millions of stars combined. With every breath, countless living beings perished. But you only look like it, nowhere near the level of a single one of its scales. The deer's eyes seemed to reflect that terrifying scene. Then, it recounted to Lin Sheng and others about several horrifying creatures, all identical to the mythical beings from Lin Sheng's past life. Is that it? I already knew that. Lin Sheng said calmly. Who doesn't know how to brag? Are you deliberately mocking me? Xiaobai murmured. What do you mean by not even matching a scale? No, Xiaobai, this is all I can think of for now. Oh, and there's skill fusion. The deer suddenly brightened up. I can fuse the skills of creatures together to evolve into more powerful abilities. But usually, creatures have very few skills, so it might not be very useful. Fusion skills? Lin Sheng's heartbeat quickened. He can bestow a large number of skills on creatures. Now Xiaobai's skills number in the hundreds. But this matter can wait. He has more important questions to ask now. Lin Sheng took out two small wooden boxes from his pocket. These were obtained by sacrificing Xiaobai's blood. Just as he was about to ask what they were, the deer spoke up first. Oh my, you even kept these. The deer widened its eyes. Its expressionless face somehow showed a look of shock. Lin Sheng's curiosity was piqued. What is it? It's a dragon's eye. Do you remember the creature I told you about earlier? The box contains the essence blood of that dragon. Dragon's eye? That's right. After it died, someone obtained the dragon's eye. If any creature can devour the dragon's eye, it can evolve to the highest level. I didn't expect the dragon's eye to be left in the same place with me. Really? Lin Sheng's heart pounded. This is a true dragon. If Xiaobai devours the dragon's eye, wouldn't it ascend to immortality instantly? But don't get too excited too soon. With your current strength, forcibly devouring the dragon's eye will only lead to your demise. Even the usually calm deer couldn't hide its excitement. Can the box be opened? Lin Sheng asked. He has a skill called sequence extraction. He doesn't need to extract all of the dragon eye's life energy. Just a tiny bit of energy is enough to transform Xiaobai. After all, they can't stay in this stone cave forever. Without food, they will eventually starve. Instead of waiting for the nine-headed bird to seize the space, why not let Xiaobai undergo a major upgrade in advance? Of course, we can. Only I can open it. Xiaolu stepped forward, attempting to open the box. The wooden box revealed just a tiny crack, smaller than a cell gap. Instantly, a domineering and majestic aura filled the entire cave. However, this aura seemed to have been stripped of its murderous intent, leaving only pure energy, which was still overwhelming for Lin Sheng and his two pet beasts to bear. Extract. Lin Sheng quickly closed the box. The terrifying and ancient aura vanished instantly, extracting trace amounts of dragon blood genes. It worked. Lin Sheng was drenched in sweat, but his face was full of uncontrollable joy. The power in this box is unbelievably terrifying. Just a little bit of it could crush countless nine-headed birds. Xiaobai was equally excited. Xiaolu was in shock. Why did we really obtain the energy from that box? Xiaolu could clearly feel that the energy had been absorbed by Lin Sheng. What an incredible ability. Extracting the essence from a dragon's eye is no simple feat. But never mind that, let's see how effective it is. Roar. Master, Xiaobai is ready. Xiaobai obediently lay on the ground. Lin Sheng grabbed Xiaobai's dragon horn and used his innate skill. Obtained trace amounts of dragon blood genes. In the next moment, Xiaobai let out a cry of extreme pain. His entire body curled up tightly. Every scale on his body twitched wildly. His golden eyes were filled with blood, gradually turning blood red. Inside him, his blood vessels were operating frantically, digesting the vast energy at dozens or even hundreds of times the usual speed. Xiaolu and Xiaoling were both stunned, but there was a look of yearning in their eyes. They could clearly feel Xiao Bai's strength rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, due to the difference in time flow between the two realms, half a day had already passed outside. News of Lin Sheng's inability to emerge had spread. At the highest council of Dragon Country, they were in a panic. What should we do now? This is a big problem. Our pet beasts can't suppress their strength to the disaster level. Why does it have to be Lin Sheng who is trapped inside? The nine-headed bird's target is indeed him. It's no use talking about it now. We must rescue him quickly. Rescue him? Unless we wait for the nine-headed bird to ascend to the emperor level, we won't be able to enter. Everyone was in low spirits. They should have foreseen this. Since the nine-headed bird could enter the space, it naturally had a way to seal it off. Now, the initiative was completely in the enemy's hands. But no matter what, they couldn't let that black dragon hatchling return to Nyak's side. There must not be another powerful emperor creature on Blue Star. It would completely disrupt the balance of power between humans and fierce beasts. With Lin Sheng unable to return from that space and rumors of an emperor-level beast invasion spreading, the media was tightly controlled, so people only received scattered information, unable to discern the truth. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Academy, open the teleportation array. Lin Ming stood on the array, veins bulging on her forehead, her face full of killing intent. Her delicate face now resembled that of a demon from hell. No way. Going in now means you might never come out. The Lord of Qilin City was adamant about not returning. Su Xian tried to dissuade her. It was the first time she had seen Lin Ming so angry. Last time, when Lin Ming risked her life to kill a later disaster-level fierce beast, she wasn't this furious. Open it. Don't make me say it twice. Lin Ming glared fiercely at Su Xian and the array's manager. After receiving the news that Lin Sheng had not emerged, her nerves were stretched to the limit, ready to snap at any moment. Lin Ming stared directly into Su Xian's eyes, a mix of anger and tears welling up. She silently vowed to herself that she would never let Lin Sheng die in there, or she would forever carry the guilt. Su Xian was taken aback by this side of Lin Ming, having always admired her as someone who faced danger with calm strength. Out of curiosity, Su Xian had looked into Lin Ming's past in Yang City and gradually understood her resilience. Buzz. Su Xian activated the teleportation array. Senior Su, the staff member in charge of the array, looked at her in a panic. Don't worry, just say I did it afterward, Su Xian said calmly. However, the staff member was completely flustered. The situation with Lin Sheng being trapped was already causing an uproar, and if Lin Ming, a genius and disaster-class beast tamer from the Imperial Academy, also got trapped, the severity would escalate. But it was too late. As the array's light flickered, Lin Ming's figure gradually disappeared, and Su Xian's expression shifted from calm to anger. I'm going to bring the Lord of Qilin City here, she said harshly, turning to leave, leaving the staff member stunned. This is a disaster. Is the situation escalating because of Lin Sheng? Xiao Bai, how do you feel? Lin Sheng worriedly touched Xiao Bai's scales. Since earlier, Xiao Bai had been curled up, barely responding to Lin Sheng's inquiries. Finally, Xiao Bai let out a weak roar, causing Lin Sheng's heart to ache. He wondered if he had injected too many genetic elements, but it was already the minimum extracted from the dragon's eye. Roar Master, don't worry about Xiao Bai. Sensing Lin Sheng's mood, Xiao Bai tried to comfort him, but speaking seemed to aggravate its wounds, resulting in a sharp intake of breath. Lin Sheng frowned, his heart tightening. It's nothing serious. Even if the cells are damaged, it's not that severe. A voice came from behind, and Xiao Bai quickly flipped over. Nima. Lin Sheng was utterly exasperated, thinking how worried he had been just moments ago. Phew. Never mind, after all, Xiao Bai did endure a lot of pain this time. I'll deal with this later. This kid. Xiao Ling grinned, thinking how competitive Xiao Bai was, even making it want to roll over as well. But it wasn't very good at it. Maybe it should ask Xiao Bai for tips on how to act cute in the future? How are you feeling now? Xiao Lu asked, eyes gleaming. Roar. Stronger than before. Roar but a bit hungry, Xiao Bai rolled over a couple of times. After swallowing dragon blood, its muscles became firmer, and its eyes began transitioning from pale gold to blood red. Xiao Lu nodded slightly, knowing that pure-blooded dragons had blood-red pupils during battle, while they were pale gold at rest. Indeed, it's much stronger. I can clearly feel my strength has multiplied several times. Lin Sheng said excitedly. Xiao Bai's level had definitely jumped more than one grade. Let me see. Lin Sheng eagerly glanced at Xiao Bai's panel, his heart brimming with excitement. The display showcased Xiao Bai's dragon level, latest stage king talent, and emperor pinnacle skills, including perfect entangle, perfect enlargement, perfect cloud swallow, perfect water spray, perfect hardening, mastery in healing eyes, danger intuition, mastery in petrification, perfect thunder armor, proficient dragon might, black fiery horn, proficient eagle eye, visual enhancement, and more. The evolution path revealed descriptions of a true dragon and cloud dragon, beings that devour countless creatures and stand at the pinnacle of life forms. This new level of Emperor Pinnacle talent left Lin Sheng deeply thrilled. Xiaobai's level had leaped from early king stage to late king stage, with a subtle sense of reaching the king peak. Typically, a pet beast requires countless years, if not centuries, to advance from early to late king stage, let alone reach the peak. This progression depends not only on growth time, but also on bloodline and physical attributes, making it incredibly challenging. Xiaobai's domain skills had also reached proficiency, which filled Lin Sheng with immense excitement. Domain skills are notoriously difficult to enhance, as they can't be trained through mere repetition but require the pet's insight. Without keen insight, one might never improve, while those with high insight could break through instantly. Achieving proficiency was already satisfying for Lin Sheng, especially since it only consumed a small amount of energy from the box. If Xiaobai could absorb all the life energy from the dragon eyes, it would undoubtedly become the strongest creature on Blue Star. Lin Sheng pondered the original owner's immense power, which led to their demise and the preservation of their eyes in a small wooden box, instilling a sense of crisis in him. Xiaolu seemed to sense his thoughts and reassured him, "Don't worry, with the dragon eyes, you've already surpassed many." Unfortunately, its own strength was still lacking, with limited memory capacity to offer much help to Lin Sheng. "Let me help you merge the pet skills. There aren't that many anyway," Xiaolu quietly suggested. In its memory, even the most formidable beings had no more than 30 active and passive skills. Merging them wouldn't be difficult and could result in stronger skills, potentially evolving to be greater than the sum of their parts. "Of course, please do." Lin Sheng quickly agreed. Xiaobai's skills were numerous and hard to manage, so combining them into more potent abilities would be much more convenient. Xiaolu slowly approached Xiaobai, lowered its head, and its entire body emitted a soft glow, both beautiful and pure. Yet, Xiaolu knew it still lagged behind those with elite bloodlines, not even comparable to a single cell of the legendary qilin, limiting its ability to aid its master. At that moment, Xiaobai's skills flooded into Xiaolu's mind like a torrent. The moment the skills were detected, a torrent of abilities such as perfect coiling, perfect enlargement, perfect cloud swallowing, perfect water spraying, perfect hardening, mastery in healing eyes, mastery in danger instinct, mastery in petrification, perfect thunder armor, proficiency in dragon's might, black fiery horn, proficiency in eagle eye, enhanced vision, and many more surged into Xiaolu's mind like a data stream, causing it to feel dizzy. The sheer number of skills left Xiaolu shaking its head in shock. The skills kept flooding in, and the unbelievable quantity left it utterly perplexed. Even a legendary dragon couldn't possess so many skills. A creature's skills have a limit. No matter how high the talent, the number of skills wouldn't be excessive because genes focus the abilities. Yet, everything before Xiaolu shattered its understanding. 120, 157, 198. The skill count broke through 200. What did this mean? A single creature possessed the skill set of an entire beast group, and this didn't even include its passive skills, meaning the number could be even higher. Xiaolu looked at Xiaobai, a bewildered expression in its eyes. "You have no idea how outrageous you are," Xiaolu thought to itself. Although Xiaobai might not yet match a single scale of a great dragon, if it grows, what a terrifying existence it would become. The master is truly lucky to have found such a creature. Xiaolu clearly didn't know that Xiaobai's skills were infused by Lin Sheng. Despite the large number of skills, merging them would take some time. "Can you help me merge mine too?" Xiaoling came over, having followed Lin Sheng into the secret realm and gained quite a few skills. Xiaolu, feeling resigned, moved over to Xiaoling's side. "There shouldn't be too many this time, right? After all, a creature like Xiaobai is one in a million, and even Xiaolu felt envious. Having two such creatures contracted by the same person seemed statistically impossible. Yet, in the next moment, skill detection began again. Mastery in deadly fire, mastery in undead trample, perfect size transformation, death domain, dissipation, death song, spirit form, parasitic spirit, curse eye, trickster crow, curse energy extraction. So many skills once more. Xiaolu was stunned again. One was enough. How could there be another one? Wait, let me catch my breath. Xiaolu took a deep breath, completely bewildered by the impossible occurrence happening again. Has the main world changed drastically while I've been in this spatial world? Am I the frog in the well? But that can't be. People from the main world come here from time to time, and their pet beasts don't possess so many skills. Could this be related to the person? Xiaolu craned its neck, glancing at Lin Sheng, who stood nearby with a composed expression. If contracting with this human could grant me so many skills, it would be a huge gain. Previously, Xiaolu learned from humans that they have innate skills to enhance their pet beasts. Yet, this human skills could actually bestow skills upon pet beasts, which is far beyond the norm. This is vastly different from the innate skills of other humans I've seen. So, can you do it? Lin Sheng asked quietly. Xiaolu's expression seemed a bit off, but its pained look also made it appear particularly cute. Yes, of course I can. Xiaolu's desire to perform was ignited, thinking to itself that if its abilities could earn this human's approval, it would be fantastic. The fact that Lin Sheng truly contracted it and gained so many skills instantly changed Xiaolu's opinion of him, making her forget about the previous robbery attempt by the three people. She immediately began assisting Lin Sheng with skill fusion. Minutes later, the skills Cloud Swallow, Water Spray, and Thunder Armor were merged into Mastery of Thundercloud Control, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Perception, and Healing Eye became Mastery of Scorching Sun True Eye, and Gigantification, Rockification, Bone Armor, Constitution Enhancement, and Strong Cells fused into Mastery of Diamond Body. After fusing each skill, Xiaolu needed a long rest before proceeding to the next one. The large number of skills required a corresponding increase in physical exertion. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Xiaoling were getting accustomed to these skills. Although their proficiency decreased slightly, the power and convenience of use greatly improved. These skills not only retained their original forms, but could also be combined into more powerful abilities according to their will. Most importantly, these skills would continue to improve with Lin Sheng's fusion, preventing any useless skills from gathering dust in a corner. Meanwhile, the outside world was also changing. Lin Ming took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as she surveyed her surroundings. She wore a specially designed combat suit and black tights, her perfect figure flawless, and her short hair adding to her heroic appearance. However, the large broadsword on her back seemed somewhat incongruous with her tall, slender frame. At this moment, Qilin City was desolate, with discarded fruits scattered along the roadside. Girl, use the fivefold elemental force. A voice suddenly issued from the broadsword. All right. Lin Ming quickened her pace, leaping onto the city wall hundreds of meters high. In the distance, several giant fierce beasts were fiercely battling in the jungle. Thunder Spirit, Lin Ming whispered. Just then, the space beside her suddenly surged, and a small figure emitting blue-violet lightning appeared at her side. This thunderstorm spirit was at the mid-disaster level, possessing early Emperor-level skills, including Thunderstorm Imprisonment, Thunder Tribulation, Possession, Double Thunder Strike, and Transformation Evolution Path. It was a thunder element creature, known for its temper and formidable attack power, often found in the Thunder Tribulation Mountains. As Lin Ming's slender fingers touched the thunderstorm spirit, it instantly dispersed, attaching itself to her and forming a deep purple armor that seemed almost tangible. This is a unique fusion skill of elemental creatures. The more realistic the armor formed, the stronger the elemental creature's power. However, even with the feedback from her pet beast, Lin Ming found it challenging to maintain long-term fusion with the thunder elemental creature. This was a method that harmed both the enemy and herself, and was only used as a last resort. At this moment, Lin Ming stood atop the city wall, like a general bathed in lightning, dazzling to the point of being impossible to look at directly. Zhou Tu, sensing its master's agitation, felt the bloodlust surge uncontrollably within, as the excitement in its heart grew. Meanwhile, this scene was being transmitted to the highest meeting room in the main world. In the highest council chamber of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Ming's presence in the video was particularly striking. The headmaster of the Imperial Academy couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry, while those around him watched intently, their eyes filled with shock and anticipation. Lin Ming's aura rose rapidly like flames, reaching the peak of the disaster level. Is she truly the genius of your imperial city? This combat method is unheard of. A beast master fighting personally is truly astounding. However, this path is not easy, as the demands of her two beast companions are extremely high. Even at the disaster peak, she struggles against the nine-headed fiery sun bird. Everyone watched the screen closely, both envying the headmaster of the Imperial Academy and fearing that the Dragon Kingdom might lose another potential Emperor-level talent. Lin Ming is the first to attempt nurturing a beast master in this way. If she grows to Emperor level, it would be hard for anyone present to match her. Yet, she currently faces the true Emperor, the nine-headed fiery sun bird. The headmaster worried silently, knowing that Lin Ming's weapon could overdraw her emotions and stamina, unleashing powerful elemental forces. He feared that if she activated all 5 elements, it might lead to her death. Please, don't do anything rash, the headmaster silently prayed, anxiety in his eyes. Once you reach Emperor level, avenging your brother would be much easier, wouldn't it? A weapon that overdraws elemental power is unheard of. Everyone present kept their eyes glued to the screen, filled with doubt. Even if Lin Ming overdrew her elemental power to forcibly elevate her strength to the disaster peak, could she defeat the nine-headed fiery sun bird? More concerning was the possibility that neither might return. The anger in the room was palpable, as so many resources had been invested, only for the two to potentially perish in that space. Within the secret realm, Lin Ming moved carefully through the jungle, trying to conceal herself. At that moment, the nine-headed fiery sunbird was fiercely battling the old wolf and several disaster-level beasts, having already slain two. The old wolf's fur had turned purple, its furious roar deafening, eyes bloodshot with rage. Why? I've reached the disaster peak. Yet I'm still no match for the nine-headed fiery sunbird, it thought, wondering if the emperor level was truly that invincible. The nine-headed fiery sunbird's crystalline heads suddenly scanned the surroundings, sensing a new threat. What? Another disaster peak? Exclaimed one head covered in red fur. The old wolf's power continued to climb, and the nine-headed fiery sunbird grew impatient. The old wolf had once severely injured one of the bird's heads after activating its domain, but its strength had since diminished by a fifth. The nine-headed fiery sunbird was distracted by searching for Lin Sheng, not expecting to find another disaster peak presence. Damn it! Open the domain and kill them, roared a head of blue-gray hue. Once the proficient level domain was activated, it could wipe out all life forms. A thunderous sound echoed, intensifying the battle's tension. Lightning from the horizon converged into a blade, striking fiercely at the nine-headed blazing sunbird. In an instant, one of its yet-awakened heads was severed, and with a painful scream, the wound was quickly cauterized and sealed. This was clearly an attack targeted at it. A faint glow of spiritual energy separated from the sunbird's body, and a skilled-level domain was instantly activated, enveloping the surrounding beasts and Lin Ming. In that moment, the domains of several beasts intertwined with Lin Ming's, and together they launched a pincer attack on the sunbird. However, with the sunbird's domain now active, it became apparent that they were struggling to compete. Boom! A massive fireball struck the purple-furred wolf king Hedon, blasting a hole in its body and causing it to lose consciousness instantly. Caw! The sunbird wasted no time in opening its mouth and devouring the wolf king's corpse. With the wolf king's death, the nearby disaster-level beasts were thrown into panic. Damn, girl! If we don't kill it within half an hour, the owner of this space will change, and the consequences will be dire, Lin Ming knew. She unleashed her 5 elemental powers, gritting her teeth, aware that Lin Sheng was nearby, yet for some reason, he remained unseen. All right, following you. I have no regrets in this life. Her broad sword glowed with white, purple, blue, red, and green elemental forces, instantly elevating Lin Ming's power by several levels, nearing Emperor level, on the verge of disaster level perfection. Sensing this aura, the sunbird's 9 heads turned towards her. Kill her for me. All will be forgiven. Several disaster level beasts rushed towards Lin Ming. However, as daylight spread, the bodies of 2 early disaster level beasts were severed, blood gushing like a fountain, wounds instantly cauterized, dead, instantly killed. At this moment, Lin Ming's body was enveloped by the 5 elemental forces, resembling a deity descending from the heavens, with a casual swing of her sword determining the fate of living beings. There was no mercy in her eyes, only the ethereal and disdainful power, nearing emperor level, but her body was under immense strain, her skin deteriorating. Damn it! The Black Dragon King never mentioned this space had such a monster. The sunbird panicked for the first time, as its opponent's strength was now nearly equal to its own. If the earlier battles with the Wolf King and several disaster-level beasts were mere games, now it genuinely faced the risk of death. An emperor-level being dying so disgracefully was unacceptable. It must quickly merge with this space, raising its capacity to emperor level. The sunbird was desperate. Once I'm out, I'll kill every one of your country's people. Its rage burned like a raging inferno, and desperation was a humiliation even for an emperor. Oh no, the owner of this space is already dead. The small deer in the cave suddenly awoke, dead? I just extracted the second drop of diluted dragon blood. While the deer was merging skills, Lin Sheng injected another drop of dragon blood into Xiaobai, and the energy loss from the dragon blood was replenished with a month's worth of energy food, now being absorbed. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng felt a vague sense of dread, as if something bad was happening outside. In the top-tier conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Ming had indeed overexerted her elemental power. The headmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy was utterly shocked. He never expected that the usually aloof Lin Ming would show no mercy towards the fierce beasts, driven by an untouchable reverse scale in her Harther brother, Lin Sheng. To protect Lin Sheng, she dared to confront an emperor-level creature Hedon. The 9-headed bird had begun absorbing space and gradually converting it into emperor-level power. Once it could withstand the limits of emperor-level energy, everyone could enter the space together and completely annihilate the 9-headed bird. They must succeed. The Dragon Kingdom could not afford to lose such a genius again. Although everyone was filled with anger, they had no choice but to wait. If they forcibly entered the space, it would collapse under their power, and no one would survive. They could only wait until the 9-headed bird's power reached the emperor level. By then, The odds of Lin Ming and Lin Sheng coming out alive were slim. It was better to hope that Lin Ming could seriously injure or even kill the nine-headed bird, but the chances were too low. After witnessing Lin Ming's battle, everyone was convinced that the path she chose was indeed a new direction for beast tamers. However, the creator must not perish inside. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, after Xiaobai finished digesting the dragon's blood, Lin Sheng fed it enough food to replenish its energy. Then, he injected a small amount of extracted dragon blood genes again. Now, Xiaobai's aura and energy surged rapidly, reaching the peak of king level, the pinnacle of king level. The dragon blood genes were indeed formidable, maintaining their effects even with repeated use. Lin Sheng couldn't help but marvel, as dragons were among the most elite creatures in the world. Any member of their species, like earth dragons, feather dragons, or six-eyed divine dragons, could easily overpower lower species of the same level. Xiao Lu's reverence for high-species creatures was precisely why he felt close to Xiaobai. Xiaobai resembled the legendary dragon species so much, even surpassing dragons in certain aspects. Lin Sheng was puzzled, as Xiao Lu seemed to refer to something other than pure-blooded dragons. How could there be a divine dragon with 6 eyes? Was it a genetic defect? Xiao Lu reminded him not to underestimate dragon species, as top-tier dragons could even fight against 5 opponents 3 levels higher without falling behind. Overcoming 3 levels and fighting 5 opponents without losing ground? That was indeed impressive. Lin Sheng was once again astounded. After absorbing the energy, Xiaobai slowly awoke, the golden light in its pupils growing more intense, and its vertical pupils were unsettling. Its scales moved rhythmically with its body, and its skills underwent a dramatic transformation. Xiaoling experienced the same changes. With dragon-level status, peak king-level talent, Emperor extreme-level skills, mastery in thundercloud control, scorching sun true eye, diamond body, and proficiency in dragon's might. Its evolution path led to true dragon and cloud dragon, dominating all living beings. The Black Dragon King, at the monarch's early stage, possesses emperor-level skills in the late stage, including mastery in the death domain, spirit extinction steps, corrosive breath, and soul awakening. With a 13,500-year evolution path, the Black Dragon Emperor is introduced as having inherited a dark lineage with even more exceptional genetics. Impressive. Xiaobai's skills, though merged, are now several times more powerful than before, roughly estimated to be 7 to 8 times stronger. Currently, Xiaobai's true combat power is likely comparable to the early or even mid-disaster level. While Xiaoling hasn't reached that level yet, she can barely contend with disaster-level threats. If the Dragon Eyes genes are gradually worn away and assimilated, she might even surpass 3 levels in battle. 1 or 2 levels aren't quite enough, though, Lin Sheng mused silently. Should we take a look outside? There's no danger outside, and besides, the 9-headed blazing sunbird can't kill you instantly, so you can escape anytime. Xiaolu nodded. Staying here indefinitely isn't a solution. What if the Qilin City Lord returns to this space, and we miss it? With that thought, Xiaolu silently opened the stone door. The aura intensified. The 9-headed blazing sunbird was now covered in wounds, with 4 of its 9 heads severed. Its 4th head was in the process of reviving as the space unraveled. The bird cackled eerily. So what if you cut them off? My heads will grow back in no time. Caw. With the red head, any injuries on my body heal swiftly. However, the human before it was clearly struggling to hold on. Phew. Lin Ming exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of mist. The massive energy expenditure had started to damage her body cells, which were being repaired by wind elemental power, gradually leading to mutation. Girl, if you keep this up, you'll die once you release the state. The broadsword in her hand urgently spoke. No worries, I'll kill it now. Lin Ming stubbornly raised the broadsword. Violent elements spread across her body, and the world before her eyes had turned blood red. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Lin Ming to suppress her inner bloodlust and maintain some semblance of sanity. Even the broadsword in her hand was beginning to crack. Yet, the 9-headed blazing sunbird was also in a bad state. I'll use this move, Lin Ming resolved, gripping her long blade tightly. Channeling all her energy and the power of lightning elements into it, the bird's 6 eyes widened in alarm. Its domain ability instantly expanded to envelop the surroundings. Oh no, a second-tier domain ability. The people of the Dragon Kingdom watching the video were filled with dread. A second-tier domain, or proficient-level domain, could perfectly suppress Lin Ming's ordinary domain, preventing her from unleashing her full attack potential. Just then, with a rumble, as the stone door opened, Lin Sheng, Xiaobai, Xiaoling, and Xiaolu stepped out. The turbulent domain in the air instantly enveloped them all. In that moment of domain coverage, Xiaobai's reverse scale in his bloodline was inadvertently triggered. Dragons cannot be offended, he roared. Instantly, Xiaobai's pupils began to emit a fiery glow. A grand and majestic domain, like an ancient bell, rapidly spread around them. Similarly proficient-level domains. In an instant, it dissipated and devoured the encroaching domain. Boom! The nine-headed fiery sunbird squawked in terror. Impossible! Its domain was severely weakened. Could it be another emperor-level creature? With the crystal head present, it should have sensed it. But who could wield such proficient domain abilities? It's that human. The crystal skull spotted Lin Sheng, the very target they were seeking. However, danger had already silently descended upon the nine-headed fiery sun bird. Slash! Lin Ming gripped his long blade and suddenly drew it out with a powerful slash. In that instant, the world seemed to lose its color. The nine-headed fiery sun bird was momentarily stunned, and fine cracks appeared on its body. Its upper and lower halves were completely severed, with blood gushing out. Within its flesh, countless tentacles tried to forcibly reconnect the two halves, but the cells had already been scorched by the violent lightning elements, making it impossible to heal. The nine-headed fiery sunbird squawked in panic. Oh no! It lost connection with its lower half, reducing its strength by half again. All of this happened just because it had sent out a crystal head to observe Lin Sheng. Lin Ming's attack had long been anticipated by the nine-headed fiery sunbird, so why did it suddenly become so fast? So fast that there was no time to react, as if time itself had been erased. With its current power, reviving the fourth head was impossible. The nine-headed fiery sunbird's strength was nearly depleted. To recover, it had to protect the red head. Lin Ming suddenly dropped to one knee, exhaling deeply, thinking to himself, why isn't it dead yet? The nine-headed fiery sunbird's vitality was incredibly tenacious. Witnessing this scene, the people in the conference room were thrilled. If they could really kill the nine-headed fiery sunbird here, it would be an enormous gain. How many years had it been since an emperor-level beast had fallen? Killing it would mean no new emperor-level beasts would appear for decades. Humanity would gain one or even two beastmasters capable of facing emperors alone. How could this not excite them? Even the old monsters who had lived for centuries hoped for more emperor-level beings to emerge among their descendants, as it meant they would have companions and allies in the future. However, why didn't the nine-headed fiery sunbird's domain ability work? The head of the dragon-slaying bureau frowned, puzzled. By rights, a proficient domain should have been enough to crush Lin Ming, yet even with the domain activated, it was still cut down with one slash. Clearly, the domain ability did not work. There was only one possibility for this. Someone had activated a more powerful domain ability to counteract it. Could an emperor-level presence have entered that space? The crowd was puzzled, as this seemed impossible. As they pondered, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the secret realm. A dragon? The crowd was suddenly shocked. What did they see? A colossal dragon, capable of leveling a mountain range with its movements, was now charging towards the nine-headed fiery sunbird. But why wasn't it flying? Weren't dragons in legends supposed to fly? My God! The crowd was completely stunned. The sudden sight was terrifying. The legendary creature, a dragon, appeared before everyone, leaving them unable to remain calm. A dragon, the apex predator, the ultimate point of evolution that all creatures aspire to, was real in the myths of the Blue Planet. The feeling of awe spread through their hearts. Roar! Xiaobai's massive body overshadowed the mountains of the Wild Wolf Range, with dragon horns, eagle-like eyes, and enormous scales covering its body, instantly frightening the livestream audience. In that moment, Lin Ming and the nine-headed monster bird also sensed this colossal creature. Dragon? A dragon? The nine-headed sunbird was taken aback. It had seen such a being depicted on the walls of ruins, where a single scale was said to be large enough to cover an entire solar system. The sudden appearance of such a creature was terrifying. However, upon sensing Xiaobai's presence, the nine-headed sunbird regained its composure. Even at the peak of its evolution, how could it compare to a true dragon? Now, its evolutionary level was higher. Lin Ming's vision was blurred by blood, and her consciousness was fading. Sensing Lin Sheng's still-alive presence, she struggled to get up, thinking, I can't continue like this. The broadsword in her hand trembled violently, draining her elemental power, and she collapsed into the rubble. Her skin was severely damaged, with some areas exposing bone. Continuing to fight in this state would mean certain death, and even now, survival seemed unlikely. Damn it! Lin Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. After expanding his domain, he felt Lin Ming's presence. He couldn't believe his sister would come back to save him in such a situation. How foolish. Filled with rage, Lin Sheng shouted, Xiaobai, Shaoling, take it down. Roar. Xiaobai and Shaoling, influenced by their master's emotions, quickly maneuvered around the upper body of the nine-headed sunbird, looking for an opportunity. The nine-headed sunbird glared, feeling humiliated that even king-level beasts dared to challenge it. Shaoling and Xiaobai trembled slightly, sensing the terrifying aura of the nine-headed sunbird. It was a primal fear, a genetic response to the threat of death. However, Having recently absorbed dragon blood, Xiaobai managed to suppress this reaction. Seizing the moment, Xiaolu circled around to Lin Ming's side. She was severely injured, so the life stones had to be temporarily sealed until the battle was over. Xiaolu placed several life stones beside Lin Ming, and her wounds stopped bleeding and began to heal rapidly. However, to cure the cancerous cells and foundational damage, they needed the plant Lin Sheng retrieved from the cave. The current situation clearly did not allow for treatment here. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Xiaoling were conducting probing attacks. With their upgraded fusion skills, they could injure even peak disaster-level beasts. Moreover, the nine-headed sunbird could no longer move, leaving it at their mercy. In the distance, Xiaobai transformed into a thunder dragon and swiftly lunged at the body of the nine-headed fiery sunbird. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the sunbird screeched in agony. Damn it! When I get out of here, I'll devour you. However, Xiaobai paid no heed and continued to test his skills. Roar! Xiaobai unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking above the sunbird. The lightning pierced the clouds, quickly gathering into a massive storm cloud, charged with fierce electrical energy. Damn it! My nerves are still in disarray. The sunbird had just been attacked by Lin Ming, and the lightning from the hilt had disrupted its nervous system, leaving it unable to move or evade the attack. Boom! It spat a ball of fire into the sky, but it was futile. Lightning continued to strike from above, initially like raindrops, leaving only minor scorch marks on the sunbird. Then, the lightning grew thicker and fell more frequently, cascading down like a waterfall and pounding the sunbird's body. Several of its heads couldn't withstand it, and they were torn apart, emitting cries of pain and anguish. Yet, to Lin Sheng, those cries were music to his ears. Keep testing your skills. Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smirk, though there was no joy in his heart. He just wanted the sunbird dead. Puff. Xiao Ling circled the sunbird, releasing corrosive gas. Over time, the gas increased in volume, gradually enveloping the sunbird entirely. I must escape, even if I have to sever my essence. The sunbird was terrified, feeling its life force being drained away. If this continued, it might truly die. The sunbird's face twisted in rage, its heart burning with fury. Damn kid. How dare you use me for an experiment? This despicable human. It's the first time I've suffered such humiliation. How dare he use an emperor-level creature to test his skills? If I survive, I'll tear that brat to pieces. Bang! The sunbird struggled and began to flee from the poisonous mist. Escape? But Lin Sheng's two beasts wouldn't let it go. Immediately, countless skills rained down on its body. Roar! The sunbird was utterly enraged. It never imagined being hunted by king-level creatures, and the power of these two king-level beasts was overwhelming. These beasts would be a major threat to my Dark Kingdom in the future, especially that dragon-like creature. The sunbird was filled with hatred, wishing it could tear Xiaobai and Xiaoling apart right now. But for now, all it could do was flee for its life. This scene left the members of the highest council in the imperial capital utterly stunned. Chasing down a creature of emperor level, even in such a severely wounded state, a king-level being could not withstand it, unless these two beasts' attack power had already reached a catastrophic level. Catastrophic level. A king level at its peak can achieve such power. When everyone realized these were Lin Sheng's beasts, their excitement grew even more intense. It seemed the Dragon Slayer Bureau should be renamed the Dragon Breeder Bureau. But the most urgent task now was to prevent the nine-headed sunbird from escaping. Yes, the nine-headed sunbird could sacrifice one of its crystal heads to activate a space teleportation skill, so we must completely seal off that small space. I'll go. My time beast is best at spatial abilities. The head of the Dragon Slayer Bureau stood up, and everyone nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that they had been eager for that space to open before, and now they hoped it would remain closed forever. This was all thanks to Lin Sheng and Lin Ming, the talented siblings. Their abilities were truly astounding. Have you found out about their background? Someone asked. Yes, in this age of information, one can uncover a person's entire history from birth to present in just 10 minutes. Lin Sheng's parents were not exceptionally gifted beast masters, but they sacrificed themselves in a battle to protect the city. As for the two of them, roar. Why has the space teleportation ability failed? Someone has locked this place. The nine-headed sunbird cried out in terror, sensing death approaching as its life force rapidly dwindled with no source of replenishment. Finally, under the relentless bombardment from Xiaobai and Xiaoling, the last trace of the nine-headed sunbird's life force vanished into nothingness, disappearing along with the catastrophic beasts in this space. Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "It's finally dead." With the demise of the space's owner, the space itself was on the brink of collapse. Lin Sheng dared not hesitate, stepping forward to initiate sequence extraction. Acquiring nine-headed sunbird's gene bloodline. Acquiring Ji Ling Wolf King's gene bloodline. Acquiring dragon blood pangolins, gene bloodline. Acquiring nine-headed sunbirds, flamehead skill. Acquiring nine-headed sunbirds, spacehead skill. Acquiring nine-headed sunbirds, poison head skill. Acquiring qilin wolf king's enhancement skill gene. Acquiring qilin wolf king's life overdraw skill gene. The corpses of catastrophic beasts, even that of the emperor-level beast, gradually dissipated under the effect of the sequence extraction skill, while the space was on the verge of collapse. Lin Sheng went over to Lin Ming, bent down to pick her up, and without hesitation, headed towards Qilin City. At this moment, Su Xian was also returning with the Lord of Qilin City to this space. The aura of the space's owner had vanished. Su Xian slightly opened her mouth, thinking to herself, could it be that the catastrophic beast is dead? Impossible. No one here could have killed it. It must have left after failing to find Lin Sheng. The worst outcome would be that both Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Su Xian bit her lip. Meanwhile, two figures were rushing back from the Wild Wolf Mountain range. I can feel their presence. And the aura of that nine-headed monster bird and those catastrophic beasts have vanished, the Lord of Qilin City said joyfully. Sure enough, the figures of Lin Sheng and Lin Ming soon appeared on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the highest council room of Long Nation, everyone spontaneously stood up to applaud the pair. Amazing! They killed an emperor-level creature. Spread this video across the internet. It will surely be a massive morale boost for Long Nation and the entire world. The emperor-level beast masters present had already regarded these siblings as peers, destined to become emperor-level beast masters themselves, wielding the power to control the world. Immediately, dispatch the best medical team. Gather everyone worldwide who has healing-type beasts. The news of the emperor-level beast's defeat quickly spread from Long Nation to the rest of the world. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Sheng was riding on Xiaoling's back, quickly heading towards the city. On the city wall, Su Xian saw Lin Ming covered in wounds, and her heart ached. She urgently commanded, "Open the portal." Upon hearing the order, the Lord of Qilin City dared not hesitate, as he was a foreigner with no home in the main world, and the local powers were not to be underestimated. They quickly passed through the portal and returned to the main world. Throughout, Lin Sheng's face remained expressionless, only showing concern as he watched Lin Ming. Time flew like an arrow, and months passed in the blink of an eye. The video of Lin Sheng and Lin Ming fighting emperor-level beasts in space spread widely. The authorities claimed it was an accidental leak, but it was intentional. Aside from the parts that revealed their abilities, the released clips were harmless. This sparked a frenzy throughout Long Nation. How strong! Look at them. Just students capable of killing emperor-level beasts, and look at you. The internet was abuzz with discussions. Tomorrow I'll send you to duel an emperor-level beast. You might as well kill me. I don't think you even know what an emperor is. So impressive. This is the strong woman I dream of. Facing beasts to protect her loved one. Loved one? They're siblings. Siblings. Have you read too many online novels? The brother is strong too. They support each other. It's admirable, especially when the sister wielded that broad sword. In that moment, I saw a goddess. I'd die happy, even as a dog, if I could marry such a goddess. You? Send me your address. I'll show you. Discussions about Lin Sheng and Lin Ming engulfed Long Nation in excitement. Meanwhile, in a desolate area among the ruins of a deserted city, a middle-aged man in black stood atop a high building. Below were wandering beasts of lord level and above. Did you think playing dead would fool my time-space beast? The man muttered as he looked at his Rolex. Beside him appeared a bizarre emperor-level beast with 5 short legs and 7 blood-red eyes. At that moment, the space in the middle of the abandoned city suddenly collapsed. From a single cell, a body of flesh and blood began to form. If anyone were present, they would recognize it as the 9-headed sunbird. The bird roared furiously, "Damn humans! I'll tear you to pieces." Its rage burned like an inferno, capable of leveling a human-based city, but it was directed solely at Lin Sheng. When the 9-headed sunbird sensed the space being locked, it immediately decided to abandon its crystal head. Using the head's illusion ability, it left a decoy body and teleported away, leaving 3/4 of its body and the vital crystal head behind. But it was better than being killed by a mere king-level boy. A smirk played at the corner of the middle-aged man's lips. The 9-headed blazing sunbird is now gravely injured, with its true power reduced to perhaps less than 1%. He might as well take advantage of this opportunity, thanks to Lin Sheng and Lin Ming, the sibling duo. Without them, facing an emperor-level beast heathen and trying to kill it would have been impossible for him. Especially considering the sunbird's spatial abilities, it would have been nearly impossible to stop it from escaping. Finally, the sunbird spotted the humans on the skyscraper and panicked, squawking anxiously, "Oh no! Contact the Emperor quickly." Fearing that it would be killed by the Black Dragon Emperor upon its return, it chose to teleport to the 9 provinces, only to fall right into someone else's trap. In the next instant, the space-time beast below opened its enormous mouth, which seemed like a miniature universe, and instantly swallowed the sunbird. Its body gradually shrank until it was completely consumed by the space-time beast. The middle-aged man showed a satisfied expression, thinking to himself, "Not bad. I owe thanks to those siblings." This was the first major emotional response he had since becoming an Emperor-level beast tamer. Digesting an Emperor-level beast was a significant boost for his space-time beast, even if this Emperor was down to a mere fraction of its power. It was a pity about the crystal head, though. He wondered if it still existed in that secret realm. To him, the sunbird's greatest asset was its crystal head that controlled space-time, or else it wouldn't have abandoned it only at the brink of death. "I suppose it's time for me to head back," he said as he entered the mouth of the space-time beast beside him. The beast's mouth opened wider and wider until it swallowed its entire form. In a blink, the skyscraper was left empty. In a distant mountain range, the aura vanished. An indistinct Emperor-level beast murmured to the giant dragon beside it, "Useless." Nyack remained largely unemotional, surprised only that the nine-headed blazing sunbird had also perished there. As an Emperor-level beast, it shouldn't have died so easily. Even if it had just reached Emperor level, its power suppressed at the peak of disaster. Encountering a true Emperor didn't necessarily mean death. It seemed its opponent was rather unique. "Emperor, shall I go?" asked the indistinct beast beside it. "No, there are many emperors in the 9 provinces. You going there would only cause trouble if surrounded, and the higher-ups are likely prepared. Going would mean falling into a trap." Nyack's eyes glinted sharply. "Yes, I was foolish." The indistinct beast beside it lowered its stance. The Black Dragon King once obtained something from the ruins, making it smarter and stronger than other beasts, even humans, which is why it held a place in the Dark Empire. "Return to the Dark Realm. I need to consult the Master." Just as humans have societies, so do beasts, though theirs is far more brutal and straightforward. All beings in the Dark Empire worship their one true master. Outside the city hospital of the Magic City, a newly arrived intern nurse's heart raced with anxiety, her eyes flitting between familiar yet unfamiliar figures. Even the hospital director was present, heightening the tense atmosphere. She thought to herself that the doctors before her were renowned figures she had seen in medical journals, and some were even disaster-level beast tamers with healing abilities. Who was lying in the ward? Could it be one of the siblings? "President, director, and has subdued the ferocious beast," a figure whispered in the ear of the Beast Tamer Association president. The president breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the burden in his heart lighten. He turned to the world-renowned doctors and asked, "Several months have passed. What have you concluded?" The doctors exchanged glances, their expressions apologetic. "President Rome, we are at a loss. Without the life stone, the patient's life cannot be saved." Although the doctor's Chinese was somewhat awkward, the helplessness in the words was clear. President Rome frowned slightly, understanding that the hidden ailments caused by overextending one's life force were indeed difficult to cure. Unless what?" President Rome asked urgently. "If Lin Ming can be saved, any sacrifice would be worth it." "Unless there is an Emperor-level healing skill," the doctor replied. "Emperor level? That's impossible." President Rome shook his head, thinking that there was only one person on Blue Star with an Emperor-level healing skill, and he had sworn never to use it again, let alone for the Dragon Nation. At that moment, Bai He and her parents, along with Su Xin and students from the Imperial Capital and Magic City, gathered outside the ward. The hospital director held his breath, thinking, do these students from the top academies have even more powerful connections? As time goes on, those siblings might become the most untouchable figures in the Dragon Nation. Even the powerful families from major Bay cities had sent their condolences in recent days, but they had yet to take a clear stance, merely observing the situation. A young man in black walked up to the hospital. "Mr. Lin," the guards called respectfully. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, expressionless, and walked straight into the hospital. Watching him leave, the inspector breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of oppression, as if facing not a young man, but an elder who had lived for decades, exuding an overwhelming and steady aura. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the floor where Lin Ming was, just in time to overhear the doctor's conversation. "There's basically no hope. Her cells have already undergone massive pathological changes, compounded by various complex diseases." Seeing Lin Sheng pause, the doctors hurriedly turned and descended the stairs. President Rong offered an awkward smile, thinking, "No hope? That just means your medical technology on Blue Star is lacking." The little deer in the beast space chuckled, seemingly full of anticipation for what was to come. For the past few months, Lin Sheng has been searching for alternative plants as effective as the lantern grass. With lantern grass, not only can diseases be cured, but even severed limbs can regenerate. "Lin Sheng, don't worry. We are urgently contacting the Emperor-level Beast Master. There is still a chance." President Rong looked at Lin Sheng with a worried expression, afraid he might do something rash. They couldn't afford to lose another genius. I understand, Lin Sheng nodded, greeting everyone present before walking straight into the ward. The room was sealed on all sides, and the figure on the iron bed was covered in needle marks, with a faintly glowing life stone placed at the head of the bed. As soon as he entered, a wave of violent consciousness surged into Lin Sheng's mind, and his eyes were instantly bloodshot. Whenever he stepped into this room, Lin Ming's emotions would affect him, amplifying all feelings, which was why the rescue was so difficult. Lin Sheng steadily approached, removed all the needles from Lin Ming's body, and placed 2 more life stones beside her. Finally, he combined the lantern grass with a few auxiliary ingredients from elsewhere. These ingredients were merely to suppress the potency of the lantern grass. He took a leaf from the lantern grass, crushed it with the auxiliary ingredients, and placed it by Lin Ming's pillow. In a week, she would awaken, and within half a month, she would regain her strength and perhaps become even stronger. Following Xiao Lu's advice, Lin Sheng acted accordingly, though he still felt a trace of anger. Finally, the herbal mixture was ready, and Lin Sheng placed it in Lin Ming's pocket. Crack! At that moment, the door opened. Bai He, unable to bear Lin Sheng facing this alone, entered without permission, just as she always stayed by his side in the past. Seeing the needles removed from Lin Ming, Bai He's eyes reddened slightly. Lin Sheng must not want his sister to suffer anymore, and he must be in turmoil now. With that thought, she looked at the boy in front of her, with his slightly golden eyes and disheveled face, and couldn't help but kiss him. Lin Sheng was caught off guard, wrapping his arms around her slender, white back, his desire magnified to the extreme. Look ahead, Bai said somewhat naively, turning around without understanding what to do. She wore white socks, held by the waist, lifting her wrist slightly to barely match Lin Sheng's height. Outside the ward, Bai's mother frowned slightly. Make sure to comfort the child later. Bai Jiogo nodded, faintly hearing sobs from the ward. Half an hour later, the ward door opened. Bai He emerged with faint tear stains on her face, but also a smile. Lin Ming is awake? What did you say? Upon hearing this, everyone present was overjoyed and rushed into the ward. Although the needles had been removed from Lin Ming, the electrocardiogram fluctuated rapidly. Quick, call all the doctors back. Okay, I'll call now. By this time, Lin Ming's heartbeat had completely returned to normal levels and was even getting stronger. What do you mean? She's recovered. How is that possible? The medical team members were incredulous, momentarily frozen as they were about to leave. Based on the previous observations, this girl from Longhua was almost beyond saving, even if the Emperor-level Beastmaster came. With just a heartbeat recovery, was this a sign of temporary recovery before death? They exchanged glances, filled with doubt, deciding to return for another look. The doctors who initially intended to leave suddenly rushed back in a hurry. When they reached the ward and saw the now stable data, they were astounded. Quick! Start checking all the indicators immediately. With the command given, the doctors swiftly took out their instruments and began the examinations in a flurry. Thanks to modern technology, the checkups were remarkably convenient, and within 5 minutes, all indicators were assessed. However, the world's top physicians stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, shaking their heads while murmuring, This is impossible. Just moments ago, this girl from the Dragon Country seemed to be on the brink of death. They had only been gone a few minutes, and suddenly all the dangerous cells within her had died, and her wounds were gradually healing. It seemed she might wake up in less than a day. This defied all their understanding. Even the most skilled beast tamers couldn't achieve such rapid recovery. My God, what medicine did you give this girl? A foreign leader asked Rong Huichang incredulously. Rong Huichang merely glanced at Lin Sheng, seemingly understanding something, and shook his head. We did nothing. It was simply a miracle. Everyone began to pray, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. I knew Sister Lin Ming had a strong constitution and would be fine, Su Exine said, wiping the corners of her eyes, though her shock was far less than that of the doctors. The doctors were nearly scared stiff. If this had happened to an ordinary person, they would have done anything to take Lin Ming back for research. But now, that was clearly impossible. Even making such a request would be seen as provoking a nation. They could only make a recovery plan for Lin Ming, and then left under the escort of soldiers. President Rome, the families from major Bay cities have sent letters of condolence. A servant brought several letters, respectfully handing them to President Rome. He opened them, glanced over and laughed coldly. These families are really impatient. The doctors had just left, and the news spread quickly, indicating there were plenty of informants. President Rome crumpled the letters into a ball and tossed them into the trash. He knew the real intentions of these families. They were likely worried that the siblings might threaten their status in the future. Not everyone was pleased with the emergence of such prodigies in the Dragon Country. There were bound to be some who harbored ill intentions. No one is to speak of what happened here. I want to see who dares to step out at a time like this, President Rong's gaze was sharp, silently deciding it was time to clean out the troublemakers. Great. Sister Lin Ming has finally recovered. Du Ning and Du Qinxiu, two pairs of sisters, approached Lin Sheng. Du Ning looked at Lin Sheng curiously. Lin Sheng, why do you look a bit off? It's nothing, Lin Sheng replied quietly. Earlier in the room, his thoughts were in disarray, leading him to do things even he hadn't anticipated. Now that Lin Ming had recovered, the ability affecting his emotions had dissipated, leaving Lin Sheng feeling guilty. He realized his actions had been excessively harsh, especially in such a place. The young girl had gritted her teeth, yet he hadn't stopped, instead increasing his force. Reflecting on his actions, Lin Sheng felt truly ashamed. Don't blame yourself, the little deer quietly comforted him. Some powerful species mate with 4 or 5 females daily to pass on their superior genes. That's the correct choice. In its view, only the strong have the right to fulfill such duties. What's the harm in 1 or even 10? However, this reasoning didn't sway Lin Sheng. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his moral beliefs were deeply ingrained. It's okay, said by he, as her cool, delicate hand grasped his. She leaned against the wall with one hand, while holding Lin Sheng with the other. I'm willing, she reassured him, feeling no resentment. Although it wasn't exactly what she had imagined, she wasn't upset. Lin Sheng nodded silently, meeting by his gaze. At that moment, his spirit felt elevated as if some shackle had been unlocked, leaving his mind clearer than ever before. His resolve strengthened. He knew he had to become more powerful. Having encountered an emperor, he realized how weak his current strength was. If the Black Dragon King had come, neither he nor his sister would have survived. I need to gather disaster-level materials for Xiao Bai's advancement, Lin Sheng thought, his eyes brightening. I'll act once Lin Ming recovers. Moreover, he still had emperor and disaster-level genes to inject, which would truly transform Xiao Bai. Du Ning and Du Qinxiu, observing them, felt a twinge of discomfort. What's happening to me? Du Ning wondered. Bai is just worried about him. I've got nothing going on these days, so I'll watch over Sister Lin Ming, she offered. Lin Ming had often taken care of her at school, their relationship akin to that of teacher and student. I should do it. I've recently learned some patient care techniques from my family's doctor, Bai insisted. They argued for a bit before agreeing to take turns with someone familiar. Within a week, Lin Ming awoke, her injuries fully healed and her strength several times what it was before. Her eyes glowed with a faint white light, her eyelashes imbued with a divine aura. They embraced, tears streaming down Lin Ming's face. What's happened to my sister? How has she become so much stronger? Lin Sheng wondered aloud. Isn't it obvious? The little deer retorted. Did you really think that plant was just a lantern grass? It's a divine herb. Consuming it can transform a person completely, it explained, feeling like its master was a country bumpkin. Some races conquer the world through sheer strength, needing potent substances to refine their bodies. Some can even battle emperor-level beasts with their bare hands. Lin Sheng was startled. With their bare hands against an emperor? Indeed. They're called warriors, while you are a beast master. An even rarer existence, the deer replied. Are you saying there are other races in the universe? Lin Sheng asked, seizing upon the key point. I don't know, but there are places on Blue Star beyond your imagination, the deer said, not elaborating further. You must harness your beastmaster talent. It's a noble gift, a blessing for humans. The little deer seemed to hold beastmasters in high regard. Just wait, the lantern grass's mysteries will slowly unfold. Your sister is far more talented than you, it exclaimed excitedly. Lin Sheng rolled his eyes, but continued towards his destination. He was on his way to meet the strongest individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng returned to the Magic City Academy, entered his dorm, and put on a tech projection helmet, instantly appearing in a conference room. In the room, 6 or 7 elderly figures were scrutinizing him with deep, penetrating eyes, as if they could see through the sands of time. Lin Sheng felt a pang of anxiety. These were powerful figures who had lived for centuries and could make entire clans disappear with a mere stomp of their feet. Not bad, the young man is quite handsome. Ha ha ha, we must thank Yang City for nurturing such a genius. One of the elders chuckled, then asked, Young man, have you considered marriage recently? My niece is the president of the Feng City Beastmaster Association, and she's in her prime. They spoke as if Lin Sheng was already part of their family. Lin Sheng couldn't afford to joke around. Facing these old monsters, he could only respond calmly. I already have someone in mind. Oh, with your current fame, who could possibly catch your eye? Besides, my niece is only in her 30s, still very young. Having someone in mind doesn't mean you can't have a second one. I have 7 wives from different countries, another elder grumbled, seemingly eager to push his niece onto Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng felt helpless. 30 and still young? Indeed, these were ancient beings. Even their leftover years might surpass his age. Since you're with the Dragon Slaying Bureau, how about becoming the deputy director? It's time to change the bureau's name too, said a middle-aged man with a stubbly beard, speaking openly. Is that so? You're starting to pull strings already? This young man is from my Beastmaster Association too. I remember your hometown is Yang City, right? From now on, you'll oversee the Yang City Beastmaster Association. President Rong smiled at Lin Sheng, while others also argued, offering resources that money couldn't buy. Lin Sheng was taken aback. Deputy Director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau? Branch President of the Beastmaster Association? Some were even planning to give up their positions for him. They seemed ready to retire early. I'm used to a leisurely life, so these positions can just be honorary. However, my pet beast is about to advance to a disaster level, and I need many materials, Lin Sheng said quietly. Materials are no problem. As the top freshman of the Magic City Academy, you certainly qualify for advancement materials for your pet beast. What materials can't we provide? Do you look down on us? Just tell us what you need. The elders were confident, eager to impress the younger generation. Oh, and also, I'm planning to acquire some rare beast corpses for advancement materials, Lin Sheng added, listing 2 or 3 dozen extremely rare beasts, while secretly planning to hide his intention to collect the floating whale beast corpses. Otherwise, purchasing only the floating whale might raise suspicion, given the sharp minds present. That's also doable. Although they are indeed scarce, it's not impossible to obtain. The elders frowned slightly, wondering why this young man kept presenting challenges. But having boasted, they couldn't back down without losing face. Well, thank you very much. My advancement materials mainly require Millennium Ice Stone, 7 Aperture Ginseng. Lin Sheng listed the names of the materials he needed. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually changed. Initially calm, they slowly began to frown. Then their mouths opened slightly in shock as they looked at the young man before them. Are you serious? A disaster-level advancement material with requirements even higher than those for an Emperor-level advancement material. Back then, they had spent decades searching for the Emperor-level materials needed for pet beast advancement. This is practically a death sentence. The Millennium Ice Stone is available, and the other materials can be purchased, but the 7 Aperture Ginseng is truly nowhere to be found. The principal of the Magic City Academy suddenly regretted setting such a condition and threshold. The beast's carcass can be acquired for you, but the 7 Aperture Ginseng can only be found in the Great Tree Secret Realm. The Great Tree Secret Realm is the largest secret realm on Blue Star, gathering the world's strongest, including fierce beasts. Even a disaster-level beast tamer risks death upon entering. The Tree King of the Great Tree Secret Realm possesses the 7 Aperture Ginseng. Everyone spoke silently. Clearly, many things remained unsaid. This world is not as it appears to the ordinary people. Many secrets are hidden. For instance, the Great Tree Secret Realm, where even an Emperor-level being entering it would not cause a ripple in the space. This implies that the master of that space is at or beyond the Emperor level. Lin Sheng nodded silently, understanding that many truths about the world were still concealed. In the past, Lin Sheng lived in a web of lies woven by others. Only when his strength approached a certain threshold did the world's truths begin to unfold before him. After making arrangements with the others, Lin Sheng exited the virtual meeting. Just then, he received a message from Lin Ming. While I was unconscious, I felt like I had a dream that made me really angry. I wonder if it was real. Maybe you're overthinking it. Someone was with you in the ward the whole time. Lin Sheng typed and sent back. Within seconds, a reply came. Maybe. Hopefully. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Lin Sheng felt slightly anxious. Could Lin Ming have been awake at that time? If so, Lin Sheng quickly shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. There should be a teleportation array to such secret realms downstairs at the Magic City Academy. However, before that, Lin Sheng had more important matters to attend to. After leaving the meeting room, someone asked another, "Is the information you found true?" "Yes, it is. Over a decade ago, Yang City was attacked by fierce beasts. Lin Sheng's parents saved a child on the front lines, but they perished in that war. The child they saved was exceptionally gifted and learned things very quickly. The only issue is that she seemed to appear out of nowhere. Silence fell among them. That child was Lin Ming. She and Lin Sheng are not biological siblings, but they kept this fact hidden. She has always cared for Lin Sheng as a sister, with meticulous attention. Her possessiveness is akin to a fierce beast's dominance over its possessions. Go check Yang City and see if there's any special secret realm space there. Your sister's resilience is truly remarkable." Xiaolu initially thought it would take at least 1 to 2 months for a full recovery, but amazingly, she regained consciousness in less than a day and fully recovered in under a month. Xiaolu, in the beast space, couldn't help but marvel at how quickly a human could adapt to the lantern grass. If it weren't for Lin Sheng being in the picture, Xiaolu might have been more inclined to form a contract with Lin Ming. Perhaps if Lin Sheng hadn't come, it would have been Lin Ming destined to form a contract with it. Lin Sheng used the teleportation array in the magical city to quickly arrive in Yangqing without informing anyone and headed straight to Baihe's home. Upon arrival, he was stopped by the guard. However, when the guard recognized who he was taken aback. Lin Sheng is now the president of the Yangqing Beastmaster Association, and if the major powers in Yangqing knew of his arrival, they would certainly greet him with much fanfare. Even the main family of the Bai family in the magical city would come to welcome Lin Sheng. So how could a mere guard dare to stop him? At this moment, Bai Mu and Bai He were welcoming guests from afar, coming from the magical city. Bai Mu was dressed in a cashmere sweater, revealing her fair shoulders, paired with a short skirt, exuding a mature charm. Bai He wore a similar white plush sweater as her mother, with a soft round face that made people want to get close to her. Bai Jiagong was not home, having been summoned back to the main Bai family in the magical city. In front of the mother and daughter stood Bai Jing, a very influential figure from the magical city's Bai family. In the past, when he visited such a small city, he seemed like an emperor visiting his vassals' homes, but now he appeared somewhat reserved, all because of Lin Sheng's presence. "Madam, Miss Bai, I heard that the young lady has a good relationship with President Lin?" Bai Jing asked tentatively. Their main family had a marriage alliance with the Bai family in Yangqing, with Bai He as the intended bride. Recently, upon hearing about Bai He's close relationship with Lin Sheng, the Bai family hurriedly halted the marriage and sent him to inquire carefully. If they could establish a connection with Lin Sheng, the Bai family might overcome this crisis. After all, the authorities were angry, and major family clans in several Bai cities were like startled birds, with some even disappearing overnight. "I don't know, they are just classmates," Bai Mu replied with a slight frown, clearly unaware of Bai He and Lin Sheng's relationship. Bai He felt disappointed upon hearing this and wanted to retort. Bai Jing, sensing an opportunity, brightened up and quickly suggested, "Oh, they're classmates, then they should keep in touch. If it doesn't work out, being a concubine or a secondary wife is fine." In the eyes of the main family, the direct descendants scattered across various cities were tools for marriage alliances, and being able to assist the main family was considered their greatest blessing. Currently, Lin Sheng is at an ideal age and has a considerable network in both the magical city and the imperial capital, with outstanding talent. Recently, there were even rumors of him being summoned by an emperor-level beast master, making him the perfect candidate. Besides the Bai family, many others had already sent invitations, which is quite common in today's world. Just like Hu Kun from the Magical Academy, who had several marriage agreements with various families due to his audacity when he first enrolled. "Is that so? I will try to keep in touch more," Bai Mu replied calmly. In her heart, she felt it was already over. Perhaps when Lin Sheng had not yet risen, Bai He still had a chance. But now, she understood those men too well. Why would he choose Bai He over so many women who were prettier and from stronger backgrounds? Wouldn't that be laughable? Bai Mu had long remembered the saying that it's easier for a woman to pursue a man. Lin Sheng was probably already ensnared by the charms of those powerful families, perhaps even married to one or two of them. If this was the case in Yangqing, how much more so in a big city like the Modu base? Bai Mu had seen this happen many times. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lin Sheng stepped into the room, and seeing 3 people already there, he paused in surprise. Bai Jing was even more startled. You, why are you here?" Bai Jing never expected that Lin Sheng had already returned to Yangqing. "I'm here to see Bai He," Lin Sheng said calmly. Seeing his gaze, Bai He couldn't help but think of that previous scene, her face turning red with embarrassment. Her daughter's expression made Bai Mu's heart skip a beat. This young man was quite impressive, not blinded by immediate benefits, but still came to find Bai He. Perhaps she had been too shallow. Bai Mu's gaze softened as she looked at Lin Sheng. "I heard everything just now. Bai He is not a tool for your arranged marriages," Lin Sheng said coldly. Hearing the dissatisfaction in his voice, Bai Jing was immediately flustered, nodding repeatedly. Yes, our family has always supported the girl's own choices. We're here to convey that." He didn't dare disagree. With just one word from Lin Sheng, the Bai family could suffer greatly, and his own fate might be even worse. "Tell the Bai family that Bai He's future relationships are not for you to decide," Lin Sheng said coldly. Bai Jing nodded repeatedly. Bai Mu's gaze towards Lin Sheng deepened. This young man had a commendable character, making even a mother a bit envious. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" Bai Mu invited Lin Sheng. Bai He's face flushed red and she whispered, "Yes, brother Lin. Stay for dinner before you leave." Outwardly calm, Bai He's heart raced. She couldn't help but recall the past, feeling a bit guilty towards sister Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was first, and her mother didn't stop her back then. But when Lin Sheng mentioned her future relationships, Bai He felt a slight disappointment. After a pleasant dinner, Lin Sheng left the Bai family villa. Seeing that Bai He was fine, Lin Sheng was relieved and promised himself to take responsibility in the future. But now, he had more important matters to attend to. Lin Sheng headed directly to the Beastmaster Association in Yangqing. Upon hearing the news, the president and deities of the association came to greet him. "Haha, Lin Sheng, you're finally back," Deities said with a smile. "But now I should call you President Lin." calling you by name isn't appropriate anymore. Hearing Di Qian, those around felt awkward. You know that, right? Besides you, who else would dare call Lin Sheng by his name? No need, Di Qian, just call me by my name, Lin Sheng replied, returning the words Di Qian once said to him. Di Qian blushed. You little rascal, you've learned to tease your sister, she said, her tone shifting. Anyway, what brings you back to Yangcheng? I have some matters to attend to. Is there a teleportation array to the Great Tree World in Yangcheng? There is, but it's been sealed for a while. I'll take you there. With that, Di Qian led Lin Sheng to the Great Tree Teleportation Array. Not much was known about the world within this array, only that it was one of the largest secret realms in the world. Without the appropriate token, one couldn't enter. Fortunately, Lin Sheng had obtained such a token from President Rome. It was a green leaf, exuding a vibrant life force. As Lin Sheng stood on the teleportation array, the leaf in his hand gradually dissipated, and he vanished from Yangcheng's array. He reappeared in a pure white room. At the exit stood a pair of cat-eared maids welcoming him. Oh, a new face. Someone suddenly entered the white room, a robust figure with explosive muscles. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wu Lu, in charge of managing those entering the secret realm from Longhua. Lin Sheng spoke calmly, his gaze curiously sweeping over the two cat-human hybrids at the door. The burly man laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent, and continued, Don't mind them. Our beast tamers in Longhua have peculiar tastes, and they insisted on this. After saying this, he walked over to Lin Sheng and scanned him with a device. Oh, a king level? That's quite rare. The burly man seemed a bit surprised. In this world of giant trees, while there are king-level beings and even ordinary people can survive here, anyone from the outside world who enters, except for stowaways, is at least a disaster-level beast tamer. Follow me. I'll introduce you to the place. Wu Lu led Lin Sheng out of the room to a place resembling the Beast Tamer Association. This place was more than 10 times larger than the original association. Occasionally, a few beast tamers passed by, all looking at Lin Sheng with curiosity, as it's apparent that not many beast tamers can enter the world of giant beasts, and they almost all know each other. The territory of the giant tree world is no smaller than a country, and where you are now is the base camp of our Longhua. Once you leave here, your fate is up to you. Wu Lu smiled, a hint of warning in his tone. That's it? That's it. You'll know once you experience it yourself. He knew well that the brutality of this place was beyond imagination, with street killings being the least of worries, and even the destruction of families wouldn't attract attention. Lin Sheng wasn't interested in learning much about this. He was here for one item. Is there any 7-aperture ginseng here? He asked. Of course. Wu Lu turned his neck, a sly look flashing in his eyes. Go to the arena. The prize includes 7-aperture ginseng. Soon, Lin Sheng left the base. After learning he was only at king level, Wu Lu clearly didn't want to say much more. Along the way, Lin Sheng saw many children in tattered clothes, but upon seeing the Longhua emblem on his body, they dared not approach. These people should be the original inhabitants here, the ordinary citizens of the Giant Tree Empire. Now the empire has been invaded by several large base cities, making life difficult. Lin Sheng also saw many scenes of selling fierce beasts and people, and it seemed that nothing here was under control. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at a dueling arena. Hello. Upon seeing someone from the main world, the staff's attitude immediately became extremely respectful. After all, anyone who could come from the main world was at least a disaster-level beast tamer, practically a local emperor in this world. Civilization here is indeed backward. No wonder President Rong and others are reluctant to talk about this world. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, thinking to himself that since he was here, he had to adapt to the environment. What kind of match would you like to schedule? The staff asked. I'm here to compete, Lin Sheng replied. Compete? The staff immediately changed their expression. What level? Any specific requirements? He continued to ask. The requirement is a reward of 7-aperture ginseng, Lin Sheng said firmly. The 7-aperture ginseng is owned by the Tree King, and there happens to be a king-level duel tomorrow. The winner can meet the Tree King. The staff spoke softly, clearly only responsible for providing information. I'll take that match, Lin Sheng agreed, and was quickly led to a resting room. He hadn't rested long in the room when there was a knock at the door. Lin Sheng opened it to find 7 or 8 slaves standing outside, with diverse skin colors black, white, human-beast hybrids, and even elves. Each had fair skin and appearance that could easily score a 9 out of 10. I wonder if this guest has any needs. Just 100,000 a night, the person said with a smile. Before Lin Sheng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the cold sound of the door closing, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. The world was indeed full of hidden secrets, and the existence of elves was a surprising revelation. Currently, over 70 of Blue Star's territory remained in mysterious realms, not fully unlocked, with some areas even inaccessible to him. Suddenly, Little Deer spoke with a hint of surprise in its voice. Really? You've actually been to the Great Tree Mystic Realm? Lin Sheng was taken aback, not expecting little deer to be so knowledgeable about these matters. He released his two pet beasts, and both Xiao Ling and Xiao Bai appeared quite curious. It's easy to enter here, but hard to leave. Information is completely sealed off, and ordinary people have no way of knowing. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that if it weren't for his current level of power, he might not have known about such places on Blue Star. Even with power, without the right channels, it would be impossible to find out. His attention was quickly drawn to a leaderboard in the room. On the All Spirits Arena solo leaderboard, the first place was Ling Dong, and the second was Zeus. The more Lin Sheng looked, the more astonished he became. Zeus, the strongest entity from the Lighthouse Nation, was among them. Director An's name was also listed, and even the nine-headed fiery sunbird made an appearance. Lin Sheng was shocked to realize that emperors and beast masters from various countries participated in this competition, and even fierce beasts had fought here. The leaderboard had over 13,000 entries, with the weakest beings being king-level beast masters, indicating that more than 13,000 king-level and above beast masters and intelligent fierce beasts had participated. The rewards were incredibly generous, with some rankings offering prizes that included people. The seventh prince's legitimate daughter from the Great Tree Empire, the elves, it was all astonishing. Even king-level beast masters took part, highlighting the immense stakes involved. No wonder this mysterious realm was ungoverned and impossible to manage. Such a vast group of beast masters, with the weakest being king-level, how could they be controlled? Laws might restrain ordinary people, but for the powerful, they are merely pieces of paper to be ignored. This is true even in reality, let alone in a mysterious realm. Master, let's go see the Tree King. Little deer seemed quite excited, feeling a subtle urge. Although its rank was still low, it knew that meeting the Tree King would bring clarity. Of course, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ling, are you both ready? Lin Sheng's current ranking was over 13,000, placing him near the bottom. Tomorrow's battle would include the top 5,000 fighters. Don't underestimate the top 5,000. They are the elite among kings. Once on the arena, there are only two outcomes, win or die. Or choose not to die, becoming a slave to the opponent or the arena, which is no different from death, perhaps even worse. I'll infuse the skills for you first. Lin Sheng gently stroked Xiao Bai's forehead, relishing the familiar closeness. Xiao Bai shook its head, enjoying the warmth. With the infusion of skills, Lin Sheng gained the fire, space, and poison skills of the nine-headed fiery sunbird, along with the genetic bloodlines of both the bird and the Qilin wolf king, as well as the genetic bloodline of the dragon blood pangolin. During the infusion, Lin Sheng clearly felt that the spatial abilities were stronger, while the others seemed somewhat weaker. However, he didn't think much of it, assuming that the bird frequently trained its crystal head. At that moment, a massive amount of energy poured into Xiao Bai's body, pushing its rank to the brink, nearly overflowing. The immense power coursed through its body, eager to break through. The next morning, Lin Sheng awoke from his bed. The bed here was far less comfortable than his own, which spanned hundreds of square feet. Stretching lazily, Lin Sheng got up to wash up. After waking, Xiao Bai was full of energy, brimming with boundless strength. Aside from the bloodlines he acquired, the most crucial gain was the many disaster-level skills Xiao Bai obtained. Although some unsuitable skills couldn't be inherited, nearly all the abilities of the nine-headed fiery sunbird were absorbed, which was more than sufficient. In comparison, the emperor-level skills were even more important. Whoosh! As Xiao Bai's pupils glowed, Lin Sheng's coat floated in the air and smoothly slipped onto his body. This was part of the spatial ability, allowing him to manipulate objects from a distance and even float Xiao Bai's body in midair. However, the heavier the object, the harder it was to keep aloft, with only a limited time of suspension possible. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Lin Sheng opened it to see an arena staff member. Hello, sir. Your match is scheduled for the third round. The staff member glanced at Lin Sheng, who looked significantly different from the previous day, taking an extra moment to observe him. Mr. Lin, you didn't buy anything from the seller who came last night, did you? The staff member hinted. Lin Sheng shook his head. That's good. The staff member didn't elaborate, as it wasn't within his responsibilities. Soon, Lin Sheng was led to the arena. At that moment, a fierce battle was underway between a beast and a human beast master. The 300th ranked giant tusked elephant was confronting the 399th ranked king phoenix. The audience was abuzz with excitement, cheers echoing throughout. In the expansive arena, the beast master's second pet had been trampled by the giant tusked elephant, leaving it in a dire state. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, his thoughts drifting to Xiao Ling and Xiao Bai. He chuckled to himself, knowing that the death of a beast was common here, merely requiring a new contract a mutual tool for use. A voice came from beside Lin Sheng. Turning, he saw a burly, shirtless blonde man looking at him with interest. You're new here, aren't you? I hope you and your little pets make it out alive. The blonde man didn't say much more to Lin Sheng, as the newcomer didn't warrant his attention, not even worthy of a challenge. Using pets? That's something only a worthless beastmaster would do, Lin Sheng said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the blond man's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze narrowing as he assessed the young man before him. Mr. Jack, what brings you to chat with the newcomers today? A man in a suit and glasses, looking like a butler, approached with a welcoming smile, bowing respectfully. Nothing much, just a brat who doesn't know his place. The blond man replied fluently in English, which Lin Sheng understood completely. A sovereign beastmaster's memory was exceptional, needing only 6 hours to learn a new language. The match soon concluded. The winner is Wang Feng. Damn it, I should have bet on the higher-ranked side. This beastmaster got lucky, but I doubt his 2 beasts will last much longer. Serves him right for making me lose money. Maybe next time I should bet on the one with the better odds? Forget it. I'll keep going against the odds. I need to study each contestant's performance, how much their skills have improved, their current form, and place my bets based on both sides' conditions and current strength. Before long, I'd be jumping off a building. Wang Feng returned to the waiting area, looking filthy but with a fiery temper, showing no sign of the recent loss of a few pets. He shouted at the staff, "Go buy me 2 king-level beasts right now. I've got plenty of money." The staff, being ordinary people, dared not neglect these beast masters. They rushed forward, knowing that winning a match could earn someone billions. This was a real big shot, and needed to be served well. In the end, everyone will fall at your feet. A bespectacled staff member respectfully announced to Jack, "Next match, rank 4,790. Jack, rank 6,320. Dragon Blood Warrior." Contestants used aliases. Few went by their real names. The crowd cheered. "Jack, look over here. Jack, I love you. I bet 30 million on you. Go and finish him off." With such a gap between rank 4790 and 6320, the outcome seemed inevitable. "Make him suffer a bit longer, little Jack. Jack, free tonight to keep me company, darling?" The crowd was thrilled, and Jack basked in their attention, his eyes occasionally wandering among the noblewomen from the giant tree empire, pondering which one to visit tonight. "So, you're Jack? No problem if I kill you, right?" his opponent sneered. Jack motioned with his hand, and the Dragon Blood Warrior summoned his 2 mid-king level pets, both ironclad dragons. The ironclad dragons roared and charged at Jack. As Jack gestured, 2 massive, armored giants wielding shields and long swords suddenly appeared. Swish! The match ended without suspense, with the shield-wielding giants slaughtering the 2 beasts, and the beast master himself falling in the arena, cut into the ground by a big sword. Armored giants? Huh? And 2 of them at late king level. Lin Sheng rubbed his chin, feeling the Dragon Blood Warrior seemed off, as if he had fought a bloody battle with 10 people the night before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Lin Sheng knew he would eventually face Jack. Jack was placed in this match with a much lower-ranked opponent to gain attention. Otherwise, who would travel far to watch newbies pecking at each other? The audience wanted to see veterans slaughtering newcomers, to show them the harsh reality of competition, and Lin Sheng was clearly among those destined to be slaughtered. The conversation between Jack and Lin Sheng was likely out of curiosity, wanting to know why Lin Sheng held back that night. Lin Sheng smirked, thinking those women who were at least 9 or 10 in terms of looks were probably sent by Jack. Jack wouldn't know that compared to the beautiful women Lin Sheng had seen, those were just ordinary. He was immune to such charms. It's surprising that a veteran ranked within the top 5,000 feared losing to a newcomer. To win, he would use any means necessary. The competition probably started the moment Lin Sheng entered this world. If even a contestant ranked below 5,000 was so cunning, what about those ranked higher? Next, Invincible Dinosaur Warrior. It's my turn. Lin Sheng stepped out of the waiting room, his face expressionless. Lin Sheng called himself the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. He didn't care about changing his name for every match. As Lin Sheng stepped onto the dueling arena, Jack watched with interest. Many newcomers had crashed and burned in this place before. Jack had survived by being cautious. Although he was just a minor player in the big competitions, he was a top contender in these smaller matches. The audience size might not compare to the major events, but it was enough for him to earn a decent amount, and most importantly, there was no danger involved. Next up, let's welcome our newcomer, the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. He will face off against the mid-stage king-level beast, the Skeleton Sword and Shield Warrior, ranked 12,300. As Lin Sheng and the shield-wielding skeleton took the stage, the crowd on the high platform fell silent. This was in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere when Jack appeared. Lin Sheng instantly drew everyone's attention, his handsome appearance sparking admiration. Is this the new beast tamer? I really don't want to see him get killed by the Skeleton Sword and Shield Warrior, the spectators murmured, with some even hoping Lin Sheng might join them as a personal attendant. A newcomer at the king level facing a mid-stage king-level Skeleton Sword and Shield Warrior was unpredictable, but more bets were placed on the skeleton. After all, A mid-stage king-level beast typically required at least 3 mid-stage king-level beast tamers to handle. The skeleton sword and shield warrior, with its daily battles, had a wealth of combat experience. It's starting, Jack smiled, silently hoping the newcomer wouldn't disappoint him. The stronger he was, the more cheers Jack could garner when he defeated him tomorrow. Having spent years slaughtering newcomers in the arena, Jack's mindset was far from ordinary. He had heard that this newcomer wasn't recruited by the arena but had come voluntarily, so he needed to be cautious and ensure Lin Sheng wasn't a plant sent to play possum. Shaoling. With a wave of his hand, Lin Sheng summoned a giant reptilian dragon as tall as a 4-story building into the arena, exuding the aura of an early-stage king. The crowd on the high platform held their breath, and the arena host widened his eyes. "What kind of breed is this?" he exclaimed, astonished by the creature that resembled a dragon but was covered in dark fur, emitting an unmistakably intense aura of darkness. "Ah, early-stage king." The skeleton sword and shield warrior chuckled, and Jack felt slightly relieved. "Just an early-stage king-level beast tamer. This little guy is making me a bit nervous," Jack remarked with a confident smile. "Die." The skeleton sword and shield warrior raised its long sword and leaped, its massive form almost blotting out the sky, the blade aimed directly at Xiaoling whoosh. Suddenly, a pitch-black spear emerged from Xiaoling's body, speeding toward the skeleton sword and shield warrior. The skeleton quickly lifted its bone shield to block the attack while swinging its bone sword at Xiaoling's neck. The skeleton sword and shield warrior wore a smug grin, thinking the young opponent was inexperienced. However, before it could finish the thought, something pierced through its chest. The spear moved like lightning, piercing through the bone shield held by the skeleton warrior and driving straight into its chest. In that instant, the parasitic creature within erupted, transforming into countless spikes that burst outward. With a resounding boom, the skeleton warrior's body shattered into pieces, defeated on the spot. "So weak? Can't we have a tougher opponent?" Xiaoling spread its dark wings and taunted arrogantly. With the power of the parasitic creature within, opponents of the same level were no match for it. Its strength had reached the mid-king stage, and with its unique skills and the boost from the parasitic creature, it was capable of challenging even those at the peak of the king stage. The audience buzzed with chatter. "What kind of skill is that? It can pierce through a bone shield. That's armor capable of withstanding attacks from even higher-level beasts. This dark creature is so cocky. Just because it looks like a dragon, it thinks it is one? The newcomer has some skills, but to be so arrogant after one win? I think the beast master is quite impressive, and the little pet is very cute too." Xiaoling's display ignited the audience's anger. They had hoped to see a nervous newcomer, but instead, they were mocked, which fueled their indignation. "Where's Jack? Get over here and teach this arrogant newcomer a lesson." Inside the arena, Jack merely waved dismissively. A mere mid-king stage opponent wasn't worth his time. However, he did acknowledge that defeating a mid-king stage skeleton warrior at the early king stage was impressive talent. If he could recruit him as an underling or a servant, it might be beneficial. After the match, the arena owner, Chao Sun, approached Lin Sheng. "Young man, you have the potential to be our next star fighter. Are you interested in signing a contract with us? I can offer you very generous terms." "Not interested," Lin Sheng replied without hesitation. He was only here for the 7 aperture ginseng. Chao Sun smiled unconcernedly. "No worries. Once you understand the dangers and benefits here, you'll change your mind." In the following days, Lin Sheng fought in over a dozen matches, each concluded with Xiaoling defeating the opponent in a single move. He earned the nickname, the Butcher, shortened to Death Demon. The reason was simple. All beasts that died at his hands were dismembered, and those who survived, regardless of gender, were taken as slaves, only to mysteriously disappear the next night. This instilled fear in other contestants, who dreaded that losing to him might lead to a fate worse than death. At this moment, in Lin Sheng's room, a teenage girl trembled as she massaged his shoulders. It was her first night with the Death Demon, and it would also be her last. "Even if I die, I'll preserve my dignity," she vowed silently, biting her lip. "It's almost time," Lin Sheng suddenly spoke. "Tomorrow is the final match." The time had almost come. Faced with the sudden prospect of death, the girl's heart tightened, and fear surged over her like a tide. What scared her even more was the uncertainty of how her captor intended to deal with her. Lin Sheng looked at her, and the girl instantly felt weak. Her previous resolve to resist stripped away, leaving her staring blankly into his pale golden eyes. It was then she realized that any fantasies of defiance were unrealistic in the face of such power. Tears welled in her eyes as memories flashed through her mind like a carousel. "You, return to the main world. When the time comes, go to Yang City in the Dragon Kingdom and mention my name. Someone will take you in," Lin Sheng said with a wave of his hand, his tone carrying undeniable authority. He would kill when necessary, but for those who lacked murderous intent and were merely forced into the competition, Lin Sheng offered them a chance. "So far, Out of dozens of opponents, only one or two had truly lacked the will to kill. Regardless of age or gender, Lin Sheng sent them to Yang City to prepare for possible future attacks by fierce beasts. Huh. The girl was a bit stunned. I told you to return to Yang City and await orders. Aren't you my servant? Follow my command. Lin Sheng didn't want to elaborate further, as explaining would be too troublesome. Xiao Ling, inside the beast space, quietly remarked, keeping them is far more useful than killing them. Xiao Lu added, these slaves have signed contracts and can never disobey orders, making them the perfect soldiers. To survive, building your own forces is essential. In this regard, the master is impeccable, and I fully support him. Xiao Bai simply licked its lips nearby. Time flew by, and the next morning, the arena was more crowded than ever, even breaking attendance records. This was all due to the arrival of a highly popular newcomer death demon, who caught the attention of everyone at the grand arena. After all, this was just a king-level arena, and there were countless such arenas across the Great Tree world. Disaster-level arenas numbered in the dozens, attracting famous disaster-level beast tamers and countless spectators worldwide. Emperor-level arenas were even rarer, with only 2 in existence, opening only a few times a year as venues for resolving grudges between emperor-level beast tamers. One belonged to the Great Tree Empire, and the other to the Global Beast Tamer Association of the main world. Now, many wealthy spectators from disaster-level arenas had flocked to this place, leaving the arena owner feeling flattered. However, Jack was in a foul mood because the newcomer had stolen his spotlight. The arena owner had even told Jack not to be too harsh during the match, which seemed like a hint that he might be replaced. Just a rookie kid, Jack thought with slight irritation, but he dared not defy the owner's orders. With a quick lesson in mind, both were ready and quickly took their places on the field. The prize for the finals was an audience with the Tree King of the Great Tree Empire, where the winner could make a request. The finalists were the newcomer Death Demon and the seasoned competitor Jack. As they stood on the field, the surrounding crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The results of the bets showed Jack having a slight edge, which made him breathe a sigh of relief and boast. A newcomer is still just a newcomer. As Jack's gaze drifted to the arena, he suddenly caught sight of a figure that made his eyes widen in shock. On the high platform sat 2 elegant blonde girls with blue eyes. Both wore tight t-shirts and short skirts, their fair skin exposed and dazzling. The skirts hugged their curves, complementing their figures. Behind them stood 5 fully armed bodyguards, bearing the emblem of the Lighthouse Nation, exuding an intimidating presence. How about it? Didn't I say this newcomer is handsome? Want to have some fun? One girl playfully asked her companion. He is quite handsome, but my father doesn't allow me to fool around. Also, his pet beast is really... The other girl hesitated. Of course, Lydia. It's absolutely true, the playful girl insisted. It's definitely the offspring of the legendary Black Dragon King. Hearing this, Lydia's eyes widened slightly. The Black Dragon King. The Lighthouse Nation knew it well. Even back in the day, her father barely managed to defeat that dragon, unable to kill it even with the help of other Emperor-level beastmasters. Jack was utterly shocked. Lydia, one of Zeus's daughters. His heart pounded. The flawless, alluring skin and light blue eyes, there was no doubt. If he could catch her attention and be taken in by her, just the thought made Jack excitedly lick his lips. He then turned his gaze to Lin Sheng. These wealthy young ladies always had their servants. Sorry, I was going to let you go, but now, become a stepping stone for me, Jack. Jack summoned 2 massive armored giants. Boom. The arena shook with a thunderous noise, drawing everyone's attention. Both were in the late king stage. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. In previous battles, Xiao Ling's level had reached the mid-king stage. Life and death battles were effective for honing ferocious beasts. Xiao Ling clearly enjoyed the intense atmosphere, which accelerated its growth. With its domain ability, it might actually stand a chance against 2 late king stage giants. After all, its father, the Black Dragon King, had once held an advantage against many Emperor-level beastmasters from the Lighthouse Nation alone. Or was it its mother? Lin Sheng wasn't sure if the Black Dragon King had a gender, or how it gave birth to Xiao Ling. Still only summoning 1 pet beast? Jack's eyes were cold. Daring to look down on him? Courting death. Now ranked in the top 5,000, this newcomer was barely over 9,000. Oh, our death mage contestant is choosing to fight with just 1 pet beast. Seems confident. The announcer's voice grated on Jack's nerves, as did the audience's whispers. His eyes grew colder, and murderous intent slowly spread within him. It really is the Black Dragon King. It's uncanny, Lydia exclaimed, covering her delicate mouth with her hand. The girl beside her was equally excited, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Die, Jack commanded. Feeling their master's murderous intent, the 2 armored giants charged forward, swords raised in fury. Brother Bai. Master, you really won't make me fight alone, will you? Xiao Ling quickly asked. You need more training, you can't always rely on Bai. Don't worry, I'll save you if you're about to be defeated, Lin Sheng reassured, patting Xiao Ling's wings. Bai, in the beast's space, nodded, indicating it had healing skills. Xiao Ling's voice was filled with grievance, on the verge of tears. Fine, I'll face what I've provoked myself. In the arena stood two colossal armored giants, each as tall as a 10-story building. One wielded a long spear, wearing a plate helmet, while the other brandished an enormous sword, with a long-tailed helmet revealing only a pair of fierce eyes. With each step they took, the ground trembled, their imposing presence striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Jack's popularity was partly due to these two beasts. After all, many people from various countries had a fascination with armored knight giants. These two royal giants possessed exceptional levels and skills, with latest-stage kingly talents and abilities like piercing, slashing, and an evolutionary path of alloy armor. They served as guardians of the giant kingdom, tasked with protecting the royal family. Jack had spent a fortune acquiring these beasts, whose levels and names were similar. Thus, when Lin Sheng mentioned that only the weak would give up their beasts, it ignited Jack's fury, clearly hitting a sore spot. He silently vowed to make Lin Sheng experience what it was like to recontract a beast, though opportunities seemed scarce now. Royal giants, don't hold back, Jack ordered coldly. The royal giants let out thunderous roars, instantly igniting the excitement of the audience, especially among the royal members of the Beast Empire and countries with historical knight legends. The arena organizers began to feel anxious, thinking to themselves, weren't you told to hold back? Just put on a bit of a show. Chao Sun anxiously signaled Jack, worriedly thinking, is this guy planning to go all out? That's my moneymaker. He was in a panic, knowing that if Jack went all out, there would be no match, and if he went too hard, Lin Sheng would be in grave danger. It looks like my brother might be in trouble. Lydia felt uneasy, while the girl next to her stood with hands on hips, clearly displeased. Lydia sighed, feeling helpless, thinking about her friend Julie's peculiar tastes, having previously bought many slaves who ended up battered. She told Julie, this person is important to me, don't do anything rash. Julie, however, laughed, saying, that death mage managed to contract a descendant of Nyack. If I could give him to my father, he'd love it. Oh, Lydia, have you taken a liking to him too? That's a first. Lydia responded helplessly. Enough, let's see if he can survive first. If he does, he might be worthy of being her servant. The guards behind them remained silent, reflecting that both young ladies were stunningly beautiful, but together they were an unparalleled sight. However, they weren't as kind to male slaves. Hopefully, the guy below would have some luck, as being noticed by the two ladies usually didn't end well. Whoosh! The royal giant swung its massive blade, the edge whistling down. Xiao Ling let out a dragon roar, and the parasitic spirit on its body transformed into a large black hand, directly gripping the enormous blade. However, even that was not enough to withstand the overwhelming force. Damn it! The death domain. Xiao Ling dodged the giant blade with a quick sidestep and swiftly activated her domain skill. Instantly, a dark aura spread outwards, enveloping the entire arena in moments. A domain. Jack's expression changed. This damned creature actually possessed a domain. Once a pet beast masters a domain skill, its power multiplies. The domain not only grants special abilities, but also significantly enhances the pet beast's own strength while weakening the opponent's power. Like his royal giants, a single one costs 1 billion, and two together would be 20 billion. But renting them is relatively cheaper. However, if a royal giant possesses a domain, the price skyrockets to 100 billion. And they are in such high demand that no one is even selling them. Greed surged in Jack's heart. If he killed the opponent, the pet beast would be his. In the arena, seizing the opponent's pet beast is a common occurrence. Meanwhile, Julie on the platform covered her delicate mouth in shock. This guy actually has a domain ability. Could he really be a descendant of the Black Dragon King? She had been joking earlier, thinking the possibility was only half. But if he has a domain, the likelihood greatly increases. If a king-level creature can possess domain abilities, then this pet beast talent is at least in the late disaster stage or higher. The two royal giants, following orders, charged forward, weapons slashing wildly. With the domain skill activated, Xiao Ling's speed was incredibly fast, even allowing her to momentarily fly by flapping her wings, making it impossible for the attacks to hit her. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling seized the opportunity to focus her attacks on one of the royal giants, continuously spewing highly corrosive green mist. As time passed, one of the royal giants finally fell, its armor corroded to pieces, exposing bones and flesh. How is this possible? This is a late king-level royal giant. Jack was in disbelief, wondering if he had been deceived. But he bought it from a highly reputable slave market. There was no way he was deceived. Ladies and gentlemen, defeating a late king-level beast with just early king-level strength, and facing two late king-level pet beasts simultaneously. We have to say, this is nothing short of a miracle. Let's give our applause to this newcomer death demon. Chao Sun saw the opportunity and immediately started promoting Lin Sheng vigorously. As for Jack, just discard him. As long as there's money, what late king-level beast master can't be produced? Damn it. Listening to the frenzied shouts around him, Jack was furious. This newcomer dared to steal his spotlight. Jack understood that Chao Sun had abandoned him. In the eyes of these arena owners, only those who can generate profit have value. But what made Jack most desperate was the clear sensation of his pet beasts and his life force being continuously drained. This domain actually has the ability to strip away life force. As the battle progressed, the speed of the two pet beasts would only continue to decrease. Just then, one of the royal giants finally seized an opportunity, swinging its giant blade fiercely at Xiaoling in midair. A look of joy appeared on Jack's face. However, a thick spear suddenly thrust out, piercing through the royal giant's chest in an instant. Jack couldn't believe it. His mouth was wide open, and everyone on stage fell silent, lowering their raised hands slowly. The arena's host held the microphone, wearing a look of disbelief. Julie and Lytica, on the other hand, seemed somewhat excited. A royal giant that was about to be captured was suddenly pierced through the chest by another royal giant wielding a lance. Jack had lost control over the lance-wielding giant and was filled with confusion. How is this possible? Could my own beast attack itself? This defied all logic. Beast tamers creatures were not supposed to attack each other. Yet here he was, witnessing one of his beasts attacking another, interrupting its assault. The creature emitted a green mist, and its wounds exuded a foul scent of death. Xiaoling had the ability to reawaken creatures it had killed. Although their combat power would be somewhat diminished, they weren't significantly weaker. Currently, it could only revive one creature of the same level as itself, or 3 creatures one level lower, but not both at the same time. Even so, this skill was incredibly powerful. After reviving the giant, the two giants immediately engaged in combat, and with Xiaoling's attack, the outcome was soon clear. Jack's two giants, their armor shattered, eventually fell lifeless. Jack felt utterly defeated, his face pale, as if he had lost all hope. As his beasts died, he felt his own life force gradually ebbing away, almost turning completely white. Xiaoling sneered, thinking to itself, "Want to kill me? You might as well wait for your own demise." It didn't plan to finish off Jack personally, but intended to let him live in fear of death, siphoning negative energy from him, forcing him to experience the agony of falling from grace. To be safe, Xiaoling extracted a few strands of life force from Jack. It could clearly sense Jack's intense murderous intent towards its master. If not for Lin Sheng's presence, Xiaoling would have already killed him. But to maintain its image in its master's eyes, it had to restrain itself. Xiaoling flew back to Lin Sheng's side. "Well done." Lin Sheng patted Xiaoling on the forehead and gently tapped its dragon horns twice. Xiaoling shivered slightly. Fortunately, those two latest-stage king-level night giants were not raised by Jack from a young age, so their coordination was not seamless, and their soul contract was weak. Xiaoling's failure was understandable, given that its synthesis skills were at the pinnacle of the king level. Even among 10,000 king-level beasts, not one might possess such a skill. If all else failed, Lin Sheng could summon Xiaobai. At that point, the battle would become overwhelmingly one-sided, and even the latest-stage king-level night giants might not withstand a single attack from Xiaobai. The people on the high platform were already terrified. What kind of creature is this? The intense aura of darkness emanating from it sends shivers down the spine. Could it be one of those eerie beings? No wonder it's called the Death Demon. Where is the Death Demon's signature move? Why hasn't it been unleashed yet? Come on, show it. I came here just to witness your ultimate skill. The audience was on the edge of their seats, their faces flushed with excitement. Even those who previously supported Jack were now switching sides. They didn't care who lived or died, as long as they could back the winner. It's a deep-seated admiration for the strong. Lin Sheng naturally heard the cries from the platform. The more attention the audience paid, the less likely they were to notice his abilities. The concept of hidden in plain sight was at play. As Lin Sheng used his innate skills, he acquired the royal giant's bloodline gene and the hacking skill gene. The two royal giant corpses gradually dissipated, eventually turning into yellow dust. Death Demon, Death Demon, Death Demon. Under the arena master's control, everyone on the platform chanted Lin Sheng's nickname in unison, filling the arena with the roar of Death Demon. Lin Sheng's ranking swapped with his opponents, soaring to 4,730. Xiaobai and Xiaoling couldn't acquire the royal giant's genes and skills, so Lin Sheng decided to save them for future use, perhaps for a future pet beast. As Lin Sheng stepped down from the arena, 2 attendants immediately approached to serve him, and even several noblewomen and aristocrats gathered at the edge of the arena, reaching out to shake his hand. This environment of indulgence and adoration can easily influence a person's character. It's no wonder that participants in these competitions are so bloodthirsty. At the same time, It's also a great place to hone one's skills, though it's a pity that the level of these people is too low. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. If Jack heard these words, he'd probably be furious. But what Lin Sheng said was indeed the truth. Back in the day, the nine-headed fiery sunbird forcibly entered the space by sealing 6 of its heads, leaving the remaining 3 suppressed to a disaster level. Yet it remained an emperor, having battled 6 disaster level and later disaster level wolf kings, and was eventually severely injured by Lin Ming, who had been forcibly elevated to the peak of disaster. But Xiaobai's skills could still wound it, which is quite extraordinary. Honestly, even Lin Sheng himself hadn't expected to kill that emperor. Looking back, it was indeed a bit frightening. Unfortunately, at the time, Lin Sheng was burning with rage and couldn't care less. A king at its peak injuring a disaster peak creature sounds absurd the more you think about it. By common logic, this shouldn't be possible. But who cares when you have a cheat in your hand? Mr. Lin. As soon as Lin Sheng left the arena, the owner of the arena approached him. Mr. Lin, you've won the grand prize of this competition. You earned us 13 billion, and we'll give you a 2 billion cut. Plus, you have the opportunity to visit the center of the giant tree empire and meet the Tree King. 2 billion. No wonder people here are so eager to compete. Winning just one match is enough to ensure a lifetime of wealth and glory. However, Mr. Lin, are you interested in signing a contract with our arena? If you become our contracted warrior, you'll receive 50 of the profits from future matches. Chao Sun tempted him. Normally, the arena's earnings wouldn't be disclosed, but to lure Lin Sheng, he deliberately spilled the beans. I don't need it. Lin Sheng declined directly. A 50-50 split might seem tempting, but staying here to compete would only waste his time and talent. It would be better to move on to a higher level arena. At that moment, a group of guests who were his fans wanted to meet him. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.